Crossing through the primordial chaos, you become the fourth Qing that should not have existed. Not only is your soul formed by the fusion of Pangu's primordial spirit and the celestial Qing energy, but even your physical body is condensed from the essence of Pangu's complete power and the great Tao of the heart. The companion treasure that is as famous as the opening heaven axe is the earth-cutting chisel. Unexpectedly, due to the departure of too many Pangu origins caused by the transformation of the three clears into rigidity, the foundation is not sufficient to support your birth. At this moment, the highest saw your malnutrition, and after a moment of contemplation, the mysterious and yellow Linglong pagoda of heaven and earth appeared in his hand. My treasure is formed by two parts of the merit of creating the world, combined with the essence of the great Tao's mysterious yellow energy. It should be enough to make up for the missing origin of my fourth brother. Then he threw the exquisite Tian Di Xian Huang pagoda into the air, harnessing the hidden merit of creating the world and the mysterious yellow energy of the great Tao within it, pouring it into your head. Brother, we can't just stand by and do nothing. Tong Tian paced back and forth anxiously. Yuanshi scanned the surroundings with a glance, gathering the precious golden spirit stones and precious iron within thousands of miles with a wave of his hand, using the Samadhi true fire to refine them, forging them into 8 formation flags. Third brother, you have inherited the formation techniques of our Divine Father, you should be able to set up the simplest spirit gathering formation. Upon hearing this, Tong Tian immediately understood the intention of Yuanshi. He grasped the formation flag and threw it to the ends of the earth, using the Xianuan Linglong pagoda of heaven and earth as the formation base, and set up the 8 desolate spirit gathering formation. May the 4 elements be safe and sound, never lacking in their essence, so as to have a solid foundation and the chance to attain the ultimate truth. Time in the primordial era is unrecorded, with countless years passing in the blink of an eye. Under the blessing of the heavenly opening merit and the profound essence of the great Tao, on this day, within the long silent cave of wonders, a cry was heard once again. I am the supreme venerable of the mysterious blue Tao, known as Tai Chu. Transformed from the primordial spirit of Pangu, the great Tao is profound and boundless, all things follow its endless mysteries, this is the authentic lineage. In an instant, boundless spiritual energy churned within the cave heaven, and an invisible pressure descended upon the world. At this moment, you gently landed on the ground and casually picked up the remaining 24-layered Tian Di Xian Huang Linglong pagoda, respectfully handing it to the senior in front of you. Thank you, big brother, for your help with the treasure. It is thanks to you that I could safely transform and emerge. Treasures are external objects, no problem for the fourth brother. The senior nodded with a light smile and put away the treasure. Second brother, third brother, I am grateful for your help with the gathering spirit formation. Please allow me to bow to you in gratitude. You are our younger brother, it is our duty to help. Yuanshi's eyes were filled with joy and relief as he supported your bent body and helped you up. Fourth brother, it's all because our older brothers have taken too much of the original power, that you couldn't manifest on your own. Tong Tian looked at you, overflowing with joy and excitement in his expression. Just as the 4 of them smiled at each other, a strange palpitation suddenly rose in their hearts. The next moment, they all looked towards the mountain auspicious without prior agreement. Eldest brother, second brother, fourth brother, why do I feel like there is something on mountain auspicious that is drawing me towards it? As these words were spoken, the Grand Supreme and the primordial beginning furrowed their brows slightly, indicating that they felt the same sensation. In your eyes, a hint of realization flickered, recalling a famous phrase from a past life, red flowers, white lotus roots, green lotus leaves, the 3 teachings are originally one. In the past, it was puzzling why the 3 clears did not ascend Mount Zhou at the beginning, yet they could find the innate grand array hidden by the 36th grade of the Qinglian of creation. It turned out that at the moment of the 3 individuals' reincarnation, the opportunity contained in Pangu's primordial spirit would trigger the Qinglian of creation, attracting them to Mount Zhou. It's just a pity that the 3 pure ones inexplicably decided to split a top-grade innate treasure, even a chaos spirit treasure, into 3 seemingly decent but ultimately useless pieces. Suddenly, a dirty and sinister conspiracy flashed through your mind. In the primordial world, the cycle of cause and effect is undoubtedly the most important, even an unsolvable rule of power. The grade of the Qinglian surpasses the limits of heaven and earth, so to bring it down a rank clearly requires bearing a significant amount of karma. Although the 3 clears inherently have incompatible temperaments, the intimacy of their relationship is rare in the world. So, based on this inference, could it be that the differentiation in creating the Qinglian is the first step that the Heavenly Dao wants to take to completely break the 3 of them apart? Truly cunning. Your subconscious murmur caught Tong Tian's attention, who was still in doubt. Fourth brother, what are you saying? Hearing this, you quickly snapped out of your thoughts and casually waved your hand. It's nothing, I just zoned out. To prevent further questioning, you promptly changed the subject. Since the reason that makes my heart palpitate comes from the incomplete mountain, it should be the legacy left by the primordial god Pangu. In the depths of fate, sensing our descent, hence the connection of energies with us. If not taken, it might be unworthy of the entrusted task by the primordial god. The fourth brother's words are indeed correct. The eldest brother saw that all 3 of them had made up their minds, so he immediately decided to go to Mount Buzhou to retrieve the blessings left by the ancestral god. At the next moment, the four of you walked out of the paradise, feeling the lament of the heavens and earth, the unwillingness of all things, and the resentment of all beings completely shrouding the entire primordial world. All living beings wandering outside have a touch of crimson in their eyes, heavy with hostility. Even a mere dispute could lead to disaster and bloodshed. The journey from Kunlun Mountain to Mount Buzhou, originally just a year's journey, took you nearly 10 years to reach. Eldest brother, second brother, you rest first. Fourth brother and I will go break the formation. Be careful and don't act recklessly. The eldest lightly tapped his head in response and sat down slowly with Yuan Shi. Fourth brother, third brother has been holding back for too long. Let me vent first. Before the innate grand formation, Tong Tian instructed you to step aside. A fierce light gleamed in his eyes as thousands of precious swords materialized from the void, forming a sword formation that covered the vast sea and land. For a moment, sword energy surged like a raging tide, heading towards the nodes revealed by the innate grand formation. Under the terrifying coercion, the innate grand formation unleashed boundless power. The air of creation gushed out, transformed into a turquoise green lotus, rotating and blooming. The sword gang torrent contact collision. Dozens of breath is still unable to break through the slightest. I still don't believe it. Seeing this, Tong Tian's eyes flickered sternly, and while increasing the output of his mana, he frantically swallowed the surrounding aura with the law's divine pattern spirit given by Tai Cho. However, all the attacks seemed to sink like a stone into the sea. The two top cattle for a tea time also did not see the green lotus rise the slightest ripple. Sango, forget it. Taichu watched from the sidelines, the divine pattern of the laws manifesting in his eyes, flickering for a moment, his face rising with a slight look of realization. I've cracked the laws of the formation's operation. This innate creation formation, with the supreme treasure within the formation as the foundation, the surrounding heaven and earth as the nodes, and the chaotic void as the link. Wanting to forcibly break the formation is equivalent to confronting the surrounding heaven and earth. Without the strength of a mixed golden immortal level, it's impossible to forcefully break the formation. When Tong Tian heard this, he could only let out a cold snort and withdrew his hand to stop fighting hard. Really, there's no letdown not to mention adding to the fire. Taichu looked at the indignant murmuring, casually while 100 feet of giant stone, crushed into foam. Tong Tian, face helplessly shook his head, turned around and walked to the big formation before. Third brother, all this time of killing and dreariness has made it impossible for you to calmly break the formation. The innate formations that naturally evolved using the heavens and earth as nodes and the chaotic void as a link are basically based on this. When you want to crack it when you don't have enough strength, you can't do it the hard way. You have to do it the tricky way and disturb the surrounding heaven and earth. Between Tai Chao's soft reminders, the index finger of his left hand kept waving. Force, time, space, and earth. The four divine patterns of the laws then manifested, and the surrounding space and time, heaven and earth seemed to drop frames, gradually becoming incomparably stuck. The innate creation formation was also sporadic due to the shifting nodes of heaven and earth. Big brother, second brother, third brother, let's go in. With a wave of his hand in greeting, Taichu took advantage of the void of the great formation and quickly stepped into it. Seeing this, the three Taishan people also followed suit and entered its interior. In just a few breaths, the four of them walked through the 10 miles of caves and vaguely saw some faint bright light. One step forward, and it opens up. Endless greenery covered the sky. Thousands of creation spirit beasts inhabited it. The starry dome emerged, and the stars shone in the sky. The red obsidian sun, the silver moon, and the blue Milky Way all fell down and converged on the hanging stalactites, fusing them into the heaven and earth treasure medicine 3 lights divine water. Under the stalactites, a party of 10 miles across the circle, deep but do not know the geometry of the pool above, a reflection of heaven and earth, blossoming infinite creation of the air of the 36 green lotus. This is actually a chaotic spiritual treasure level green lotus of creation. The moment the Taishang saw what was in the pool, even with his calm and steady mind, he couldn't help but widen his eyes full of shock and consternation. The heavenly realm is limited and unable to carry the things of chaos. How did the green lotus of creation survive? Yuan Shi frowned slightly as he scanned the 4 directions, but there was no halfway point. Ha ha ha, Father God's legacy is truly unimaginable. This kind of heaven-defying divine object deserves to be ours. As Tong Tian laughed, he was ready to reach out and take it off. Third brother, you're overstepping your bounds. Big brother hasn't given his word yet. A light reprimand from Yuan Shi caused Tong Tian to instantly withdraw his hand and apologize with a slightly apologetic bow. I was too excited to see this treasure and I didn't control it for a moment. Sorry, big brother. Taishang was not as strict about this as Yuan Shi, and only gave his opinion with a slight nod. There is only one treasure, and now that I have the heaven and earth Xianuan Linglong Pagoda, I won't participate in the distribution. Second brother, third brother, fourth brother, you may do whatever you wish with this object. Yuanshi sniffed and pondered slightly for a moment, then shook his head slightly and directly withdrew from the distribution. My bloodline is inherited as the way of refining. What kind of treasures I want will be able to possess sooner or later. This green lotus of creation will be handled by the third brother, the fourth brother, big brother, second brother. You guys are kind of burying me. Tong Tian waved his hand with a face full of indifference. This creation green lotus has unparalleled defense, and fourth brother's talismanic path is extremely strong. How beautiful is the combination of the two. How can I stop it sideways? Taicho knew that all three wanted to give up their treasures to him. However, in order not to attract the attention of the Heavenly Dao and be liquidated by it by doing something in advance, he still decided to separate the treasures. It was only that he had his own way on how to divide it so that it could not bear karma and not damage its foundation. Big brother, second brother, third brother, this is a chaotic spiritual treasure level green lotus of creation, not to mention using it as a magic treasure. Even taking it out would be targeted by the Heavenly Dao and even send down heavenly punishment to destroy it. Indeed, that's the point. While Taishan lightly frowned in thought, Yuanshi saw Taichu's confident face and asked if he had any good countermeasures. Second brother, the talismanic way I inherited has the ability to analyze the fundamentals of all laws in heaven and earth. The green lotus of creation appears to be a whole, but like the chaotic green lotus, it is capable of dividing into several treasures. Just link it with a law god pattern and divide it. Not only is it able to retain its origin, but it can also lower the grade of the green lotus of creation on top of that, fusing and dismantling it at will. Even if we don't fuse them, if we offer them up at the same time, we will still be able to utilize more than half of the power of a chaotic spiritual treasure. Fourth brother, you can have a brain like that. As Tong Tian listened to Tai Chu's description, a flash of excitement and delight rose on his face. Big brother, second brother, what do you think? That's a good one. Good. Seeing that the three agreed, Tai Chu also revealed a slight smile. I'm afraid that I won't be able to perfectly divide it with my current cultivation alone, so I'll ask the three brothers to help me. No problem. Tong Tian instantly agreed in a single breath. And Taishang and Yuanshi also nodded with a light smile. The four of them then plopped down in front of the secluded pool. The Taishang and the others transmitted their mana into the body of Taichu, and the immeasurable air of creation tumbled and surged wildly, and the divine pattern of laws manifested all around them, encroaching towards the green lotus of creation. In just a few moments, it was all enveloped. However, this is only the first step. Along with the divine lines penetrating deeper within the green lotus of creation, every time a place was completely captured, the subsequent refinement became more and more difficult. 10,000 years rushed by. It was only when the Taishang trio's mana was nearly depleted and Tai Chu was exhausted that they managed to complete the refining of the green lotus of creation. Give me points. A soft cry suddenly rang out, and the all-in-one 36 pieces of the green lotus of creation blossomed into an endless divine aura. The sea of divine patterns between heaven and earth manifested, and the air of creation was instantly poured in, and in the turquoise flare of light, the green lotus of creation was divided into four. The main body transformed into 12 pints of the green lotus of creation and fell into the hands of Taichu. The saffron in the air fell off and transformed into a coiled dragon flat abduction returning to the Taishang. The surrounding lotus leaves floated down and turned into Qingping swords that flew towards Tong Tian. The white lotus root emerged from the pool and transformed into the three treasures Rui hanging in front of Yuanshi. It was only because of the additional 12 pillars of the green lotus of creation that possessed 36 prohibitions. The grades of the remaining three treasures, unsurprisingly, slipped. Although it was also at the level of an extreme innate spiritual treasure, it only had 33 innate prohibitions. This sword is really good. Sharp and fitting for the swordway. I like it. Tong Tian looked at the Qingping sword in his hand, his eyes filled with delight. The air of creation is hidden within the flat crutch, which is a perfect match for me. The jade ruin is white and flawless. A good magic treasure. Tai Cho did not, like his three older brothers, slacken off as a result. He carefully felt the changes brought about by the division for a moment before his brows relaxed. There is not the slightest negative karmic derivative of this division. On the contrary, because of the magic treasure's chi connection, it made the mind connection between their four brothers even closer. In this way, Tai Cho Feng was relieved. It was not in vain that he had worked so hard for so many years. At the same time, he took the opportunity to realize his own shortcomings, and the limits of what is currently achievable. The talisman together is actually equivalent to computer programming, and he is the programmer, relying on the written law divine patterns and great Dao divine patterns, prying the power of the heavens and earth for their own use. It was just that with his current cultivation and understanding of the rune Dao, he was not yet able to command the great Dao divine patterns, and could only catalyze the law divine patterns. If the great Dao divine patterns were used as links, the three treasures would be able to reach at least 36 innate prohibitions. The good thing is that it's all just temporary. When his cultivation and understanding of the rune Dao were sufficient, he could relink the green lotus of creation. At that time, all three treasures could be upgraded once again, becoming extreme innate spiritual treasures containing 36 prohibitions. However, nowadays, just linking with the law's divine patterns was enough to achieve a similar effect of bonding in an online game. When the four treasures were offered at the same time, half of the power of a chaotic spiritual treasure could be utilized. Its power was so great that even an innate supreme treasure could not withstand it. And because of the law divine pattern connection, the four jewels of chi were hooked up and flowed in an endless stream. At the same time, when used in the presence of the flow of other spiritual treasure feedback, a single spiritual treasure power is also enough to be comparable to the 36 prohibitions of the very first great innate spiritual treasure. When they are offered, they can also borrow each other's power and use the characteristics possessed by other magic treasures. The flat abduction to hit the sword chi and the sword rising like a present are all very routine operations. Chapter 3 Avatar 1 Chi transforms 4 Qing. You've become 20 Qing? This inheritance of fourth brother is truly wonderful. To think that even this chaotic spiritual treasure can be divided without injury. Putting away the three treasures Rui, Yuanshi praised, with a smile on his brow, the divine might of the inheritance of the great beginning. Fourth brother, that, third brother would like to ask you a favor. Tong Tian's eyes were embarrassed and his words were twisted in a way. It made Taicho not show some consternation. Is this still my resolute, decisive, do or die brother? How's that for splitting a treasure? What's with the pussy-ass look? Whoever you are, get the hell off of him. Taishang, the beginning of the beginning. Even if the two people are no longer how the nature of the calm, not disturbed by external things, also cannot help but eyes containing strange to look at him. For its squirming appearance, it was also the first time they had seen it since the beginning of the world, when it really feels very awkward. You could even say diaphragmatic. Sango, just say what you have to say. I'm not really comfortable with this look. When Tai Chao's words fell, Taishang also nodded his head slightly and hurriedly persuaded Tong Tian. Third brother, the four of us brothers are like brothers and sisters. We can spit out whatever we have to say. There's no need to put on this kind of posture. Originally, it felt a little bit unable to open its mouth. Now Taishang's trio of strange gazes watched. Tong Tian felt a little more and more uncomfortable. But the desire for strength enhancement finally defeated the embarrassment in his heart, and he directly lowered his head and spoke out his claim in one breath. It's just that I feel that my heritage is really a bit obscure to comprehend. Fourth brother's talismanic path again points directly to the origin of heaven and earth. That's why I wanted to ask him to help boost it. When the words fell, there was a silence in the arena. It had not occurred to me that Tong Tian was actually doing it for this trivial matter. They were so scared that they thought that the other party was asking Taichu to do something. Something forceful. Sango, there's nothing to be embarrassed about. While Taicho was relieved in his heart, he waved his hand in a very bold manner. Just like Big Brother said, the four of us brothers are like brothers and sisters, not to mention the bloodline inheritance. Even if we help each other with our lives in times of crisis, absolutely no one will take half a step back. Then third brother will thank fourth brother in advance for his preaching. With that, Tong Tian owed Taichu his thanks. Third brother did this. It really discounts my little brother. When Taicho saw this he immediately dodged and intercepted it. But if we want to discuss the Tao, we'd better adjust our state first, and then we'll exchange ideas. This statement made Tong Tian's embarrassment, which had just dissipated a little, creep back into his heart. Looking at the three people whose faces were slightly pale and whose mana was nearly depleted, he instantly realized that he had been too hasty. Good. Under extreme embarrassment, Tong Tian can only be borrowed. 2 on the mantra. Turn around and quickly sit beside the secluded pool. Restore their own state, refining the hands of the Qingping sword. Seeing this, the three Taishangs looked at each other and all saw the smiles rising in each other's eyes. 1,000 years of age was not a short cycle for the current flood world. During the time that the four purities were restoring their own state and refining their magic treasures, the scale of the three clans' bloodshed was once again raised. The fallen beings extended from cannon fodder to the top echelons of the various races, and the great Luo golden immortals also died in the war from time to time, plus Luos stirring up trouble all over the place. The intentional guidance of the Heavenly Dao consciousness did not want the three tribes to potentially threaten their rule. The conflict and hatred between the dragon, phoenix, and unicorn was directly stretched to the limit. Dala tussles gradually became less rare. The patriarchs of the three clans also go out for bloody battles from time to time. The entire quantum of the world is rapidly moving towards the final stage. It will completely explode in 10,000 years at most. The three races completely retired, and the struggle between the Dao and the devil arose. Of course, these had nothing to do with Taichu for the time being. 1,000 years of rest and refinement. They were already back to their peak condition. The cultivation level had even reached the peak of the early Dala stage. As for the refining of the magic treasure, Taishan, Yuan-shi, Tong Tian, had already completed it 100 years ago, and the latter was waiting for Taichu to refine it. Since the 4 magic treasures are connected by qi, the 3 qing refine the 3 treasures, and also help Taichu, in disguise, to refine the main body, the 12 pints of the green lotus of creation, and indirectly controlled the Pan Long flat crutch, Jade Rui, and the Qingping sword. Otherwise, not to mention 1,000 years, it would be another 10,000 years. It was also difficult enough for Taicho to refine all of the 4 treasures of the green lotus. I am a big brother, so I should set an example, dividing the green lotus of creation once again, and incorporating each into the dantian for nurturing. Taishan faintly expounded on the way of alchemy. Dan Dao is to extract the essence of heaven and earth, with the art of the law of fluctuation, so that the muddy source of the one way, the way of weapons, is the way of melting all things in heaven and earth, hammering them with thunderbolt and earth fire, and fusing all the laws of the world. The Dao of formation is the Dao of prying the laws of heaven and earth, using everything as a foundation, and intercepting the momentum of heaven and earth for one's own use. The way of runes is to analyze the fundamentals of the world, to condense the divine patterns with the laws, to gradually take charge of heaven and earth, to generalize the 3,000 great paths with one's own body, to carry out heaven and earth and chaos, and to point directly to the supreme way. The 3 Qing sense of the 3 paths of Dan. Weaponry and formation were not yet deep. It took only 180 years to preach in turn. In addition to the inheritance of the Dao of his own bloodline, which was established, there was not much to gain. Instead, it was Taichu's perception of the rune Dao that made the 3 gain a lot, and in just 300 years of light, they had a brand new understanding of their own bloodline Dao. When the furnace opens and the Dan lines are revealed, the refining of the Hotian spiritual treasure, and the formation is invincible in the same realm. It is enough to see the harvest of the 3 people, and with Taichu understanding, he naturally realized the mysteries contained in the 3 paths from the paths spoken by the 3, as well as a heaven-defying divine ability that should never have appeared in his hands. An upgraded version of Lao Tzu's latter-day signature I Chi Hua San Chang. Taicho used his bloodline to pass on the memory of the scene of Pangu's Yuanshan dividing into the 4 Qings, and came to the realization of the one breath turning into 4 Qings. To be honest, when he initially comprehended it, he was really a bit confused, but then his heart was taken over by endless ecstasy. If this divine ability was passed on to the 3 Taishangs, it would directly be 4 transformations in 8 more than the 12 ancestral witches. Even if the cultivation level would drop by 0.5% after the division, you can't help but have more people. All 12 ancestral witches were able to use their own bloodlines to forge the 12 metropolitan god-shattering formations. Why couldn't they? The 4 Qing cast a 20 Qing Heavenly Dao Pan Grand formation based on their Yuanshan, with Tong Tian and his enlightenment. It wasn't impossible to come up with a formation that was similar to it. By then, what's 0.5% less? Without directly doubling his strength, he could have just found a block of tofu and crashed on the spot and reincarnated. In order to realize the concept in his heart as soon as possible, Taicho then passed the one breath transforms the 4 purities to several people on Taishan, and let Tong Tian have nothing to do but study more on how to maximize this divine ability. If it was possible to research, it would be possible to make a solid phantom formation that would allow the bilocation to undergo fission again with not much of a drop in strength. That would truly be invincible and unstoppable. 4th brother, you're really lifting me up a bit. Tong Tian's entire face, as he listened to Tai Chu's description, could be described as helpless to the extreme. If he had that ability, why would he be pretending to be a grandson and not have to talk about the future and beyond? Now dare to shout that the flood belongs to their 4 Chang all, who do not serve, although come to lead the death. I didn't say immediately. Seeing the eyes of the Tai Shang duo glowing, Tong Tian hurriedly interrupted Tai Chu and changed the topic. Big brother, 2nd brother, now that we're nestled here for a short time, why don't we go out and travel a bit, to confirm what we've realized while searching for a handful of magic treasures? Saying that, Tong Tian made a Yiki Huasiching and raised his empty hands at the same time. We can't keep taking on the enemy empty-handed, or have 2nd brother work tirelessly to help refine it, can we? When Yuanshi heard Tong Tian's later thoughts, even though his nature was arrogant, the corners of his mouth twitched slightly and unnoticeably several times. 20 times 2 can be 40. To preserve the quality and still have sufficient quantity, it was estimated that the refining time would have to be calculated in terms of yuan sessions to reach a level that all 4 were satisfied with. Instead of catching him in the act of gripping him to death, we should go out together to find the treasure. It is indeed time to go out for a bit. Good. Tai Sheng, Yuanshi and the 2 of them nodded their heads, and Tai Chu naturally wouldn't refuse. With that, he finished scavenging the 3 light divine water, as well as all the precious medicines he saw, and left the cave where the supreme treasure was harvested without looking back. Chapter 4 Tai Chu, since the treasure hunt was fruitless, how about robbing it? 100 years have passed in a flash. At the foot of the Buzhou mountain, in front of a broken innate formation, Tong Tian finally could no longer hold down the anger and irritation in his heart, and slammed the fan, which had just arrived, onto the ground. The Kirin clan scavenges too cleanly the huge Buzhou mountain, but only one innate spiritual treasure was found, not to mention that it was also a fan that was not useful to look at. Any formation I casually set up is stronger than this. What's the point of having this crap? Tai Shang and Yuan Shi's faces were also a bit strained. Originally, they thought that the green lotus of creation was their door opener. Setting out on another trip should be able to find a few good treasures while they last, if not a potpourri. But they never expected that the beginning would be the peak situation of the trip. Now that they had left the Green Lotus Cave for hundreds of years, they had almost traveled the lower half of the Buzhou mountain. However, only an innate spiritual treasure level wind spirit fan was found. In terms of power, not to mention dealing with a great Luo golden immortal, even a Tai golden immortal would not necessarily be able to hold it. It was simply the waste of wastes, wasting their mana and time to break the formation for nothing. The Buzhou mountain was created by the spine of the Father God, and all the treasures within it belong to our legacy. And now it's letting that group of hairy and horned men, the wet and oviparous ones, to scavenge for everything. It's simply hateful to the extreme. Yuan Shi drank low in indignation. It made the Taishang's already gloomy face darken by several points. Can't these insatiable people be more restrained? It was so clean that not even a single bit of spirit medicine or immortal grass over 10,000 years old was left. Tai Chu saw how dismal the harvest was, and the man was numb. It is said that the Buzhou mountain is a place where countless opportunities are hidden. And now you can't even find a decent treasure. Big brother, second brother, third brother, things have come to this point. We can't just come here on a good day and return home in defeat. At these words, the three Taishang slightly raised their heads and placed their eyes on Tai Cho. Fourth brother, we've spent so much time together. You have the most active brain of us all. What do you have to say about this situation? When Tong Tian's question fell, Tai Chu's eyes were cold and stern as he directly stated his thoughts. Since the treasure hunt was fruitless, we might as well make a move to rob it. In the blink of an eye, the three of them looked at each other differently. Tong Tian vaguely with a little excitement. This plan is very much in line with his mind. Years of tedium has long made its hands itchy. Although Yuan Shi's heart was moved, there were no words in the end. It's not true that forcible occupation without reason and tricky betting goes against one's heart, but to find the treasure all the way has been blocked. Not hands to snatch. Then only collect materials. Go back to the closed refining all the way can go. The Taishan doesn't have a problem with treasure hunting or treasure grabbing. All he cared about was that these three brothers of his were safe. Nowadays, the heaven and earth are bustling with hostility, and the air of calamity and death envelopes all beings, and the three races, as the world's hegemony, have nearly occupied all the treasures. In order to snatch the magic treasures while they were still available, it was absolutely impossible to bypass them. If he provoked the first families of the clans, he was afraid that it wouldn't end well. The three people's coloring of the eyes, Tai Chu's mouth slightly raised between the corners of his voice, a deep voice sternly out, so that Tong Tian and other people's eyes suddenly brightened. The reason, as we are the direct descendants of God the Father, the Pangu authenticity, the entire flood wasteland is the result of God the Father. Even a stone on the ground should theoretically be an inheritance belonging to our four brothers. Now the dragon, phoenix, and unicorn, not only raid the inheritance that belongs to us, but also force us to not even be able to find a weapon to take advantage of. So it's really too much of a bully. As the words fell, Tong Tian's blood instantly boiled. Fourth brother is right. We are Pan Gu Zhangzong, a direct descendant of our own son. The Father God's body fell Pan Flood, and every flower and grass within it should be ours. They're just thieves who took advantage of our defenses to steal Father God's legacy, Pangu's authenticity, Father God's direct lineage. Once these two words came out, Yuan Shi could be said to be immensely flattered, instantly recognizing Tai Chow's idea. However, he was thin-skinned and didn't shout as high as Tong Tian. Coughing lightly, he admonished Tai Chu. Fourth brother, what is said is indeed good. It is the verbal narration that is somewhat less appropriate. We are only taking back the inheritance that was stolen by the villain, and all acts are in accordance with the law, so don't mention robbery or anything else. Good. Now that Tai Cho, Tong Tian, and Yuan Shi had all recognized it, Tai Shang naturally wouldn't have any intention of refuting it. It wasn't true that messing with the first family would be trouble, but their four brothers weren't vegetarians either. The power of one chi transforming the four clearings, but we haven't found anyone to test it yet. The closest to us at the moment is the Kirin clan. the Supreme Lord's fingertips manifested in a mysterious way, and in his eyes, the two chi of yin and yang were generalized into the taiji, in which the endless scrolls of stars were constantly manifested. The beginning Qilin is leading many clansmen in a bloody battle with the ancestral dragon and the Yuanfeng at the border of the three clans. There are only a dozen or so Dao Lords guarding the clan treasury. When Tai Cho heard this, a smile rose in his eyes. It's just a dozen or so Dao Lords in the district. If it really comes to blows, with the divine ability of one breath transforming four purities, it's not certain who surrounds who. As soon as these words came out, the depths of the eyes of the three Taishangs also revealed a bit of playfulness in unison. Who would have thought that the four of them could still be generalized into 20 great Luo golden immortals of similar strength? If it wasn't for the fact that there was no matching handy magic weapon in his hands, even if the beginning Qilin returned with its clan, it would never be able to leave any of them behind. The Middle Flood Plateau, Kirin Cliff. Looking at the name alone, one might think that it is a side of the cliffs of the sky, lonely and proud, but in reality it is a land that stretches for 10,000 million miles, with countless mountains towering over it, rivers and streams all over it, and green forests in abundance and immortality. Countless rare and exotic beasts survive in them. The cultivation of accomplished demons abound. Where the unicorn family belongs to, the bottom has the realm of the golden immortal. Even a young beast that had just been born, with endless resources poured into it, could ascend to golden immortality within 1,000 years. However, a race with such a strong heritage and extraordinary potential, but due to the jealousy of the Heavenly Dao, he lost the right to live freely. Under the influence of the quantitatively destructive Qi, he was plunged into endless killings and wars, marching slowly toward the extermination of the race and the death of the seed. And under these circumstances, the only thing Tai Chu and the others felt along the way was naturally madness and death. It was a stark contrast to the vitality presented by the Qilin Cliff, which was completely opposite, worthy of being a group of hairy and horned people, wet-born ovipositors. Even if they occupy such a beautiful mountainous and spiritually rich place, they still don't know manners like this. They are simply ugly to the extreme. Yuan Shi looked down at the crowd below, standing proudly with his head held high, his eyes filled with disdain and mockery. This sneak divine pattern of fourth brother is really good. Tong Tian walked like the wind and roamed the Core Clan land for a long time, praising Tai Chao's ability with a happy face. Just now, I wandered back and forth in front of that Dao Lord Qilin several times, and I wasn't found to be the slightest bit abnormal, worthy of being evolved by the laws of the great Dao. The concealment effect is feared to be comparable to that of few others when looking at the flood. A little carving is not enough. Between smiling and waving his hand, Tai Chu raised his eyebrows toward Tong Tian. On the contrary, you must be ready, Sango. When we enter the Qilin clan's treasure trove later, it will depend on your ability. Ha 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 ha, you'll see. Tong Tian patted his chest and instantly guaranteed that there was no problem. The last time I broke the formation in order to vent. That's why I was that rude. This time it's absolutely silent. And after the four of us leave, that group of brainless fools won't realize half of it. The location of the treasury is clear to me. Tai Shang, who had always kept his mouth shut, put away the two chi of yin and yang in his eyes and pointed remotely at a peak not far away. There is the main treasure trove of the Kirin clan. There are only 2 Dala golden immortals stationed there, and the rest are scattered all over Kirin Cliff, so they won't be going forward for a while. So what are we waiting for? Let's go! Taicho immediately raised his arm and greeted the three of them as they headed towards the treasure vault. The land of 10,000 miles was there in a flash. Looking at the two Dao Lord Qilin lying horizontally in front and behind the treasure vault, Taishang and Yuan Shi looked at each other, and with the convenience of the sneak divine pattern, they dodged to the top of the heads of the two beasts respectively, and pulled out the jade ruin, and the coiled dragon flat crutch, just in case, go straight to full output. Divine patterns manifested and flew, and the might of the two magic treasures instantly soared to the limit, and also utilized the power of the green lotus of creation and the green ping sword. The two Dao Lord Qilin did not have the slightest surprise, their brains instantly dented and directly paralyzed on the ground. The Taishang still didn't let go of the two when he saw this. Taking out the small sleeping pills that had been refined in the past, he fed them to the two great Luo Qilin, ensuring that it would never be possible to wake up in 200 or 300 years before casting them aside with peace of mind. Yuan Shi, on the other hand, threw the prepared formation flag to Tong Tian. After laying down the psychedelic blindfold formation that enveloped the mountain peak, blocking all transmission from the inside and all prying eyes from the outside, let Tai Cho carry out the formation breaking with him, while he and Tai Shan guarded the surrounding area to make sure everything was safe. Chapter 5, Kirin's Treasure Trove. The Innate Supreme Treasure. The Causal Arcane Mirror. Sango start. Divine patterns manifested in Tai Chao's eyes, and when he raised his hand and tapped it, the defensive array that enveloped the treasure vault surfaced as much as it could. Fourth brother.
Just relax. Tong Tian looked at the defense array.
A steady stream of rotating patterns, his face filled with confidence and arrogance. This group of brainless fools probably didn't think until they died that the treasure trove within their own clanland would be patronized by outsiders coming to visit them. The defense array setup may be a bit troublesome for those who don't know how to do formations,
but it's purely a look-alike for me. Saying that, Tong Tian rose up in the air,
one hand constantly on the formation nodes,
sometimes scratching, sometimes nodding. Not only is there a lot of loopholes between the array nodes, even the most basic array pattern is more alarming than trapping.
The utility isn't so great that it's even likely to cause me annoyance.
Taichu's point is the same.
The law divine patterns were higher than formation patterns,
being the manifestation of the origin of heaven and earth.
In his vision, the outer formations of the Qilin treasure trove were purely crude and empty shells,
with no threat to speak of. Done. An incense stick of time passed in a flash,
accompanied by Tongtian's light-hearted clapping gesture.
Tai Shang
and Yuan Shi then arrived in front of the treasury's main door. I can't wait to see how many good things are in Father God's legacy. Under the murmur of excitement in Tai Chao's expression, the four of them fishtailed into the room.
In the blink of an eye, heaven and earth opened up. The treasury, which originally occupied only 1,000 feet of land, instantly transformed into an infinite space that could not be seen in the vertical and horizontal,
and was taller than 10,000 feet.
Divine medicines, immortal herbs,
exotic treasures and exotic iron are all counted in mountains of thousands of feet, and latter-day spiritual treasures can be found everywhere.
Perhaps in the view of the Kirin clan,
not reaching the innate does not even qualify to be placed on the shelf,
casually discarded on the ground and piled up in the corner place.
The dust covered on it was enough to see that after it entered the treasury,
it was never moved by anyone again, let alone taken out for use.
Big brother, second brother, third brother, what are you waiting for? Please.
Taichu looked at the three people whose eyes were glowing, constantly scanning the things displayed within the treasure trove.
The corner of his mouth rose slightly, and he waved his hand as if he were a waiter,
sending out an invitation. Then I'm welcome to it. Tong Tian is the most rugged. As far as the eye can see are swallowed by the sleeve Qiankuan. Simply do not care what is collected. In a nutshell, mine, it's all mine.
Fourth brother has a heart.
Yuan Shi was more restrained and didn't take everything,
specializing in searching for weapon refining materials, able to return to the furnace to rebuild the latter-day spiritual treasure,
as well as to see if there is a hand weapon. Cauldron. Good. Tai Shang had calmed down after the initial excitement.
Although the eyes still carried delight, the expression had already returned to its original kindliness.
Doing the finishing touches with a sleeve, not fighting for what you have to collect. Tai Chu, on the other hand,
went straight to the place where the innate treasures were hidden.
The Kirin clan occupies the Buzhou mountain and scavenges most of the flooded mid-pole hegemony.
But all the innate treasures that can enter here,
and then how should be comparable to 24 fixed sea god beads,
the 9 heavenly resting soil class of treasures,
right? However, the fantasy is rich and the reality is bone dry.
After stepping into the area where the innate treasures were placed, he looked at the large, empty shelves that only had names recorded on them.
Taichu was completely dumbfounded. Asterisk. What's going on here?
Where have all my treasures gone?
Did it all get eaten by the beginning griffin? Or was Luo Shuji, or Hong Jun,
the first to get there,
and scavenge the treasure trove first?
Endless doubts surged to his mind,
causing Taichu to stare blankly in place for a long time and not come back to his senses from it. This was unscientific.
The Qilin clan was just as poor as they were. There was no way that the main treasure trove would just hold this garbage.
It's hard to believe that there are hidden spaces here. Immediately afterward,
the divine patterns in Tai Chu's eyes manifested, constantly scanning the surrounding void, wanting to find where the true treasure trove was.
However, its face quickly showed a full of disappointment.
He's checked all over the place,
but not the slightest hint of anything different was found.
Apparently what he was in was the real treasure trove,
the dark compartmentalized space that the Kirin clan didn't set up and hide away.
Fourth brother,
I see you're looking a bit pale.
Tong Tian frantically swept into the area of the innate treasures, and when he saw that Tai Chu wasn't scavenging for treasures,
he didn't turn around and leave,
his eyes asking what had happened with confusion.
Sango, I'm fine. Taichu exhaled a deep breath of turbid air and shook his head helplessly to inform the reason.
The Qilin clan's treasure trove is actually only 100 or so top-grade innate spiritual treasures and 1,000 or 800 middle and lower-grade spiritual treasures.
There isn't even a single innate supreme treasure. How disappointing. Tongtian's eyes were filled with surprise and consternation as he listened to the cause of Taichu's bewilderment.
The corners of his mouth were even twitching unconsciously, and he opened his mouth several times without knowing what language to use to express his current inner thoughts.
Is fourth brother drifting? How can you say so calmly something so shocking?
The entire living beings within the floodplains, there was one that counted.
but wherever one was able to obtain an innate spiritual treasure, it belonged to the existence that was extremely proud of itself. If one were to obtain an innate treasure with the cultivation of a Diluo, even if the beginning Kirin, Yuan Feng, an ancestral dragon wanted to make a move to snatch it, they would all have to weigh the gains and losses. You open your mouth and shut your mouth to be innate treasure. Really let the third brother is very sweaty. Do not know how to answer you all. In the end, there was really no way out. In order for Taichu to be able to look away, Tong Tian could only pull a hard, fairly reliable reason. Nah, fourth brother, this unicorn clan isn't pixie, so how can it only come in and out? Especially now that we're in the middle of the three clans war. The treasure has a suitable owner, so we'll just take it and use it. Those that can be placed here are basically existences that no one picks or are difficult to navigate. Take your time and look around a bit more. Maybe you'll be able to discover the innate spiritual treasure that was left out by the Qilin clan but has a destiny with you. Taicho could only accept the reality helplessly. Sango, go about your business. I'll look around some more. After that, he turned around and entered the area where the innate treasures were placed. Searching for a magic treasure, Tai Sui Whip, Long Yin Shao, Finger Destiny Knife, Smallpox Mythical Fall Flag, Mixed Yuan Diagram, Ku Lei Qin, Reincarnation Mirror, Hidden Immortal Diagram, Rui Sack, 8 Desolate Pagodas, Swallowing Heavenly Shield, Penetrating Rainbow Rope, Shattering Spirit Cone. Almost all of them are from the Hongjun Treasure Dividing Cliff. It seems that after the three tribes weakened, that was not idle, and took the opportunity to scavenge a lot of treasures. Otherwise, there wouldn't have been so many treasures to distribute to the 3,000 red-dusted guests as a favor to settle the residual karma and appease the people. What is it? Just as Taichu was touring to the depths of the treasure trove, a side 3 feet high and 1 feet wide, emitting arcane Dao rhythms and ethereal wood green chi was on the shelf. A mouthful of grayish mirrored precious mirrors hangs in it. Not only is there nothing divine, even the surrounding area doesn't see the slightest marking. Since the Kirin clan doesn't know what this is, how could it be placed within the area of innate treasures? With a light frown on his brow, Taicho picked up the precious mirror, divine lines converging in his eyes as he tried to analyze what kind of wonders it contained. Yet looked no further. At first the periphery of the precious mirror did not look different, but with the penetration of the divine pattern of law, it gradually revealed some of the mystery of cause and effect. Do divine objects obscure themselves? Then let me see what kind of precious thing you are. Murmuring in a low voice, the divine pattern of laws in the eyes of Taichu gradually dimmed. The divine pattern of the great Dao took its place. The endless rhythm of the Dao reflected the heavens, and the phantoms of thousands of worlds were returned to the bottom of the eyes. The precious mirror also gradually revealed its sharpness under its peeping eyes. The cause and effect mysteries gathered in an instant, and 4 great Dao divine patterns emerged. The gray and monumental precious mirror then glowed with a heavenly and dazzling luster, so that the world in front of Taicho's eyes, instantly more than 10,000 changes. The past, the present, the future, as if there is no longer any mystery to speak of. Thousands of 7-colored arcane threads spread across heaven and earth, carrying out space and time, and under a close look, countless figures wandered and evolved in them. Such a supreme treasure has been left to gather dust on a shelf. The beginning Kirin is also really confused to the extreme, guarding an empty treasure mountain without realizing it. The moment the great Dao divine pattern manifested, Taichu instantly recognized what it meant. Causal metaphysical mirror. Among the 3,000 great Dao demon gods, the companion supreme treasure of the 10 supreme demon gods, causal demon gods, had the same status as the Chaos Pearl. Born with 2,240 chaotic prohibitions, it can peek into the line of cause and effect, shift the cause and effect, cut off the cause and effect, or even reverse the cause and effect, so that the indebted person can be transformed into a debt collector's supreme treasure. Although in the battle of the opening of the heavens was dry crushed by an axe of Pangu, the grade fell directly to the innate treasure, but it has 49 innate prohibitions. It could be described as the very best of the innate treasures. On top of that, what surprised him even more was that the great Dao of cause and effect contained within it was not only not missing due to the breakage. Instead, it was so complete that he was kind of incredulous. Thanks to the divine object's self-obscurity, it needs to be cracked with the great Dao divine ripple, the origin of heaven and earth, to allow the causal arcane mirror to once again blossom. Otherwise, if the beginning Qilin takes it and uses it, the 3 tribes' quantum revelation is afraid that it will be very difficult to make waves again. Ancestral Dragon, Yuan Feng will definitely not be his opponent. It must be known that cause and effect is the law of the great Dao that carries out the flooded heavens and earth, which even the Heavenly Dao cannot ignore and escape. If the beginning Qilin had this treasure in its hands, the 3 tribes' quantum revelation would be insightful without even the possibility of unfolding. Hongjun and Luo Shuhu even more will want to fish in troubled waters, showing their heads in seconds. there will never be the slightest accident. Even as long as he was bold enough and had a deep enough control over the great Tao of cause and effect, all the chances in heaven and earth would go to him alone. Even the unattainable chances of sainthood for countless people, the witnessing of the Tao of the mixed world, the merging of the Tao to substitute for heaven, the three paths to the great Tao, and all will be at his disposal to pick and choose as he pleases. Fourth brother, you found some great treasure. How dare you laugh so happily? The divine might manifestation seemed like an instant, but more than 7 days had long passed in the outside world. At this moment, there are only 4 clear standing in the treasure trove. Countless heavenly treasures, all were 2 on the 3 collected into their arms, did not leave even a piece of immortal medicine in spirit grass. Big brother, second brother, third brother, look at this. The 4 people's bloodline inheritance memories were not that far apart. Plus Taishang and the others had received some of the true teachings of the Rune Dao. Although he was unable to control the great Tao divine patterns, it was still possible to peek at the mysteries contained within them. This is actually a companion treasure of the causal demon god? You can be lucky. Fourth brother, Tong Tian looked excited as he congratulated Tai Chu. Such a divine object in your hand but you don't know it. It's really stupid to the extreme. It's fitting that you should get this supreme treasure. Fourth brother, the beginning of a cupping and stepping between. Taishang is also a smile on the face, eyes full of surprise and gratification color. Fourth brother, put this away. Don't let outsiders know before your strength is sufficient. Don't worry big brother. I understand the pros and cons. Taichu smiled softly and nodded. This is the land of the Qilin clan, and the air of Burgundy earth is rich, which is indeed a good place to nurture the 5 qi in the chest. Why don't I equate this with taking the opportunity to practice a bit? Ha 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 ha, that's a really good idea. Tong Tian laughed and patted Taichu's shoulder. Anyway, with the Qilin clan guarding the gate for us, there's no need to worry about any outsiders disturbing us. Wait for me to set up an arrangement to isolate the connection between this space and the outside world. If anyone without permission tries to force his way in, he will surely be made to taste what it is like to be rejected by heaven and earth and to be targeted in every way. Yuan Sure similarly wore a light smile on his face, recognizing Tai Chao's idea. Fourth brother, if the beginning Qilin returns midway and discovers an abnormality in the treasure vault, we must be prepared. As Tai Shan's words fell, Tai Chu shook his head slightly and shook the causal Xian mirror in his hand. Don't worry, big brother, when I activated it with the great Tao divine ripple, I had already initially taken control of its divine might and glimpsed some of the future. The beginning Qilin is in a bloody battle with the ancestral dragon and the Yuan Feng, and is now far away in the land of Xuanhe in the North Sea. Even if we were to strike and return now, without 1,000 years, that would be simply impossible. Good. Hearing this, the Taishang naturally stopped worrying. Turning around, he walked out of the treasury and fed the 2 Dalakirans some more small sleeping pills to ensure that both were just too wet up to be awake. Only then did he return to the treasury with peace of mind. And the 3 Taichu people stood in 4 directions, swallowing up the burgundy earth's air contained in the earth. 100 years have passed in a hurry. 4 people endless whale swallowing, treasure vault earth contains the air of burgundy earth, are consumed, and then want to restore to the original appearance. No 10,000 years of age is afraid of impossible. Big brother, second brother, third brother, all traces have been erased, and karma has been covered up by me using the Xian mirror. Although it is only a crude control of the laws of causality, under the added power of the Xian mirror, with just the remnant of the causal aura, unless the beginning Qilin achieves the great Luo of the mixed realm, it will never be able to deduce any information about us. Moreover, at this time, the air of the calamity is still thick, and the heaven is already chaotic, so even if he lives to the end, it is absolutely impossible for him to know who pulled out his lair. When Tong Tian saw that the causal arcane mirror's ability was so powerful, his heart was once again enlivened. Fourth brother, since no one is able to spy on us, why don't we take advantage of this good opportunity and go along to the treasure trove of the Dragon and Phoenix clans for a tour? When these words came out, Yuan Sure and Taishan also had a little flutter. This kind of no cost, but still no obstacles to the sale, when it is really a little bit of a desire. Big brother, second brother, third brother, I naturally want to go and recover Father God's relics as well. But both the southern volcano cluster of the Phoenix clan and the Dragon Palace in the East Sea where the Dragon clan is located are too far away from the Buzhou mountain. With our current footsteps, it would take at least thousands of years to arrive. By then, the beginning Qilin will have long since discovered the abnormality of the treasure trove, and the Dragon and Phoenix clans will surely have sent heavy troops to guard their respective treasure hiding places as well. The only way to carry out another raid is to wait for the great war of the 3 clans to break out completely, so we can fish in troubled waters and reclaim the rest of the heritage that belongs to us. Chapter 6 Innate Yin-Yang Formation. The Nuwa siblings of Fengqi Mountain. What the fourth brother said makes sense.
The Taishang is most indifferent to worldly desires. The safety of the brothers is the most important thing, and the treasures are secondary.
Alright, looks like we'll have to let them off the hook for now. Tong Tian shook his head regretfully, dismissing the idea of continuing the sweep. Fourth brother, since we're not going to continue to collect the legacy, shall we return to the Kunlun Mountains now? Yuan Shi, on the other hand, was more concerned about the next move. Now that the flooded heavens and earth are in turmoil, bloodshed and killing have become the main theme. How they walk next can be a matter of the future of the four for a very long time. It's natural not to return to the Kunlun Mountains. Taicho had already had a plan in mind for the subsequent matters. The Buzhou Mountain carries out heaven and earth, and the living beings of the entire floodplain have only explored the lower half of it. The upper part has not yet been set foot by a living being. I'm sure the opportunities, the treasures, should not be few. When the three Taishang people saw this, they naturally raised their hands in favor of it. From the time I left Kunlun to today's trip to the treasure trove, all the decisions showed that Taichu's ideas and brains were 100 times better than the three of them. Small directions to make comments and control the details can be. It's better to leave it to Taichu in terms of major choices. They just protect each other and give their best to help when they act. Buzhou Mountain, as the only supreme divine peak within the flooded heavens and earth, down through the 4 seas and 8 wastelands, up to touch the extraterrestrial starry sky, I don't know, tens of thousands of miles across. Countless peaks towering and stretching, many living beings are active in it. However, due to the will of Pangu, very few were born with spiritual intelligence, even with the existence of killing, but also to satisfy the appetite for the premise, far more than the horror of the outside world of the three wars. Too quiet, peaceful. I do not know how many times. The four brothers walk hand in hand, enjoying the breath of the mountains, looking at the lonely peaks, swimming in the forest pools, and jumping over the danger of the sky and the earth. Take your mind to the heart of heaven and realize the way of all things and all laws. Vast star fields hung overhead, and billions of stars fell into his eyes. A serene landscape, undisturbed by the chaos of war. The vibrant beauty of the many living beings in flurry and spirit. It gave the four men a relaxation they had never experienced before. Man follows the law of the earth. The law of the earth follows the law of the sky. The law of the sky follows the law of the road. And the law of the road follows nature. Nothing more than that. However, in order to increase the efficiency of the treasure hunt, the four of them chose to spread out after hundreds of years of sensing the heavens and comprehending the earth. Hopefully, he would be able to find some innate treasures that had been missed before stepping into the upper half of the stage completely. However, things didn't go against his wishes. Tai Chu didn't even find a single hair of the innate treasures until he explored the area separating the upper half and the lower half. Big brother, second brother, third brother, have you arrived? I'm already there. Taishan was the calmest, and in a faint voice response, he directly crossed the void and arrived in front of Taicho. I found a piece of chaotic obstinate stone at the level of an innate spiritual treasure, so I'll join you guys later. As soon as Yuan Shi's words fell, Tong Tian's excited voice suddenly sounded in the bottom of the three people's hearts. Fourth brother, come quickly. I found a place of creation. There's even a slightly inferior innate yin-yang grand formation here, which is the defense formation outside the Green Lotus Cave. The moment these words came out, the essence in the eyes of the three Taicho people suddenly rose. Yuan Shi then even disregarded the chaotic stubborn stone. Straight away, he tore through space and arrived beside Tong Tian. Innate yin-yang grand formation? Taichu frowned slightly, similarly instantly flashing to Tong Tian's side, looking at the arcane formation where the air of yin and yang enveloped 10,000 miles and was rooted in the chaotic void. Its insides couldn't help but mutter. I haven't heard of any treasures containing the yin-yang avenue on Buzhou Mountain, either. While secretly murmuring, Taicho observed with his divine lines and vaguely saw two creatures with human bodies and serpent tails from within the immeasurable yin and yang air. The moment he saw what was contained within, he was reminded of the two famous great gods of the latter days, head of the Heavenly Dao Saints, mother of the flood people Nuwa, Demon Shi Huang, flood human heavenly emperor Fuxi. I didn't expect to find these two's lair by mistake. It looks like there's still a long time until the two are transformed. With his mind set, Taichu turned his head to the three people who were excited and ready to break the formation and search for treasures, informing them of the situation within. This formation is the place where the innate divine is born, not the place where treasures are birthed. Breaking it open will only taint the karma in vain, inviting loathing and hatred without the slightest benefit to speak of. I worked for nothing? When Tong Tian heard that there were no treasures, his face became incredibly ugly. It was hard to find a big one, but in the end it was a waste of effort. It's so bad luck. Since we've come across it, we can't come here in vain after all. His eyes swept back and forth for a long time, and then he took a step into the immeasurable air of yin and yang. This formation was naturally birthed by the heavens and earth.
And the subtlety in terms of yin and yang creation is completely inferior to the innate creation grand formation that hid the green lotus. I'll dive into it for a while, and I'm sure I'll be able to gain some considerable insights. Taichou's recognition of Tong Tian's idea also rose a little. Come all the way. Although gleaned no treasure, but if you can use the innate yin and yang array, grow some runic understanding, it is not in vain to delay for such a long time. Big brother, second brother. There is indeed nothing wrong with what Sango said. I'm also going to use this formation to deepen my understanding of the yin-yang Dao, so I'll trouble you guys to escort me outside. Fourth brother, go ahead. With us here, we will never let anyone disturb you. Yuan Shi's eyes were cold and stern as he responded with a faint voice, and the jade ruin instantly appeared in his palm. The Taishan didn't say much, but from the stern look in his eyes, he could tell who dared to come and disturb him. It must be a bloody battle without end, and in order to strengthen themselves as much as possible, to ensure that they were strong enough to protect Taichu and the two of them safely in any situation. With that, he pulled out the magic treasure he had chosen long ago and refined it. Brother, they won't hurt us, will they? Within the yin-yang formation, Nuwa looked at the approaching Tong Tian and Taichu. Her heart grew worried, and an unspeakable uneasiness and trepidation continued to impact her divine soul. Little sister, they should mean us no harm. Fushi felt the same slight trepidation in his heart. However, as an elder brother, he had to be calm and collected at this moment, and could not show any trace of timidity no matter what. In his heart, he was secretly on guard against the Taichu duo making a move, while at the same time warmly calming Nuwa. The two of them are only interested in the innate yin-yang grand formation, and will leave on their own after comprehending the mysteries contained therein, and will not bother us again. With the gentle words of reassurance, plus Tong Tian's and Taichu's unfaithful observation and realization, the tension in Nuwa's heart was slightly dispersed. Brother, look! Just as the siblings had different thoughts and were staring at every move of the figure outside the formation, Nuwa suddenly realized that Taichu was surrounded. The green lotus of creation silhouette emerged. Endless Dao rhythms rose and fell. The golden lotus of laws was boundless. Infinite great Dao linked heaven and earth, and the Big Dipper spewed out in the void. The two heirs of yin and yang seemed to be like swallows returning to their nests, pouring into them in a steady stream, visible to the naked eye in the back, gathering into the embryonic form of the yin and yang avenue. The green lotus shadow also reflects the laws of creation contained in itself under the gathering of the great Dao, as if it were a harmonizing agent, prompting the harmonious coexistence of the laws of the great Dao. Again, he shrouded all the visions in a radius of 10,000 miles, not allowing them to leak out a single star. What a dense yin and yang, the way of creation. Little sister, this is an excellent time for enlightenment. Quickly discard distracting thoughts and meditate on the mysteries contained therein. Fushi was the first to react from his shock. He even urged Nuwa to perceive the laws of creation reflected in the green lotus of creation, as well as the prototype of the yin-yang great Dao that could be seen gathering behind Taichu with the naked eye. The flood world was in a hurry, and hundreds of years passed by in a flash. In the peaceful and tranquil Buzhou mountain, the clear sky thunder suddenly sounded. A rigid and a soft too proudly proclaimed, instantly resounded through the miles of heaven and earth. I am the heir of the innermost yin of the heavens. Realized the method of creation of the heavens and the earth and transformed into the innermost god of the Buzhou Fengqi mountain. Nuwa is also. I am the heir of the innate supreme yang. Realized the way of yin and yang of heaven and earth transformed. The innate god of Buzhou Fengqi mountain Fushi is also. The announcement slowly fell. The innate yin and yang array rolled and stirred. A man and a woman figure instantly solidified. Strolling out from it. Nuwa meets your elder brother. Absolute beauty and delicate posture. Warm as white jade body. Emerald green cloud dress plus body. Golden phoenix headpin coiffure. Obviously just the beginning of the birth, but already has a later generations of human mother of goddess of mercy. You're welcome, little sister. Gentle appearance. Proud gentleman's image. Clean white Confucian robe plus body. Yin and yang head crown hoop hair. A good set of sunshine scholars' handsome skin. Between nodding their heads in greeting to each other, the two of them took a step out and arrived in front of Taichu, who was envisioning the great Dao of heaven and earth. Many thanks to Senior for the gift of preaching. Chapter 7 Discussing Creation. The initial reversal of the 36 pieces of the green lotus of creation. Nuwa owed her gratitude for the occasion. Taichu also happened to wake up from the enlightenment. Eyes slightly open to look at the person. A little stunned in the bottom of the eyes instantly flashed. The scenery of the Phoenix and Luan treasure tent is very beautiful, and all of them are made of clay and gold. The faraway mountains are flying with green colors, and the dancing sleeves are reflecting the sunshine. Pear blossom with rain to compete for delicate color. Peony cage smoke gallop charming makeup. But the enchanting girl can move and fetch back the changle to serve the king. This blasphemous poem that triggered the quantum leap of the ceiling of the gods may end up being less than appropriate and insulting. However, The first 3 lines describe the beauty of manhwa in the truest sense of the word.
The image cannot be summed up in a single glance.
Let us be able to realize in advance what the world contains.
The law of creation, the way of yin and yang, and be born present in the flooded heavens and earth.
But the presence of a beautiful woman can't shake his heart towards the path. Taicho just flashed some strange colors in his eyes before he quickly gathered up his distracting thoughts and shook his head with a light smile.
All creation is different from person to person. You are able to rely on the law of reflection, the Tao rhyme born of my epiphany, to see yourselves with a clear mind, and to come out in form, which is also considered to be your skill. I played a role in it, just a small part of it. Between the 2 of them talking, Tai Shan, Yuan Shi, and Tong Tian, all of them also came to the surrounding area successively, wheeling around the 2 of them with searching gazes. Fourth brother, is this the sister-in-law you just found? The corners of Tai Chao's mouth twitched as he sniffed,
and he also said that he was confused by Tong Tian's brain circuits,
so he didn't know what to say. Manhwa, on the other hand, was made to blush by this sudden arrival of her identity, and lowered her head with a shy brow, not daring to look at Tai Chu, or the other several people, at all. Ahem. Third brother, don't talk nonsense. These 2 are the innate holinesses that took form just now, brother and sister Fushi and Manhwa.
It was only after hearing this that the 3 Taishangs noticed that behind Manhwa stood a man with an embarrassed look in his eyes.
Fushi has met the 3 seniors. Good.
The Taishang nodded with a kindly expression.
Yuan Shi, on the other hand, continued to look down on everyone with equal arrogance, slightly owing his body even in response to the other party's greeting.
Tong Tian also realized that he had misunderstood and immediately arched his hand to apologize to the 2. I'm really sorry for the momentary slip of the tongue just now. I hope you 2 fellow Taoists won't be offended.
Seeing this,
Manhwa waved her hand to indicate that it was not relevant.
Fushi also reacted at this time and courteously owed an invitation to the 4. For seniors, it is fate to meet. What's more, this senior also has the grace of preaching to us. Now the array is no longer a hindrance.
If there are no other urgent matters,
may I ask the 4 of you to come inside and sit down for a short while and rest? Tai Shan. Tong Tian didn't feel anything about Fushi's invitation. It didn't matter if he went or not, seeing as the 2 had a pretty good attitude. Yuan Shi didn't throw out that classic line. Instead,
along with the 2 Taishangs, they turned their gaze to Tai Chu,
who would make the final decision.
We are merely taking shape 1 step ahead of you, and the word senior is not yet a term for the time being.
Just call each other friends.
Both of them could be the key figures involved in the sainthood of the later generations, and Taichu naturally wanted to befriend them. If they can be drawn into their camp, whether it was to deal with the Heavenly Dao Hongjun in the future, or to control the true protagonist of heaven and earth, the human race, it would be a bargaining chip that would take up an extremely heavy proportion. I am Pangda Yuanshin, transformed into the youngest brother of the 4 purities Taicho. The 3 Taishangs nodded bashfully and introduced themselves individually. I am Taichu's elder brother, the head of the 4 purities Taishan. I am Pan Gu Zhangzong. Name, Yuan Shi, the second brother of Taichu. I am the third brother of Taicho 3 of the 4 Qingstong Tian. Fushi. 2 people heard the identity of the 4 people. The surprise in their eyes fleetingly passed, and hastened to respectfully bowed and arched their hands in response. Greetings to fellow Daoist Tai Shang, fellow Daoist Yuan Shi, fellow Daoist Tong Tian, and fellow Daoist Tai Chu. We don't know your identities. Please forgive us if we offended you just now. With that, Fushi waved his hand to open the formation and bowed to the 4 to extend the invitation again. The cave has just opened, and its interior is somewhat humble, so I hope that you will not mind. It's natural. Taichu nodded with a light smile and led the 3 of them to step into it first, with Manhwa and Fushi following closely behind, and casually closed the gap in the formation to prevent any outsiders from trespassing. The 6 entered within the formation, and the heavens and earth changed in an instant. It is like entering a peach garden, where all the trees are growing, the flowers are pink and colorful, the fragrance is pleasant to the nose, and the wind is soft and cozy. Please sit down, gentlemen. Under the light wave of one arm, simple stone table rises from the ground. 6 futons fall all around, tender peaches dropping into the plate. Spiritual spring cups appear since, having just come out in form, there's nothing to entertain. The next time we have the chance to meet again, we will be sure to offer our hospitality. Nourished by the way of yin and yang, the air of creation, they are some good spirit fruits. Taichu tasted the tender peach and nodded lightly in approval. Okay, good. Hidden some yin and yang air. It's a good snack. Good. Fushi's heart was secretly relieved when he saw the 4 say so. It's good that you fellow Taoists like it. Subsequently, as the 6 talked and laughed, Manhwa's eyes always contained a different color when she looked at Taichu. It made Fushi sigh in disbelief. When it really is a woman's age. It's not a woman's age. This is the case after only meeting once. and I am afraid that there will be a lot of entanglements between my little sister and Taichu in the future.
I just don't know what the end result will be.
With the other party's gentle nature, it wouldn't be a bad story if they could tie the knot. Tai Shang and the others naturally noticed the strange color in Nuwa's eyes.
Some relief came to my heart. The eyes that looked at the two of them also became more and more familiar and enthusiastic. Fushi and Nuwa have just come out of their forms, and I don't think their comprehension of the Tao is too deep. Why don't we discuss the Tao and help him set foot on the Tao path as soon as possible? The moment Tai Shang's gaze landed on Taichu, he saw in the other man's eyes a kind of kindness that he'd only seen on the faces of the older generation when he'd brought his girlfriend home in his previous life. Rapidly scanning Yuanshi, Tong Tian, and even Fushi, seeing that the three had that color in their eyes, to a greater or lesser extent, Taicho was instantly confused. Then, as he exchanged a glance with Nuwa and saw the other party immediately avert her gaze, her cheeks instantly flying red, he suddenly realized that he seemed to be getting a date. Just before he reacted, Yuanshi and Tong Tian have nodded their heads to respond, and also very tacit understanding with Fushi looked at each other and smiled. Good, could be. Seeing that everyone responded, Taishang then prepared to expound on his own Dan Dao. For fellow Taoists, why don't you let us, brother and sister, start first? After all, the firstborn was not long ago, and his comprehension of the laws of the great Tao is not yet comparable to that of all of you. It's okay as an opening lead-in. The finale is really not appropriate. Several people were not offended by Fushi's interruption. The order of precedence is just the same. Whoever comes. What I have realized is to use the law of yin and yang, the laws of heaven and earth, to deduce the cause and effect of all things in the world. The way of destiny, the significance of which is, in the way of just being born not long ago, there was not much comprehension of the laws of the great Tao, and it was only a few years before it reached its end. Nuwa then lightly exhaled a turbid breath and expounded on the way she had realized. The way of creation, the mysterious 10,000 laws, for which heaven and earth and nature are in the palm of the hand, is the root of all things in the world. As Taichu listened to the Tao that Nuwa was speaking, his heart suddenly moved slightly. The 12-pin green lotus of creation suddenly appeared, drawing the gazes of the Taishang and the others to its body. Fourth brother, what are you planning to do? Big brother, second brother, third brother. The way expounded by Taoist Nuwa is very childish, but it conceals the true meaning of creation. It actually induced the green lotus of creation to reveal the throb that it could be fused again. Tai Chao's words fell. The 12 products of the green lotus of creation then blossomed with green ons. Endless divine patterns emerged in the world, penetrating the void. The Panlong flat crutch, the 3 treasures jade ruin, and the green ping sword have manifested on their own. The 4 were connected by divine lines, and when their chi mingled, Taicho hurriedly offered the causal arcane mirror to cover space and time, shielding the karma of this side of heaven and earth to prevent outsiders from prying eyes and leaking this. By far, the strongest undercard. Big brother, second brother, third brother, fellow Taoist Nuwa, please also lend a hand to help me return to my roots and recast the 36 pieces of the green lotus of creation. Hearing this, without the slightest hesitation, the 3 Taishangs immediately set out to harness their own magic treasures, obeying the greeting of the 12-pin green lotus of creation and slowly leaning towards it. Nuwa also regained her senses from her shock and hurriedly imperialized the laws of creation to envelop the 4 treasures, acting as a lubricant between the 4 and making the process of fusion even more silky smooth. For his part, Taichu was fully focused on manipulating the 12-pin green lotus of creation, as well as the law's divine patterns that hooked up the 4, and began his first feat of reversing the 36-pin green lotus of creation. In a split second, the air of creation filled the heavens and earth. The immeasurable spiritual chi poured in, and 10,000 miles of space and time were full of vitality. The Taoist mysteries gradually overflowed, and the flowers, plants and trees swallowed them with ecstasy. In just 10 years, it had allowed the ordinary spiritual root, which was originally not of grade, to break the limitations of heaven and earth, its own root barrier, and cross over into the Hotian spiritual root level. Fushi also in this environment, fell into enlightenment. The air of yin and yang around the body manifestation, deduce the way to float in the void. All kinds of cause and effect are in its eyes continue to birth and death, past, present, and future. The tripartite perspective rotates endlessly. It allowed it to easily take more than a few steps in the way of deduction one after another. Creation bells God show, yin and yang cut the twilight. 3,000 years have passed. Within the space and time enveloped by the causal arcane mirror, the 4 treasures had been reunited and generalized into 36 green lotus of creation, reappearing between heaven and earth. This is the only mature lotus seed that was transformed when the chaotic green lotus, the treasure of chaos that gave birth to the great god Pangu, disintegrated. As legend has it, sitting on it, there will be nothing in heaven and earth. No one can no one can break it, and the moment it is offered, the Heavenly Dao will have to retreat, not daring to look directly at it in the front in the slightest, and it can purify everything in heaven and earth of all evils, and help the holder's enlightenment to double 1,000 times more than that, and is enough to suppress immeasurable qi, containing the complete Tao of creation, with 108 chaotic prohibitions, is the 36-pin green lotus of creation that ranks as the number 1 chaotic spiritual treasure in heaven and earth. Nuwa murmured, all the information about the 36 pieces of the green lotus of creation, her face, her eyes, and her heart, all filled with disbelief. Even though she was personally involved in the reversal process, she still couldn't believe that this supreme treasure that only existed in legends, it actually appeared so watery in front of her, allowing her to peer at it, and even touch it at will. Only, before she could continue to carefully perceive the Taoist rhythm on it, Tai Chu pinched the seal and split it into 4 treasures again, which fell back into their respective hands. The 36 pints of the green lotus of creation are too high in rank and are not allowed by heaven and earth, and after the successful reversal, with my control over the causal Xian mirror, I am not yet able to shield it for a long time. Unless it is used outside the chaotic heavens, it can only be watched for a tea time, and then it has to be divided immediately, so as not to be perceived by the Heavenly Dao, and thus send down thunder punishment, forcibly weakening the bit to within the boundaries of what the flooded heaven and earth can accommodate. When the Taishang and the others heard this, they were a bit indignant in their hearts. The entire flooded heavens and earth are made by our Father God. Nowadays, when you engage in a magic treasure, you have to be clamped down by outsiders. It's simply ridiculous. When our cultivation is complete, we will kill the Heavenly Dao consciousness, so that the flooded heavens and earth will return to our control. In addition, after this reversal, my control over the 36 pieces of the green lotus of creation has once again risen a notch. Trying to return to the roots again will become incredibly easy. It can be used as a winning card for us against the enemy. Once these words came out, the displeasure in the hearts of the 3 instantly dissipated for the most part, and with smiles on their faces, they all arched their hands in congratulations. Fourth brother's methods are really brilliant. We are really not as good as we are to be able to split and combine chaotic spiritual treasures at will. Fourth brother, you can be considered the first person in this flooded heaven and earth. While the 3 were congratulating each other, Fu Shi also woke up from his enlightenment, feeling their own solid cultivation, skyrocketing avenue sense. Eyes in the excitement is difficult to express. Straight to the beginning of the great God, slightly condensed to make the oath of the great Tao. What I have seen today, I will surely rot in my belly and never reveal a single bit of it in any form. If there is any violation, heaven and earth will punish you, your body will die, your soul will be dispersed, and the great Tao will judge you. The high call fell, and a blast of thunder roused the sky to show that the Great Way had answered the oath it had made. Ha 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 ha, fellow Daoist Fushi, it's really a bit of an underestimation of our breadth of mind. There's no need to make an avenue vow for this little matter at all. We believe in you and fellow Daoist Nuwa. Taicho smiled broadly and waved his hand between them, his eyes full of admiration for Fushi. And I don't know about one who was so sensible. How did they die at the hands of the 2 Dijun brothers? It is thought that there are other causes and effects hidden in it that are not known to outsiders. Otherwise, Nuwa was afraid that she wouldn't let go so easily. Even if you don't personally target Emperor Jun, Tai, but also will certainly be related to all the people killed. Collect the soul into the demon gourd in, day and night to vent the anger and pain in the heart. And if it wasn't for your sister's help, I wouldn't have been able to return the green lotus of creation to its original form so quickly. If I really want to do some math, I should properly thank Daoist Nuwa. With that, Taicho then slightly owed and arched his hand, expressing his gratitude to him. No, fellow Daoist is overstating it. Nuwa waved her hands at the situation, full of panic that she couldn't afford it. If it wasn't for fellow Daoist Taichu coming, if my elder brother and I wanted to transform into forms, we would have needed at least 10,000 more years. Now not only did I take advantage of the divine might of the green lotus of creation and take shape ahead of time, but it also allowed me to have an incomparably deeper understanding of the creation path. It is only right that we thank you for your great gift of preaching. The magic treasure reversed the origin successfully. All 6 people's hearts were filled with joy, and they talked and laughed. Even Yuan Shi, who was arrogant in nature, was full of joy and smiles. Only, there is no such thing as an unbroken feast. The 6 of them exchanged pleasantries and chatted for more than an hour, and Taichu then offered his farewell. We still need to walk up toward the top of the uncharted mountain. Then I will not continue to stay longer. Fellow Daoist Fushi, fellow Daoist Nuwa, we will meet again in the coming days. With that, the 4 of them were ready to get up and leave. Nuwa felt a sudden sense of reluctance in her heart when she saw this, and her eyes were filled with Taichu's shadow, subconsciously wanting to reach out and retain her hand. but it was pressed back by Fushi's quick eyes. Take care, for fellow Taoists, we'll have a long time to come. After seeing the four leave, Fushi feigned a look of hatred and spoke out to flirt with Nuwa. Little sister, we will definitely meet again in the future. You just don't have to be in such a hurry if you like it anymore, do you? If I hadn't stopped you just now, you probably would have gone directly with Taoist Taichu. What? Is it that you only intend to have a lover boy and not me, your older brother? When Nuwa heard this, she was instantly flushed with shame. Brother, you're just going to talk nonsense. I'm going back to practicing. Between stamping her feet shyly, she turned around and walked straight towards the cave, but just a few steps out, Fushi's flirting struck again, making her wish she could just find a crack in the ground. It is indeed time to consolidate your cultivation, but remember not to think wildly. If the Taoist heart is in disarray, there can be a danger of going off the deep end. By then, your lover boy, perhaps, will be in the arms of another woman. Two flowers bloom, each with a branch. Taichu suffered the same treatment as Nuwa at this time. Fourth brother, I'm afraid Taoist Nuwa has taken a liking to you. I wonder when I'll go back to welcome you so I can give me a great nephew to play with. Fourth brother, don't go so fast. Talk to third brother. If you don't think a nephew is a good idea, I wouldn't mind having a niece, and I promise to bring you all up properly. Taishan looked at Taichu, who was walking sullenly, his eyes full of kindness and playfulness. That girl has a good nature and could use more exposure. If you're willing, big brother will go talk to you. The corners of Yuan Shi's mouth also rose slightly after the previous contact, as well as his observation of the two, and he joined in on the flirting, transformed by the air of the innate supreme Yin, and following the path of creation. No matter the route or the path, it is a perfect match for you. Fourth brother, this marriage is fine with the second brother. It was like the old generation's face-to-face hyping the sense of vision, so that Taichu really felt a big head, blushing and wanting to argue, but did not know where to start. It could only be in the midst of the trio's loud laughter, lowered its head and hurried on at a fast pace, leaving it all far behind. Chapter 8, Refining the Body from Mte. Tingyi. The conflicts between the three clans intensified. Buzhou Mountain is made of Pangu's spine. Sparing the thousands of sessions that had already passed, the remnants of the lower half of the mighty pressure were worn down by the beings. However, the Pangu pressure remaining in the first half of the section was avoided by all beings because it was more than 1,000 times greater than the second half. Few dare to challenge it, and it is even more nonsensical to say that it is wearing off and diminishing. Just by coming to the border, the four Taichou people felt as if they were burdened with a mountain of weight, and every step they took consumed a lot more power than the previous one. Ahead is the first half of Buzhou Mountain. Big brother, second brother, third brother, you all need to be ready. The real challenge is just beginning now. To only cultivate the Yuan Shen and not strengthen the physical body, even if one is able to certify the path to the mixed Yuan, they will only be the weakest existence among them. Since we want to be invincible in heaven and earth, we can't let our physical bodies become a liability. Body-soul dual cultivation is the king. Tongtian's heart was filled with fervor, and he hardened himself against the pressure of heaven and earth as he excitedly responded in a loud voice. Don't worry, fourth brother, I've already made preparations. Never let the flesh be a drag. It is even more unlikely that they will be buried in the midst of a fight down the road due to the fragility of their physical bodies. Even if I were to scatter all my cultivation and start all over again, I would never get lucky and witness the Tao, and end up as a mole cricket at the end of the line. Since along the way, Taichou had emphasized more than once, the weakness of the three of them was their lack of physical body strength. If they encountered someone with a strong body, they would definitely be countered by them, or even fall into the hands of the other party. Therefore, even as arrogant as Yuan Shi, he had long realized that the vital importance of dual cultivation of body and soul. Although they did not respond aloud, both he and Taishang nodded slightly with steely eyes, indicating that they were clear about the dangers involved. Would never disgrace the fourth brother for that. In that case, let's head for the top. Seeing that all three recognized the key, Taichu's heart was slightly relieved. It was important to realize that among the original trajectories, the fragility of the physical body could be more than just a weakness of the three purities. It could almost be said to be the weakness that existed in common with the six people who had forged the Heaven's Path Sage exalted position with the quasi-saints way. Hongjun allowed them to become saints by force with merit. Instead of relying on the great Tao hidden within the Hongmeng purple chi after the cultivation had been completed. One step at a time, one step at a time, one step at a time, one step at a holy position. It was likely that he knew about this problem and wanted to use it as a weakness to easily control the six people for his use. Even if he expected well, the reason why Hongjun was able to easily stop the six from killing each other at the end of the God-sealing quantum revelation. In addition to the slight gap in strength, the physical body was not enough to carry the cultivation and could not exert its full power.
It was also one of the major reasons why the six were not able to defeat the other party and were easily taken by them. That was why, in order to prevent the three Qing from repeating their mistakes, he had constantly instilled the importance of body-soul dual cultivation. Now that his reminder seems to have sunk in, the three should not be taking this aspect lightly. Between the ebb and flow of his mind, Taicho took the final step, his body completely stepping into the forbidden zone of living beings that only a handful of people had attempted to enter since the thousands of Yuan sessions on the Buzhou mountain. In a split second, infinite oppression descended, and the power borne by his entire body suddenly surged by more than 100 times, as if heaven and earth were condensing and the stars were collapsing. The pervasive might crazily invaded the four's physical bodies and divine souls. In an instant, it sealed off their perception of the external Tao, the manipulation of the mana in their bodies. It was only able to resist with its physical body, and was unable to use any external force to increase it in the slightest. It is worthy of being the spine of the Father God who took on the body of the flooded heavens and earth after the force of the opening of the heavens and the earth was exhausted. Just the residual pressure is so strong enough. While secretly murmuring, the fighting spirit in Tai Chao's eyes grew even more. Let me take a peek at just how powerful the once Father God really was. Even after death, he can still suppress all living beings for more than 10,000 lifetimes. Growling inwardly, Tai Chao's footsteps grew firmer and 3 times faster. The essence blood of Pangu's heart concealed within his body also bloomed with endless divine might under the constant stimulation of the residual pressure. The laws of force surged madly, washing his body and providing it with near-infinite power, stimulating the power of the Pangu bloodline that was latent in the body but had never been explored. Time flew by quietly, and 100 years had passed. Not only did Tai Chao's speed not diminish in the slightest, but instead, due to the constant stimulation of the essence blood in his heart, he became 3 times swifter and swifter. Big brother. Second brother. What's wrong with fourth brother? It's amazing how fast the climb is going. Tong Tian looked at the figure that seemed to be as light as a swallow from afar, without the slightest hint of fatigue, contrasting nearly an incense burner to move a step. The body of the mountain are not enough to describe them. Eyes amazed clumps. Is it hard to believe that fourth brother has mutated? How is it that the same Yuanshan is transformed, but the gap can be so outrageous? Third brother. I'm afraid you haven't forgotten already. Fourth brother's roots were originally different from ours, weren't they? Yuan Shi's reminder instantly reminded Tong Tian of the scene at the time of Tai Chu's birth. Father God's heart's blood? No wonder fourth brother is a fish out of water for this place. In terms of physical fitness, if Father God calls himself second, I'm afraid that no one would dare to recognize himself as first. Indeed, Taishan nodded lightly, looking out over the figures waiting for them to go up not far away, his eyes flickering slightly with thought for several breaths. And he waved and called out to Tai Chu in a loud voice. Fourth brother, don't wait for us anymore. I'll see you at the top of Buzhou. Hearing this, Tai Chu frowned lightly as he prepared to say something. Yuan Shi and Tong Tian's exhortations, however, had come first. Our fleshly bodies are not good. We need to sharpen them again before we can continue forward. You're only wasting your time by staying here. Fourth brother, when we have honed our flesh, we will go and find you. 100 years of grinding under the pressure, the constant baptism of the heart's essence blood, and the rapid refinement of the laws of force had already caused Tai Chao's physical body cultivation to skyrocket several times. The physical body that had originally been suppressed by the Yuanshan had completely caught up with the former at this moment, reaching the mid-Dailo stage and almost approaching the late Dailo stage. The oppression brought to him by this current journey was already small, and it was simply not enough to allow his physical body cultivation to advance again. Now that he saw that all 3 Qing were doing so, he didn't refuse anymore. Then I will go ahead and wait at the top of the Buzhou mountain for your brothers to go ahead. The chance fell, and Tai Chu no longer stayed, turning around and heading towards the top of the mountain once again. As the essence blood in his heart continued to be stimulated, his heart vaguely felt that there appeared to be something in front of him that was constantly attracting him. Originally, he had planned to wait and bring the 3 Qing forward with him. Now it was up to him to find out, as Tai Chu led the 3 purities to make up for the weaknesses of the physical body. The conflict between the 3 clans was once again intensified. The moment beginning Kiran received the news that the treasure trove had been stolen, he subconsciously thought that it was the dragon and phoenix tribes that had taken advantage of his absence, and the fury that continued to erupt in his heart completely incinerated the last of his sanity. No longer having any qualms about striking out, he hissed angrily and killed the ancestral dragon and Yuanfeng duo. He was bound to let them know what would happen if they dared to play dirty tricks behind his back. In a flash, space and time shook. The earth cracked and the sky crumbled, and the members of the 3 clans within a 10,000 mile radius around the 3 of them were all affected by the aftermath. The lifters, the dying and the obliterated can be counted. and this abnormal behavior of his soon caught the attention of the ancestral dragon and Yuan Feng. After several times of verbal probing, and being informed that the other clan's main treasure trove had been stolen by all of them, the two of them were instantly on the alert. Regardless of who was behind this, or whether the beginning Kirin was directing itself, they had to be on guard, while secretly transmitting his voice to have the clan send heavy troops to guard the treasure trove to prevent anyone from fishing in troubled waters, constantly tugging the unhinged beginning Kirin towards the empty, uninhabited area. The ones they brought out could be the elite of the clan. If they let the other party continue to act recklessly, the loss of the clan alone would not be something they could afford. Chapter 9 Pango Chalcedony. Ancestral Witch's Chance of Sainthood. The flooded heavens and earth do not remember the year, and 100 years are blinked in an instant. The killing in the outside world, where the sky was crumbling, did not affect the 4 people on Buzhou Mountain, who were diligently exercising their physiques. Tai Shang, Yuan Shi, and Tong Tian, under the residual pressure, after unremitting efforts, finally made their fleshly bodies overtake Yuanshan, reaching the mid-Daolo realm. The body felt a million times lighter at the same time. The 4 of them, however, did not dare to slack off the slightest bit inside. Now they had only climbed 2/3 of the way, and there were still tens of thousands of miles of distant journey waiting for them to continue. Big brother, second brother, come on. Fourth brother is afraid that he has already been waiting for us at the top of the mountain. The continuously growing power filled Tong Tian's heart with excitement and fervor, and the exhaustion in his body was not even a concern for him. As he greeted the 2 Taishangs, he himself did not pause for a moment, and against the progressively heavy pressure, he took a big step forward towards the top of the mountain. I'm an elder brother. How can I be compared to my own youngest brother? Yuan Shi looked at Tong Tian's back from afar. His eyes were filled with fighting spirit, and the part of his feet became more and more powerful, gradually closing the distance between the two of them. Tai Shang, on the other hand, carries out the path of inaction that he himself practiced. Do not compete or compare, take one step at a time, to realize the nature of the heaven and earth, and to feel the changes of the stars in the circumference of the sky. Slowly following behind the two of them, the yin and yang rotation in the body was unceasing, and the outside world's spiritual chi was pouring in and quenching, making the speed of his physical body cultivation increase more than several times that of the Yuan Shi duo. He had already reached the edge of breaking through to the late stage of the Great Luo. What fourth brother said is not false. The flesh is the marigold and the divine soul is the water, complementing each other in order to reach the heavens. Although it is a shortcut for one party to be the only one, the result is that it is inferior and cannot be compared with the best in the same realm. Had it not been for fourth brother informing us of this, we fear that we would surely have gone astray, pursuing the bitter fruit that was long ago doomed to failure. The 3 brothers walk side by side as they sharpen themselves. After 100 years of constant climbing, the hidden Pango's heart essence blood in his body had already been stimulated by a third, so that not only did his physical body reach the limit of the late Dala stage, even the laws of force were driven like an arm, half stepping into the level of the great Tao of force. Only one thing is very sad. He was less than 2,000 miles from the top of the mountain. The pressure that remained on it, although there was still a not insignificant suppression on him, but it was no longer able to stimulate the essence blood in his heart to burst out with a more powerful force, resulting in his physical body's cultivation. It was still climbing, not true, but the speed of enhancement was not as fast as before. Wanting to break through the limits again and arrive at the peak of the Great Luo realm was already impossible. Since the gains from continued persistence are minimal, then let's see what it is that's attracting me. With a resolution in his heart, Taicho did not continue to waste time, striding like a shooting star, his body resembling a wild wind. But in the time it took to burn incense, he had already raced 100 miles away to the inexplicable place that attracted the throbbing of his bloodline. The void collapses, suppressing heaven and earth. The 5 elements do not exist. Yin and yang collapsing. The power of this formation is really a bit terrifying. Looking at the formation world that was densely covered with strange stone forests, filled with stars and buckets reflecting in the sky, time and space were disorganized and disorderly, and the internal and external pressure were polarized. Taichu was also instantly alert. The divine lines in his eyes manifested, instantly catalyzed to the extreme, peering into the nodes, looking for a way to break the formation peacefully. With force as the foundation, the 10,000 paths are transformed into law, and heaven and earth are self-contained. It seems that it's not possible to break the formation by trickery. After gazing at the array formation for a few breaths and analyzing the fundamentals of the array formation with his divine lines, Tai Chu was able to control all of its subtleties. It seems very simple to break this formation, but there are 2 most fatal difficulties. One of them is to make the force of the attack exceed the limit of the formation's ability to withstand it. The second builds on the first by making the attack just over the limit, but not too much beyond what is taken.
Otherwise, it would cause the heaven and earth around the formation to collapse and cave in, banishing the space where the treasure was hidden, straight into the void. At that time, if the banished space happened to fall into other people's hands, then he would really be an ingrate. It's a lost cause, and all the effort has gone to the outsiders. Good thing I'm not a vegetarian. It just so happens that this is a way to test out what the results of all these years of cultivation really are. Between the low murmurs, Taichu unloaded his entire body's strength, as if it was as light as a willow leaf in the wind, and as if it was as firm as a pine or cypress in the mountains. Breath gradually into the nature of the world. All things are assimilated with the moment. Like a thunderous explosion of soft drink suddenly rose. The divine pattern of the word force suddenly appeared in his eyes. His body violently swelled up several times, and the moment he stepped out, the earth fell apart, and his two fists were like wild dragons coming out of the sea, blasting right on top of the formation barrier. In a flash, space and time twisted and tore, and heaven and earth crushed and collapsed. The stone forest was turned into flying ash in an instant, floating in the sky, wrapped in the wind. It disappeared with the smoke of the formation. A deep, bottomless cavern was left in place, waiting for him to visit. What a familiar scent! Taicho came before the cave, lightly sniffing the smell emanating from within it, and his eyes couldn't help but flash with a hint of astonishment. Without the slightest hesitation, he quickly entered the cave without the slightest hesitation between his excited and bloodied face. Along the narrow tunnel, running wildly for marigold tea time, rushed out of the dim moment, the whole person instantly stunned in place, eyes staring blankly into the air, unable to return from it for a long time. Inside the cave, which was only 100 feet wide and narrow, under the reflection of the stars, 4 drops of crystal clear, pigeon blood red colorful Panga's essence blood, quietly hanging between heaven and earth. Underneath it is emitting a rich fragrance. Lightly sniffing can make the cultivation enhancement. Refining can be certified to the Tao of mixed yuan. A drop is a pool of Pango chalcedony. It's worthy of being a treasure capable of attracting heart essence blood. It really opened my eyes. Due to having the only remaining heart essence blood of Pango itself, at the very beginning of his birth, the Great Beginning knew that the essence blood of Pango contained a complete Great Tao. This was why the 12 ancestor witches, by nature, were able to control a Great Tao. After regaining his senses from the shock, he enveloped the 4 drops of essence blood with his divine thoughts and probed into the Great Tao hidden within. Cause and effect, yin and yang, order, and destruction. I didn't realize that what was contained within them were actually these 4 Great Tao. Yin and yang, destruction, and cause and effect. The power they possessed needed no introduction. The only thing that could be considered special to the extreme was the ability of the avenue of order. The word is only a tiny part of the authority contained within it. Strictly speaking, even the way of heaven should come under its reign. Order is ritual. That is, the rules, the basic principle to be followed in the functioning of heaven and earth, and the behavior of all beings. High in the heavens, brilliant in heaven's might, substituting one's own heart for heaven's heart, punishing all vile, dirty people. It is the truest portrayal of the avenue of order. To put it bluntly, it is not in line with the heart of the ruler's intention. Heaven and earth rights and laws. He can be reduced, punished, or even wiped out. From cultivation to soul, from enlightenment to roots, from longevity to fortune, all are among those cut down and erased by this Tao. The avenue of order is a good match for Ergo's temperament. The yin-yang avenue will be left to Big Brother, just in line with the method he practiced. The Great Tao of Destruction will be reserved for Third Brother, and with the method of the Sword Tao, commanding the Great Tao of Destruction, I think it will surely increase his strength greatly. Murmuring to himself, and putting the 3 drops of Pangu essence blood into the mustard space, Taichu then set his eyes on the last drop of essence blood that contained the Great Tao of Causality. It just so happens that after obtaining the causal arcane mirror, I don't have a deep understanding of the way therein, so let's take you to help me completely master this supreme treasure. Sacrificing the causal arcane mirror and placing it at the center of his head and brow, Taicho straightaway swallowed his essence blood and entered the state of enlightenment. Due to the fact that it had heart essence blood in its body, ordinary essence blood did not have the slightest ability to resist. It was then crushed into smithereens and merged within his body, fueling his physical body and nurturing his divine soul at the same time. Using the Great Tao inscribed in the Xian mirror as a guide, the essence blood contained the Great Tao of cause and effect, which blossomed to its fullest within Taichu's mind. A short period of 5 years had not only caused its perception of the laws of cause and effect to be raised to the level of a near Great Tao, even the Xian mirror had been refined by him unknowingly with 36 innate prohibitions. Only the last 10 or so lanes are missing to completely take it all in. There was also something else that overwhelmed him. That is, along with the prohibition of the causal arcane mirror, which was refined by him for the most part, a divine ability that was engraved in it was also completely mastered by him. Causal divine power, infinite future. Not only can you use the power of the Xian mirror to look into the future with causality as a guide, and gain insight into your enemy's every move, reaching the point where those who come after you send it out, and those who come before you reach it. When the avatar is greatly accomplished, it is even more capable of consuming its own cultivation or sacrificing items and abilities to summon a future body to fight on its behalf. It stands to reason that the causal demon god has such a buggy ability. How on earth did he get ed over by Pango? Is he destined to die, so he can't summon his future body to help? But of the countless future forks, one should always survive, right? According to the ability of the descendants to send and the ancestors to arrive, it shouldn't be difficult to gain insight into Pangu's intentions in advance and choose the best route for survival, right? Endless doubts surged through his mind, causing Taicho to momentarily fall into deep thought, unable to comprehend whether the death of the causal demon god was real or what kind of conspiracy was being hidden. Forget about it. Soldiers come and go. Since the Xian mirror has fallen into my hands, no one can take it away. Not to mention the resurrection of the causal demon god. Even if the Heavenly Dao came down to do it himself, I would never be able to compromise by half. After clearing his mind of all the miscellaneous thoughts, Tai Chu placed his gaze on the Pango Chalcedony. Although there was only one drop, it contained immeasurable power. The time it would take to refine all of them would be calculated in terms of yuan sessions. And this drop of Chalcedony, in fact, is Pango for the 12 ancestral witches, left behind the opportunity to become a saint. As for how he knows, the answer to this question is very simple. Putting aside the Yuan Shun, there was no problem in saying that he belonged to the ranks of the 12 ancestral witches. After all, his current body was the result of heart essence blood that was one level higher than essence blood, directly inheriting the direct lineage of the great Tao of Force. From the point of view of bits and roots, it was not at all too much to say that he considered himself to be the elder, big brother of the 12 ancestral witches. Since it's a chance for sainthood reserved for the ancestral witches, it should have some effect on me as well. In a low, soft voice, Taicho reached his hand within the Chalcedony. All of a sudden, the sky and earth suddenly dimmed, and the roars of the sky and the wails of grievances rose and fell in an endless stream. A rough-looking giant figure, constantly wielding a huge axe in his hand, fought alone against 3,000 terrifying gods and devils in a sight of delusionless chaos. Its strength was so dominant that few people could carry it through 10 moves. Not long afterward there were only 10 demon gods left, still struggling to hold on under them. But it didn't last long, along with one of them being killed and one choosing to escape. The will of the remaining 8 people instantly collapsed. Seized by the other party, they all chopped off their heads and obliterated their souls and bodies, as if the giant knew that time was running out, or did not want to continue to fight. Looking out at the figure disappeared, then waved the giant axe toward the chaotic void chopping. 3,000 axes rose and fell in succession, and Taichu didn't dare to spare a single one, eyes fixed on the giant figure. His hands mimicked unconsciously. Heaven and earth opened up, the giant supported it, the clear air rose, the turbid air fell, the body fell into the world, diffusing all things and beings. From the battle of the opening of the heavens to the generalization of the heavens and the earth to the end, Taicho didn't miss a ding, and the movements in his hands didn't even pause for half a second. As the illusion dissipated and returned to reality, a divine power appeared on its own, only to wake him up from his daze. Force Tao Avatar opened heaven and earth, using the avenue of force as the foundation, accommodating 3,000 avenues. One blow destroys everything. The Heavenly Dao collapses, and the avenues retreat and disperse. Might manifested in his mind, and delight floated in Tai Chao's eyes. I didn't expect that merely observing Pangu's opening of the heavens would result in such a great harvest, worthy of being left to the 12 ancestral witches for the opportunity of witnessing the Dao, the immersive experience, the divine might that doesn't distinguish between reality and reality, when it's really strong enough. If this divine ability is paired with the earth-opening chisel, the power it can exert is estimated to be several points more powerful than the heaven-opening divine axe. While his heart was excited, Taichu still had a small regret. It's just a pity that the refining of the pioneer chisel is too difficult. Even with all the recent opportunities and rising cultivation levels, I've only refined 20 chaotic prohibitions, not even 1% of the total. With a helpless light sigh, Taicho did not care too much. After all, the pioneer chisel was in existence with 3001 chaotic prohibitions that transcended the control of the great Tao. With his current cultivation level, it would be hard enough to refine a chaotic spiritual treasure, let alone an earth-shattering chisel that surpassed the level of a chaotic supreme treasure. In order to refine them all, it was estimated that there wasn't that chance without achieving the mixed Yuan Dao Lord. I don't know how long it's been out there. Big Brother and the others think they should be arriving soon. Throwing all his annoyances away, he put away the Pango Chalcedony and scanned the cave to make sure he hadn't missed anything. Turning around, he walked out of the cave beyond,
seeking the scent of the three Taishang people,
and went forward to join them. Big brother, can you still move forward? On Buzhou Mountain,
Tong Tian gritted his teeth and stepped and charged, but he was never able to break through this final barrier.
Unable to move forward,
Taishang really didn't expect that the closer he got to the top of the mountain, the pressure he had to endure was nearly twice as heavy. With their fleshly bodies at the middle Dala stage, even though they had already seen the shadow of the mountaintop, they only needed to continue climbing for 5,000 miles to reach it. But it was like a stone's throw away, unable to advance half a step further no matter what, blocked in this last 5,000 miles away. Third brother, don't try to be tough again.
Yuan Shi looked at Tong Tian, who was bleeding from 7 holes under the terrifying might and whose flesh was producing state glass-like cracks, and his eyes couldn't help but rise with some concern. Boom! As soon as its words fell, Tong Tian was unable to withstand the terrifying pressure and lost his footing for a moment as his legs weakened and he fell back to the two of them. The intense physical pain, however, could not stop the will from advancing. Tong Tian turned his concern for Tai Chu into motivation to stand up again, and the moment he rolled over, he continued to charge without the slightest hesitation. It's been centuries since the fourth brother left. Now no matter how much they call, they are not heard from. Perhaps the mountain tops are separated by space and time, but how can I be at ease until I see him safe with my own eyes? How could the Taishang duo not be worried? But these last 5,000 miles were like a boundary between heaven and earth, blocking their progress. Try as hard as you can. You can't change a dingbat. One can only watch Tong Tian try again and again, fall again and again, charge again and again, and the cycle repeats itself without being able to do anything about it. Big brother, second brother, third brother, what are you doing? Just as the three were hanging their heads and filled with worry, Tai Chu was like a goat leaping over a stream. His footsteps were light as he flew down from the mountain and soon arrived in front of them. Exercising the physique is not something that can be accomplished overnight. Everything must be done in moderation and not recklessly. Looking at Tong Tian's miserable appearance, Tai Chu helplessly complained at the same time. The laws of creation surged forth, instantly restoring all of the appalling damage on his body as before. Fourth brother, where the hell have you been for the past few hundred years? It's hard to believe that the top of the mountain is really a world of its own. Unable to accept our summoning and shouting. Seeing that he wasn't dreaming, Tong Tian was overjoyed and hurriedly inquired about Tai Chu's whereabouts during this time. The physical body carries the great Dao, the body of the glazed precious elephant, the breath of immortality and indestructibility. Yuan Shi looked Tai Chu up and down for several breaths, and asked about his current cultivation in slightly surprised words. Fourth brother, your fleshly body cultivation has reached the peak of Diluo? Yeah, ergo. Between nodding his head and responding, Tai Chu informed the three of the entire process over these hundreds of years, except for the Pango Chalcedony, as much as he could, and within the mustard seed space, the 3 drops of Pango essence blood collected were distributed one by one to Taishang, Yuan Shi, and Tong Tian. Big brother, what you have amended is the Yin Yang Dao. This drop of Father God's essence blood is just able to, while compensating for the flaws in your physical body, help you take a step closer to your Dao. Second brother, you are a man of the middle rules. And this drop of Father God's essence blood contains the great Tao of order within it, so I'm sure you'll like it very much. Third brother, you are the sharpest sword amongst our 4 brothers, stronger than elder brother. Second brother in terms of fighting. This drop of Father God's essence blood that contains the great Tao of destruction is simply tailor-made for you. The Taishang trio looked at the essence blood in front of their chests, their eyes instantly filled with excitement and thrill. Father God's essence blood, even if it's just the most ordinary essence blood, under the enhancement of the great Tao contained within it, it will also far exceed the increase of any heavenly materials and earthly treasures to them within the flood. What was originally out of reach was now so easily in the hands with the help of the Tai Cho Chi luck, while endless ecstasy surged. A trace of trance appeared on the faces of the 3. If it weren't for the bloodline attraction emanating from the essence blood and the terrifying Tao rhythm contained within it, they all had to think that they weren't thinking about Tai Chu too much and their spirits couldn't withstand the mighty pressure of heaven and earth. And they were having hallucinations comparable to daydreaming. Fourth brother, if you are in such a situation in the future, remember to report to us first. Tong Tian came back to his senses from the shock, and the first thing he did was not to swallow the essence blood, but to dictate to Tai Chu with a slightly condensed expression. You are like a stone sinking into the sea for hundreds of years without any news, which really makes us incredibly worried. Fourth brother, you must remember that no matter how great the chances, returning safely is the most important thing. Between Yuan Shi's deep voice of instruction, Taishang also slowly came to his front, lightly patting his shoulder with a kind and gentle expression. Just come back safely. The warmth flowed like the spring breeze and rain, nourishing Tai Chu's heart and making his will stronger and stronger. Whoever in this life or the next wants to harm the 3,
He is bound to break his physical body and lynch his soul, so that he will taste all the pain in heaven and earth, regretting his strike, and even regretting being born on top of this world. Big brother, second brother, third brother, I remember. You all quickly absorb the Father God's essence blood as well. Now that the heaven and earth quantum sundering fury is nearly at its peak, it could be completely detonated at any time. With every point of enhanced strength, the greater our chances of muddling through the water next. Don't worry, fourth brother. We'll refine it now and never hold you back, Tong Tian answered in a loud voice. And then he swallowed the essence blood into his stomach. Yuan sure. Taishang then similarly nodded slightly and swallowed the essence blood and refined it on the spot. Chapter 10 Three Clans War. The four clearings multiplied the fire to touch the treasure vault. Taicho 4 people in the Buzhou mountain cultivation. Crazy to enhance the strength of the outside world with the quantitative robbery of the more and more intense aura. All living beings and spirits of the heart more and more violent. Easy to anger. Regardless of their own cultivation level. Whether or not they belong to the 3 tribes. The war has been affected by the list. Have become a little on the fire of the dynamite barrel. Mouths are not right. Limbs are lightly touched. Eyebrows are not good. Have become the reason for life and death blood feuds. In just 100 years, the heavens and earth had already embarked on the path of destruction with endless killing and bloody slaughter. Mountains of corpses and seas of blood were everywhere. Withered bones piled up as high as mountains, and fierce winds swept across the sky and the earth, as if the wronged souls were lamenting and the spirits of the dead were wailing. As far as the eye could see, it was as terrifying as the 9 hells of purgatory. Even though everyone often says that the sea of blood is filthy, at this moment will be compared with the outside world, but is far less than the outside world revealed. Blood and sin 1/10. As for the middle of the battlefield of the 3 tribal patriarchs, the beginning Qilin had been consumed by rage ever since he learned of the theft of the treasure vault. Now along with the quantum fury getting denser and denser, the erosion of his sanity worsened, and he also completely fell into a state of rage. The stance becomes more and more vicious, only attacking but not defending, just like a wild beast, claws, teeth, tail, horns, everything. Relying on his life-threatening fighting style, he even briefly suppressed both Ancestral Dragon and Yuanfeng at one point. Except it's not like going crazy is his thing. It's the blood and wounds that are the demons that quickly eat away its sanity. Ancestral Dragon was originally stained with sins, has far exceeded the 2. Extreme pain and emotional loss of control. The speed of baleful erosion is also the fastest. The strength enhancement is incomparable. The moment it was completely caught up in the rampage, it autonomously swallowed the immeasurable baneful qi and the grievances of all living beings into its body, causing his original cultivation of a mid-mixed golden immortal to grow to the peak of a mixed golden immortal in just 10 years. It allowed it to metamorphose from the original 12-clawed golden dragon into a 12-clawed killing true dragon. His entire body was covered in scarlet scale armor. His eyes were filled with madness, and his hostile aura wrapped around his body, completely reduced to a beast dominated by the desire to kill. The Yuanfeng has lived in the southern volcanoes for a long time, and the number of times it goes out is very few, and the sins attached to the qi of the tribe are far less than 1/10 of the sins attached to the qi of the Qilin and the dragon tribe, causing it to be the slowest to be infested by the baneful qi. It was also the most sensible existence among the 3 clan patriarchs. Looking at the 2 people who were like berserk beasts, wanting to kill each other at all costs, Yuanfeng vaguely felt something was wrong. But the matter has come to a head, and the quantum of heaven and earth has descended. It wasn't something she could get out of just by trying to back out. If you don't choose to storm together and fight to determine the ultimate winner, then what was waiting for her could only be torn into pieces by the ancestral dragon and the beginning Qilin, bit by bit, and turned into a dish of food for both. In order to be able to leave a glimmer of life for the Phoenix clan, he used his divine thoughts to generalize a detachment, allowing it to return within the clan's land. Yuanfeng also completely had no scruples, and took the initiative to use the sins he carried as a guide, crazily swallowing up the sky's baneful qi, as well as the power of the resentment of all living beings and spirits. Raise your cultivation to the peak of chaos golden immortal. The physical body also metamorphosed from a 5-colored phoenix to a scarlet blood phoenix. However, in the way of her is the initiative to accept. After the metamorphosis, it still retains a trace of sanity, killing collision, and is not only attacking not defending the beast fight. If there was a chance to dodge, or to haul the ancestral dragon to fight with the beginning Qilin, she would not let it go. It's a model of being a muckraker and stalling for time, while the entire floodplain is caught in the fire of war. Luo Shu, one of the initiators, is happily running around in all parts of heaven and earth, laying out a great formation of attracting the fury and absorbing the grudges. He competed with the patriarchs of the 3 tribes for the quantitative fury qi, as well as the power of the grudges of all living beings. The top of the Buzhou mountain, between the sea of clouds, the sun rises in the east, and the golden haze drapes over his shoulders.
Dozens of years have passed in a flash.
The three Taishangs had already refined all 3 drops of essence blood.
At this moment,
They had not only compensated for the weakness of their physical body,
raising it to the late Dala realm, the comprehension of the law is even far more than before,
and has reached a level close to that of the Tao. And the reason they were able to absorb it all in a short period of time,
it was entirely due to the bloodline attraction,
as well as the qi and blood deficit caused by the previous physical exercise.
Otherwise, even with a natural bloodline breath addition,
if they wanted to refine the essence blood within 1,000 years, it would surely be quite a challenge for the 3 of them as well.
Now that we have dual cultivation in body and method,
we are more than 100 times stronger than when we first left the Kunlun Mountains.
This moment even coincides with the outbreak of the heaven and earth measurement tribulation.
And the 3 tribes are all too busy to take care of themselves, so it's a good time for us to show off our skills.
Tong Tian was like a sword out of its sheath.
His aura was sharp,
his chest was full of bravado,
and his eyes were filled with confidence and arrogance.
And that's thanks to fourth brother. If it wasn't for him bringing us the opportunity, if we wanted to get to such a point,
I'm afraid that without tens of thousands of years of precipitation,
it would be almost unlikely. Yuan Shi towered over the heavens and earth, looking up with his head held high, the bottom of his eyes full of arrogance, the order of the divine mansion hidden therein, bringing him endless confidence and self-assurance. Good. The Taishang was still as indifferent and reticent as ever. The pupils of his eyes were converged with a divine aura,
and his temperament was as calm as water.
The whole person seems to be integrated into the heaven and earth. Flat, invisible and shadowless, truly reached the man and nature together as one.
Heaven and man united in the realm of free and easy.
What Sango says is good.
The outside world and the heavens and earth have already fought to a standstill,
so it's time for us to strike again.
When Taicho nodded his head and laughed lightly, the laws of force manifested all around him, emitting a sharp edge even sharper than that of Tong Tian. The dragon race, as the race with the widest territory among the 3 races,
loves to collect divine weapons,
exotic treasures,
immortal herbs and pills, and so on,
all treasures.
Within the clan's treasure trove,
there must be countless spiritual treasures and immortal herbs, as well as supreme divine weapons,
making that our first target is definitely a solid deal.
Tong Tian practically raised his hands and feet in favor of Taichu's idea.
Tai Shang and Yuan Shi,
on the other hand, had no requirement for a target.
Anyway, with the war raging between heaven and earth, with the ability of the 4 of them, as long as they weren't unlucky enough to meet the patriarchs of the 3 clans, basically no one would be able to leave them behind. Under this premise, ransacking the Dragon Clan's treasure trove or going to empty the Phoenix Clan's lair, it's not a matter of choice for them, just a difference in order of precedence. The East China Sea, the ancestral land of the Dragon Clan.
Under the all-out rush, the 4 of them had already arrived at the location of the Dragon Palace after spending only 100 years. Use the Xian mirror to find out where the treasure trove is and cover up the trail in karma.
Taicho and the others then topped off their sneak divine patterns and swaggered into the Dragon Clan's ancestral land,
and all the way to the place where the treasure trove was located unhindered.
Big brother, it's up to you next.
Looking out at the boundary of the treasury guarded by only a few shrimp soldiers and crab generals,
sea-roving nightjars,
and miscellaneous blood-scaly dragons,
Taicho laughed lightly and looked over at Taishang.
Good. After Taishang gently nodded his head in response, he directly pulled out the soul enchantment scatter that had been specially refined for this purpose. By enveloping all the guards with a clear wind for a few breaths, it will put them all down, enough to ensure that they will not wake up from a lightning strike within 1,000 years.
Big brother and I will look out for you.
Third brother, fourth brother, you can break the formation here without worry. When Yuan Shi saw that the guards had fallen, he and Taishang stood on each side to guard against the people of the Dragon Clan coming to patrol the area. Fourth brother, I'll take it from here.
Tong Tian stopped Taichu, who was ready to make a move,
and with a face full of confidence, he came before the treasury boundary and began to crack it. This Dragon Clan and the Qilin Clan are simply the same. It's clearly a heavy ground that contains countless treasures, yet only a formation that blocks out prying eyes and has a near-absent defensive effect has been set up.
It's not purely treating people like cuties.
All know where the treasure trove is.
Is it hard to believe that there will still be people who think there are no treasures and choose to strike and leave just because they can't see inside? While spitting at Tai Chu,
he fluctuated the formation patterns, and before tea time passed, the treasure vault boundary was cracked by Tong Tian. Let's go. Let's see just how many good treasures the dragon race has scavenged. Excitement rubs hands together.
Tong Tian took the lead and stepped inside the treasury.
Tai Shang, Yuan Shi followed closely behind. For his part, Taichu used the causal arcane mirror to cover the heaven and earth around the treasure trove to make sure what happened inside. As long as no one came to check it out in person, they wouldn't find the slightest abnormality before entering the treasure trove with confidence. It just didn't occur to him. The reason why the Dragon Clan set up formations that blocked prying eyes instead of powerful defense boundaries. The fundamental reason was that there was a 9-clawed golden dragon that had just entered the realm of the mixed golden immortal. The 4 had just stepped inside the treasure trove, and before they could appreciate its contents, they saw a black shadow coming towards them. In haste, Taicho reacted the fastest. Dodging in front of the black shadow, 12 pints of the green lotus of creation was offered, forcing it to stop at 1 meter in front of the 3 people on the Taishang. Not bad for someone who dared to come and steal the treasury. Even the green lotus of creation, which only exists in legends and is known as the #1 defensive treasure in heaven and earth, is in your hands. Seeing that his attack was blocked, the black shadow didn't panic in the slightest. Instead, he looked playful, as if he was sizing up his prey, and scanned the 4 Taicho people. Only, who gave you the confidence? A mere 4 Dao Lord mole crickets wanting to steal my clan's treasure trove is nothing short of whimsical. The moment the words fell, the black shadow manifested the great Dao around him, and the tidal heavy water was monstrous. A world-destroying flood that overwhelmed the earth. I am the Dragon Clan Ao Kang. Suffer death. You and others. Looking at the Ao Kang whose aura was like an abyss, all 4 of the Taicho people were gloomy. Their eyes were hostile, and cold auras appeared. It's really underestimated. Big brother, second brother, third brother, do it. Show him that realm sometimes doesn't mean everything. The light drink sound fell. The 3 people on the Taishang then made a gas into 4 Qing, offering heaven and earth Xianhuang Linglong Pagoda, Panlong Dian clutches, the 3 jewels Jade Ruin, and the Qingping sword, all killed toward Ao Chang. Taichu himself was also after making the 1 breath transform the 4 purities. With the 12 pints of the green lotus of creation splitting into 20 shadows, it enveloped the tops of everyone's heads, providing a protective boundary at the same time. The laws of force surged forth, instantly condensing thousands of divine patterns, branding the 3 supreme beings in all the bodies of the divisions, doubling their strength and greatly increasing their defense. A mole is still a mole. Ao Prime looked at the operation of Taichu and the others. His heart was 10,000 times more scornful, not understanding whether this kind of heaven-defying entity detachment was the limit of the 4 of them. If not, this is going to be a tricky situation. To be sure, summoning support is the right thing to do. With a definite plan in mind, Ao Qingming's face was still as cold as frost, and he shouted angrily, manipulating the great Dao of water to directly annihilate the crowd. Secretly, he was sending out a summons, requesting the outgoing clansmen to return to help. Don't you think that we are nothing more than a few ants? Why are you trying to ask for help when you've just started? Taichu had blocked the surrounding heaven and earth with the causal Xian mirror, and the moment Aok's summons was sent out, it was intercepted by him. It seems you're a coward too, and mock us for being whimsical. Today I'll let you taste what it's like to be killed by an ant. Destructive sword Dao Ai time and space silence, ×5. When Tong Tian heard this, he immediately laughed and waved his Qingping sword. The laws of the Dao of the sword intertwined with the laws of destruction, making use of the sword Dao divine ability he had comprehended. In an instant, a destruction sword dipper fixed Aok in place. 3 destruction sword dippers chopped off his left arm, and the last sword dipper chopped by his own body slashed on top of his chest. Damned mole crickets. However, before Aok could break free from the sword dipper, Yuan Shi's low, stern voice instantly put him in a desperate situation once again. Tyrannical regicide, bullying, and sinful. Truly a great traitor. I'll substitute order for the heart of heaven, deprive you of your sense of the great Tao, and chop off the 3 flowers on top of you. Immediately, the 3 treasures Rui blossomed into a divine aura, borrowing the power of the remaining 3 treasures, and under the infusion of all the mana, it actually exerted a power comparable to that of an innate supreme treasure. When the laws of order enveloped Ao Kang and the 3 flowers on top of his head manifested, Yuan Shi held the jade rudi and swung it down violently. No! A mournful wail rang out, and the 3 flowers on top of Ao Prime's head instantly collapsed too, and his cultivation also fell from the beginning of the mixed golden immortal to the late Dala realm. When Yuan Shi saw this scene, a trace of unwillingness flashed in his eyes. However, after the full force of the blow, he no longer even had the power to maintain the power to turn 1 Qi into 4 Chang. One could only retreat and greet Taichu and the others as they made their move. The lack of strength can only go so far. Big brother, third brother, fourth brother, take him while he's sick. Ha ha ha, second brother is mighty. Tong Tian laughed and waved his sword to kill Ao Chang once again. Don't worry about recuperating, second brother. Fourth brother will behead this long worm for you. Force avatar open heaven, ×5. Taicho really didn't expect that the might of the avenue of order would be perverted to such an extent. Let Yuan Shi, with the mana of an early stage of the Dala, reverse chop the top 3 flowers of a first-time mixed golden immortal. Even though he had resorted to the power of the magic treasure, as well as the power of the doppelganger, It really made him feel a little shocked.
Yin and Yang meant heaven, Taiji shock, times 5. Taishan's mouth was silent,
but his hands moved without the slightest hesitation. Yin and Yang laws manifested around the body. The Taiji posture of a fist blast. Space and time vibration collapse. Qiankuan upside down does not exist. Along the way touched things.
Instantly turned into flying ash. Floating between heaven and earth. Who the hell are you guys? Ao Ching was faced with a full 15 attacks that were comparable to the might of a Pic de Luo, and his entire spirit completely collapsed,
hissing for answers before he died.
Yet Taicho wasn't brain dead, so how could he be so arrogant as to leave a handle on someone? Even with the protection of the causal arcane mirror, what should be hidden should still be hidden a bit. Otherwise, if they did it again later, others might have to be on their guard. Boom! In the end, in a deafening boom, Ao Prime reported his unwilling resentment and was crushed into dregs, completely destroying his divine soul and disappearing between heaven and earth. It hurts. It really hurts. Tongtian dispersed the one breath transforming the 4 purities and waved his arms with excitement, excitedly bellowing as he walked towards Taicho. Fourth brother, this battle is the most comfortable one since we came out from the Kunlun Mountains. Thanks to you urging us to exercise our physiques, I was able to swing the destruction sword dipper one after another. Otherwise, we're in danger today. Taicho laughed lightly and waved his hand, pointing remotely at the endless mountain of treasures that was still out of sight even though it had been destroyed a bit due to the battle. Okay, Sango, don't waste your time. It's better for us to quickly finish scavenging the treasures and leave this place of wrongdoing earlier. In our current state, if there's another true dragon at the level of a mixed golden immortal, we won't necessarily be able to find it easy to wield, said Taicho toward not far away. Faced with a little pale Taishang, Yuan Shi waved his hand to indicate, big brother, second brother, if you guys are tired you should rest for a moment. Leave this place to me and third brother. I'm just a bit badly depleted of mana. There's nothing serious. The Taishang shook his head slightly and got up and walked towards the endless mountain of treasures, wailing up all the useful things with the technique of drying up his sleeves. Tong Tian, Taichu saw this and didn't dissuade him, but turned around and put in a search. A little bit is a little bit if you can help share it. When Yuanshi saw that all 3 of them had begun to act, he didn't have the leisure to continue resting, and after recovering a small amount of mana, he also threw himself into the work of scavenging. 8 scenic palace lamps, jade void glazed lamp, Xiandu heavenly plow, chopping immortal and punishing god treasure sword, void box, 8 treasure glazed bottle, Qiankuan fan, horned heavenly harp, Nathanielian pouch, piercing heart lock, golden phoenix hairpin. Total, 3,670 pieces of innate spiritual treasures, 13 pieces of extreme innate precious spiritual treasures, 23 innate spiritual roots, 763 Hotian spiritual roots, 325 extreme Hotian spirit roots, worthy of being the treasure trove of the Dragon Clan. The quantity and quality of the innate spiritual treasures within it were not comparable to that of the Qilin clan, and that's just the remainder that has been largely siphoned off, and used and unclaimed, because of the war. If they had not been mobilized, they would not have been able to finish the search, even if they had been given several years, not to mention a few months. The 4 of them searched the treasury, and when they met at the entrance, Taichu pulled out the immortal exorcism sword that he had just found, and handed it to Tong Tian. Third brother, this is the immortal exorcism sword, ranked as a top-grade innate spiritual treasure, with 36 innate prohibitions, even if it's a mixed golden immortal who is also afraid of this sword. As long as one does not reach the realm of the mixed golden immortal, anyone who is injured by this precious blade will have their physical body crumble to pieces if it is light, or their soul will fly away directly if it is heavy. It's just made for you. As Tong Tian listened to the introduction of the precious sword, his eyes immediately flashed with a flash of surprise, resulting in the precious sword being waved several times. His face filled with joy. This treasure is very much to my liking. Thank you fourth brother for the treasure. Seeing that Tong Tian was so satisfied, Taicho turned his attention back to Tai Shang and Yuanshi, pulling out 2 flags and handing them over. Big brother, second brother, this is the central EHEX apricot yellow flag, which is the second of the innate 5-colored 5-square flags, as well as the southern Offerth flame light flag, both of which are categorized as being among the very best innate spiritual treasures. Although it's not as good as Big Brother's Heaven and Earth Xianuang Linglong Pagoda, it's still considered to be 2 good defensive magic treasures, so please smile. Fourth brother, what you have gifted us, even if it is mortal earth on the ground, we will not have the slightest disdain for it. Not to mention that these 2 rods were transformed from chaotic green lotus leaves, a treasure that can be considered the limit of an extreme innate spiritual treasure. Yuanshi laughed softly and collected, handed to the front of the central he apricot and yellow flag,
then was ready to rummage for some treasures from the mustard space as a return gift. Fourth brother has a heart. Between his smiles and nods,
Taishan also wanted to pull out some good magic treasures and give them to Taichu in return.
When Tong Tian saw the two of them like this, he also came back to his senses from the euphoria and hurriedly put away his precious sword,
looking for a suitable return gift. However,
before the three of them could find a treasure that had weight and was qualified enough to be used as a return gift,
Taichu spoke out to stop them.
Big brother, second brother, third brother,
split the treasure whenever you want, but the chance to get rich overnight is not always available. The war between the three clans ended at some point. We'd better hurry to the southern volcano and scavenge the Phoenix clan's treasure trove. Chapter 11 Great Harvest of Treasures Mountain River and Jigaku Map. Fourth brother has a point,
Taishang said with his mouth, but his movements did not stop, and from his sleeve,
he pulled out a small hammer and handed it to Taicho. This is the innate spiritual treasure mixed yuan hammer,
containing 30 innate prohibitions that conceal the laws of mixed yuan and the laws of space and time, thrown without a trace and difficult to resist.
Although it's not as good as the innate five-colored five-sided flag,
whether it's used for enlightenment or as a concealed weapon,
it's an excellent contraption. Yu Yun Sen's hybrid hammer?
The fact that it was able to defeat the strong with the weak and easily dealt with the red essence in Guangcheng Z shows that its power is not bad,
rather a nice treasure. It's just the owner's bad luck. On the way of chasing Guangcheng Z, he was interfered by Junti's bald donkey who didn't want the blue lotus. Not only did he fail to complete the task explained by Tong Tian,
but he also lost himself,
becoming an ornamental fish within the western pool of 8 virtues.
The laws contained within this object will help me cultivate the rune Dao and parse the 2 divine patterns of the mixed elements in spacetime.
Many thanks to Big Brother for the gift of treasure.
Taicho received the magic treasure,
said thanks, and didn't wait any longer. Second brother,
third brother,
let's set sail.
It's normal to have too many treasures to find the right one for a while, after settling down or browsing through the Phoenix clan's treasury.
We have all the time in the world to distribute it slowly.
The duo who kept rummaging through the mustard space could only stop for the time being when they saw Taichu say so. There were quite a few innate magic treasures and spiritual objects collected this time.
However,
there were not many that could be comparable to the Immortal Execution and Divine Beheading treasure sword and the innate 5-5 colored 5-square flag.
Treasures that contain special, supreme laws. The two of them even failed to search for any of them. This makes it awkward. After ransacking most of the Dragon Clan's treasure trove, he couldn't even take out a return gift of sufficient weight.
Those who didn't know thought that the two of them couldn't afford to give their fourth brother treasures.
Don't worry, fourth brother.
This time third brother was unlucky and didn't scavenge any useful treasures.
When we go to the Phoenix clan's treasure trove and walk up, we will definitely make up for this return gift to you. Taichu would like to say it's not necessary. However,
looking at Tongtian's stubborn eyes,
as well as Yuan Shi's slightly gloomy face, he could only nod helplessly. Second brother,
third brother,
I believe you.
As Yuan Shi sniffed, displeasure mixed with warmth in his heart.
He knows that things happen,
and that empty promises can be made by anyone. The only way to wash away the embarrassment and shame of this one is to put things out in the open.
With that, he turned around and headed towards the treasury door.
Departure.
To the Phoenix clan's treasure trove. Taicho and Taishan looked at each other.
Their eyes shook their heads with helplessness, and then they followed in the footsteps of Yuan Shi and Tong Tian,
leaving the Dragon clan's treasure trove, towards the southern group of undead volcanoes where the Phoenix clan was located. From the Dragon Palace in the East Sea to the Immortal Volcano, it was much closer than Buzhou Mountain to the East Sea. With all-out effort, the four of them arrived at the outskirts of the Immortal Volcano cluster in just over a decade.
Big brother,
second brother,
fourth brother,
the situation seems a bit off. Tong Tian looked out at the few figures in the volcano group below,
his eyes full of doubt and surprise. Within the entire group of undead volcanoes,
there are not even 1,000 that are breathing. If the Phoenix clan is just pouring out their nests,
it's not possible to leave just this many people to guard the clan lands and treasury, right? Yuan Shi similarly frowned slightly as he scanned the people of the Phoenix clan below. The strongest are only $3 golden immortals.
The rest are all golden immortals in Tai. Isn't Yuan Feng afraid of an outsider taking advantage of the situation? Taishang fingertip yin and yang rotation, eyes Taiji generalization, pinpointing dozens of breath, slightly frowning murmured out, the battle power that the Phoenix clan land possesses. Besides these on the surface, there are 2 Dao Lord golden immortals lurking in the shadows, but it still doesn't make sense. 5 great Luo golden immortals may seem like enough, but in reality,
they can't even stop people with intentions from taking advantage of the situation.
Can it be that the Phoenix clan is also like the Dragon clan, keeping a mixed golden immortal level existence within the treasure trove? Taishang's speculation made Tong Tian instantly unsettled. Straight away,
I spit out this configuration. How the 3 clans are one more shady than the other. Mixed golden immortals don't go to participate in great battles. They stay to guard a hairy treasure trove. What's the use of guarding an empty treasury if everyone outside is dead? Yuan Shi, on the other hand, was calm and directly turned his head to look at Tai Chu. Fourth brother, now that the situation is unclear, will it continue to be your call? As soon as you feel up to it, big brother and I will do it. Big brother, second brother, third brother, you guys wait for me to use the causal Xian mirror to probe first. If there is really no problem, then we will do it. After pacifying a few people with his words, Taichu then pulled out the causal Xian mirror and used his own karma as a guide to hook up with the Phoenix clan's treasure trove and deduce the consequences of this action. Only, in the way of the obscurity of the heavenly chance, and the Phoenix clan is one of the main protagonists of the quantum revelation. Rather than making deductions with the causal arcane mirror, he didn't get any concrete results, just got a feedback that all is well, and that the odds are going to be right. Big brother, second brother, and third brother, all is well with this trip and there is a chance coming, so we shouldn't encounter ambushes and traps. So very good. When the Taishang heard this, his hanging heart instantly dropped. Then what are we waiting for? Take advantage of the empty defenses within the Phoenix clan and make our move. Tong Tian's eyes brought excitement as he let out a low cry and was about to prepare to rush inside the immortal volcano group. Third brother, take your time. The location of the treasure trove has yet to be clarified, and a hasty move will only alert the snakes. While Yuan Shi discouraged Tong Tian with a faint voice, he turned his head to look at Taishan. Having already done it twice, how could Taishan not be clear about what the other party intended? You guys come with me. The four of them then turned into a rainbow and flew into the immortal volcano cluster, traveling through the mountains for an hour or so. Then he came to an active volcano that was 10 miles across and deep, but he didn't know how deep it was. The treasure trove is under the molten lava, watching over only one Dala Phoenix. When Taishan's words fell, Yuan Shi took the first step to offer the three treasures Rui, sneaked to the side of the Dala Phoenix clan, and with his whole body's mana infused, he blasted above its head. It made it instantly paralyzed and lost its self-consciousness. Big brother, feed the medicine. Third brother, fourth brother, break the formation quickly. With that, he directly took the fainting Dao Lord Phoenix and lifted his foot towards Taishang and kicked him. Okay, watch me. Tong Tian is also the first time to see the beginning of the so. Eyes with a little surprised response, jumped directly into the molten lava. The Taishang caught the flying Daoluo Phoenix, skillfully fed it with vertigo scatter, and backhanded it to the side. Then following closely behind Taicho and Yuan Shi, the two of them entered within the molten lava. Under the hot golden red magma, a space had long been opened up by the Phoenix clan to accommodate all the treasures that had been scavenged. The formation that shrouds the treasure trove is the same as that of the Kirin and the dragons. All of them are obscuring significance, greater than the trapping and killing of the pendulum. Without even taking a tea time, Tong Tian had already cracked it with ease and brought the three Taishang people into it. Worthy of being a fire origin generalized divine beast, the cherishing of fire origin spiritual roots, equipment, and treasures is truly the first in the flood. The moment he stepped into the treasure trove, a rolling heat wave hit his face. Even though the four Taichu people had long been invulnerable to cold and heat and had accomplished body refining, they still felt some burning heat. Second brother, third brother, do it. Taicho knew that the two were holding back a bit in their hearts, so he let him go ahead and start scavenging, and he and Taishan went forward to the place where the spirit medicine and ores were placed, storing the things needed for alchemy and weapon refining. I don't know if it's because the Phoenix clan is understaffed, or if they are just cool about collecting things of the fire genus. The four of them had been scavenging for almost a year before they had pocketed all the treasures within the treasure trove. Fourth brother, come on. Third brother will show you a great treasure. After collecting the last fire genus spirit material peak, a loud shout reached Tai Chao's ears. Before he could react, Tong Tian ran over with a 7-colored feather fan in his hand and a face full of joy. This is the 5 fires and 7 birds fan, categorized as one of the very best innate spiritual treasures, containing 36 innate prohibitions, and 1 complete fire Dao law, not only by fire in the air, fire in the stone, fire in the wood, samadhi fire, and earthly fire, but also by the mingling of the 5 fires. Yuan Feng also sacrificed with the fire of the origin, melting the phoenix plume, green luan plume, rock plume, peacock plume, white crane plume, hongqiao plume, Lord Bird plume, and the 7 birds plume into it, burning the sky and boiling the sea, melting mountains and refining rocks, all as easy as a hand. Truly the fire Dao has a number of superb treasures. Taicho received the 7-colored feather fan, and some strange colors rose in his eyes. The poem says there are clouds, the 5 fire wonders of the 7 plume, flint first out of the Bingli fluorescence, when the mountains and the rocks become ashes, when the sea is fried and dried up,
Few do's and zero. Kimu and Jin are the first, and there is no stopping the burning of the beams. Even though Wang Chang is an immortal, when the fan is lifted, he will be extinguished. This fan was the treasure of Huang Tianhua's master, Qingshu Deideshenjin, one of the 12 golden immortals of the hierarchy. Its record is also quite formidable. First, by the Taodaijin Jun holding this fan of fan, messed up Wang Chang, Tianjun, broke the red water formation. Later, he passed it on to his disciple Yangrun, who used it to break the plague Pinsa Wang formation, fanning to death Lvu, Li Ping, Chen Geng, Fa Nizhen, Yu Xian and Yu Zhao, and scaring away Gao Ming and Yuan Hong. It could be described as a prestigious fire Dao treasure. Many thanks to third brother for the gift of the treasure. This fan is deeply close to my heart. Taicho smiled faintly and put away his feather fan, and was just about to express his gratitude when Yuan Shi's loud cry came violently. Fourth brother, this extreme innate spiritual treasure is definitely to your liking. Only to see Yuan Shi with a red face, head held high, holding up a scroll and landing in front of them. It is? Seeing how confident he was, Taicho was also aroused by a hint of curiosity. This is the Mountain River and Magistrates map, which is ranked among the top 10 of the very best innate spiritual treasures, containing time, space, creation, and more than one major Dao law, and recording the entirety of the flooded heavens and earth. As he spoke, the scroll unfolded. Inside the reflection of 1,000 universes, mountains, rivers and mountains, light and strange, sun, moon and stars, flowers, plants and trees, birds and beasts, mountains and rivers and veins of the earth, spiritual treasure in the boundless aura nurturing billions of living beings, and all in the cycle of life and death dissipated. It is as if the scene in the picture is a real world of earth and grain, lifelike and vivid. Taicho hurriedly took it and carefully examined everything in it. I didn't expect the Mountain River and Jigaku map to be hidden here. According to the flood rumors about its description, if there is no supreme treasure in the hands of a saint, he will not be able to break free for 100 years after falling into the painting. If it comes with a supreme treasure, it will also be able to trap it for at least a year. In the case of the flooded world, 1 year may not even be enough time to take a nap, but for some vital schemes, and battles of life and death, the difference that falls in 1 year is the difference between heaven and earth. Chapter 12 Heaven's Destiny Avatar, Immortal Nirvana. Yuanfeng Tormentor. Between the ups and downs of his mind, Taicho's face was also unconsciously overflowing with a satisfied smile. This treasure is of extraordinary use to me. Thank you for the gift, second brother. Though there was one other point that left him slightly puzzled. Why is it possible to find the mountain and river map here, but if you don't take the treasure when it arrives, you will be condemned by heaven? Second brother. Third brother, it looks like you guys have reaped quite a harvest this time. As the three of them showed their satisfaction, the Taishan walked slowly from the distance. Big brother, this is an extremely high-grade innate spiritual treasure yin yang furnace, with 32 innate prohibitions inside, using the 6 dings and 6 armors of divine fire as the source of melting, and the 2 airs of yin and yang to harmonize the creation of the world, which is really a must-have for refining pills. Tong Tian saw Taishan come, immediately pulled out a Dan furnace with a playful smile on his face, and respectfully handed it to his body. Third brother has a heart. With a light laugh, Taishan put away the yin-yang furnace. Big brother, second brother, third brother, now that the battle of the quantum revelation has come to an end and the 3 tribes' tribal lands are empty, I think there must be many people who are taking advantage of the fire. We'd better leave quickly so as not to expose our whereabouts. Looking at the harmonious coexistence of the 3, Taichu's heart was filled with relief and dark joy. Under such a repeated, not to mention the Hanjun secretly in the play what conspiracy, that is, it's openly coercive, will not help. What the fourth brother said makes sense. Yuan Shi lightly nodded his head, recognizing Taichu's idea. We've gained no small advantage. It's time to leave. Then let's get out of here. Leave the mess here to the next unlucky person who comes in by mistake to carry it. I hope that when the time comes, he won't be eaten alive by the people of the Phoenix clan. Tong Tian's eyes were wry as he playfully laughed and walked towards the main door. However, just as the 3 Taicho people followed closely behind and were about to step out of the treasure trove, a rolling heat wave suddenly rose, and a clear, low sound suddenly entered the 3 people's ears. Fellow Daoist, please stay. The moment the words rang out, Taicho was instantly shaken. His mom, Shengongbao is here, but this heck is the 3 tribes' quantum revelation. It's not the god-sealing quantum revelation. How could this dog thing be here? The moment the doubt rose in his mind, the crisp low sound came again. Fellow Daoist, heavenly materials, divine weapons, although they are things outside of the body, they are also the hard work of my Phoenix clan's 10 or so yuan sessions. Now that you all have taken it away, how can you give a statement? Hearing this,
The four people of Tai Chao's eyes relative to each other,
tacit agreement to make a chi into 4 qing,
and sacrificed all kinds of magic treasures,
blatantly turned around and prepared to strike. But what they never expected was, surprisingly, it was the Phoenix Clan patriarch Yuan Feng who called out to them, "Shouldn't you be fighting the ancestral dragon? The beginning Kirin? How did it get here?" Tong Tian felt shocked at once and directly asked the doubts in his heart. "I'm just a divine thought detachment. I don't have too strong a cultivation. There's no need for you all to be too nervous." Seeing that the 4 Taicho incarnations were 20, and that each of them had the might of a Pic de Luo, Yuan Feng also felt a moment of consternation.
I didn't think that there was such a heaven-defying divine ability in existence. If she had been allowed to acquire it earlier,
not to mention the ancestral dragon,
even if he and the beginning Kirin had joined forces,
they wouldn't have been a match for themselves. It is a pity that the situation has been finalized, and even if the battle is won at the end, it will only end up with a broken soul. There is no longer any point in learning or not learning. Yuan Feng, what exactly do you mean?
The divine lines in Tai Chao's eyes manifested,
peering into its inner origin,
and after determining that what the other party said was not false, he inquired about its specific purpose.
"Gentlemen, I don't actually mean any harm." Knowing the ability of the 4 people, Yuan Feng was even more determined and took out the chips that had been prepared long ago, placing them in front of Tai Chu and the others. "This drop of origin heart's blood, which I nurtured with several Yuan Hui, not only contains the complete Tao of fire, but also seals a heavenly fate avatar immortal nirvana. Even if the hybrid Tao Lord dies, as long as his will remains, he can return to nirvana in the long years. If one is below the level of a mixed golden immortal, even if one's body and soul are extinguished, as long as a bit of one's true spirit remains, one can be reborn in nirvana in at most a few yuan sessions." Taicho peered at the divine pattern branded within the origin heart's blood, and his heart couldn't help but ripple. If they were to parse it with the rune Tao and turn it into a great Tao divine pattern branded into the 4 of them, death would be completely far away from them.
Plus the heaven-defying self-healing that came with the nirvana divine pattern. It would directly make them a perpetual motion machine-like, terrifying existence with inexhaustible chi and indestructible flesh. But he wasn't overwhelmed by the huge benefits. There is never a free lunch. Yuan Feng had taken out such a precious thing. The thing he was asking for must not be a simple existence either. "What I ask is also very simple and does not put your lives at risk. I only hope that the 4 fellow Taoists will be able to bring my heir with them, either as a disciple or as a mount. Just give them a way to live." As he spoke, Yuan Feng fell straight to his knees, respectfully holding the origin heartblood in both hands and praying that the 4 Taicho could agree.
"What do you think, 4th brother?"
When the Taishang saw that Yuan Feng was able to put aside her dignity and kneel down to plead with the 4 of them mole crickets for the sake of her heir, he could not help but feel some compassion in his heart.
"4th brother, this matter is neither too big nor too small."
Yuan Shi was more sensible and pondered a little for a moment,
not giving his opinion,
but only speaking out to remind Taicho.
"It's mainly the subsequent karma that's troublesome, plus the Phoenix Clan's chi, which has been polluted by the quantum revelation fury and the resentments of all living beings. If we make a move to preserve Yuan Feng's heir, the 4 of us must be more or less tainted with sin in our chi. Tontine, on the other hand, is based on practical value.
4th brother, with the ability of the causal Xian mirror,
is it possible to sever the link between the Yuan Feng scions and the Phoenix Clan? If it is possible, this karma we will take.
Anyway, she only said she wanted to stay alive, and she didn't say whether or not she recognized her ancestors. Did she?" The words of the 3 resounded within. Taicho was slightly silent for a moment, and then he had already made up his mind.
"This karma can be picked up, but only if you ask for the cause. Yuan Feng, are you so sure we can help you?
And how can you be so sure that we are capable of preserving your heir when you don't even know who we are?" "I wasn't sure until you guys got here." Knowing that the 4 had already been moved,
Yuan Feng did not make the slightest reservation. "It just feels like being able to silently enter the Qilin clan, as well as my clan's treasure trove, without anyone being able to discover it.
The ability to save one's life and sneak around must be second to none within the flooded heavens and earth.
But with your arrival, I see the might of Pangu in your breath. Even if it's just the beginning,
it's destined that your future will definitely be one of the few top powerhouses in the flooded heavens and earth.
By handing over those 2 suffering children to you, even if it's just as a mount,
at the very least they'll end up in a good place,
instead of being like me,
the tragic end of being counted to death by heaven and earth."
When the 4 Taicho people heard this, a flash of consternation appeared in their eyes. Yuan Feng knew she was being counted?
Then why did she go down this desperate path? What's the difference between that and burying the lives of your entire clan and your future path? As if she could see the look in the eyes of the 4, Yuan Feng sighed with a saddened expression on her face. The heavens make the situation.
The earth follows the trend, and the human heart desires it. When you first enter, you don't know what you're getting into, but you see a huge profit in your head. Wake up and look again,
and you're already in deep doom.
Spare a glance,
and you're doomed to not get out of it. As soon as these words came out, the four Taicho people also felt an unspeakable hatred from their tone, as well as the unwillingness of being in a deep predicament.
This karma I take. Just go in peace.
Yuanfeng's heart was overjoyed at the words, and she hurriedly handed out her origin heart's blood to pay her respects to Tai Chu for his kindness in preserving her son.
Many thanks for your magnificent grace. If there is an afterlife, I would like to be an ox, a horse, a slave and a servant to repay this cause.
Listening to her words,
Tong Tian couldn't help but have a
strange thought in his head.
Big brother, second brother,
you said that if Yuanfeng really has an afterlife but has no cultivation qualifications, if she serves as an ox for fourth brother,
as a slave, is it considered repayment of karma? Or does she owe karma and get some heavenly creation for nothing?
It had to be said that Tong Tian's brain circuits could be very clear to the extreme sometimes.
How dare you even think of such a question? Truly a talent.
It directly caused the Taishan duo's brains to die on the spot.
Thinking about it for a long time, he didn't know how to answer this query of his. Tai Cho, on the other hand, was surprised. I didn't expect him to ask this kind of doubt that only people in the latter days could think of. If it wasn't for using the law's divine ripple to peer into the origin, the divine soul, and not finding the slightest abnormality, he had to wonder if the other party had been taken over.
Big brother,
second brother, third brother, let's go.
The moment he collected the origin heart blood, the location where Kong Xian and the golden winged rock were hiding was also instantly known to him.
Yuanfeng, on the other hand,
turned into a bit of starlight and dissipated into the void the moment his heart's desire was fulfilled.
Fourth brother, do you know the answer?
Seeing that there were no more outsiders,
Tong Tian didn't continue his mind transmission and directly inquired about Tai Chu. Sango, think about this one for yourself. I'm not quite sure what's going on.
With a helpless face and a pat on its shoulder,
Taicho then offered up the causal arcane mirror, quickly cutting out the trail of causality,
and greeted Tai Shang and the others to hurry up and leave, in the way of needing to keep an eye on it to ensure that no one disturbed the child's conception.
Yuanfeng's location for hiding the child wasn't too far away from the undying volcano group.
4 people rainbow and travel but half a day's light,
has come to the destination, found still in the big formation, pregnant Kong Xian and the golden winged rock. Speaking of these two people, not only is their situation one heaven and one earth, even their brains are different from each other, and it's not enough to express the difference.
Kong Xian Laterin Shang San Shan Guan chief soldier, the first person under the saints. The 5-colored divine light can be described as nothing cannot be brushed.
No one can block. Not only Yang Jian, Neza, and Zhang Zia were all defeated. Even the hierarchy's vice priest, one of the 3,000 red dust guests of the Purple Heavenly Palace and veteran paramount sage, Taoist Lantern, couldn't do anything about it. If it was not for the fact that later on, Junti did not want the Bai Lian, and personally entered to forcefully transform it into a mount, Yin Shang would have been able to continue for several more years at the very least. Even Yang Jian and other people who become gods in the flesh will become the same as other disciples of the Intercept Church, with their cultivation failing to advance an inch and their souls being held in the palm of Haotian's hand. Chapter 13 Xian Du and Duo Bao. Falling down list 2?
And in contrast to the golden winged rock,
that can be a pure waste of material.
Holding in his hand a more domineering and powerful yin and yang than Kong Xian's 5-colored divine light, to think that he didn't choose to refine it into a divine ability. Instead, he messed with a yin and yang 2 chi bottle that wasn't even an innate treasure. It's really stupid to say the least. As far as strength goes, it's even more garbage.
After all, reasonably speaking, as a mother and sibling, the golden winged rock, whether it is talent, roots, or enlightenment, should not be weaker than Kong Xian by half.
But who could have thought that his brother had all killed madly in the midst of the gods sealing quantum robbery,
reaching the point where there was no enemy under the saints. This goods, however, has not yet ascended to the quasi-saintly realm until the Western quantum leap. In the end, if it is not his brother Fu Zhao, not to mention when the Rudra uncle,
not be pitched dead in the lion's humpridge,
are counted as its life.
Just as Tai Chu was recalling the 2 brothers, their situation and strength in the future,
thoughts suddenly emanated from his mind. A strange and long-standing doubt bubbled up.
That is whether what Rulai said when he introduced himself to the Monkey King was true or not.
Although the cultivation level reaches a certain point, then you can reach the realm of the valley.
Even if there were spiritual fruits and meat to go down, there would basically be no residue left behind, and the backyard would have long since become a decoration.
But Ka, after being swallowed by Kong Xian, neither chose to open his belly nor flew out of his mouth against the esophagus, actually escaped directly from its chrysanthemum. Isn't this purely shameful black history? If this story is true, if Ka does not cover it up, even if it is true, How it is possible to proclaim it for all to see? Isn't that just slapping yourself in the face? If it was just to fool around, to show off the power of the golden winged rock, or if it had some other purpose, all sorts of reasons abound, so why find such a self-hating and ridiculously absurd statement for others to make? Just as Taicho was pondering this question, Tong Tian had already broken through the formation protecting the two. Who are you? Kong Xian is the most resourceful. Imperial Self landed in front of the golden winged rock. Protect each other at the same time. 5-colored fluorescent light around the body flickered slightly. Staring at the Taicho 4 people. We took on your mother's chance to repay the karma. She offered us to come here and keep you 2 brothers safe. As soon as Tong Tian's words fell, the golden winged rock looked fierce and directly retorted in a loud voice. My mother is the originator of the Phoenix clan, one of the countless mixed golden immortals in heaven and earth. That is, to keep us safe, it should be her herself who comes, or the great Luo clan elder of the Phoenix clan. How could you entrust it to an outsider? Kong Xian was more sensible than the golden winged rock, and had long since noticed the Yuanfeng aura that was tainted on the 4 Taicho people. However, as his brother had said, the Phoenix clan was strong, and Yuanfeng was one of the few strongest in heaven and earth. No matter what, they shouldn't be looking for outsiders to come and bail out the 2 brothers, right? Now not only is the Phoenix clan already struggling to protect itself, even Yuanfeng is about to die. Originally, Yuanshi didn't really like the disciples of flying birds and beasts. If it wasn't for Taicho, how would he have come here to talk nonsense to the Kong Xian duo? If she doesn't seek us outsiders, is she not going to take you all with her? At these words, the golden winged rock instantly exploded. ********* ing asshole? You're full of. The Phoenix clan is one of the overlord of the flood, the race beloved by heaven and earth, so powerful that even the Qilin and the Dragon clan wouldn't dare to say that they can overthrow us. You, however, before the golden winged rock's words even landed, Taichu had already pulled out the origin heart blood given by Yuanfeng. The two were left momentarily frozen, unable to believe that their mother would give such an important object to an outsider. It's true that the Phoenix clan is powerful and has a deep heritage, but what can she withstand when the heavens wish to bring about their demise? When Taichu came back to his senses from his thoughts and shielded heaven and earth with the causal Xian mirror, he told Kong Xian and the 2 of them the cause of the destruction of Yuanfeng and the Phoenix clan. Nowadays, the dragon, phoenix, and unicorn, with their unchecked development and terrifying potential, have threatened heaven and earth. What is there to be surprised about when the Heavenly Dao sends down an infinite amount of kalamas for cleansing? This reason is like a thunderbolt from a clear sky, shocking Kong Xian into a trance, endless bitterness and sorrow surging, making it impossible to return to his senses for a long time. The golden winged rock, on the other hand, was murmuring vigorously. No way. This isn't true. Mother is the most powerful. How could she die? Never able to believe the fact that the Phoenix clan was overthrown and Yuanfeng was about to die. 4th brother. Judging by the hearts of the 2 brothers, how do they not look like buildable talents? Yuanshi originally disliked these fowls and beasts of prey. If Yuanfeng hadn't given Taichu what he wanted, he was not even interested in glancing at the Kong Xian duo. Now seeing that the 2 had such poor hearts, a slight displeasure suddenly rose between their brows. Why don't you and 3rd brother trouble yourself with divine patterns and formations to hide them here and forget about it? Anyway, Yuanfeng only asked us to keep the 2 safe. It didn't say we had to bring it with us. Wouldn't it be the equivalent of paying off karma just by making sure no one could find them? Taishan listened to Yuanshi's idea and flipped the yin and yang at his fingertips for a moment, shaking his head lightly and vetoing the proposal in a faint voice. This method is a trick and does not fully repay the karma. If you insist on this, there will be some trouble coming your way later. Wouldn't it be easier to just ask them both what they want? Saying that, Tong Tian directly patted the egg that birthed Kong Xian and the golden winged rock, and inquired about their thoughts. There are just 2 paths before you now. Either hide in place or leave with us. It's up to you to decide which one to choose, regardless of the past or the future. Kong Xian's heart was strong enough to be considered one of the few toughnesses in heaven and earth. Knowing that the death of his mother was the fault of the sky, his heart immediately ignited an infinite rage, wishing to immediately stab through it to avenge his mother's death. But his sanity was not lost. Understanding that in his brother's current situation, preserving themselves and cultivating intensely was what his mother wished to see. And it was clear that the Taichu 4 were the umbrella under which their mother had found shelter for them, as well as a place to learn the ropes. He couldn't fail his mother no matter what. Even as an ox, he would stay with the 4, learning the ropes and waiting for the time to come when he could avenge them. Kong Xian pays his respects to the 4 seniors. I am willing to follow you, as long as I can teach the skills, even if I have to work as an ox. I have no regrets. Brother, you. When the golden winged rock saw Kong Xian like this, his eyes widened. with his walnut-sized head. Until now there was no reaction to what the hell was going on. Little brother, this is the last thing our mother expects of us. Do you want to disappoint her? Kong Xian's low, stern voice caused the golden-winged rock to completely stiffen, slightly silent for a long time, as if he had figured everything out, and as if he didn't want Yuanfeng's expectations to be dashed. He maneuvered his egg body straight to the ground to pay his respects to the 4 Taichou people, because the news was too hard to take in. I lost my temper for a moment and had no intention of offending the 4 seniors, so I hope you'll forgive me. As he spoke, the body of the egg frantically knocked against the ground, displaying his own sincerity while his tone also took on a bit of a crying tone. I will certainly follow my mother's instructions. Please don't give up on me and my elder brother. The 4 seniors. If the offending words just now have displeased senior, I am willing to bear any punishment alone, and I hope that I will not take it out on my elder brother. He's just anxious to protect me, and in no way has any dissenting intentions of contradicting senior. The Taishan looked at the golden-winged rock whose egg body was vaguely cracked under the full force of his kneeling, and some appreciation and recognition rose in his eyes. You contain the 2 qi of yin and yang in your body, which is secretly in line with the way I cultivate. Will you worship me? Disciple pays homage to master. Taichou looked at the image of the 2 of them asking questions and answering questions, and in his heart, he immediately called out to the good guys. The golden-winged rock has actually become the head disciple of the Taishan? Then the future Zhendo counts for nothing. It is not impossible that a good first direct lineage of the human sect will instantly fall to the 2nd, or even the 3rd, or the 4th, of the list. That's a lot of life and a lot of intestines. Second brother, are you going to take him as your disciple? Tong Tian also had some appreciation for the Kong Xian duo. Seeing that Taishan had only taken in the golden-winged rock, he then asked Yuan Shi if he wanted to take Kong Xian as a disciple. No, I have no plans to take on disciples at the moment. In that case, I'll be polite. When Tong Tian saw Yuan Shi say this, he immediately walked over to Kong Xian. Will you worship me? Disciple pays homage to master. Now that's fair. Dabo followed suit and dropped to 2nd on the list. And with Kong Xian's nature, the group of disciples of the Interceptor Church should be more radical and united than the original trajectory. Those who are sinful and evil, and who have corrupted the chi of the Interceptor sect, even more so, will not even have a chance to enter the gate. At that time, at the peak of the Interceptor sect, it will no longer be a pandemonium of demons and devils. Rather, it is truly the holy land of the 10,000 immortals, the holy land of the heavens. Since Kong Xian and the golden-winged rock had not yet completed their conception, Taishan and Tong Tian just passed on to the 2 of them, the way of yin and yang in the way of the sword, and then put it into the qiankuan in the sleeve. With the inner heaven and earth as the foundation, a side of yin and yang, the 5 elements of space and time suitable for the 2 was opened up, allowing for better growth, as well as a deeper foundation. Big brother, second brother, fourth brother. Now that the 3 races war has reached its end, the quantum fury is on the verge of erupting. Most of the chances that could be salvaged were scavenged by us. Should we return to Kunlun next, or venture out to the battlefield to see what's going on? After Tong Tian settled Kong Xian, he looked at Taichu and the others. The ferocity at the end of the quantum rain will increase exponentially. Although our cultivation is good, we have not reached the point where we are invincible. How about returning to Kunlun to dive into cultivation for a period of time, and then come back out to seek the opportunity to prove the Tao when the heavens and earth return to peace? Yuan Shi frowned and thought for a moment and gave his opinion. Currently our cultivation level has reached a bottleneck. If we want to reach the peak of the Great Luo, just by returning to Kunlun and practicing hard, I'm afraid that we may not be able to reach it even after the Great War is over. The only way to increase our strength in a short period of time is to search for the most pure 5 elements of heaven and earth. The Taishan listened to Taichu's analysis and asked for specific plans with a slight nod of his head. What the 4th brother said is very true. I don't know what you have in mind. You can tell us, and the 4 of us can study it. Chapter 14, all those who cultivate fire in the world will bow down when they see me from now on. The current flooded earth definitely cannot continue to stay. The 3 clans are at war, the quantum revenge is filled with fury, and the aura of heaven and earth and the Tao rhythms of the laws have all become muddy. 10,000 years of submerged cultivation here will not necessarily have 1/10 of the effect of the past. After Taichu spoke lightly about the hazards, he then spoke his mind. In that case, the only places we can go to dive into cultivation are outside of the chaotic heavens and the extraterrestrial starry sky, 2 places that have not been tainted by the immeasurable measurement tribulation. Outside the chaotic heavens is treacherous. With our current cultivation level, going there is tantamount to asking for trouble. Therefore, the extraterrestrial starry sky with many opportunities and abundant spiritual chi is the best place that can accommodate us and continue to dive into cultivation peacefully. Tonto doesn't care where he goes.
Seeing that Taichu had spoken in a logical manner, he simply nodded his head and agreed to the idea. Fourth brother's proposal is good. The extraterrestrial starry sky is indeed the easiest place for us to travel to at the moment without too much danger. Genji agreed with this idea and gave advice on the first goal. The extraterrestrial starry sky is vast and boundless, and within it there must be the existence of the most pure 5 elements of air. When we arrive there, we can try to look for some, and if we are lucky enough, we should be able to complete the conception of the 5 chi in our chests within 1,000 years, laying a solid foundation for the 3 flowers to bloom. The Taishan also nodded indifferently in recognition upon hearing this. The most yang obsidian sun and the most yin white moon, both of which have an abundance of the air of Li Hua and Kuai Shui above them, the power of the extreme yin and the extreme yang. If we can refine it into our bodies, we will definitely be able to add another 3 divinities and creations. Taishan's words directly directed Tai Chao's thoughts to the 2D June brothers who were conceived on the Sun Star. I don't think those 2 mongrel birds have transformed by now, have they? Chaos Bell and River Map Luo Book. If all of them were taken over, would the fluctuations involved be a bit large? I don't know if the causal arcane mirror can carry it or not. If he could sever the connection between the 2 treasures and the D June brothers, he would really make a lot of money. Big brother, second brother, and third brother, since you all have agreed, we'll make it so. The Sun Star was created by Father God's left eye. There must be a lot of opportunities within it. Making it the first target will definitely reap a lot of rewards. It's not impossible to even add a few more handfuls of treasures to the mix. When it came to such things, Tong Tian was not sleepy. Not only can I enhance my cultivation, but I can also retrieve the Father God's relics, so it's really a good thing to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. What third brother said is right. The Sun Star was created by Father God's left eye, and the treasures within it are naturally left to our legacy, so we must not let outsiders get it. With the excitement of the group, it was natural for the Taishan not to spoil the fun. Good. Since a consensus had been reached, the 4 Taichou people then turned into a rainbow and went straight into the outer 9 skies, running in the direction of the Sun Star just to do it. To say how high the difference between the flooded heavens and the earth was, just by looking at the time it took them to climb the Buzhou mountain, they could probably estimate it one way or the other. Even without the suppression of Pangu's might, it still took the 4 of them more than 200 years from the flooded earth to the Sun Star before they managed to reach the outer region. The golden flame of the great sun, the true flame of the sun, the 6 din and 6 armor divine flame, the metaphysical flame of the 9 heavens, and the purple-violet celestial amazing flame. The Taishan looked out 10 miles away, wrapped in endless flames, hundreds of millions of fire spirits hiding inside, thousands of divine flames fluttering and tossing the Sun Star. His eyes instantly rose a little joy. It's worthy of being the holy land of the Fire Dao, the place of supreme yang. There are as many divine flames as there are stars, and fire spirits are everywhere. So it's really a good place for refining pills and forging weapons. When Taichou saw Yuan Shi and Taishang, his eyes were full of joy, and he immediately proposed not to waste this place. Big brother, second brother, it just so happens that the previous treasury scavenged quite a few immortal herbs and divine medicines, spirit minerals and strange stones. Why not take this precious place to refine and forge them all? When these words came out, the essence under the eyes of the Taishang duo skyrocketed, and they nodded their heads in recognition of this idea. Third brother, fourth brother, we reckon we'll have to stay in seclusion for a while. Make yourselves at home for the rest of the day and get back to us if you need anything. After saying that, the 2 of them turned into a rainbow and fell straight into the solar star, pulling out all the various types of Dan furnaces and ware furnaces that they had scavenged. He began to deal with the various types of spiritual materials, as well as immortal herbs and miraculous medicines that were filled within the dry heaven in the sleeve, as well as the mustard seed space. Big brother, second brother, it's too much of a rush, isn't it? Alchemy, forging weapons when not, have to do it now. The heavenly treasures within the Sun Star have yet to be scavenged. Tong Tian looked at the 2 men who were in a monkey's hurry, and some helplessness couldn't help but rise on his face. Fourth brother, you said, however, as he turned his head and prepared to seek approval, but he found that Taichu had long disappeared, and only an apology was heard hovering in his ears. I'm sorry, Sango, not only is this place full of spiritual energy, the laws of the Fire Dao are at the top of the heap, and it's extremely suitable for refining the Yuanfeng's origin heartblood. If you're okay, go ahead and look around somewhere else. I will seek you out again when I have realized the mysteries. After the sound around the ears, Tong Tian's face from red to purple, and then turned black. The depths of the eyes is instantaneous, was filled with helplessness and bitterness. What's all this about? How in a few words, I'm left on my own. I have at least inherited the Dao of formation. It's not like it's some idle person who doesn't know anything. Is it necessary to look like this? Do you really think I'm only good at fighting and can't do research? breathlessly murmuring several times. Tong Tian was as if he had been given chicken blood,
instantly revitalizing himself once again. You guys refine medicines, forge weapons, and enlighten the Tao.
Then I'll study formations that match the one Qi transforming four Qing.
No matter what, I can't be the seemingly most useless of the four brothers. Tong Tian raised his voice to give himself encouragement, and also rushed straight into the solar star, constantly capturing the same kind of fire spirit.
He tried to find out how he could make a brand new grand formation that doubled the power of the one breath transforming four purities and still had minimal side effects.
Brother,
the four assholes out there all seem intent on sticking around.
Inside the sun star, in an innate supreme Yang Qin Kuan formation, Tai Yi, who had just transformed into a form not long ago, looked at, with an ironic expression, the four people who were working feverishly, one by one.
They actually all still call Sunstar their home. Not only did they gobble up auras in a big way and capture fire spirits to use as slaves, but they also took, with impunity, what should have belonged to our home base.
It's downright deceptive.
Emperor Jun was naturally furious in his heart. Anyone who was invaded by outsiders and spoiled without restraint will hate to kill the other party immediately. But his sanity wasn't gone. How capable the three Taishang people were,
they weren't sure for the moment. But when Taichu took out Yuanfeng's origin heartblood,
refined the laws of the great Tao contained in it, and resolved the terrifying might displayed when the heaven's destiny divine ability immortal nirvana was revealed, but he saw it all in his eyes without missing a beat.
With their current strength that was merely no more than a first entry into the Tao Lord,
even with a supreme treasure,
he was not necessarily a match for Taichu.
Not to mention the fact that the other side was still double their number in terms of numbers.
Once they chose to show up and fight hard, only death awaited them. They were the emperors with heavenly destiny.
The emperors who were destined to ascend to the position of the master of the flooded heavens and earth.
You can't fall in a place like this no matter what. Tai Yi, the situation is not in our favor now. Don't risk starting a dispute with them until you have no choice. Di Jun shouted in a deep,
cold voice, his eyes filled with killing intent and hatred. How joyful they are at this time. How miserable they will be when we ascend to be the masters of heaven and earth in the future. At that time, being dead will be an incomparable luxury for them all.
I understand, brother. Tai Yi suppressed the anger in his heart.
His eyes coldly swept Tai Shang and the others, then returned to the top of the Fusang divine tree, embraced the chaos bell, and cultivated in his heart. This time he remembered the shame.
In the coming day,
when he ascends to the top of the floodplain, he will let this group of robbers taste how miserable it is to be worse than death. The years rush by, and heaven and earth do not return. 1,000 years have passed in a flash. The immortal herbs and divine medicines, spirit ores and strange stones seized from the treasury of the three clans,
one after another, by Taishang and Yuanshi.
With the divine power of one Qi transforming the four clearings, they refined them into all kinds of pills and thousands of magic treasures. It made both of them reach an extremely deep level in their comprehension of the Tao of Dan and the Tao of weapons. The 9 revolutions of the Golden Dan was no longer the limit of Taishang.
Refining the laws into them,
serving them to give birth to divine powers,
knowing the power of the laws,
and understanding the law of the great Tao is what he is pursuing now.
The Hotian Supreme Treasure was likewise not the limit of Yuanshi.
Rather, it was the result of an uncontested ware furnace in his hand. This he had proved himself by trial and error. Heaven and earth and emptiness are the foundation of the formation, and the sun and stars are the eyes of the formation. With the 9 great sun golden flame pan dragon fire spirit as the main, add from the Phoenix clan treasury from the fire genus of heavenly treasures, carefully refined for 999 years. Eventually, he refined the obsidian 9 dragons fire fan, which contained 49 post-heavenly prohibitions and was sufficient to emit the fire that could blast any cultivator below the great Luo, and was not suppressed by the divine water below the innate, although the great is still in the range of the latter. However, it meant that it was the artifact furnace that was limiting him, not his own abilities. If one had the legendary Qiankuan tripod in their hands, not to mention an innate spiritual treasure, it would not be impossible for one to have an extreme innate spiritual treasure. As for Tai Chu's refining of the Yuanfeng origin heart's blood, it naturally went very smoothly. Throughout the process of refining, his perception of the laws of the fire Tao came directly later. It is one step ahead of the law of force, the law of space and time, and the law of cause and effect, all stepped into the level of the great Tao. Moreover, with the power of the origin contained therein, he had even glimpsed a trace of the true meaning of the rune Tao and condensed the great Tao divine pattern fire. It was important to realize that this did not only mean the appearance of the first great Tao divine pattern. What's more, it meant that any cultivator who comprehended the great Tao of fire and used fire as an attack,
or defense, would always be lower than him. The same arts, the same divine abilities,
all of the might that could be utilized in Tai Chu's hands would be more than 100 times what others had displayed. This was the terror of the great Tao divine pattern. It was also the time when Taichu dared to make the bold claim that the Rune Dao had come to greatness.
All beings in the world are ants. The Tao of Heaven is also a plaything in the palm of your hand. 3,000 avenues of the devil god resurrected again, but also to be able to backhanded suppression of the bottom of the air. Chapter 15 Dijune's Discontent and Fear. Taking power with the Heavenly Dao. 1,000 years and a doubling of strength. Refining the origin heart's blood is really a shortcut for me to quickly parse the heaven and earth and the great Dao. Flame light manifested in Tai Chao's eyes. Divine patterns converged. And the moment he got up and stepped out, the 10,000 divine flames collected their might and bent down to show their submission. Endless fire spirits hissed, jumped, and tumbled, with delight and gathered in its direction, celebrating. The original dazzling sun, also as if not dare to block its sharpness, quietly dimmed more than a few minutes. Let in the innate Qinkuan formation, subconscious cultivation of Emperor June brothers, instantly awakened, full of palpitations looked toward the place where the beginning of the earth. Brother, what the hell is that man doing? Not only do I reveal jitters all around and inside, even the fire Dao laws that I have comprehended seem to have encountered a natural enemy, and I can't even control them anymore. Taiyi's trembling exclamation of horror also caused Emperor June's pupils to be colored with a bit of consternation and shock as well. He naturally knew what was going on. It can be according to the suppression between the laws and the Great Dao. Even if the other party comprehended the Great Dao of Fire, it would only make it impossible for them to use the laws at full power. Why is it that even they themselves are now affected by it and will have an uncontrollable fear of it? It simply doesn't make sense. Ha 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 ha, I've made it. I've finally researched it. Just as Tai Chao's golden flame feathered coat was added to his body and he stepped into the void to be honored by the worship of 10,000 fires, an excited shout suddenly came. What's going on with Sango? In the first flash of fire, Taichu had arrived in front of Tong Tian. Nowadays, as long as the divine thought was within reach and there was a place where flames were burning, he could descend in a flash. It was much more convenient than using the law of time and space. Fourth brother, you're just in time. This is the formation that I have come to an epiphany after spending 1,000 years of my life using your method of the Rune Dao as the core, the art of the formation Dao as the vein, and the 36 green lotus of creation as the foundation of the formation, in combination with the characteristics of the one breath that transforms into the four purities. Tong Tian pointed remotely at the formation not far away that was not yet completed, but was already operational, and gleefully introduced it. According to my anticipation, when the formation is completed, it will be able to forcefully take a side of heaven and earth as its own palm. The four of us, on the other hand, will become one, incarnating the heavenly Dao of the world within the formation, ruling over all things in the heaven and earth of the formation, divided bodies as the core of the formation, one person not dying, all the rest surviving, magic treasures connected to each other by divine lines, doubling their power, borrowing each other's laws, and sharing the great Dao are all nothing more than routine operations. If you want to break the formation, you either have to instantly kill all of the divided bodies or possess the power of opening the heavens held by Father God. Otherwise, it can only be despaired of being ground to death by us, or sealed and buried by heaven and earth, so that it will never see the light of day again. As he spoke, some pride suddenly rose on Tong Tian's face. In addition, what satisfies me even more is that the rotation of the laws of the great Dao of heaven and earth and the formation are all based on the minds of the four of us. Those who cultivate the laws of the outside world into the array, not to say that they are all ruined. At least the strength will be reduced by half, or even only the physical body cultivation can be used. It can be said to be the only existence within the entire flood world that has no predecessors or successors. Taicho really did not expect that the mindless flirting in the past would really allow Tong Tian to come up with such a heaven-defying formation. Sango, I was just saying it off the top of my head. I didn't think you'd actually get it out. I'll call both big brother and second brother here to try out the power of this formation. Don't bother, we're here. The void ripped open blatantly, and the two people, Tai Shang and Yuanshi, walked out from it with delighted eyes. Third brother, I didn't expect you to be such a genius. With the help of this kind of heaven-defying formation, even if we encounter another threat at the level of a mixed golden immortal, we will no longer be afraid. Between Yuanshi's pleased compliments, Tai Shang suddenly noticed Tong Tian's face, which inexplicably appeared slightly unnatural. Third brother, do you have something difficult to say? Tai Shang's doubt not only drew the attention of Yuanshi and Tai Chu, but also caused Tong Tian's eyes to fill with embarrassment. What I just said was just a preconception. Currently only the prototype has been researched, and it has not reached the point where it can be utilized freely and without the slightest backlash. As soon as these words came out, the three Taicho people looked at each other in dismay and did not show too much surprise and astonishment. After all, the anticipation is so counterintuitive. It was tantamount to forcibly plundering the authority of heaven and earth, and trampling the face of the heavenly Dao on the ground to abuse it at will.
If Tong Tian was really able to come up with a complete formation within 1,000 years,
they might even wonder if it's been taken over by someone.
Third brother, it's already great that you were able to get a prototype going. It will surely be accomplished in time. There's no need to feel embarrassed by it.
Yuan Shi's relief made Tong Tian's heart feel better. I already have a thought and a goal, and in less than 3 Yuan Hui's time, I can definitely perfect it. Sango, I believe in your abilities. Taicho smiled and nodded,
then brought the topic to the hidden treasures within the Sun Star. It's just that it's not a good time to dive in yet. We have not yet seen a single bit of the opportunities and supreme treasures within the Sun Star. So to prevent someone from getting there first, it's better to scavenge a bit before continuing to dive into enlightenment and refining the air of the departing fire. Big brother, second brother, when you were refining pills and forging weapons, did you find any anomalies or innate formations present anywhere? I didn't find anything. While Taishan lightly shook his head in response, Yuan Shi frowned slightly, revealing a bit of thought. When I was refining the Obsidian 9 Dragons off Fire Fan, I did find a place of temporal and spatial anomaly, but I was busy forging weapons at the time, so I didn't pay much attention to it. Tai Chao's eyes suddenly lit up at his words, and he hurriedly inquired about the location.
Ergo, can you still find it there now? Naturally. Yuan Shi nodded his head and responded,
casually tearing the space beside him, beckoning Tai Cho and the others, arriving at the place where the time and space were different.
Brother, they're coming. Seeing the 4 people who stepped out from the void, Tai Yi held the chaos bell tightly in his hand, his eyes full of anger and hatred, as well as a hint of fear for Tai Chu. It looks like this place can't stay. Tai Chi, pack up quickly. Let's go.
Di Jun looked at the 4 people who were leaping forward,
ready to make a move to break the formation,
and his eyes were filled with resentment and indignation. But the situation was stronger than the people.
If they didn't leave now,
they were afraid that they wouldn't be able to get out easily later.
Brother, this is,
however, without waiting for Tai Yi to finish his sentence, he saw Di Jun's eyes scarlet as he twisted his head and shouted harshly,
I said pack up and go immediately. It was the first time Tai Yi had seen Di Jun lose his temper like this,
knowing that the resentment in the other party's heart was far more intense than his. After a moment of slight silence and a breathless nod with dark eyes, he turned and gathered up everything he could take with him.
The innate Supreme Yang Qin Kuan formation, merging spacetime and the Supreme Yang Avenue,
with the Sun Star as the core of the formation.
It is considered to be one of the top-ranked innate formations within the flood.
Tong Tian scanned the void for a few breaths, and already knew the origin and core of the formation, and followed the patterns of heaven and earth to find the important nodes to break the formation. Big brother, second brother, fourth brother, this formation connects to the entire Sun Star. If I want to crack it, I still need you guys to help me. With that, he waved his hand and manifested the many nodes that were to be breached.
Good, no problem, leave it to us,
the 3 successively answered. With the method of 1 Qi into 4 Qing, instantly the entire innate to Yang Qin Kuan array surrounded, only waiting for Tong Tian to be ready. Will be able to strike to break the array. Where did this pervert come from? How could there be such a heaven-defying divine skill? Tai Yi and Di Jun watched the operation of the 4 Tai Chu people and were directly stunned in place. The consternation and shock in their hearts simply unable to be expressed in words.
Originally, just Tai Chu alone made them feel intimidated.
The 4 of them came out at the same time, and the only thing they could think of was to move and escape. But now you're telling me that 4 is not the limit, and that you're still able to split 20 existences of comparable strength.
Isn't this pure bullying of honest people? 2 dozen isn't enough. Do you want to prepare for 10 dozen? Destructive sword Dao Ai time and space silence, times 5. Yin and Yang mend heaven, shock the Qiankuan, times 5. Rune Dao avatar, destroy the sun and burn the sky, times 5. Orderly heavenly punishment, purple heavenly thunder, times 5. While the 2 were shocked, Tai Chu and the others didn't pause for a second and used various divine abilities in unison. In an instant, the sky-covering sword deity, the yin-yang great mill, the burning heavenly golden flame, and the purple chi thunder punishment all came at the nodes of the great formation in an instant, making Emperor Jun's pupils instantly shrink violently. He hurriedly opened the back door of the formation under his control and urged frantically at Tai Yi in a loud and stern voice, move. The moment the 2 of them fishtailed, the innate Supreme Yang Qin Kuan Grand Formation was also submerged under the attack and disappeared between heaven and earth. Big brother, second brother, fourth brother, it seems like someone escaped. Tong Tian, as the main force in breaking the formation, was the first to notice the abnormality of the formation. Did you see who it was? Yuan Shi frowned at the back of the man who had already turned into a rainbow and left, casting himself into the flooded earth, and asked Tong Tian about his identity. The 2 ran too fast. Plus my attention was on breaking the formation just now. I didn't see exactly who it was. As soon as its words fell, Taishang blandly opened his mouth to speak what he had seen. The shape looks like two golden three-legged crows. Unsurprisingly, it should be the owner of this formation. Yuan sure swept a glance. Only the Fusang divine tree remained, as well as the wretched heaven and earth within the formation. A slight displeasure in his eyes suddenly rose. Fourth brother, you are stronger than us. Have you seen their exact appearance? Taicho naturally knew who it was that had escaped. Originally, one of his goals in coming to the solar planet was to come and try it out to see if he could use the divine might of the causal arcane mirror, taking the chaos bell and the river map and Luo book from the hands of the two Dijun brothers. But I didn't realize that the two had already taken shape and come out, and still very much from the heart. He chose to run away rather than stay and die hard. It seemed that if one wanted to seize the chaos bell and the river map Luo book, one could only wait until the next time to make the attempt. Chapter 16, The Open Door of the Tyene Star. Two cowardly rats who ran away. I'll see you next time to let them take as much as they want and just double it and spit it out. Taicho did not dismantle the identities of the two Dijun brothers. There's still a long way to go, so there's plenty of time to play with them slowly. Right now they had more important things to do. This place should be the core treasure of the entire sun. Yuanshi looked the Fusang divine tree up and down. His eyes quietly colored with some gravity. Used the majority of the power of the obsidian sun to nourish the Fusang divine tree, one of the 10 extreme innate spiritual roots, for supplying the two mongrel birds to be born. It seems that the two that escaped should be the origin star gods of the sun star, and the roots and natural talent they possess must be the top existences in the flood. If there is a chance to meet again, it must be nipped in the bud so as not to bring us unnecessary trouble. Indeed, Taishan's fingertips rotated with yin and yang. His eyebrows lightly furrowed as he slightly nodded his head to indicate that he agreed with Yuanshi's idea. Their future karmic entanglements are not small, and they are bound to invite no small amount of trouble for us. I'll see you in the coming days. Kill them if you can, and if you can't, make them useless. Taichu looked at the eyes of the cold light appeared. Hostility gradually born two people. The heart also cannot help but secretly feel a little surprised. He really did not expect that the hidden killing nature in the hearts of Taishang and Yuanshi was not much weaker than Tong Tian at all. It seems that among the original trajectory, the three brothers made a mess to that point. In addition to Hong Jun's secret calculations, the character of the three men themselves takes up no small part of the equation. Only now, because of his presence, there was room for détente and understanding between the three. It is only then that we move from a gradual backlash to a situation where we are more and more united in our efforts. When I broke the formation just now, I had intercepted the breath of those two weedy birds. Next time I see them, I'll be able to recognize them no matter what they've become. Tong Tian was also very clear in his heart that the hatred caused by the forced occupation of his home could only be lifted by immortality. And naturally they don't want to die, nor can they. Therefore, for the sake of the four brothers' peace, we can only find an opportunity to ask each other to ascend to heaven early. Big brother, second brother, third brother, this is at least the core treasure of the sun. The two weedy birds fled in haste and did not take all the goodies with them. As he spoke, Tai Chu lifted one hand lightly, and a strange-looking wheel, intertwined with gold and red colors, emitting a scorching hot sun atmosphere, flew rapidly into his hand. This is an innate spiritual treasure sun god wheel, containing 24 innate prohibitions, transformed by the golden essence of the great sun, and containing the laws of the blazing sun, the laws of the supreme yang. Sacrificing it for a split second is like an ancient day falling. Nothing burns and no water is dispersed. It is truly the best of the innate spiritual treasures. If you find a moon god wheel that matches it, it can be promoted into a sun and moon god wheel that contains 32 innate prohibitions. Between the outbreaks of its power, the yang and yin rotate endlessly, and the true meaning of yin and yang is concealed within it. So it is as easy as a slap in the face to obliterate the soul and extinguish the soul. If you rub it below the great luo, you will die. And if you dip it for a moment above the great luo, you will surely lose your physical body and damage your spirit. It can be considered a rather good magic treasure. Not bad indeed. Tong Tian nodded his head slightly at the sight and surveyed the earth below. It looks like they only took away the companion spirit root of the Sang God tree, as well as some great sun gold essence. Extreme Yang Spirit Stone made a bit of a mess of the scene and didn't actually scavenge much treasure. This place was mostly spirit mines and strange stones, and the Taishan wasn't too interested. Then he didn't pick up on the two's words and landed straight before the Fusang divine tree, ignoring the thousands of divine flames burning around him. Self-consciously plopped down on the ground and absorbed the air of the departing fire that was nearly concentrated into liquid. Seeing this, the three Yuanshi people did not continue to gossip. After hurriedly scavenging the spiritual minerals and strange stones he saw, he landed in the four directions of the Fusang divine tree and fell into enlightenment and cultivation. And the process didn't last long. The momentum of the four wailing away was truly amazing. However, more than 100 years of light has been the original rich to the extreme, almost the night of the air of the fire, absorbed only, Fusang divine tree draped in the silk veil, the air of burgundy earth and the air of leaving fire have both been practiced to perfection. Next is the air of sunflower water on the planet Taiyin. With his eyes slightly open, Taicho lightly exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. It's just a pity that the Fusang divine tree's root system wraps around the solar star, so it's simply impossible to take it away by force. Otherwise, transplanting it back within the cave would definitely bring the aura of heaven and earth to a higher level, and even comparable to the beginning of the ferocious beast quantitative hijacking, which is not impossible. Looking at the Fusang divine tree that blossomed with divine fire stamens engulfed in immeasurable amounts of fiery sun aura, Taicho's heart was really a little regretful. Big brother, second brother, third brother, now that what can be absorbed and collected by the solar planet has been dealt with, it's time to depart for the Taiyin planet. Good. I've already scavenged all the heavenly materials and treasures in this place, so there really isn't anything left to hold on to. While Taishang and Yuan sure nodded bashfully, Tong Tian was pulling out a number of formation flags with a playful expression on his face. Since we can't take the Fusang divine tree away, those two mongrel birds will never want to utilize it again in the slightest. It just so happens that I've gained some new insights into the Dao of formation. Let's just take this innate grand formation and practice. Then Tong Tian waved his big hand, and 3,650 array flags flew out, respectively rooted in the void, above the sun, attracting the power of the stars in the circumference of the sky, gathering the fire of the infinite obsidian sun, blocking heaven and earth with space and time, so that the Fusang divine tree's shadow appeared outside, and the body was hidden in multiple spaces. This is the Zhou Tian Ji Yang Qian Koan Grand Formation that has been improved and strengthened by me, and its main function is to hide, with the void of heaven and earth as the foundation, the stars of the circumference of heaven as the nodes of the formation, and the sun star as the core of the formation. It provides the power needed to conceal time and space. It looks like the Fusang divine tree is right here, but it's actually hidden within the infinite space vault. If you want to break this formation, either I will do it myself, or I will blow up the stars of the circumference or destroy the sun star. Otherwise even a cultivator who specializes in the way of time and space would want to precisely find where the true body of the Fusang divine tree is located in the endless spatial faults. It would be a completely impossible task. Listening to Tongtian's introduction of the improved formation, the three Taicho people nodded their heads frequently with satisfied eyes. Third brother's perception of the Dao of formation is truly remarkable, to the extent that he was able to improve a formation to such an extent in a short period of time. Before Taicho's words of praise fell, Yuan Shi also expressed his appreciation for his abilities. Third brother, this formation of yours can be said to be fundamentally cutting off the possibility of the two mongrel birds being utilized again. In the future, if they want to use this as a dojo, they will only be able to stare at it with empty eyes but be unable to do anything about it. While the three of them were smiling, Taishang was looking towards the direction of the Taiyin star with a strange color in his eyes, and said in a faint voice to Taichu and the others, "Now that this is over, let's go. The people over there, I'm afraid, have been waiting for us for a long time." Above the Taiyin star, in the innate supreme Yin Tide formation, Changshi gently stroked the drops of sweat seeping from his forehead, looking at the wide array of pastries on top of the wooden table, as well as the fine wine made from laurel flowers brewed for 10,000 years. A look of doubt and incomprehension was in his eyes. "Sister, why do you have to prepare so many things? After screwing around for almost 100 years without sleep, I'm really about to die of exhaustion." When Shi was asked this question, he immediately revealed a face full of helplessness and heartbreak. "My good sister, can't we use our brains and think about it? The two mongrels next door even let that gang up their home. If we don't make some preparations for their arrival, I'm afraid we'll end up the same way. It's not impossible to be even more miserable than them. After all, the two of us can't run away. We can't fight, and if we have a bad attitude, we're really asking for death." As Changshi listened to Shihi's words, the doubt in his eyes still didn't subside much. But if they are not reasonable, what can be done when even with good food and hospitality, they still have to give us an inch and screw us? When these words came out, Shihi's movements couldn't help but pause for an instant. Slightly silent after a long time, the eyes of the stern aura quietly and pass away. Tuing law manifested around the body. The tide of extermination leaped. If this group has to make a move, then we'll see whose life is tougher. This is the Taiyin star after all, the land of the two of us. Even if we fight to the death, we will never let them have a good time. Meanwhile outside the Taiyin star, the four men of Taichu who came from the planet Sun, looking at the Taiyin star that not only didn't have the slightest bit of defense, but also had the doors of the formation open, emitting a strong fragrance of laurel. All of them showed some surprise and strangeness. When things go wrong, they go wrong. Yuan Shi frowned slightly, looking out at the Changshi duo standing next to the laurel tree, vigilance growing in his heart. Two women. Not only did they not choose to flee, or close the great formation and not come out, it even directly opened the doors of the formation and set up a banquet to wait for us. There must be something fishy in it, or even a trap specifically for us. The Taishan didn't say anything, but some caution rose in his heart all the same. I don't know what they want, though, but it does seem a bit out of character for the current situation. No matter how good the treasure was, it was not as important as the safety of the four of them. The next contact will have to be made with a few extra eyes in case the other party is playing a trick. What's the use of us just standing here guessing? Might as well just go in and see. Tong Tian belonged to the character who did it without saying a word. Seeing that Yuan Shi and the others were hesitating, he immediately persuaded the two. Anyway, with our current strength, it's basically impossible for cultivators below the level of Mixed Golden Immortal to defeat us. Cultivators above the level of Mixed Golden Immortal, even if they want to make a move, they have to weigh whether they have the ability to do so. Taichu watched the Changshi duo below, stroking his chin as he pondered the reason for this. According to the original trajectory, the strength that the two women could currently achieve would at most be the peak of Diluo. There was no possibility of breaking through to the realm of the Mixed Golden Immortal, and the character of the two women, then Jun brothers and sisters to be too much better. Our gentle type of classical women, temper is not too grumpy. As long as we treat each other with courtesy, it shouldn't get to the point of getting physical. Chapter 17, the number one stallion in the floodplains, Zulong. With this in mind, Tai Chao's heart was set. They should have just seen it. The way we moved on Sunstar, trying to avoid conflict and calamity by entertaining us, instead of playing some kind of trick. After saying that, without waiting for Tai Shang and the others to speak, he flew straight to the front of the Taiyin star and proclaimed in a loud voice from above. I am Tai Cho, the youngest brother of the four Qings transformed by Pangda Yuan Shen. And I have come with my three brothers today only to nurture the 5 qi in my chest, and have no malicious intent. Chang Shi looked at the visitor's gentle and handsome appearance, and was slightly relieved. Sister, he doesn't look like a brutal villain. You should just overthink it. Shiha couldn't help but have some speechlessness rise on her face when she heard this. My good sister, that's not an empty shell you're carrying on your shoulders. Let's get it moving, shall we? It's not like villains or cuties. How could you carve I'm the bad guy on your face? Remember, sometimes the less you look like an evil person, the more often you're secretly the most perverted archvillain. So what do we do now? Chang Shi was also out of ideas at this point. It can only be a matter of soldiers coming to the defense, water coming to the earth, and taking one step at a time. Conversation fell in the hearts of the two of them. He gathered up excess emotions. The corners of his mouth hung up a gentle smile, stepping to the front of Tai Chu and the others. Greetings to fellow Taoist Tai Chu. I am the Lord of Taiyin Starshia. Welcome to all of you. My name is Tong Tian, the third brother of Tai Chu. Seeing that Shiha had no ill intentions, Tong Tian introduced himself in a very spontaneous manner. I am Yuan Shi, the second of the four purities transformed by Pangda Yuan Shen. I am Tai Shang, the head of the four purities transformed by Pangda Yuan Shen. After the two were introduced one after another, the scorn in Shiha's heart increased. But on the surface, he still had a gentle brow and eyes, and did not show the slightest hint of timidity. Greetings to fellow Daoist Tai Shang, fellow Daoist Yuan Shi, and fellow Daoist Tong Tian. In order to welcome all of you here, I have prepared some spirit food, and fine wine, so I hope you won't mind. After saying that, Shi smiled and turned straight around, walking slowly in the direction of the laurel tree, not worrying in the slightest whether Tai Chu and the others would take advantage of the opportunity to sneak attack. Kind of. Tai Cho looked at the graceful back in front of him, and some strange colors quietly flashed in his eyes. According to the original trajectory, Shiha would have completed the celestial marriage ceremony under the witness of Nuwa at the time of Hongjuan's second sermon and become Jun's official wife. His sister Chang Shi, on the other hand, would become Emperor Jun's side palace. Later, because the demon heavenly court needed a successor, Jun in order for the two to give birth to an heir. After forcibly refining the Fusang divine tree origin, he used his own supreme yang origin as a guide and infused it into the bodies of the two for nurturing. However, yin and yang are mutually exclusive, plus Emperor Jun's greed, directly breaking the limits of heaven and earth, on the number of their children, forcibly conceived 10 small golden crows in the bodies of Shiha and Changshi, resulting in the origin within the two. It was simply not enough to support their birth. Soon after giving birth to the 10 little golden crows, Shiha died on top of the Taiyin star due to the complete collapse of her body's origin. Changshi, on the other hand, after Hoi shot the 9 little golden crows, under the heartbreak, all the thoughts and the disillusionment followed her sister. The fate of both in their lives is summarized in one sentence. I was a fairy in the moon palace, but because of heaven's order to fall into the mortal world. I originally thought that I would find a good man to return to, but I never thought that I would die. It's really miserable to say the least. In the entire flooded heavens and earth, there should be no more miserable and innocent existences than the two sisters. Between the ebb and flow of their thoughts, the four of them also followed Shiha's footsteps, passing through the formation gate and stepping into the innate supreme tidal wave formation. Originally, the naked eye could only see laurel trees towering over the earth, but now we see miles of green grass spread all over the ground, and many osmanthus flowers bloom all over the sky, and the clouds and mist are misty and indistinct, and the blue water in streams and fishes leap in the water. Hurricane a vibrant springtime scene. It was a stark contrast to the dead image of the outside world, where hares were scarce and cold air was rampant. This is my little sister Changshi. While waving his hand in introduction, he invited Tai Chu and the others to take a seat and savor the pastries and fine wine. All of you are just here to dive in, so naturally I am beyond welcome. But if we come to make trouble, although the two of us sisters are not strong enough to do anything about it, we still have the courage to break the net of fish death. I hope that the four of you will not have any thoughts that you shouldn't have, so as not to make a mess in the end of people's wealth, and everyone will not look good. In order to make his position clear, he did not say much else and directly showed his hand to Tai Chu and the others. It was hoped that this would be a way to get a few people to curb their dissent and not do anything confusing that would be unpleasant for everyone. It's natural. Tai Chu smiled lightly and secretly stopped Tong Tian, who was upset, and told him not to act impulsively. We're just taking this opportunity to realize the way. We're not unreasonable robbers and plunderers, so how could we have thoughts that we shouldn't have? That's good. Shiha picked up the cup of wine and drank it all in one go, then got up and bowed his hand towards the four of them to say goodbye. I still have some things to take care of, so I won't accompany you all. If there is anything, just go directly to my little sister. After saying that, he turned around and walked slowly into the turquoise blue palace behind the laurel tree, where a plaque with a divine pattern hung on one side. However, she did not really feel at ease and always used her divine thoughts to manipulate the grand formation. As long as the four people of Taicho dare to give an inch and humiliate Changshi by half, they will directly imperialize the great formation to block them with all their might. Big brother, second brother, this woman is too arrogant. It just doesn't take us seriously. Tong Tian was filled with displeasure as he complained to the Taishang duo. Third brother, we're not bandits and robbers, so we don't need to have to get our hands dirty every time and make our relationship immortal. And aren't all the treasures of this place already before us? Saying that, Taishang signaled with his eyes to look at the pastries and good wine on the table. Both the laurel brew and these pastries are made from the essence of the laurel tree, blended with the unique spirits of the Tai-in star. Not only does it contain the air of sunflower water, but it also has the spirit of laurel, and the essence of the most in is concealed within it. Even though it's only a little bit of skin, it's still enough to be comparable to the third turn pills I've refined. In a sensible way, they have respected us enough. At this time, Yuan Shi also spoke out to Tong Tian to persuade him. Third brother, two women are just a bunch of people, so don't get catty with them, and you'll just ignore the two of them, but you'll also have to take care of fourth brother's face, won't you? When Tong Tian heard this, he subconsciously turned his head to look at Tai Chu. Just see it as sitting with Chang Shi next to each other, full of smiles, constantly recounting, within the flood land of interesting things, strange news. Brother Tai Chu, is it true that ancestral dragon is meat and potatoes and likes all kinds of races? This is natural, from the birds and beasts, down to the fish, shrimp, mountains and rocks, but whatever has the female characteristics, he will come through. That's terrible. Looking at the hot chatting duo, Tong Tian's eyes contained strange and his heart secretly murmured. No wonder big brother, second brother, all advised me not to do it. It looks like fourth brother is preparing to start a harem, and I don't know who's big and who's small. If this is not handled well, fourth brother will be guilty. Then Tong Tian. Three people looked at each other. They did not say anything else, quietly walked to the laurel tree, kneeling down and swallowing the air of sunflower water, giving space to Tai Chu and Chang Shi. Two people. We're going to start practicing. Miss Chang Shi is still invited to make herself at home. Tai Chu saw that all three of them were actually ready to cultivate, so he didn't continue to tease Chang Shi. The most important thing for him at the moment was still strength, and women will only be a hindrance to improving your strength. What to do in your spare time and what to choose when necessary. He was naturally as clear as a mirror in his mind. Then brother Tai Chu, you go ahead. I'll leave you to it. Chang Shi, who had stayed in Tai-in Star since his birth and had never seen any different scenery, was full of yearning and longing for the outside world. Now not only have they met a handsome young man like Tai Chu who is handsome in appearance and gentle and considerate, the other was also willing to tell her interesting stories about the outside world and her own past as patiently as if it were a spring breeze. How could she not be aroused to admiration? As for Chang Shi's thoughts, Tai Chu was able to see it since. After first pacifying the other party with his eyes, he then turned to the underside of the laurel tree and swallowed the infinite sunflower water air with the 3 Taishang people. Since the air of burgundy earth and the air of separation fire in his body had all been perfected, the speed of absorbing the air of sunflower water was also 3 times faster than before. In less than 100 years he had already cultivated the water lineage to the state of perfection. What's going on with Big Brother? Tong Tian woke up in the submerged cultivation, then saw the Taishang frowning tightly. The breath around the body stumbled and fell, the most yin and yang constantly tumbling and manifesting. Big Brother seems to be in enlightenment. Yuan Shi slightly frowned his eyebrows, and a slight look of gravity gradually appeared on his face. It's just that I don't know whether I've encountered a bottleneck, or because of some other reason, but now the body's yin to yang is in chaos, and it can't operate in balance at all. Originally still closing his eyes to dive into the cultivation of Tai Chu, heard the words and suddenly violently opened his eyes. The laws of God pattern manifested in the pupil, peeped up the situation in the body of Taishang. Big Brother, the juxtaposition of water and fire is also a manifestation of the way of yin and yang. You have already understood the power of supreme yang and supreme yin, so as long as you use the yin and yang way that remains after refining the Father God's essence blood as a guide, you will be able to control the leading flame and the sunflower water to reach a balance. Surely you can sublimate the law of yin and yang to the way of yin and yang. Tai Chao's low, soft voice caused Tai Shang, who had swallowed the air of sunflower water, to have a flash of realization in his eyes. As the saying goes, if you pass on a falsehood, you pass on a truth. Taoist enlightenment is often just a moment away. And lifting the clouds to see the sky says what Taishang is feeling right now. Thanks for the mention. 4th Brother. The moment the words fell, the infinite amount of spiritual chi split into 2 poles. The supreme yang and the supreme yang rotated endlessly, madly pouring in from the top of Taishang's head. The wonders of the way of yin and yang also unfolded in his mind in an instant, making him unable to extricate himself from the depths of it. 4th Brother. When did you cultivate your words? Tong Tian looked at the heaven and earth visions caused by Taishang, and some shocked colors came out of his eyes. The effort of just a few words has actually caused Big Brother to proceed directly into the midst of an epiphany. Why don't you tell me about it too? And maybe you'll be able to help me too? Sango, you're totally overthinking this. For Tong Tian's brain circuit, Tai Chu was also really convinced. If I really had that kind of skill, I would have already certified as a mixed being. How is it possible that it is still lingering in the great Luo Golden Immortal until now? Chapter 18, Stepping Through the Threshold of the Mixed Yuan. The supreme yin-yang laws were perfected. Heaven and earth are in a hurry, and the years are long. 1,000 years had passed since Tai Shang's deep epiphany. During this period, Shi never showed up, and it was always Chang Shi who entertained Tai Chu. Yuan Shi and Tong Tian, on the other hand, were unwilling to disturb the two, and each found a place to forge weapons and perform formations, waiting for Taishan to wake up from his enlightenment. This allowed Chang Shi, who was bored out of his mind and had no one to play with, to spend the first unbelievably happy 1,000 years. Only the good is always temporary, and enlightenment comes to an end. On this day, the 2 stars, Taiyin and Sun, suddenly blossomed with dazzling divine aura. The air of Lihua rendered the heaven and earth. The air of Kuaishui reflected the heavens. The 2 chi of yin and yang penetrated through the stars and rivers, and the field of Taiji covered the circumference of the heavens. Meanwhile, under the laurel tree, it was as if the Taishang had completely melted into heaven and earth and was not in the present world. The breath around his body was completely absent, yet he was truly present. A glance at the clearly visible silhouette, but it is touching. Read and cover no shadow. Its expression is not shocked. The surrounding world is flat, as if the outside world, thousands of phenomena, are not related to this place. People feel incredibly at ease. Big Brother has finally taken the final step. Taicho looked at the shocking changes in the heavens and earth, and the color of delight in his eyes suddenly rose. With the way of water and fire, he perceives the yin and yang of heaven and earth, and borrows the remaining power of the essence and blood of the Father God to forge his own Taiji Taoist path. After waking up this time, Big Brother's path will definitely be clear, and at least there will be no more bottlenecks to speak of before he certifies the way of the mixed element. Hearing this, Tong Tian's eyes flashed with thought, and he quietly moved to Tai Chu's side, once again asking the question that rendered him speechless. 4th Brother, there are no outsiders here. Tell me honestly, have you practiced your words or not? To get Big Brother to this point with just a few words, who would believe it if there wasn't something fishy in it? The color of helplessness rolled under Tai Chao's eyes. He really couldn't figure out what this brain circuit of Tong Tian's was all about. When it's good, the ideas can be spot on and often get right to the point. When it's bad, it's so puzzling that the sky is the limit, and no amount of demented talk will ever be enough to summarize the other person's thoughts. 3rd Brother, Don't give fourth brother a hard time. If he's really that good. It was used on us a long time ago, so how could it be hidden?
When Yuanshi saw that Tong Tian had brought up this topic again, he felt a little helpless in his heart.
There are no laws of enlightenment,
and the only way to enter it is if heaven and earth resonate with the body and soul. Big Brother had already found the doorway originally, and fourth brother's words were only to help illuminate the key,
not to create the path out of thin air. You just can't get the mystery of it even if you ask anymore. The moment Yuanshi's words fell, Taishan also once again made a brand new move. The eyes slowly opened slowly. The Taiji Dao diagram was hidden. The yin and yang laws rotated, and the way of water and fire emerged. Between one step, heaven and earth were all congratulated. 10,000 miles of purple gas swept from the east, and the golden lotus of the Dao rhyme gushed like a spring. The buds on the tops of the laurel trees, which will take thousands of years to bloom again, are now in full bloom. Come on. In a low voice, the violet gas and golden lotus flew into the palm of Taishan,
and the air of Li Hua and Kuaishui generalized the Taiji Dao fire, and the law of yin and yang changed the Dan furnace. The power of heaven and earth surged and poured, and the laurel petals drifted down. However, between a few births and deaths, all the thousands of visions dissipated, leaving only the 9 divine pills of the laws, which concealed the rhythm of the Dao, hanging above his palms. Big Brother, what is this? Seeing that the anomalies were dispersed, Tong Tian was the first to resist his curiosity and quickly came to the Taishan's side to inquire. This is a divine elixir of laws that I have refined by using 10,000 miles of violet qi, the golden lotus of Dao rhythms as a base, and through the baptism of water and fire, and the creation of yin and yang. Its function is to help one realize the 2 laws of heaven and earth, water and fire, yin and yang. Those with no cultivation will take it and in an instant they will be able to step into the realm of the golden immortals and have an epiphany of water and fire, or the laws of yin and yang. Golden immortal. When taken at the Tai realm, the law comprehension deepens, and at least one major realm can be raised. Dala golden immortals who follow the paths of water and fire, yin and yang, and mixed golden immortals take it, and while raising a small realm, they can at least pull up the realized laws of the great Dao by 20%. As Tai Cho and the others listened to Taishan's introduction, their eyes were instantly filled with joy and excitement, their gazes burning as they stared intently at the Dan pill in their palms. Big Brother, this hand of yours, the art of alchemy, is truly divine, and I'm afraid that no one in the floodplains will be able to match you by half. Yuanshi was also unable to maintain his usual arrogance, and the word wand was revealed without concealment between his eyebrows. Big Brother, this Dan pill of yours is so powerful, I'm sure it's not easy to refine, or the restrictions are not small, right? As the saying goes, the more heaven-defying a divine object is, the greater the difficulties it has to face. A divine elixir that enables one to achieve golden immortality on the spot and enhance the comprehension of the laws of the great Dao. If there were no restrictions at all, why would he bother playing with rune paths? Directly follow the Taishan to convert to the Tao of Dan. Isn't it much easier to just refine pills and get high when you have nothing to do than searching all over the world for the origin that contains the laws? Fourth brother, your guess is not wrong. Between his indifferent nods, the Taishan spoke out the flaws of the law divine pill. It's not true that this Dan is powerful, but it's very difficult to refine. Timing, location, and people. You can't become one without the other. I was able to get away with practicing this time, solely because I took advantage of it, completing the realization of the laws of yin and yang, nearly stepping into the great Dao, heaven and earth celebrating the celestial time. The divine soul resonates with the sun star and the Taiyin star, causing both to spew forth the chi of yin and yang and blossom with the power of water and fire of the terrain. The first awakening of enlightenment. The body and soul are still mingled with heaven and earth. The thousands of laws have not yet dissipated, and heaven and earth are still at my disposal to roam in human harmony. Otherwise, with only my current cultivation level and my law comprehension that has not yet stepped into the great Dao, there is no way that I could, at all, refine 9 perfect grade law divine pills with the limit of heaven and earth's containment. In addition, law divine pills that contain the same great Dao can only be swallowed by one person in their lifetime. Starting with the second one, it will not do anything more than increase cultivation. Even so, it's already quite anticlimactic, isn't it? Shang Shi, who was always watching from the sidelines, listened to Taishan's explanation, and the colors of shock and horror in his eyes did not diminish due to the many shortcomings. Indeed, just for the point of being able to increase the comprehension of the great Dao, there are only a handful of people who are able to do so when looking at all the beings in the flood. Not to mention the fact that it comes with a cultivation enhancement. As long as Big Brother is willing to exchange, I guess there are people who are willing to do so even if it's an extreme innate spirit treasure. That's something to think about. The Taishan nodded thoughtfully. In the future, if there are any law divine pills that we can't use, It wouldn't be a bad deal to trade them with outsiders for some handy magic treasures or equivalent items. The divine pattern of laws manifested in Tai Chou's eyes, and after peering inside and outside Tai Sheng for a while, he inquired about his cultivation. Big brother, at your current cultivation level, you should only be one step away from the completion of the 5-chi conception and the blossoming of the 3 flowers at the top. I.e., you can achieve the mixed golden immortal with the laws, right? Nice. The Taishan lightly nodded his head and introduced himself in a faint voice. Now that my sense of the laws has been perfected and my cultivation has risen to the peak of the Great Luo, I can enter the realm of the mixed golden immortal straight away. And it's all thanks to fourth brother. If you hadn't shared the Father God's essence blood with me, and hadn't reminded me in time to absorb the chi of water and fire at the time of enlightenment, there wouldn't have been such an unexpected gain. As he spoke, Taishan divided the Law Divine Elixir in his palm into 8 pills and handed them directly in front of Tai Chou. These 8 Law Divine pills are useless to me, so I'll give them to fourth brother as a gift of thanks for enlightenment. Tai Chou was not pretentious about it. Tong Tian majored in the way of the sword. Destruction. Yuan Shi majors in order. Xian Kuan. The two had little interest in yin and yang, water and fire, nor did they have the energy to practice both. He, on the other hand, because of the laws of force and the cultivation of the Rune Dao, all 3,000 great roads could be realized and controlled. In addition to the purpose of receiving these Law Divine Dan, he wasn't to eat them, he mainly wanted to analyze the origin of them. If he was able to come up with a quick and convenient refining method, then the speed of his cultivation of the 3,000 Great Dao and his epiphany of the corresponding Great Dao divine patterns would be greatly increased. Now that Big Brother has attained enlightenment through the heavens, we can't be too much of a drag on its back. Yuan Shi was already proud of his nature, and when he saw that Tai Sheng had already taken several steps ahead of them, some urgency inexplicably arose in his heart. The chances on the Taiyin planet have run out, so it's time for us to leave. Big brother, second brother is right. Tong Tian felt the same urgency, only he did it mostly out of boredom. Not wanting to continue wasting time here was not due to the urgency that Tai Sheng's cultivation had skyrocketed. We've stopped staying for so long, it's time for us to leave. When the Taishang saw that both of them wanted to leave, he turned his gaze to Tai Chu. It is indeed time to leave. Tai Chu naturally had no problem with it. But you can't just say you're leaving. It's hard to hook up with someone. Are you leaving here? Changxi's face flashed with some disappointment as she listened to Tai Chou's reply. Lightly beaming, her face full of reluctance and attachment. My sister is a bore. And if you guys leave, I'll be alone again. The 3 Yuanshi looked at Changxi's expression and smiled kindly. His eyes continuously rotated over the two, and a bit of playfulness gradually rose in his eyes. There's no such thing as an unbroken feast. We're only leaving for a while. It's not like we're never coming back. Feeling the gazes behind him, Tai Chu laughed softly helplessly as he relaxed and relieved at Changxi. And it's not like you guys are confined to the Taiyin planet. If you have free time, you can also come to the Kunlun Mountains to find me. At that time, I will take you all on a tour of the flood. Having said that, Changxi didn't continue to be bitter. Well then, it's a deal. When my sister agrees, we will go to the Kunlun Mountains to find you. Tai Chu nodded with a light smile and casually distributed 2 Law Divine pills, handing them over to it. These 2 Law Divine pills will be gifted to you and Shiha. Seeing that Tai Chu had actually gifted such a heaven-defying divine elixir to himself, Changxi immediately looked flustered and wanted to refuse. However, Tai Chu did not give her this opportunity and directly forced the Law God pill into Changxi's hands. Consider it as the cost of borrowing land for cultivation, and I hope you won't excuse yourself. Chapter 19, Hatchetting the Magpie's Nest, Queen Mother of the West? On behalf of my sister, I would like to thank Brother Taichu for the gift. As it was, Changxi could only accept it and bowed to express his gratitude. Borrowing land for cultivation and giving it back is a matter of natural justice. You don't have to be so polite. When Taichu lifted him up with one hand, he asked him to pass on a message to Shihi on his behalf with a slightly condensed expression. Tell your sister that if she doesn't want to die and end miserably, she should be single-mindedly devoted to the Tao, and don't get into things she shouldn't be involved in. Changxi listened to Taichu's admonition and frowned lightly, his eyes filled with doubt and incomprehension. Why is that? Heaven's secrets cannot be revealed. Taichu shook his head slightly, his eyes solemnly re-emphasizing. If anyone comes to invite you, no matter what, push if you can, fight if you can't, and if you can't beat them, go straight to me. Do you hear me? I see. Seeing how serious Taichu is, Changxi also understands that the involvement must not be small. If he didn't listen to the other party's advice, death was probably the best outcome. I'll pass it on to my sister so she can pay attention. We're off. Take care of yourselves. I look forward to seeing you again someday. Taichu lightly patted Changxi's shoulder, and in his unwilling gaze, greeted the 3 people who were watching the show. and straightly rocked up and disappeared in the vast starry sky.
What exactly do you mean by that? Does it see our future? Or is it something else? If what has been said is true, who is it that would harbor ill will toward the two of us sisters? 4 people left for a long time. Shiha is still standing within the palace, eyes full of doubts and incomprehension. A long time cannot return to God from thoughts. As the 4 Taicho people's cultivation was soaring, the floodplains had returned to peace. Although there are slight variations, the ending of the end of the 3 races war has not escaped its original trajectory. The beginning Qilin, the ancestral dragon, and the Yuan Feng, when they were seriously injured and dying, the Heavenly Dao released its confinement on the minds of the 3. Let it see the devastated earth, the mountain of corpses and blood gathered by the lives of its clansmen. This caused the 3 to forcibly get rid of the influence of the quantitatively destructive qi on their sanity, and they came to their senses. In order to be able to wash away his own sins and dissolve the boundless karma above his race's qi, one after another, they swore to the Heavenly Dao that they were willing to use all the clansmen burdened with sins as a price to comb the chaotic rivers, lakes, and seas, repair the broken mountains and earth, and suppress the riotous lava volcanoes, contribute to the evolutionary perfection of the flood, in exchange for infinite merit, the hope for the continuation of the race, and the opportunity to cleanse themselves of the sins they have committed. When Taicho returned from the extraterrestrial starry sky with the 3 Taishang people, looking at the trajectory that hadn't changed much, there were no surprises in his eyes. The Heavenly Dao had been laying out for so long, and without too much interference, the 3 tribes would really be damned if they could flip the script. According to the original trajectory, the next step should be for Luo Shuji to lay out the western heaven and earth and lure Hongjun and the others forward for the Dao Devil battle that will determine the future development of the Flood World. It's just that nowadays the Pioneer Chisel hasn't divided the 4 swords of immortal execution, and Luo Shuji doesn't have the backbone to single-handedly challenge Hongjun and the others. In what way should he, who is already at a disadvantage, block Yin Yang, Qian Kuan, and the 5 elements? Is it hard to directly threaten Hongjun to fight him one-on-one by blowing up his own earth vein? Between the rotation of thoughts, Tai Chu and the others also returned to the Kunlun Mountains, where they had been separated for many years. However, each of their faces were replaced by gloom and anger the moment they arrived to enter the cave of heavenly bliss. There was not a hint of homecoming joy in the press. Simply deceptive. Looked at the 3 tribes of the war by the waves. Has long been completely different, all over the broken mountains and rocks. A glance at all the withered yellow earth. Not half a bit of vitality. Only a few houses are still intact cave heaven blessed land. Tong Tian was instantly filled with anger as he shouted loudly and sternly. We've been away for only about 10,000 years. And our home has been ravaged to this sorry state. If you want to revitalize it and completely remove the effects of the fury, the power of resentment, without 1,000 years or so, I'm afraid it's simply impossible to do so. A cold aura appeared in Yuan Shi's eyes, and he, who had originally been disgusted by the people who wore hair and horns, felt more and more angry and disgusted at this moment. Who, just as the 2 of them were burning with anger, their hostility manifested itself. Taicho suddenly blocked off the heavens and earth with the divine patterns of laws and offered up the 12 green lotus of creation at the same time. He bellowed out into the void not far away. Taishang did not hesitate for a second when he saw this. The heaven and earth Xianuan Linglong Pagoda manifested. Yin and Yang Taiji shrouded heaven and earth. His eyes flickered sternly, staring at the void in front of him, the figure hiding. What a nerve! How dare you take advantage of our absence to take over the magpie's nest? It seems you are tired of living. Get out of there yet. Tong Tian, Yuan Shi shouted angrily, have sacrificed the Qingping sword, the 3 treasures such as the will, and are about to make a move. Don't ever do it. I mean no harm. Seeing the 4 of them clashing swords, the figure hidden in the void hastily manifested itself and raised its hands to show its sincerity. And Taichu looked at the woman who slowly walked out from the void, with a voluptuous figure and a stunningly beautiful appearance, but with a leopard's tail and a pair of tiny tiger teeth, and instantly gained an insight into her identity. She is the future head of the female immortals, the owner of the 10 best innate spiritual roots, Nanshui Peach, the executor of the plague and punishment, and the Queen Mother of the West who helped Shen Yuan defeat Qiyu. It is especially important to note that the Queen Mother of the West is not the same person as the Queen Mother, although they both represented the female immortals of the world. Whether it was in terms of strength, or other aspects, Shi Wangmu was much stronger than Wangmu Nianjiang. As for why, one side is a puppet supported by Hongjun, relying on the heavenly court's fortune and transforming it into its own strength. On the one hand, there were powerful people who relied on their own cultivation, sensing the great Tao of heaven and earth, and walking step by step to the peak of quasi-sainthood. It's basically obvious who's strong and who's weak at a glance, even when the heavenly court was at the peak of its might in the future. When the Queen Mother's cultivation reached the same level as that of the Queen Mother of the West,
She was no match for her. It was just like the difference between a mixed Great Luo Golden Immortal and a Heavenly Dao Sage. But where the help of external objects is detached, the gap between the two will be distinguished by mud in clouds. Who are you and why are you within our dojo? If you don't give a clear explanation, next year today will be the day of your sacrifice. Tong Tian raised his Qingping sword and stared angrily at Shi Wangmu. As long as he couldn't give a satisfactory answer, he would immediately move to kill her. I really didn't mean it. The Queen Mother of the West's face was filled with trepidation under the four people's angry eyes, but she didn't dare to keep her mouth shut, strongly holding back the fear in his heart. He trembled and explained, I am the Queen Mother of the West who resides at the top of Western Kunlun, but with the outbreak of the Great War between the three clans, not only did it cut hundreds of feet off of West Kunlun alive, it also crumbled most of the cave of heavenly bliss that I lived in. In order not to be killed by them, I ran away, ready to find a place to hide from the scourge of war. When I was passing through East Kunlun, I happened to see that the formation here was broken, but it wasn't too destroyed, so I hid in. After Tong Tian finished listening to Shi Wangmu's narration, he quickly swept a glance at the protective great formations that remained within the cave Heavenly Bliss. In his mind, he told Tai Shang and the others about the specifics. I've already checked. The formation was indeed destroyed by an external force not long ago at one corner. It caused a mistake in the operation of the Grand Formation, and outsiders were able to sneak in quietly without disturbing the protection of the Grand Formation. Yuan Shi sniffed and frowned slightly. Then can you tell if it was her, or someone else, who destroyed the big formation? The Grand Formation has the ability to absorb aura and restore itself. In response to this question, Tong Tian directly shook his head and said that there was nothing he could do. Now the breach has been restored, as well as the washout of the gaping hole by the quantum fury at the time of the breach. Whoever did it can no longer be seen. When Yuan Shi heard this, the annoyance between his eyebrows grew thicker and thicker, and he no longer wanted to argue about who was right and who was wrong. It's a fact that she trespassed on our cave. Why don't we just wipe it out? Second brother, isn't this a bit reckless? If she did it, she deserved to die. But if she didn't do it and really just happened to be avoiding trouble, wouldn't we have killed her by mistake? Tai Shang's rhetorical question directly caused Yuan Shi's eyes to flood with some thought. Big brother, second brother, why don't you ask fourth brother how it is? Tong Tian saw that Yuan Shi had fallen into silence, and Tai Shang did not continue to speak, so he immediately wanted to throw this question to Tai Chu to make a choice. As for Tai Shang and Yuan Shi, they also had no opinion on this, and after the three of them exchanged glances, they all looked at Tai Chu, who was pondering on the side. What do you think, fourth brother? The trio's unison pulled Tai Chu back from his thoughts. I think we might as well let her stay. When these words came out, the three Tong Tian people all showed some surprise. Originally, they were only thinking of expelling them, or wiping them out on the spot, eliminating all the aftermath. But what they never expected was that Tai Chu was even prepared to leave it behind. Fourth brother, it's fine for a man to have 3 wives and 4 concubines, but you have to exercise some moderation. Never learn from that Zulan who flings his son around. Just as Yuan Shi's low voice of exhortation fell, Tong Tian's voice also sounded in Tai Chou's heart. Fourth brother, what second brother says is very true. You know, we only went to a total of 4 places on this trip, yet you've already found Nuwa and Changxi, the 2 Taoists. Now that you've just come back, you're ready to add another Queen Mother of the West, which is really. As Tai Chou listened to the exhortations of the 2 men, as well as Tai Shang's slightly complicated gaze, his heart was immediately filled with embarrassment and helplessness. Big brother, second brother, third brother, do I look so much like a horny man who is so hungry that he can't walk when he sees a beautiful woman? The instant this query was raised, before Tai Shang and Yuan Shi could speak, Tong Tian nodded without hesitation. Fourth brother, you haven't reached that point, but you do carry a bit of that. Hearing this, Tai Chou looked at Tai Shang and Yuan Shi who were coincidentally nodding their heads in unison, and his eyes were suddenly filled with helplessness and tiredness. He's just trying to make a friend. How did it fall into the eyes of the Tai Shang and the others that it became a desire to open a harem? Big brother, second brother, third brother, can you guys get your heads right? I am merely trying to be kind to people and not make easy enemies. Pressing the heart to form a Dao couple with it. Chapter 20. Stay even if you're a slave or a maid. The causal demon god is still alive? However, the stereotype has been imprinted, and there's no way to change it for a while. The 3 of them explicitly nodded in unison, believing Tai Chu's statement. But how it was pondered in secret is unknown. Ugh, I'm really just trying to make connections, not people. After sighing helplessly and lightly in his heart, Tai Chou then dropped his gaze too. Just like a frightened hare, she was anxious and uneasy, her eyes full of fear and consternation, constantly surveying the 4 of them on the Queen Mother of the West. Given that you've only come to avoid trouble and didn't mean to do it,
I'll allow you to find a place to cultivate, and stay until you recover in the cave of Zykanlun.
I hope you won't betray my trust and do something irrational.
Understand? Hearing this,
Queen Mother of the West was relieved in her heart and hurriedly responded with a respectful bow. I will not fail your letter.
Chapter 21, Luo Shu holds 6 soul streamers? Robbery Chi curse kills Han Jun? Months have flown by. After the essence has been restored to its peak, Taicho then commanded the causal arcane mirror to open the passageway to the unknown heaven and earth within it. Let me see what mysteries are hidden here. With a thought, Taichu instantly disappeared into the mirror world. The moment the dazzling white aura dissipated, he realized that he was still in the same place. What's going on here? Can it be that this place is really a mirror world that reflects reality? Just as he looked around with a bewildered expression, information about the world in the mirror suddenly emerged in his mind. I see. This is not some mirror world, but a side of heaven and earth generalized by the great Tao of cause and effect? Taicho quickly swept through the information in his brain, and in his heart, he had a certain knowledge of this unknown world. Everything here is. Chapter 22 Plan to save the demon ancestor? The Taishang departed. When these words came out, the 3 Taishang instantly widened their eyes filled with shock and consternation. Fourth brother, you're afraid you're not kidding, right? At this moment, Tong Tian was about to wonder if he had just been hallucinating, to know the general cause and effect of the Dao Devil controversy, but it was still Tai Chu who told them. At that time, the 4 of them had already decided not to wade through the muddy waters and stayed in the cave to cultivate at ease. It is now but just 1,000 years past. How come it backfired without warning? Fourth brother, you're not the nosy type. If there are any hard feelings, feel free to speak out boldly, and we can work with you to figure out a solution. Yuan Shi frowned lightly. His mind was cluttered with thoughts, and he simply couldn't think of a reason for Taicho to participate in the Dao Demon contest. Fourth brother, according to what you said before, those who participated in the Dao Demon contest this time are all chaotic demon gods who have long since stepped into the realm of the mixed golden immortal and have returned from their reincarnation. With the strength of our 4 brothers, we are indeed capable of rivaling a mixed golden immortal, but I'm afraid we're not qualified enough to participate in it, right? The Taishang was equally puzzled. Why are you getting involved now when you've obviously decided earlier? Big brother, second brother, third brother, I have reasons why I must participate in this Dao Demon battle. Facing the confusion of Tai Shang and the others, Taicho took a deep breath and gazed up at the trio with serious eyes. And I asked the 3 brothers to help me. When the words fell, he arched his hand and owed his body to the 3 people to pay his respects, not saying the reason, and did not say much else. From the day of their birth to the present day, Taichu has left them with an image. All the time, they had been strategizing, as if there was nothing in the world that could be difficult for the other party, and now it was suddenly revealed. This gesture of humble request, directly making the 3 people of Taishang stunned in place, looking at each other face to face, for a moment not knowing how to speak. However, after these so many years of life and death, the feelings between the 3 and Taichu had arrived long ago, without asking the reason. Just a word, you can help them with your life. As the eldest brother of the 4, Taishang was supposed to shield his younger brothers from all dangers. However, due to the past excellence of Taichu, his own inactive character, he went along with the flow of the decision-making power, into the hands of the other party. Now, the youngest brother, who was omnipotent in their eyes, showed a pleading gesture, asking for their help. Then no matter what the reason is, how dangerous the process is, even if the final result is a life of 9 deaths, he has to help him. This is his responsibility as a big brother. Fourth brother, just tell us what you need us to do. Whatever you changed your mind about, we support your idea unconditionally. As soon as Taishang's words fell, Yuan Shi also nodded with some mildness in his eyes. What big brother says is good. In the past, you were the one to share our worries. Now it's our turn to help you. No matter what dangers lie ahead, second brother will step through everything for you. Those chaos demon god reincarnations are indeed quite a bit higher in cultivation than us. Tong Tian's eyes were gushing with battle intent, and there was no trace of fear at the top. But in the end, they are nothing more than dead souls under God the Father, losers who have survived for a long time. Can we, as heirs of God the Father, still let a bunch of losers, defeated people, bully us? Taicho looked at the 3 people who were smiling and did not feel the slightest bit intimidated by the fact that the matter involved life and death. There was a gush of warmth sweeping through his heart, and his eyes were also a little moist in a moment. A matter of this magnitude, without questioning the cause, without asking whether it was right or wrong, with only the name of brother, he dared to give his all for it. Not to mention the materialistic society of the latter days, but also this flooded world where trickery has not yet pervaded and everything is still straightforward. There are only a handful of them, and they are rare, aren't they? With that,
Taicho also stopped being pretentious and directly informed the three of what he had in mind.
Big brother, second brother, third brother, although I have decided to participate in the Dao Devil contest, I am not looking to directly intervene within it. After all, with our current strength, we don't have much of a chance of winning even against the weakest 5 elements and yin-yang. Interfering directly with the core is simply no different from seeking death. That's something I can still see clearly. Taishan nodded lightly and inquired about the specifics of the operation and what the goal of the operation would be.
Fourth brother, since you've decided to participate in the Dao Demon contest, you should have corresponding plans and ideas in your mind, right?
Big brother, second brother, third brother, the causal arcane mirror has been completely refined by me.
And the ability to obscure the heavens and conceal the aura of causality is such that a non-mixed Yuan Dala golden immortal strength would not be able to penetrate it in the slightest. Taichu pointed remotely at the causal arcane mirror hanging in the sky, and with serious eyes, he spoke to the three of them, stating the purpose of his trip. We're going to the western continent this time. In addition to straying from the periphery and waiting for an opportunity to plunder enough benefits, one of the main purposes is to save demon ancestor Luo Shu. Tong Tian's brain was the straightest, and most of the time he subconsciously said all of what came to mind. This time, naturally, it's the same. Hearing that Tai Chu actually wanted to save Luo Shu, his eyes instantly asked back with horror. Fourth brother, we went out to save that devil. I am afraid. However, before he could finish his sentence, Yuan Shi directly gave a light gulp to him. Third brother, don't talk nonsense, listen to fourth brother. Tong Tian instantly closed his voice at his words. For his part, Tai Cho shook his head lightly, indicating that it was nothing. Third brother, there is actually no distinction between good and evil in heaven and earth, and all the karmic enmity is just a difference in stance. It's just like when we raided the treasury of the 3 clans and ransacked the heavenly treasures within the Sun Star. From our point of view, all actions for the purpose of gathering resources for witnessing are heavenly things, i.e., justice, and from the point of view of those 2 weedy birds, we're the bad guys who destroyed their home. The same goes for Devil Ancestor Luo. All that is done is to prove the way, how names and deeds are but passing clouds. The winner is the one who laughs last, i.e., the real justice. Good. The Taishan believed in doing nothing and practiced the way of yin and yang, and had the most thorough understanding of this theory of good and evil. His only goal in this life as the head of the 4 Qing, the older brother of the 3, it was to take the 3 younger brothers and together they would witness the path of the great Luo of the mixed Yuan, and be eternally free between heaven and earth. No matter how sinful what was done was in the eyes of outsiders, as long as it was beneficial to them and could protect the 3 Yuan Shi people in peace. Even if he were to blood slaughter 10,000 spirits and stab through heaven and earth, he would never be half soft. Second brother, I wish to go out to cultivate. Third brother, fourth brother, I will leave it to your care. When the time is right, I will return. With a word of advice to Yuan Shi, Taishan instantly disappeared into thin air, not giving the 3 of them a chance to stay. Second brother, fourth brother, I'm going to practice as well. Tong Tian saw that Taishan had left and also then bid farewell to the 2 of them. Fourth brother, don't worry about your preparations, we will definitely help you complete your plot and get out in peace. Yuan Shi made a pledge to Taichu, and then he too left the cage of the Xian mirror. He wanted to raise his cultivation strength as much as possible before the coming of the Dao Demon contest. Make sure that you can protect Tong Tian, Taichu, and even Tai Sheng, and return home peacefully in the next great battle. Chapter 23, Taoist Demon Battle. Rise. The years change, the sun and the moon rotate. 1,000 years have passed in a flash. The battle between the Dao and the devil came quietly. The heavens and earth had fallen into a long-lost peace since the great war of the 3 races. All the spirits recuperated. All the beings practiced peacefully, and the mountains and the earth gradually returned to their former beauty with the passage of time. Immortal herbs and divine medicines, as well as the roots of strange trees and spirits, also broke through the ground again under the rich aura of the environment shortly after the quantitative calamity's deadly qi receded and the resentment of all living beings disappeared. The wilderness in and around East Kunlun also burst into life under the baptism of time. Not only was it restored to its former appearance, even the various spiritual plants and exotic beasts were even more abundant and energized than in the past. Time really does feel like it's flowing fast the busier I get. It's just that I wanted to grasp the full power of the causal arcane mirror as much as possible to prevent any mistakes in the Dao Demon contest, and it's amazing that 1,000 years of light have passed in the blink of an eye. Within the cave of heavenly bliss, Taicho slowly opened his slightly closed eyes, and the great Dao Divine Pattern, cause and effect, and the great Dao Divine Pattern, fire, flickered in his pupils. The breath around his body also gradually returned to reality from the state of celestial unity. Nowadays, there are only more than 200 years left before the battle between the Dao and the devil. How come Big Brother hasn't returned yet?
After the divine thoughts covered the entire cave heaven, he only saw that Yuanshi, Tong Tian, and the Queen Mother of the West were still there, but he did not see any trace of Taishan. Some doubts rose in his heart. Second brother, third brother, do you know where Big Brother has gone to practice? As soon as Tai Chao's words fell, Tong Tian then came tearing through space. The sword intent around his body was like an abyss, like a prison, and the breath of destruction was difficult to suppress in heaven and earth. Obviously during these 1,000 years, its comprehension of the way of the sword and destruction had not been enhanced by a single star. When Big Brother left, he only said that he would return when the time was right and didn't say much else. As soon as his words fell, Yuanshi also followed. In the left palm of his slightly raised heaven and earth, the 5 vessel furnaces were blazing with fire, and it was difficult to conceal the precious light within them. The surrounding heaven and earth were strewn with various types of spiritual treasures and divine weapons, and 10,000 poles of array flags crisscrossed the landscape. It was clearly the result of the 1,000 years of time it had spent in the frantic refining of weapons that it had accumulated. Fourth brother, since you've already cultivated the way of cause and effect, why don't you just make a direct projection to see where exactly Big Brother has gone to cultivate? Yuanshi's words directly woke up Tai Cho. With that, he imperialized the great Tao divine ripple, cause and effect, and was about to deduce where Taishan was. However, he had just found the causal thread connected to it, and before he could make any deductions, a light voice softly drank, and it came into the ears of the three. Don't bother. Following the sound, Taishan slowly stepped out from the void, his surrounding aura becoming more and more ethereal, and the yin and yang taiji fell at his feet. Thoughts touch as if they were nothing, only the eye can see their true form. Big Brother, your sense of heaven and earth is really getting stronger and stronger, to the point that even the image of heaven and man united has become the norm. In response to Tongtian's marvel, the Supreme Lord of the Heavens had no joy or sorrow and responded with a bland shake of his head. If your heart is quiet, heaven and earth will be close to you, and it's only because your heart is too restless that you can't maintain the state of unity between heaven and man. If you are able to cultivate calmly and peacefully, the unification of heaven and man will be nothing more than a matter of lifting your foot to enter for you. Forget it. When Tong Tian heard this, some sharp edges rose in his eyes. I major in the way of the sword and destruction, and am naturally straightforward. If I compromise myself in order to stay close to heaven and earth, I'm afraid this cultivation will be ruined. The Taishan didn't say anything more about it. Everyone has their own path. As the Big Brother, he can just mention it. It is up to them to decide how to go and what to do. Fourth brother, I'm not back late, am I? Back just in time. Taicho laughed lightly and got up from the ground, and between sweeping up and down, he guessed the purpose of Taishan's outing to practice. Big Brother has gone out to cultivate this time. He should have already raised the ethereal wood air to perfection, right? Nice. The Taishan lightly nodded his head, a bit of helplessness rising in his eyes. Was going to bring some back for you guys, but nowadays, the quantum revenge fury and the resentment of all living beings have just receded not long ago, and it's really hard to find a place where the ethereal wood's air is rich. I also set out to find several places before I managed to raise my wood line to perfection. It's good that Big Brother returned safely. Nothing else matters. Taicho laughed lightly and shook his head, telling him not to take it to heart. Since everyone has arrived, let's set sail. Yuanshi had made many preparations for this operation, nearly emptying his store of spirit or wonders. If anyone dared to stop him, he would definitely let him taste the power of the 10,000 treasures returning together. When the four of them looked at each other and laughed, they all turned into rainbows and went straight up to the 9 heavens, rushing towards the western land with all their might. And with their current speed, it only took them 190 years to sneak within Mount Sumeru under the cover of the causal Xian mirror, and taking advantage of the Devil Clan's external tightness and internal looseness, he entered the core treasure trove and looted all the heavenly treasures that Luo had accumulated over the years. Only then did he find a place that was not easy to detect and where he could look at the whole situation, hiding and preparing for the upcoming battle between the Tao and the Devil, just as Tai Cho and the others were hiding in the void, sorting through the loot. The demonic guards also discovered something strange about the core treasure trove as they were rotating their posts. The moment he opened the treasury and looked at the empty space where not even a blade of grass was left, he instantly felt his scalp tingle and sweated. Hurriedly hissing, he sent someone forward to inform Luo. Quickly go report to the demon ancestor. Our core treasury has been stolen. Luo also rushed to the treasure vault after learning the news. After continuously deducing several times and not finding the slightest trace, his mind instantly exploded. Directly flashing to the top of Mount Sumeru, he continuously shouted harshly and angrily at the surrounding emptiness. Damn Hongjun, can you be any more shameless? If you can do it with me for real. What kind of skill is it to ransack my treasury while I'm off guard? Taichu listened to Luo's constant ranting, his heart pressed without the slightest ripple.
As long as he saves Luo Shua and allows him to complete the creation of the Devil's Way and open up the Devil's Realm, all of his karma will also dissipate. And after the other party detonated the Western Earth Vein, the things in the treasure trove would follow and turn into flying ash. Even if something had survived, it would have been a bargain for the two vultures who would be born later. Instead of that, I'd rather have him take it all. He's the only one involved in karma anyway, and now yet even the three Taishangs have entered the game. How can we justify it if we don't get some favors? And the treasury is only an add-on. The Qiankuan tripod, the Taijitu, and a host of other supreme treasures, is their real goal. Don't you dare talk nonsense here. Just as Luo Shua was cursing, Hongjun crossed the void and arrived in front of him with the hours, yin and yang, the 5 elements, and Qiankuan. Oh, you're just a shameless person who dares to do what he doesn't dare to do. Moralizing, Luo scanned Hongjun and the others, without the slightest bit of fear in his eyes, sneering at them as he continued to rage. Who else under the heavens is able to silently ransack my treasury without leaving the slightest trace of it, other than you and Yang Mei? And Yang Mei has long since gone beyond the chaotic heavens and no longer meddles in the affairs of the flood. Who else could it be if not you, as one of the only ones left, who happened to show up here? Hongjun was also a bit confused at this time. Looking at the entire flooded heavens and earth, it seemed that he was indeed the only one who could do this. He did think about taking the Devil Race treasure trove into his possession after beheading Luo Shua in the past, but these are just plans that have yet to be put into action. How did someone get there first? Between the ups and downs of his mind, Hongjun also subconsciously glanced at the void beside him. What Law doesn't know is this. He had already convinced Yang Mei that the other party was currently hidden in the void watching. Only before the critical moment. It's absolutely not going to step in to help. This was also one of the engagements that he was able to convince the other party to participate in this Dao Demon contest. At the sight of the hidden Yang Mei, he didn't move and shook his head slightly, indicating that he didn't do anything. It was only then that Hongjun once again turned his gaze to Luo. Don't you dare spit blood. I have always walked the walk, sat the talk, dared to do what is natural, and not stealing is not stealing. Luo was instantly exasperated and laughed. Old Six, who has the thickest skin and the most underhanded tactics, says that he is upright and honorable, which is really the funniest joke under the sky. According to you, the things in my treasury, did they grow wings and fly by themselves? Hongjun sniffed and pointed directly and remotely at the 4 people behind Luo Shua. Namely, cannot, no phase, no sky, and no hijack. Couldn't it have been a couple of them who were supervising the theft? As beings nurtured by the desires of all beings in heaven and earth, the greed in their hearts, can you really suppress it? Seeing that Hongjun was still thinking about stirring up trouble at this point, Luo Shu was instantly enraged, directly sacrificing his deicide gun. He was about to teach this centipede reptile who didn't want Billy in a lesson. Shameless bedbug, die for me. Hongjun hates it when others reveal their shortcomings, and this body is even more taboo among them. Since you want to seek death, I will fulfill you. With that, he didn't continue with the nonsense. Directly leading Yin Yang and the others, he chose to go head-to-head with Luo. Chapter 24 Groups of Heroes Battle Sumeru. Devil Ancestor Ifu. The Godslayer gun came out, and bloodshed filled the sky. If Luo fights, it will be a deadly fight. Hongjun led the 4 people of Yin Yang, 5 elements, hours and hours, and Qiankuan, which seemed to have the advantage in terms of numbers. The sum of cultivation strength also exceeded it by a large margin. However, its mentality of daring to fight for its life is far from being comparable to that of Hongjun and the others. The successive sieges of the 5 people not only failed to effectively contain Luo Shua, but instead, they were constantly finding openings to wield the god-slaying lance to give them a fatal blow. How long are you going to hide yourselves? At this time, Hongjun's brain was about to explode with anger. He really didn't expect that these few helpers he had hired would drag their feet to the point where they were about to pull down his pants. It's not like he can't understand your fear of Luo rising up and pulling someone as a cushion, but you can't be too squeamish. Hours and hours, Qiankuan was not invited for nothing, and he was able to exchange a few rounds with Luo Shuji in close quarters. The yin and yang, the 5 elements, are just a little too much of a no-no. So much for not daring to fight them head-on. Why don't you hit it right? It was only a matter of tea before the battle started, and of the hundreds of rounds exchanged, at least half of them were put in the air. The remaining half was either borrowed by Luo Shuji, taking him and the time, Qiankuan, as a shield, or was easily dodged by it. Such a little cutie, can't even make the grade. Those who don't know still think that the 2 of you are the mole that Luo has planted in his place. Ha 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 ha, Hongjun Hongjun, you are also really living more and more back. To have found such a few losers as helpers, are you really not afraid of being pitted to death here by them? Or are you going to make me laugh until my stomach hurts or even just die of laughter with their comical maneuvers?
while Luo laughs maniacally and taunts Hongjun.
His hand movements do not pause for a moment.
Yin and Yang, the five elements,
as far as the current situation was concerned, did not pose much of a threat to him at all.
Timeless and Qiankuan were able to go through a few moves with him,
but they were all just putting on airs,
not going all out at all.
It can be said that the entire battle, in addition to Hongjun himself, is really killing.
The other four are acting,
and with the clumsy means and rough acting skills, even he was a bit skeptical whether Yin Yang and the others were the undercover agents he had planted or not.
Hongjun was right. This is truly a one-sided situation. Yang Mei was hidden in the void, watching Hongjun and the others fight with Luo Shuhu, with a speechless look between his eyebrows.
When he first fooled him, he was patting his chest and bragging, gathering the power of the 6 reincarnations of the demon god.
Wanting to take out Luo Shuji was as easy as a slap in the face. In less than a cup of tea, the entire battle would be over.
And then it would be the time to divide the spoils of war and share the immeasurable merits. Now it seemed that he had originally predicted that he would be able to settle the battle without losing a single person.
Can really overestimate the means of Hongjun.
If you guys don't put in any more effort, the share of merit will be directly halved,
and the extra will be used as a reward for killing Luo's man.
Seeing Yin Yang and the others, they still had the same dying salty look they had a moment ago,
and didn't have the slightest reaction to his anger.
Hongjun also completely lost his patience to continue waiting for a few people to be able to have a clear conscience and offer help on their own. The threat of profit was made directly, and a big pie was drawn for the 4 men. It must be said that for wage earners, salary having and ex post facto bonuses are always the most effective means of stimulation. Realizing that their own interests would be damaged if they continued to feel the fish, Yin Yang and the others didn't dare to be lazy anymore. One after another, they sacrificed their own magic treasures, using their watchful eyes,
and attacked Luo in a swarm. In a split second, the Yin and Yang will overthrew heaven and earth.
The 5 elements of divine light shrouded space and time.
The silver flower time blocked the surrounding body, and the Qiankuan upside down heavily bombarded the center of the brow. You want to destroy me with that much power? It's a fool's errand. Cold angry voice fell.
Luo Shujio straight away put away the god-slaying gun. Feet on the 12 extinguishing world extermination black lotus.
Left hand held high. Infinite ferocious convergence.
10,000 souls grudges tossing.
In an instant, he blocked all 4 attacks. Subsequently,
a rod emitting rich purple and black magic gas, the triangle of the 6 tails of the shape of the black streamer,
suddenly manifested in the palm of the Luo Shu,
being erected by its blast above the clouds of the 9 heavens. How did the 6-soul streamer end up in your hands?
Looking at the black streamers in the sky,
Hongjun and the others immediately stared with wide eyes.
An unspeakable horror instantly crept over their faces.
6-soul streamer, one of the Heavenly Dao's ferocious exotic treasures,
equal in rank to the immortal execution 4 swords, the meteoric sacred elixir, and the heavenly coffin of burial,
containing 48 innate prohibitions. It was formed by combining the curse way and the soul way with the heavenly fury,
by the Luo Shuji to infinite quantities of the evil air, all souls and beings unwillingly resentment offering refinement, writing down the Hongjun, 5 elements, Yin and Yang, Qiankuan, Our, the name of the 5 people. 1 worship injures the body, 2 worship injures the soul, 3 worship destroys cause and effect, 4 worship destiny without, 5 worship has no dust, that is to say, the soul flies away, the body dies, and there is no longer any trace in the world related to his person. I am the destiny of heaven. What is so difficult about obtaining this treasure?
Luo Shuji coldly smiled in response, gently caressing the messy corners of his clothes.
Solemn hands together, 3 scarlet bone incense manifested therein, shouting at the 6 soul streamers, please ascend, all of you. The moment the high shout came out, the 5 Hongjun's faces changed drastically. An uncontrollable panic and fear instantly took over their hearts. Endlessine cold penetrated the bone marrow,
and the Taoist robes and clothes were instantly dampened by cold sweat.
What are you waiting for? Do it!
Hongjuan's stern cry instantly brought Yin Yang and the others back to their senses from their panic, and they all copied their magical treasures and blasted towards the black lotus of extinction.
However, no matter how fast they moved, they couldn't match the speed of Luo's bending. The black streamers moved without wind, and the bone incense burned out in an instant. Getting up and smiling coldly for a moment, the 5 people were struck by lightning. Yin and Yang, 5 elements of cultivation is the weakest. The moment the infinite ferocious invasion, there is not the slightest resistance. Flesh is like broken porcelain, cracked out of countless blood traces, straight down to the summit of Mount Sumeru. Time, Qiankuan, Hongjun, the strength of the difference, the infinite ferocious swept, the 10,000 souls of resentment impact came the moment, and hastened to make their respective treasures to resist their own speed backward, hoping to avoid this attack. Only,
The defiling effect of the 10,000 spirits' resentment was not in the least bit worse than the eroding effect of the blood sea's defilement.
The treasure has just been offered. The 10,000 spirits' resentment instantly eroded it, taking advantage of its brief stopping moment, wrapped with infinite ferocity, rushed straight to Hongjun. Three people. In their haste, the three were powerless to stop it. In an instant, he was invaded by the ferocious fury in his body, and he was shocked and injured by the 5 viscera and 6 bowels, thousands of tendons and muscles, and the reverse blood kept gushing out as he fell towards the top of Mount Sumeru. It's a good thing I didn't listen to Hongjun's flimflam.
Yang Mei looked at the 5 people who had fallen down the Sudoku, and the shock in his heart could not be expressed in words at all.
Otherwise, I'm afraid I'd be one of them.
At that time,
the regression of cultivation and the disintegration of the physical body will be trivial. If one injures one's foundation,
leaving one with no hope of becoming a hybrid, no matter how much merit and benefit one ends up with,
one will not be able to fill one's loss. The 6th soul streamer.
But it is a ferocious foreign treasure against the Heavenly Dao saints. Not only were his concerns not exaggerated in the slightest, they were even still extremely optimistic outcomes.
This magic treasure is truly heaven-defying.
Just a single bow almost took the lives of the 5 Hongjuns.
If this is given to me, with a streamer as a sword, destruction entwines. And it's not as if the mixed golden immortals can't be killed. Tong Tian looked at the battlefield situation.
His eyes were filled with excitement and ecstasy, and the eyes that looked at the 6 soul streamer revealed the color of want.
Don't be in a hurry.
Third brother.
Let them consume some first, and when a few of them run out of light,
it will be time for us to fish in troubled waters.
Yuan Shi's heart was similarly filled with ecstasy.
He hadn't taken his eyes off the other party for a fraction of a second when Qian Kuan took out his companion magic treasure.
Qian Kuan tripod, one of the innate treasures of heaven and earth.
Not only does it contain 49 innate prohibitions,
but it also has a complete Qian Kuan law hidden within it.
It has the divine power of a latter-day thing reversing its innate nature.
If he obtains this item,
when he becomes a great master of the artifact path,
the mass production of innate spiritual treasures,
or even innate supreme treasures, was nothing more than a matter of hand-holding. The horror in Taishang's eyes rose with him, but it was not because of the power of the 6 soul streamer. Rather,
in Yin Yang's body,
he saw the possibility of stepping into the mixed Yuan Dao Lord. As long as he was killed and the missing origin of the great Dao was replenished, there would no longer be the slightest obstacle to speak of in the path of certifying to the mixed world.
Second brother,
third brother,
and fourth brother, I'm going to break through the realm of the mixed golden immortal,
and I still hope that you guys will help me to protect me.
After saying that, Taishang then plopped down on the ground, frantically swallowing up the top of Mount Sumeru,
the nearly endless Gangjin air.
My good big brother, you could have at least said so in advance. Taicho was taken aback by Taishang's action, hastily allowing Tong Tian,
Yuan Shi to provide him with mana support. He fully activated the causal arcane mirror,
shielding the heavenly chance,
in case the movement of the other party's breakthrough was detected by the Heavenly Dao.
It's just as well that the treasure wasn't found,
but if they were to be injured and their path was cut short,
then the fun would be really big. Chapter 25, The Lord of the Yin Yang Avenue. The poor Taoist alone is sufficient. Taicho and the others covered the occasion for Taishang.
Luoshu also put away the 6 soul streamers and once again offered the Godslayer lance,
stepping on the black lotus of extinction, killing the half-crippled Hongjun and the others. Only, it wasn't his arrogance and enjoyment of the thrill of personally killing his lifelong nemesis that caused him to give up on utilizing the 6 soul streamer. The main thing is to worship and kill Hongjun and others with the 6 souls. The infinite amount of quantitatively destructive qi,
as well as the power of the 10,000 spirits grudges that each worship required to be consumed, were all growing wildly by multiples of 10, and while the external force was consumed,
he himself had to suffer a corresponding backlash.
Although it was far less than the damage suffered by Hongjun and the others,
if he wanted to worship and kill the 5,
his cultivation and foundation would be irreparably damaged.
Hongjun,
I'll send you to heaven first. As the protagonist of this battle between the Tao and the devil, as long as one side died, the other side would naturally be able to witness sainthood in peace. Luoshu landed on the top of Mount Sumeru,
not paying the slightest attention to the 4 Yin people who were pretending to be dead, and directly wielded the Godslayer spear, launching a fierce attack toward Hongjun. Try it if you can. Seeing that the rest of the people just can't be relied upon,
Hongjun can only sacrifice the heavenly celebratory clouds,
holding the Pan-Gu banner, and fight with Luoshuji head-on. In a flash, the earth shook, space and time trembled,
the chaotic air swept through the 8 wastelands, and the power of the blood fiend eroded heaven and earth.
2 people close to the crazy killing, Avatar Road method of nothing to use, between life and death. Hundreds of rounds passed in an instant, several days of bloody battles.
Sumeru Mountain was cut off more than 100 feet, and no living creature dared to stay in the land for 10,000 miles.
Can't, Wu Tian, Wu Xiang, Wu Jiao, wanted to come to Luo's aid, but were unable to defeat the four of yin and yang, the five elements, Qian Kuan, and the hour, and were desperately blocked by them for several days afterwards, by self-destructing in the same way. It made the injuries of yin yang and the others more and more powerful by 3 points. He could only interfere with Luo in the periphery and could no longer provide melee help for Hongjun. Fourth brother. I'm afraid that the speed at which Big Brother is absorbing the air of Gungjin is a little bit not quite right, isn't it? Outside the chaos of killing, Tong Tian looked at the whale swallowing trend. Crazy absorption of the air of the Gungold too. A little worry in the eyes of the gradual growth. Big Brother is fine. Taicho branded his pupils with the divine pattern of laws and gazed at the inside and outside of Taishang for a long time before he let out a slight sigh of relief and explained to the Tongtian duo with a smile on the corner of his mouth. Mount Sumeru is the core of the Western Earth, and the air of Gangjin is so pure that it can be transformed and absorbed without any condensation when it enters the body. The 5 chi in Big Brother's chest, and just short of the gold line will be complete. Under the 4 chi rotating and pulling, only then will it allow it to have such a terrifying absorption speed. When Yuan Sure heard this, some delight rose in his eyes. In that case, Big Brother will be able to break through to the mixed golden immortal in just a few days at most. Second brother. Third brother. No need for a few more days. Taicho laughed lightly and shook his head, pointing remotely at the top of Tai Shang's head, signaling him to look there. Big Brother is close to making a breakthrough. The moment the words fell, 3 flower buds suddenly appeared on the top of Tai Shang's head. Infinite spiritual chi poured in from the void. Yin and Yang 2 chi gathered in the body. The way of water and fire manifested double dragons, and the golden lotus of Taoist rhyme flew in the sky. Fortunately, fourth brother had the foresight to use the causal arcane mirror to cover this area of space and time. Otherwise, even if the Heavenly Dao doesn't notice, Luo and the others will notice the abnormality and strike at us first. Tongtian scanned the thousands of visions that littered space and time, and a slight look of celebration came to life in his eyes. Look, you guys, Big Brother's top flower blossomed. It's actually 12 items. Yuan Sure exclaimed out. Tai Shang then opened his eyes. Taiji brand pupil cohesion. Yin and Yang Law jumped up to the avenue. Water and fire double dragons surrounded the body. One step on the occasion. The 3 flowers on the top suddenly blossomed. The 12 character petals fluttering without wind. And the 5 chi circulating in the chest. The time of the second step to heaven. The power of time and space washed over him. Thousands of phantoms converged. And his physical body cultivation climbed in a straight line, instantly stepping into the realm of Dala perfection. 3 steps before King's Landing, the barriers were completely shattered, and the mixed golden immortal and became, since setting foot on the top of the flood, the body and law were cultivated together, and they were strong and unparalleled. Although only the first step in the mixed yuan can also rival the yin and yang, the 5 elements and a number of single cultivation law does not emphasize the flow of the physical body. Didn't Big Brother just break through the mixed golden immortal? How come it feels like his might isn't even the slightest bit weaker than those few demon god reincarnations out there? Tanto's alarmed cry did not elicit any response. While Yuanshur was shocked by Taishang's might, his urgency for strength enhancement also quietly skyrocketed countless times. Determined to get to the Qiankuan tripod, seize the perfect Ethel wood, Gung Gold Air, will become the second to enter the existence of the mixed golden immortal. For his part, Taicho was very clear that Taishang could be so powerful solely because of that drop of Pangu essence blood in the first place. It made him not only embark on the path of proving the Dao by force, but also tainted with the ferocious might of Pangu's flesh. Although his physique was still stuck at Diluo perfection, the power he could exert was by no means much weaker than Yin Yang and the others. At the time when the 3 people had different thoughts, Taishang collected his might and came slowly from the 9 heavens, and a change in the past desireless. Go with the flow of the trend. Between the eyebrows and eyes all over the killing intent and hostility, the body of the sharpness than the Tongtian also sharp 3 points. Big Brother, are you okay? Tongtian and Yuanshur, looking at like a killing god descended. Then Luo Shu looks more hostile on top of the heavy eyes cannot help but rise a little worried. Was this the same, kind, amiable, all or nothing Big Brother they knew? It's hard to believe that the previously absorbed Ethel wood, Gung Gold Air, hidden quantum of the disaster of the gas has not completely disappeared. Has his mind been clouded by the Furies? I don't have any problems. The Taishang collected the killing intent around his body and brought his heart back to peace before he explained the cause to Tai Chu and the others with a slightly condensed expression. The chance for me to certify to the mixed Yuan Dao Lord is at this very moment. There is my missing origin of the great Dao in Yin Yang. If I don't take advantage of its power today to drive it to extinction, if you want to take it again in the coming day, I'm afraid there's no better time than right now. When the 3 of them heard this, their complexions suddenly became grave, and the eyes that looked at the outside world, Yin and Yang,
all took on some sharp edges.
Don't worry, big brother. The position of the Taoist master of this yin-yang avenue can only go to you. Anyone who wants to take it away will have to see if we say yes or no.
When Taicho sank his voice and drank softly, the killing in the outside world also reached a white-hot stage.
You damned flies. There's more to come.
The constant harassment of Yin Yang and the others could be said to have annoyed Luo beyond measure.
Fighting and not fighting, leaving and not leaving, made the anger in his heart continue to skyrocket.
As Yin Yang listened to his furious curses, his heart was also on fire and he directly sneered at him.
Luo, I advise you to tie your hands quickly, continue to be obstinate, and we'll have to get real.
At that time, even if you kneel down and beg for forgiveness,
I won't pity you half as much. Luo Shu, who was already enraged, saw that a cowering weakling like Yin Yang also dared to openly provoke him.
He was no longer able to suppress the anger in his heart.
In that case, I'll send you to heaven first.
The Godslayer lance swung violently, forcibly forcing Hong Jun and the others back,
once again offering the six-soul streamer, pouring mana into it, on top of the tail of the streamer with the name of Yin and Yang written on it. Send the Yin and Yang to ascend to heaven. In anger, Luo Shujo didn't have the slightest reservation and directly bowed to the six-soul streamer one after another, wanting to completely exterminate Yin Yang. Damn it, you guys aren't coming soon enough.
Between hisses of horror, his physical body was the first to be unable to support it, and under the quantum of the calamity of the baneful chi, he was turned into flying ashes in the sky. The divine soul, on the other hand, after holding out for a moment, could no longer resist the gnawing of the 10,000 spirits' grudges, and shattered as much as it could. The moment the karmic ties were broken, Yin and Yang also completely disappeared in front of everyone's eyes.
Seeing the death of Yin and Yang, Hong Jun quickly put away his legacy taijutsu, and he took the opportunity to give a stern reminder to Timothy and the others. Yin Yang is dead. If you don't do your best, you could be next at any time.
The three men did not dare to continue touching the fish when they saw this.
One after another,
they erupted their full strength, imperializing their respective accompanying magic treasures and bombarding the defensive barriers of the Black Lotus of Extinction. Luo Shu saw that the three no longer stayed in the fight, and also understood that his own advantage was dispersed for the most part. The only way to turn the tide was to rely on the six souls to continue the spell.
Strongly enduring the anger in his heart,
under the shelter of the world-destroying Black Lotus, he swallowed an infinite amount of spiritual chi and recovered from his own damage. When his injuries were healed, it was time for him to send a few people to heaven.
Ahem, what a nutcase. While Luo and the others were scrambling to attack and defend, Mount Sumeru was not far away in the void. The dead Yin and Yang reappear. Only, its state was miserable to the extreme. Not only was there not the slightest bit of blood color on his entire body, even on top of his body, there were countless black spots that exuded the power of resentment as well as the power of ferocity. If I didn't have a yin-yang doppelganger to take the place of the dead at critical moments, I would have been almost there by now, even if I hadn't returned to heaven. Just as Yin Yang was secretly glad he got away. When Hong Jun and the others destroyed Luo Shuhu, they could show up to claim benefits and divide the immeasurable merits. Suddenly, he felt that heaven and earth were reversed. The heaven and earth were obscure, and cause and effect did not exist. No good. Someone's playing a dirty trick. While his heart was horrified, Yin Yang hastily alerted his surroundings. At this moment, he was already weak to the extreme. The two bodies of Yin and Yang had also been broken. If he was attacked and killed, there was really only one way to go. However, along with the four people of Taicho holding their magic treasures in their hands, they slowly stepped out from the void. The vigilance within his heart instantly dissipated and was instead filled with endless ecstasy. Ha 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 ha. For mole crickets that were transformed by Pangu's Yuanshan and concealed Pangu's essence blood, to think that he brought the accompanying supreme treasure of that guy from causality, as well as the 36 treasures of the green lotus of creation's differentiation, and came to find me to die. This is heavenly. Just as Yin Yang was letting loose a wild laugh, he suddenly noticed the aura of the Dao emanating from Taishan's body. Incredulously, he stared intently at Taishan, sizing him up carefully for a long time. Fang believed that what was concealed within his body was precisely the other half of his origin that had been forcibly dispersed by Pangu. As long as he took it back, he didn't need to use any external force. He would be able to easily certify the way of the mixed great Luo, and certifying the way by force would no longer be an illusory hypothesis. Little Hong Jun, your Heavenly Dao holy position that is worse than garbage. Give it to whoever you like. I don't care about it. When I am certified as a great Luo golden immortal of the mixed world, it will be time for you to pay the price for what you have done. At that time, I will return the insults I have received to you 1,000 times over. Tai Chao's four looked at Yin Yang, who was muttering to himself and laughing crazily from time to time, and for a moment, they also felt a little confused and stunned. Big brother, Second brother. Fourth brother. Is his brain broken by Luo? Tong Tian scanned Yin Yang,
whose wounds were crumbling all over his body between laughs, and inquired to Tai Shang and the others with surprised brows.
Why do you look like you're eating us up? Can't he see clearly what kind of situation is going on? He's half crippled himself. We, on the other hand, have 3 full state Dao Lords, and a mixed golden immortal. Where does it get the confidence that it can fight and win? Tai Shang didn't pick up on Heaven's words. At this moment, no matter if Yin Yang was truly crazy or pretending to be stupid, he had to die here today. Immediately head of Heaven and Earth Xinhuang Linglong Pagoda,
holding Hai Pan long flat crutch, eyes in the stern aura bloomed, cold voice to its stern angry voice. Lord of the Yin Yang Avenue, the poor Taoist alone is sufficient. You are nothing but a remnant of the old era. It's time to go with the cycle of heaven and earth. As the voice of anger fell, the Yin Yang Avenue manifested around Tai Shang. The water and fire dragons came out in unison, and the Taiji covered heaven and earth. The might of the mixed golden immortal pressed horizontally toward Yin Yang without reservation. Chapter 26 Infinite Cause and Effect. All elements return to one. Yin and Yang die. How is this possible? It was only the moment the might was upon him that Yin Yang finally snapped out of his fantasies, eyes staring at the Tai Shang and others. Unbelievable color, instantly filled with its eyes. Some fear and anxiety also quietly rose in the heart. But an ant that just stepped into the mixed golden immortal, how could it have such a terrifying might? Fake. This must be fake. Forcibly pressing down the panic in his heart, the stern aura under Yin Yang's eyes suddenly rose, and hurriedly offered up his own undercard magic treasure, crippled by Panga's axe. It fell to the level of an innate supreme treasure, containing 49 innate prohibitions, as well as half of a crippled Yin and Yang Dao. The power it possessed was strong enough to wear out the Yin Yang great mill of living beings below the mixed Yuan Dao Lord. How could I, a late-stage mixed world powerhouse, be afraid of a few of you mole crickets? A bunch of lookalikes. Don't try to swindle me. Tai Shang looked to the incoming Yin and Yang, the face of the cold gradually, hostile gas overflowing, Panlong flat abductors high up in the moment. A gas into 4 clear immediately used. Heaven and Earth Xianhuang Linglong Pagoda suppression. The south away from the ground flames of the flag to protect the body. Xuandu Tianlu rumbling splits. The 8 scenes of the palace lights burned out of the empty space. Whether it's a lookalike or not will naturally become clear when you're dead. As the low murmur landed, the 3 Taichou people also made 1 chi to transform the 4 clearings. Yuanshi was still dominated by the 3 treasures Rui, while the rest of the doppelgangers were holding the jade void glazed lamp, wrapping their hands around the heart-piercing locks, and defending themselves with the central wuxi apricot and yellow flag, and using the golden phoenix hairpin to directly strike the center of the Yin Yang's brow. The main body of Tong Tian held the Qingping sword in his hand, and his split bodies each carried the immortal execution god cutting sword, the finger destiny sword, the 7 heavenly mango swords, and the wind and thunder scissors, with the breath of destruction shrouding the heavens and earth, and the infinite sword intent penetrating through space and time, and attacking but not defending. With the sharpness of the blade obscuring the sky, Taichou is in the way of the means of the great Tao God pattern, law divine power. It just put out the 12 pints of creation green lotus protection, mixed yuan hammer, 5 fire 7 birds fan, mountains and rivers and the earth and brain map, cause and effect of the mysterious mirror as an increase in the divine power of the treasure. Yes, I told you that within the treasury of the 3 clans, how come it's all trashy goods? Turns out the really good treasures were all fished away by you guys. As Yin Yang looked at the 4's aptitude, he was slightly shocked, but he wasn't much flustered. The technique of dividing the body of the district, not to mention dividing it into 5, or even transforming it into 1,000 and changing it into 10,000, was not something that he had not seen before. A fake is a fake, and a lot of chemicalization, without strength, is just a bluffing piece of crap. Watch me break your illusory bodies here. Yin and Yang reverse rebellion extinguish time and space. Between the loud and furious shouts, Yin Yang full power in the hands of the big mill, infinite Taoist rhythms gushing, time and space in a moment of disarray, Zhenkuan 5 elements upside down. The giant stone mill that was enough to wear out all the laws of heaven and earth instantly enveloped the entire space and time and pressed horizontally towards the 4 people of Taichou. Second brother, third brother, fourth brother, help me get closer. A loud cry rang out from Tai Shang, and Yuanshi was the first to throw out tens of thousands of latter heavenly spiritual treasures, shooting toward the stone mill. Boom, boom, boom. The continuous sound of self-explosion resounded through the sky. Perhaps the power of the latter-day soul treasure is not enough to counteract the Yin-Yang Great Mill, but the power emanating from the simultaneous self-destruction of tens of thousands of latter-day soul treasure. However, it was enough to delay it for enough time to allow Tongtian and Taichu to get ready while weakening 3 of its might. 3 styles of destructive sword Dao, heaven and earth silence, infinite chop, times 5.
between life and death. Tong Tian's eyes glowed scarlet red. Destructive sword intent pierced through space and time, and 5 figures stood in 4 directions, holding up their swords and waving them wildly. At a speed indiscernible to the naked eye, he chopped out a Dao of destructive sword asters that was enough to kill a Deluo perfection, causing it to gather into a tidal wave of sword intent, and rigidly churning the extinguishing stone crush that came across the world into smithereens bit by bit. Fire Dao Divine Ability Burning World Golden Sun. Force Avatar Open Heaven and Earth. Time and Space Avatar Reverse Chaotic Qiankuan. Creation Avatar Heavenly Blight. Rune Dao Avatar Absolute Spirit Extinction. In order to help Taishan take charge of the Yin-Yang Dao, Taichu did not dare to hold back in the slightest. The moment the imperial divergent bodies each exerted their divine abilities, the divine aura of the causal arcane mirror blossomed. Infinite cause and effect, all elements returned to one. With endless future sight, the divided bodies were instantly merged, and the 5 divine abilities were normalized into one. The law of force governs all paths. The avenue of fire generalizes silence. The avenue of cause and effect locks the yin and yang. The law of space and time collapses heaven and earth. The law of creation instantly drains all the aura from its body, and the runic path cuts off the regeneration of the aura, and the possibility of reversal of the irrigation. To ensure that while containing the yin-yang great mill, it did not give the opponent the slightest chance to recover. Big brother, second brother, do it quickly. Although Tai Chao's battle power could not be described as unusual, he used the 5 great Dao avatars at the same time to suppress a late-stage mixed golden immortal, as well as an innate supreme treasure. The price to be paid is not so simple. At this moment he could be said to be, all of his power had been used. If he couldn't end the fight after 10 or so breaths, he would completely exhaust himself and pass out. As for why he didn't greet Tong Tian with a strike, the main reason was that its arms had been turned into mincemeat after crushing the exterminating stone crusher, which was used to fight against the 5 innate spiritual treasures. Only the immortal execution and divine beheading sword and the Qingping sword remain, and the rest are all unable to withstand the terrifying divine might of the destructive sword Dao. And there were cracks, and it was obvious that it would not be able to be used again in a short period of time. If he wanted Tong Tian to strike again, he would at least have to give him enough time to recover. Third brother, fourth brother, leave the rest to us. Yuan sure. Taishang's eyes flashed with a stern aura. Taking advantage of the perfect opportunity for Yin Yang to be suppressed by Taichu, they unreservedly took turns attacking it. Yin and Yang meant heaven, Taiji shock, ×2. Yin and Yang meant heaven, shock the Qiankuan, ×2. Yin and Yang meant heaven, all things return together. The obliterating power that was enough to crush everything in the heavens and the earth was continuously infused into the water and fire twin dragons, causing them to emit a burst of terrifying dragon whistles as they charged towards Yin and Yang. Orderly heavenly punishment, purple heavenly thunder. Orderly heavenly punishment, destroy sin and break evil. Orderly heavenly punishment, karma, red lotus. You are a bully, a sinner, a backstabber, a greedy, a great traitor, a great evil, a great disrespectful man. The first of the first century pronounced the sentence in a loud voice. The purple heavenly divine thunder, which is exclusive to the punishment of heaven and earth, the residual obsessions of living beings killed by Yin and Yang, and the scarlet blood lotus, which burns out karma and sins. The moment it first appeared in the void, it melded into a divine sword of order and fell into his palm. I substitute order for the heart of heaven, deprive you of your sense of the great Tao, chop off the 3 flowers on top of you, sentence you to be detested by heaven and earth, and roll back into nothingness. As the voice of anger fell, Yuan Shi then wielded the divine sword of order and swung it toward Yin Yang. It's just a bunch of ants. How is it possible to exert such strength? Yin Yang felt the gradual regression of his cultivation, the blurring of the great Tao, the constant loathing coming from heaven and earth, and the extreme pain of his body crumbling away inch by inch. The whole spirit of the person completely collapsed. I'm not convinced. Why is it that at every critical moment, someone always comes along to mess things up? Since you all won't let me live, let's die together. Under the intertwining of maniacal laughter and desperate hissing, Yin Yang's sanity instantly collapsed, and his spiritual energy, flesh and blood, and divine soul all began to burn violently. He was going to use his own life as a price to pull Taishang and the others down with him. It's a luxury to die together. Taishang saw through Yin Yang's intentions, but his heart was not the least bit flustered. The more fearful you are at the moment, the faster you will die. Second brother, third brother, fourth brother, reverse green lotus? Suppress him. Understood. ×3. The 3 of them responded in unison. And the coiled dragon flat crutch, the 3 treasures Rui, the Qingping sword, and the 12 pieces of the green lotus of creation flew out instantly. With the experience of the first time, this time, in just a few births and deaths, Taichu had already maneuvered the 4 treasures and regrouped them into the 36 pieces of the green lotus of creation. In an instant, endless divine patterns manifested in the heavens and earth, and the divine aura of creation enveloped the void. Yin Yang, who was frantically burning himself, wanting to die with him, slightly regained some sanity under the illumination of the divine mantle of creation. Looking at the 36 green lotus of creation that could not possibly appear within the flooded heaven and earth, he also completely realized that he no longer had any chance of winning. Even the right to die together has been completely lost. Damn Pangu. When he was alive, he was always on top of us, and now that he's dead, he still won't let us go. I hate it. I'm not happy about it. I want. However, no matter how much it struggled and its heart was filled with unwillingness and resentment, it was unable to stop the suppression of the 36 pieces of the green lotus of creation. In the end, apart from leaving behind Taishan's missing Great Dao origin, and the innate treasure Yin Yang Great Mill, there was not a single trace left behind. Ahem. Finally, I've ed this asshole up. Tong Tian looked at the completely overthrown Yin Yang, and some blood color finally rose on his pale cheeks. Each step of the mixed golden immortal has a difference between heaven and earth. If it weren't for the fact that Yin Yang was already severely injured, just based on our current strength, I'm afraid it would be close to a fool's errand to exterminate it without losing a single person. In his heart, Yuan Shi was equally elated over taking out Yin and Yang, but the worry and urgency about the lack of strength is becoming more and more onerous. This time it was their good luck that picked up the slack. What should they do next time if they are not so lucky? Self-strengthening is the way to go. First, the 5 great divine abilities came out in unison and were maintained at full strength for nearly 10 breaths, and then the 36 pints of the green lotus of creation were fused to suppress the Yin and Yang. Taichu was already exhausted at this moment. The whole person was paralyzed on the ground, madly wailing on the aura to recover himself. Half the thought of talking was not there. I have absorbed the missing Dao essence, so this innate treasure will be freely distributed among you. After the Taishan filled in the missing Great Dao origin, he brought the Yin Yang Great Mill to the 3 of them. Forget it, big brother. Tong Tian shook his head slightly, directly rejecting his good intentions. This thing is good, but I don't practice the Yin Yang avenue, so it's useless to come, so keep it for yourself. Exactly. Yuan Shi lightly nodded his head, agreeing with Tong Tian. Big brother, this magic treasure is useless to us. You'd better keep it for your own pondering. Taichu was really tired and didn't want to talk. He then directly borrowed Tai Shan's mantra and expressed his agreement with the 2 Yuan Shi. Good. The Tai Shan, however, shook his head slightly and handed the Yin Yang Great Mill to the 3 of them. I have gained enough on this trip. This, however, before he could finish his sentence, the 3 of them pushed the magic treasure back in unison. Not giving Taishan the chance to say anything else, they directly closed their eyes one after another and swallowed the aura to recover. 3 brats, even learning to reject big brother. Looking at the faces of the 3, Taishan's eyes couldn't help but become slightly moist. When he cursed softly in a low voice, he used the mana of the mixed yuan to plunder the spiritual chi of the surrounding heaven and earth, continuously pouring it into the 3 of them to help them recover quickly at the same time. Incidentally, from the hands of Tai Chu, he took over the control of the causal Xian mirror. Although he wasn't its owner, with Tai Chu's permission, it was still very easy to just maintain its divine might and shield the 4 of them from their karmic aura. Just as Tai Chu and the others annihilated Yin and Yang, the battle between the Dao and the devil was about to come to a close. Days of all-out fighting, countless exchanges. It has long since made everyone's spirits tense to the extreme. The slightest negligence can be fatally dangerous. Chapter 27, The Taoist Demon Controversy comes to an end. Saving the remnants of Luo's soul. As one of the reincarnations of the demon god, the strength of the 5 elements is comparable to that of Yin and Yang. Also not long after its fall, it was seized by Luo Shuhu, who seized the break, and after destroying the physical body with the Godslayer spear, he used the 6 soul streamers to bury it completely. Ha 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 ha, don't you guys want to kill me? Then let them all come. Kill. After killing the 5 elements, Luo didn't care about the pain caused by the backlash and laughed as he killed the Honjun trio again. That's just nuts. Qiankuan looked at only attack and not defense, desperately pulling people to do the back of the Luo Shuji. Eyes also finally rose, difficult to conceal the fear. He was only here to reap benefits and seek the opportunity to witness the Dao and become a saint, and there was no need to fight hard to the death with him. Hong Jun, if you still have any backhanders, hurry up and bring them out. If you don't make a move, I won't serve you. Qiankuan's anxious cry fell, and Timothy also turned his gaze toward Hong Jun. He had the same idea. It's only a favor if you have the life to take it. If he even lost his life, what would it have to do with him if he was the witness to the way of the mixed world right in front of him? Assholes who want favors and don't want to lose half the battle at the same time. Hong Jun spat on the 2 in his heart at the same time. It was also clear that further stalemate was not an option after all. They suppress law for the time being, yes,
But the other party still had the six-soul streamer as a killer weapon. If he didn't solve it as soon as possible, even if he eventually won, the price he would have to pay would be incomparably heavy. In case if his foundation was damaged by it, even with the support of the Heavenly Dao, he could only become the most inferior existence among the saints. At that time, all of his plans would be ruined and he would be completely reduced to a puppet of the Heavenly Dao controlling the flood. Yang Mei, it's your turn to make a move. Make sure to seize the six-soul streamer. At the same time of the admonition, Hong Jun violently erupted. The divine might of the Pango streamer manifested itself, and endless chaotic air currents tore through the void, sweeping towards Luo Shuji. Good coming. Seeing that Hong Jun finally fought him head-on again, Luo then gave up on Qiankuan and the hour and turned his guns to kill him. However, what it did not expect was this. Just at the moment he turned his gun, Hong Jun suddenly put away the Pangu banner and took out the Taiji diagram he had previously put away, joining hands with Qiankuan and hourly, and temporarily imprisoning it therein with his great magical power. Despicable stinker! How dare you engage in a sneak attack? Luo Shuji kept waving his god-slaying spear, blocking the incoming golden bridge while cursing at Hong Jun with a face full of anger. After I kill my way out, I'll make sure you guys know the price of playing dirty tricks. The taijutsu was not in the way of Hong Jun's magic treasure. Even if the three mixed golden immortals were to work together to imperialize, they would only barely be able to confine Luo Shujo, and would not be able to bring out his strongest divine power. The time has come. Do it quickly. Hong Jun's sudden exclamation. Yang Mei appeared in the sky, isolating the picture of heaven and earth around the six soul streamers. Not only Qiankuan, Timothy froze in place. Even Luo's resistance paused for an instant. None of them had thought that Yang Mei, who had claimed since the beginning to ignore the affairs of the flooded heavens and earth and not to intervene in any fights, will actually become Hong Jun's accomplice. I really didn't expect that you were actually the same as Hong Jun. All of them are moralistic, lying, shameless people. When Luo Shujia returned to his senses, the induction between him and the six-soul streamer had also been completely disconnected. Under the anger in his heart, the only remaining sanity burned away in an instant. Heavenly demon disintegration technique. In a split second, Luo Shujo's flesh was covered by the ghostly purple demonic fire. His strength instantly skyrocketed by more than a few times, and scarlet red appeared on the god-slaying lance. And the way of destruction and killing embedded within it was instantly catalyzed to its limit. A shot of regicide. Hissing angrily, a scarlet spear aura carried through the heavens and earth, and the three's joint suppression completely collapsed. A bunch of moralistic trash. You think you've got me? Luo Shu got out of the trap. His body was filled with fierce aura. Between his eyebrows and eyes murderous intent erupted. His scarlet pupils stared at the four Hong Jun dead. Western Earth Vein. Explode for me. When these words came out, Hong Jun and the others' eyes immediately widened and they turned around, wanting to run away. But how could Luo's undercurrent, which had been laid out for several Yuanhui sessions, be as they wished? The moment the four of them turned around, the entire Western Earth Vein exploded as much as it could, comparable to the divine might of the opening of the heavens and the earth. Like an endless wave coming towards them, the five elements collapse. Yin and Yang reverse the chaos. Qiankuan does not recover. The aura does not exist. Time and space are shattered. In a short period of time of just 10 or so breaths, with the Western Earth as the center, the land of billions and billions of miles in a radius, everything, as if to return to chaos in general, below the Great Luo instantly turned into flying ash. The Great Luo can still block 3 breaths. 3 breaths after the same did not escape the fate of death. If the 4 Taichou people did not have the Yin Yang Great Mill, the Heaven and Earth Xian Huang Linglong Pagoda, and the timely reversal of the 36 pieces of the Green Lotus of Creation to shelter them, there is no way to not be affected by the outside world in the slightest, and still be able to peacefully continue to recover the loss. The point of injury. When everything is back to calm, the entire Western continent, in addition to a few places there is a trace of the original, the rest are all devastated, withered and yellow. Do not see half of the traces of the existence of living beings. Ha 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 ha, finally I won. At the top of Mount Sumeru, the remnant soul of Luo Shu looked at the empty heaven and earth and laughed maniacally for several times before putting away the god-slaying gun and the world-destroying Black Lotus, and slightly straightened up his image before he flew to the 9th cloud and shouted loudly to the Heavenly Dao, I am Luo. Today, you dream. However, just as he was happily preparing to found the devil's way, Hong Jun stepped on the celebration clouds of the heavens and held the Pango streamer, and rushed out of the void with his cloak of hair, using his entire body's mana to catalyze the magic treasure in his hand, killing towards him. I can't believe you're not dead. But by the time he reacted, there was no time to take out the Godslayer lance and the Black Lotus of Extinction. One could only watch as the endless chaotic air currents swept towards him. I'm not happy about it. You're nothing but a despicable and shameless stinker.
You can't win against me in a single fight.
Hongjun listened to Luo's furious rebuke without the slightest ripple on his face and pronounced the end to him in a faint voice.
In the end, this fight was won by the poor Taoist. No matter what means were used. Now that you are dead and I am alive, this is the truth. From now on,
I am the supreme lord of the flooded heavens and earth.
And no one will ever be able to match me.
And no one dares to call me a stinker anymore. The words landed on the ground and Law disappeared.
Hongjun also won the final victory in this battle between the Dao and the devil,
and became the spokesman of the Heavenly Dao, the supreme being in charge of the flooded heavens and earth.
Only, just when Hongjun was full of pride, there was finally no one else in the world to fight with him. Luo Shua, who should have died out completely, awakens in a heaven and earth that is no different from Mount Sumeru. This is Mount Sumeru? Wasn't I already killed by Hongjun? Just as Luo was filled with confusion, the four Taichou people walked out from the void. Taichu, Tai Shan, Yuan Shi, Tong Tian, meet the demon ancestor. Chapter 28 Establishing the Devil's Way. Opening the demon realm. Presenting treasure regicide and the Black Lotus. I was saved by you guys? For Luo to be able to come to this point today, he is naturally not some foolish person. It was just that what he hadn't expected was that there were but four guys who were hovering on the edge of the mixed golden immortal. Not only was he not destroyed by the impact of the explosion, but he was even able to quietly, from the hands of Hongjun to save him. Not bad, just us. Taichu nodded with a faint smile. With the help of the divine power of false cause and true effect within the world of cause and effect, at the last moment of the obliteration of Luo Shu, after transferring it 10,000 million miles away and erasing all karmic aura, he brought it in between birth and death, into the time and space that the four of them had stripped away. This set of operations is a bit of a hassle, but it is better than absolutely safe. Now don't say that Hongjun hands to deduce and investigate. As long as Luo did not appear in the reality of the flood, even the Heavenly Dao would never want to know his true situation. As for the surroundings, it was a heaven and earth molded with false causes and true fruits to prevent the other party from messing around. Not the world of cause and effect within the Xian mirror. Until this is all talked about, it's better to be restrained, reserved, and covered up a bit more. However, just as Tai Chu and the others' eyes were slightly proud, Luo Shua stared at them closely for several breaths before suddenly widening his eyes and shouting at the four in a shocked voice. You're the ones who stole my treasury, aren't you? When these words came out, Tai Chu couldn't help but frown lightly, and some doubts gradually crept into his eyes. He had clearly used the Xian mirror to erase the karma from the time he stole the treasury, as well as the residual breath and traces. How did Luo recognize them at a glance? Is it hard to believe that there's something broken in what he's doing? This is something that needs to be cleared up or it's going to be a real killer if it happens again down the road. How did you recognize us? Just as Taichu was thinking of a euphemistic excuse to extract Luo's words, he didn't realize that Tong Tian had taken a step ahead of heaven and bluntly inquired about the reason. And also how I know. Luo snorted coldly and directly told the reason without the slightest avoidance. Within the entire flooded heavens and earth, the only ones who were able to silently steal my treasury and erase all breath and karma were originally those two despicable and shameless villains. And now there are four more of you. Existences that were able to quietly save me at the hands of Hongjun and make even the Heavenly Dao undetectable. If I can't connect the dots anymore, I can find a place to just kill myself. This reasoning of Luo's really gave Taichu a vestigial feeling of fighting with the air. He envisioned all sorts of divine abilities, as well as special effects magic treasures, but it just didn't occur to me that the other side saw through them for a reason. It's just that after eliminating all the mistakes, what's left is the right answer. This latter-day method of choosing was so badly used that he was surprised he hadn't thought of it. It seemed that nowadays, his old thinking was almost finished being assimilated by the logic of the practitioners. Otherwise, after confirming that he had no problems, it should have already occurred to him that the other party was purely swindling him, rather than actually seeing through it. Tell me, what exactly did you save me for? There is never anything in heaven for nothing. Luo didn't believe that Tai Chu and the others had risked their lives to save him from Hongjun without the slightest hint of selfishness. For the sake of you guys saving my life, the matter of the treasure vault is written off. If there's anything else you need help with, everything is negotiable as long as it doesn't harm my interests. Yuan Shi saw Luo Shuji being so forthcoming, and immediately proposed to Taichu in his mind. Fourth brother, he's already said that. Why don't we take the opportunity to ask for something or negotiate some terms? Tong Tian was also slightly excited at this time, nodding his head in recognition of his idea. Yeah, fourth brother, the God Slayer Lance, the Black Lotus of Extinction. They're both excellent magic treasures. I've long had my eye on them. Taishan finished off Yin Yang, and what he had gained was enough, so he didn't voice his opinion. Second brother, third brother, I have come here to end the karma between me and Luo. I'm afraid I won't be able to do what you want this time.
Although Taicho also wanted to take the opportunity to reach some agreement with Luo Shuhu to prepare for targeting Hong Jun in the future.
However, in order to prevent the karma from being broken uncleanly,
he could only endure the pain of rejecting the proposal of the Yuan Shi duo.
I have come only to repay the karma. Didn't mean to take advantage of the opportunity to blackmail you.
As he spoke, Taichu offered up the causal arcane mirror and showed it the causal world within it. Contained within this supreme treasure is,
on one side, a heaven and earth between the real and the unreal.
Within it is not subject to the control and surveillance of the Heavenly Dao.
You just have to enter it to set up a demonic path. When you are restored to your original state and return to reality, the devil's way will also be integrated within the flood, and no one will be able to stop it in the slightest. The moment Luo saw the Xian mirror, his pupils contracted violently, and the eyes that looked at Taichu were filled with shock, consternation, and a hint of nostalgia. So it is, true to form, and defeated. A faintly imperceptible murmur fell. The last trace of wariness in Luo's eyes dissipated. The corners of his mouth intentionally or unintentionally rose slightly, agreeing to Tai Chu's approach. I am willing to enter it.
How could Luo's change in eye color and murmured words be hidden from Tai Chu and the others? Doubts grew in the bottom of Taishan's eyes, and he asked Tai Chu in his heart with a slight gravity.
Fourth brother, do you know what he means by that?
Fourth brother, is it really your own idea for you to come here to rescue Luo Shuhu?
And you are not under the compulsion of others, or any other influence?
Yuan Shi was also worried about what Luo Shuji had said, deeply afraid that this operation was a trap targeting Taichu. Tanto had always felt that it was just as effective to not solve the problem as it was to directly produce the person who had created the problem. With that, he suggested to Taichu that he should just do it and forget about it.
Fourth brother, why don't we just do it? He's just a remnant soul now, and his strength isn't even comparable to that of a Tai Golden Immortal. As long as we move fast enough,
with the method of soul searching, we will surely be able to learn the inside story. The reminder of the trio caused something to touch Tai Chao's heart.
Who was the person Law was talking about? The opponent's sudden change only occurred when he saw the causal Xian mirror. Could it be that the causal demon god had said something to him?
But he is not of this world at all.
He wasn't in the original trajectory either. Even if the demon god of causes and fruits was no matter how divine,
there was no way he could have calculated his coming and told Luo in advance, right?
Just as Tai Chao's eyes kept flickering slightly, pondering whether or not to use Tong Tian's method, as if he could tell what he had in mind, Luo shook his head with a light smile. You don't have to bother with brains. I won't tell you anyway. Even with a soul search, you're not going to get an answer.
Just let nature take its course. Over-exploring what you shouldn't be able to know right now will only bring you endless troubles and woes.
When these words came out, the three Taishangs all turned their gazes to Tai Cho. It doesn't matter what the other side says,
as long as fourth brother has a decision.
Even if they get nothing, they are willing to try for it. Phew, the demon ancestor is right. There are indeed some things that are beyond my ability to know right now.
His eyes flickered slightly for a moment.
Tai Chu exhaled a deep breath of turbid air, recognizing Luo's idea. Come in.
Luo Shu seems to have known that he would choose like this. Without the slightest surprise patted his shoulder.
Straight across into the world of cause and effect. Big brother, second brother, third brother, you guys come in with me too. This time the matter ends here.
It's useless to know more when you don't have enough strength.
After saying that, Tai Chu stepped within the causal world as well.
The three Taishan looked at each other, the desire for strength in their hearts becoming more and more urgent.
However, in order to ensure Tai Chu's safety, he didn't say anything else and entered the causal world right after him. And when they entered the world of cause and effect, Luo Shuji had already entered the 9 heavenly clouds straight into the sky, with his feet on the black lotus of extinction, his hand holding the god-slaying spear, pointing to the supreme dome of the sky, and resuming the overbearing stance that he had a short while ago when he was so spirited and wildly arrogant and uninhibited. The great Tao is above. I, Luo Shu, would like to incarnate as an extraterrestrial heavenly devil and open up a demonic realm without delusion, desire, lawlessness or calamity, with the name, 9 specters killing abyss and heaven executing demon ancestor, setting up the heavenly devil's tribulation to test the future cultivator's way of heart. One thought of transforming into an immortal, one thought of transforming into a devil, all are to be blamed. From now on, the devil rises and the Tao dies, the devil dies and the Tao rises, and the cycle goes on, never dying, never stopping. The causal world is no different from the real world. All that reality can do, the causal world will not make the slightest difference. The moment Luo Shu's oath was made, infinite demonic chi swept through the 8 wastelands, Taoist purple lotus sprang up in the void, and demonic and weird sounds resounded through heaven and earth. Rarely has Tai Koro been prepared in advance to 36 pints of green lotus of creation. Protect them a few people. but also feel a little dizziness. The heart can't restrain a trace of murderous intent and anger. However, it was fortunate that this was only a small portion of the overflow, and after being insulated by the 36th green lotus of creation, it wouldn't actually affect them. As Luo Shu collected the infinite demonic chi, the Dao Yun purple lotus, the sprites and spooky sounds also dissipated. The devil's way is established. Demon world open. In an instant, the heavens and earth shook, the space-time barrier collapsed, and an infinite amount of chaotic air currents swept through, like locusts invading a wheat field, crazily devouring everything within the world. Luo was not flustered by this, but instead had the leisure to yell at the Taicho 4. It's true that I'm no match for that Pango fellow, but the reasoning underlying the opening of the world is the same. How much of the doorway you can see is up to your own realization. When the words fell, he held the Godslayer gun and killed straight into the infinite chaotic universe. All things in heaven and earth are born from each other. The end of killing and destruction is not nothingness. The end of creation and creation is not the end of hope. The ultimate of the four is to transform each other, not to be one alone until it is cut off. While Luo Shuji is constantly bombarding the chaotic universe with destruction and killing, creation and creation are also taking place. The years are unknown. The heavens and the earth are unknown in time and space. It seemed as if only an instant had passed, or as if millions of years had passed. Along with the gradual emergence of the demonic realm and the chaotic universe, the infinite demonic chi and the purple lotus of the Tao rhythm transformed into a world barrier, and the 3,000 great roads were quietly born on their own. Taichu's comprehension of the Tao also suddenly uplifted several levels, space-time and the law of creation, but also has arrived at the perfect state. The distance into the great Tao is only a matter of time. The three Taishan people also gained a lot. Among them, Tong Tian gained the most, and the law of destruction was directly consummated, only waiting for the 5 chi in his chest to be perfected. He could step into the level of the great Tao and break into the realm of the mixed golden immortal. Fellow Taoist Tai Chu, thank you for helping me to found the devil's way. These 2 magic treasures are no longer useful to me, so I'll gift them to you. The 4 had just awakened from their enlightenment, when Luo Shuji handed the Godslayer lance and the Black Lotus of Extinction, in front of Tai Chu. The future, oh future, is your heaven and earth, and I am already a remnant of the old times. Follow your heart and do it. In the near future, even if Hong Jun succeeds in his plot, it will be nothing more than a stepping stone for you. I will be recuperating within the demon realm, so if you have any concerns, please look for me. After saying that, without waiting for Taichu to respond, he turned around and disappeared into the demon realm that he had just opened up in the causal heaven and earth. Chapter 29, Hong Jun becomes a saint. 3,000 years later, the Purple Heavenly Palace preaches. 4th brother, what the hell does he mean? When he came out of the causal world, Yuanshi could no longer hold down the doubts in his heart and asked Taichu what this was all about. Why does it feel like he not only knows you, but knows you very well? For this question, Taichu also wanted to get an answer, but Luo did not say. He went where to know the reason. 2nd brother, I'm not sure what all this is about. However, as of now Luo is not harmful to us, and can even be said to be extremely friendly. As he spoke, Taichu took out the Godslayer gun and the world-destroying Black Lotus gifted by Luo Shuji to show that what he said was true. 2nd brother, if you really can't figure it out, don't waste your brain. Soldiers come, water comes, water covers earth, we are not strong enough. Knowing more is just adding to our worries and adding to our own shackles. It's not even half as substantial as it could be. Tong Tian exhorted Yuanshi several times, and then set his eyes on the 2 treasures in Taichu's hands. 3rd brother, the Godslayer gun is useful to me, so I'm afraid I can't give it to you. Taicho naturally knew his intentions. It just so happened that the other party lacked a defense supreme treasure. He then baptized the Black Lotus of Extinction with the law's divine patterns, and after allowing it to be tainted with the origin of heaven and earth, he handed it over to Tong Tian. The Black Lotus of Extinction has already been inscribed with the law's divine patterns by me, and it's not impossible to reverse the chaotic lotus by obtaining other lotus platforms in the future. The Tao of Destruction contained within it also happens to match you, so I hope you won't excuse yourself. Many thanks to 4th brother for the gift of treasure. Although he did not obtain what he wanted the most, Tong Tian was not the least bit dissatisfied. The 2 magic treasures were originally gifted to Taichu by Luo Shuhu, and it is a matter of affection to share them with him, but it is also common sense not to give them. Now that he had gained the Black Lotus of Extinction for nothing, and with the help of the other party, there was still the possibility of returning to the chaotic lotus platform in reverse. He'd be really greedy and unaware if he wasn't satisfied. And Yuanshi knew the lack of strength and what happens when you know too much. But this incident was too bizarre. As if there was a hand behind the scenes, pushing everything to work, making him always feel that someone was plotting something. If it was directed at Tai Chu and they didn't pay attention to it, something irreparable would really happen. But then it's all too late. But, Ernie. But before Yuan Shi could elaborate, Tai Shang interrupted him with a voice. The world is full of unknown and incomprehensible things, so don't be too hard on yourself. What we need to do is raise our strength and let the truth come to us on its own, rather than letting the mystery cloud our vision. Yuan Shi listened to Tai Shang's persuasion. His eyes flickered slightly several times, and unwillingly pressed all his doubts back into the depths of his heart. Strength, not strong enough after all. If the cultivation of the four of them were at the level of the great Luo golden immortals of the mixed world, the truth of everything would surely emerge. This time, he let Qian Kuan escape, and he would never let him escape again next time, as long as the Qian Kuan tripod was in his hands. Whether it was the obstacle of breaking through the mixed golden immortal or the restriction of refining an innate magic treasure, it would all go up in smoke. Tai Chu and the others looked at Yuan Shi, the unwillingness and longing in his eyes, and naturally understood what was going through his mind. This time, he ventured out to participate in the battle of the paths and devils. Not only did Tai Shang make up for his own missing origin of the great Dao, he obtained the innate treasure, the great mill of yin and yang. Even more, with the blossoming of 12 products, he stepped into the realm of the mixed golden immortal, and since then the mixed Dala is expected, arguably one of the most rewarding. In addition to obtaining the black lotus of destruction that matches it, Tong Tian also perfected his comprehension of the law of destruction during the opening of the demon realm. Again, it's kind of rewarding. Taicho fulfills the karma between him and Lo. Not only is there no more shackle for future witnesses to the path to the mixed realm, he also obtained the Heavenly Dao's one killing and destroying treasure, the God-Slayer gun, which was capable of injuring saints and contained the complete killing and destroying avenue. As for why he didn't give the deicide gun to Tong Tian, the main reason was that in his hands, he really didn't have a killing divine weapon that he could use. Although the causal arcane mirror was an innate treasure, but it's more on the side of assisting with, though it can be done in seconds against those who are weaker than themselves and don't have too strong of a karma. But really when it comes to the enemy, as long as you meet a person with a small difference in strength, the effect that you can play is simply not as good as the mixed Yuan hammer, the 5 fire and 7 birds fan. This kind of innate spiritual treasure that specializes in killing and destroying. As for his strongest undercard in this life, the earth opening chisel, that was even more so. To this day, he had only refined 30 chaotic prohibitions, not to mention exerting their power. He didn't even have the slightest way of trying to mobilize them. It's almost like making an offering to an ancestor. Before reaching the mixed metaphysics Dao Lord, it was estimated that one could only watch with dry eyes. To summarize, this time, the risk of participating in the war, as far as the beginning of a trip for nothing, in addition to some refining materials, there is no benefit to be gained. So much so that looking at his slightly forlorn demeanor, all 3 of the Taishangs raised a little dark hatred towards Qiankuan, one after another. They promised in their hearts that as long as they met them once more, they would never let them escape. We must take back the Qiankuan tripod to Yuan Shi, the middle pole of the flood, East Kunlun. When he returned, he went into seclusion and cultivated, combing his own understanding of the great Tao and refining the innate treasure, the yin-yang mill. Tong Tian, Tai Chu, on the other hand, was searching for the ethereal wood's air, nurturing the 5 chi in his chest while refining the black lotus of extinction and the god-slaying lance gifted by Luo Shuwu. Yuan Shi was in the way of not gaining much, and apart from nurturing the 5 chi in his chest, he spent most of his time refining weapons with the intention of raising the Tao of weapons to the highest level. After getting the Qiankuan tripod, it can be harnessed at will, so as not to keep an empty mountain of treasures and not be able to apply it freely. Busy times always fly by. Thousands of years pass in a flash. On this day, 5 colored divine ons, yin and yang, suddenly filled heaven and earth within the cave of heavenly bliss, and bursts of clear cries resounded through the clouds, so that the 4 people who were in closed-door submerged cultivation have awakened from it, instantly tearing through space, came to the outside of the formation that housed Kong Xian's 2 people. Greetings to the 4 seniors. Since Taichu and the others often went out, or dived into cultivation, the task of watching over Kong Xian and his duo then fell into the hands of Shi Wangmu. Not only does she not have the slightest problem with this, but she enjoys it every day. As long as she could hold on to the foursome's thighs, she was willing to do anything, not to mention babysitting, serving tea and water, and washing and massaging feet. I'm sorry to trouble you to look after it. Satisfaction grew in Tai Chao's eyes as he looked at the grand formation with 5 colored divine auras rolling around and the 2 chi of yin and yang rotating. Casually, he took out the horned heavenly qin, the heavenly bag of nascent sacrifice, and the long yin shao, and handed them to him. These 3 magic treasures are of no use to us. Take them as hard-earned fees for this period of time, and I hope you don't mind.
The Queen Mother of the West looked at the 3 Dharma treasures that were handed to her, and for the first time, she felt that she and Tai Chu and the others
were not in the same world at all. I'm afraid I'm not hallucinating.
These were all magic treasures that contain more than 25 innate prohibitions within them.
Are you 4 so rich?
Even such precious treasures are given away casually.
What's the point of talking about dislike? I dare to take a few more pieces right away,
but I'd be sorry if I pushed back a little and didn't repent for tens of thousands of years.
Many thanks to Elder Tai Chu.
Receiving the 3 magic treasures, the Queen Mother of the West hurriedly thanked Tai Chu, while secretly rejoicing in her heart.
These 4 thighs are really the right thing to hold. And just as she was overjoyed,
the visions within the array dissipated,
and Kong Xian and the golden-winged rock transformed into young children,
from which they slowly walked out,
worthy of being a Yuanfang's bloodline, born at the Tai Golden Immortal Realm. While Tong Tian nodded his head in satisfaction, some doubts popped up in Tai Chu's mind. The golden-winged rock incarnated is a Tai Golden Immortal,
so why are the latter still so wimpy? Even if it wasn't the realm of the quasi-saints, it should still be invincible to the Dala, right? Could it be that he had destroyed his own foundation and refined that broken bottle with the 2 chi of yin and yang, causing his own cultivation to regress? Just as Tai Cho was pondering the cause, Kong Xian and his duo came to him with delighted brows and respectfully fell to their knees.
Kong Xian, golden-winged rock, pays his respects to Lord Father. When these words came out, Tai Chu was dumbfounded. He hadn't even found a Taoist couple yet, and he had a child, so how was he going to get along in the future? However, before he could say anything,
the 2 of them knelt down to the 3 Tongtian people in turn.
Kong Xian, golden-winged rock, pays his respects to Master.
Greetings to Master Tai Shang, Tongtian.
Master Yuan Shi. Ha ha ha. Disciple, nephew, all of you get up. Tong Tian smiled broadly and helped the 2 of them up, satisfaction and delight between his brows. Kong Xian, Dao Peng, from now on, just call me righteous father, don't call me father, understand? In order to stop the loss in time, Tai Cho emphasized to the 2 of them this vital issue.
I see, yes, righteous father. Both of them nodded their heads in agreement, though they didn't know why. I still have magic treasures being refined within that artifact furnace, so I won't stay here much longer,
Yuan Shi said, pulling out a fan,
as well as a golden bracelet, and handing them to Kong Xian and the golden winged rock respectively.
This is the Qiankuan fan,
harboring the laws of space within,
conceiving a side of heaven and earth,
containing 32 innate prohibitions, and is considered to be a good innate spiritual treasure.
As for this one, it's the Wuji Bangle,
containing 32 innate prohibitions and harboring the laws of space, which can receive all the treasures of the heavens and divine weapons.
Choose one for each of you 2,
and use it as a usual storage for miscellaneous items. Many thanks to Senior for the gift of treasure.
Kong Xian and the golden winged rock heard the words. Eyes suddenly rose a little bright light.
Pay thanks to its grace before each took a magic treasure.
There is no need to do so, as you like.
Yuan Shi nodded his head bashfully in response, and then turned around and tore through space, returning within his cave. After his departure,
Tai Chu did not gift Kong Xian and the 2 of them any more Dharma treasures,
but only passed on the 1 breath transforms the 4 purities to them.
The 2 of them have just transformed into forms.
Their own skills are not yet familiar, and they are not able to activate the powerful magic treasures given to them at all. It would be better to give a divine ability so that it would have some means of preserving its life.
Thank you, righteous father.
Tai Cho nodded with a light smile and stroked the 2 men's heads several times before bidding farewell to the Taishang duo. Big brother, third brother, these 2 children are in your hands to teach. I'll leave you with something else. Don't worry, fourth brother. Leave them to me and big brother. Tong Tian nodded with a gentle look in his eyes, and then took Kong Xian to tear through space and returned within his cave to pass on his teachings and teach. And Tai Shang also took the golden winged rock and returned to his cave after a slight nod of his head. The entire cave of heavenly bliss also returned to peace once again as the 4 dispersed. Apart from Tai Shang and Tong Tian, who instructed Kong Xian and the 2 of them from time to time, the cultivation journey of the 4 of them reverted back to the previous pattern. Until the day after 300 years, an infinite amount of purple chi came from the east. The golden lotus of the Tao rhythm filled heaven and earth, and bursts of loud shouts spread across the floodplains before they were awakened from their cultivation. Lying high in the 9 clouds, the bushels of the Taoist truth, outside of heaven and earth, I shall be the head teacher and honored. Pango gave birth to Taiji, and the 2 instruments and 4 elephants followed. Leader of the Xian Mendu, 1 Qi transforms the Hongjun, poor Dao Hongjun, today certified as a saint, in the 33 heavens outside the chaos to open the dojo purple heavenly palace. 3,000 years after the sermon on the flood of all beings, those who have the destiny can come to listen. Chapter 30 Tai Cho recognizes Emperor Jiang, and Yuan Shi angrily sprays the 12 demons. 4,000 big chapters.
Tong Tian's brows were filled with disdain and mockery as he listened to the proclamation that resounded through the flooded heavens and earth. And he's giving sermons. Isn't that purely misguided? In the first place, if it wasn't for the advantage of numbers, let alone forcing Luo to detonate the Western Earth vein, it's just a matter of being able to live and escape from the spell of the six souls. It's only been 1,000 years now, and you're posing as a flood lord again, so don't half-ass your face. Yuan Shi also very much agreed with him. If he hadn't seen the struggle between the Dao and the devil, Hongjun would still be a great power with heavenly strength. But along with the inner workings of the battle between the Dao and the devil, it was laid out before him in full by Tai Chu. Even if Hongjun gets the final victory, its image in his mind also completely turned into a moralistic, underhanded and shameless person who specialized in pitting his teammates. In this sermon, he is expected to say something that is not a good idea. Chapter 31, Pango Masamune. It's okay to take up 4 futons, right? 3,000 big chapters. Seeing that the door to the Violet Sky Palace was open, Tai Chu didn't have the heart to continue teasing the 2 Dijun brothers. Directly in his mind, he shouted at the 3 Taishangs, "Big brother, second brother, third brother, there is a great chance within it. Go!" Being accustomed to following Tai Chu's command, Tai Shang didn't even think about it and subconsciously erupted his mixed golden immortal might after lifting all of Dijun and the others off the ground, directly bringing the 3 Taicho people flashed into the purple heavenly palace, and saw, at a glance, the 6 futons placed at the very front. Now even without being reminded, he knew that these bushels must have a lot of tricks up their sleeves. With that, he headed straight for the futon. Seeing this, how could the rest of them easily give it up? And they all cast their divine abilities, wanting to occupy one of them. What's more, he even disregarded the might that Tai Shan had just displayed and directly tried to make a move to stop them. However, Emperor Jiang and the others weren't posers, so how could they stand by and watch? Chapter 32, 6 bushels become 10? What does Hongjun mean? Only after Tong Tian and the others sat down did the guiding duo breathe a little sigh of relief. Where are these perverts from? A single mixed golden immortal with 3 Delos was already invincible, but he was even able to change into 16 divergent bodies with similar cultivation levels. Isn't this pure bullying of honest people? Between depressed spitting in his heart, Guiding again dropped his gaze to Nuwa and Kuanping. Of the 6 people occupying the futon today, those 4 perverts were definitely not to be messed with, and the woman of the remaining 2 is related to one of the perverts. It seemed that the only way to get the futon was to punch the last person to make a move. The Kuanping instantly understood what they were planning to do when he felt the change in their eyes. His complexion suddenly sank, his eyes staring coldly and sternly at the 2. His aura erupted with a roar, sweeping towards them in a hurry. Get out! However, although the 2 receiving brothers did not have the slightest. Chapter 33, Hongjuan's murderous intent. A person's death and debt can also be cancelled. Shortly after the shock had suddenly risen, Taicho also quickly calmed down and reconsidered the problem. Now the 4 of them, the path of the great Tao has been clear. As long as the step-by-step cultivation, that is, do not use the Hongmeng purple qi, as usual, can be certified by the force of the road to the mixed Yuan Dala. Therefore, even if they lost the Heavenly Dao Saint position, it would not make any difference to them. But if Hongjun can't pay back the karma of the opening of the heavens, then the other party will not be able to get rid of the red dust involvement and fulfill his ultimate plan, merging with the heavenly way. In order to make up for the lack of the holy seat, it is thought that it would have made up for it in other ways, and the greatness of the cause and effect of the opening of the heavens, within the whole of the flooded heavens and earth, it is estimated that only the innate supreme treasure can repay, just as most of the things that count in heaven and earth already have owners. Which treasures will Hongjun use to compensate them? Since the seats have been decided, they cannot be changed, and in the future they will be seated in this order. So I hope that you will not start any more disputes. Chapter 34, The Great War begins. The Flood Freshman battles the Pangu direct lineage. The Taishang sniffed and looked, only to see Timeless and Qiankuan slowly walking out from within the purple heavenly palace. The arrogance of his posture and the contempt in his eyes were as if they were all ants that could be subdued by a group of backhanded ants. The Flood has always honored the strongest. The poor Taoist is above them in strength, and their lives and deaths should be under my control. Where's the over or under? Before the words fell, a stern aura grew in Taishan's eyes and he directly used one breath transforms 4 purities. As for the situation within the flood wild heaven and earth where the mixed golden immortals are not invincible, the poor Taoist naturally knows that as well. But as far as you 2 trash are concerned, I'm afraid you're not qualified enough if you want to teach the poor Taoist to be restrained. In an instant, the aura of the mixed golden immortal swept over the surrounding land of 10,000 miles, and the yin-yang taiji enveloped heaven and earth. The Taishang main body was holding up the yin and yang great mill, and the top was hanging from the heaven and earth Xianhuan Linglong pagoda.
The might was so strong that even the surrounding group of great powers had chosen to avoid the front line for the time being, and handed the battlefield over to the three of them. However, this wasn't all. Accompanied by the rest of the four differentiated bodies, offering up the southern off-earth flame light banner, the Shen Tian Du Plow, the 8 scenic palace lamps, the Tai Whisk, and a host of other magical treasures. Under the Qi connection, the might of the supreme power suddenly became more and more like an abyss, like a prison, forcing the surrounding onlookers to withdraw 10,000 miles away from the influence of it. How did the Yin-Yang Great Mill come to be in his possession? Han Jun was secretly hidden in the Purple Heaven Palace, looking at Taishang's great power, his eyebrows filled with doubt and consternation. He thought that after Yin-Yang's body died, he had gone to his cave and searched it. However, there was no trace of this supreme treasure there except for a few pieces of innate spiritual treasures, as well as some unappealing trash, originally thought to be accompanied by the detonation of the Western Earth vein. This supreme treasure should have been shattered, or popped flying to nowhere. This does not seem to be the case now. It's very likely that the mantis is the bird in the hand. The probability is that Four Clear was also present at that time. According to this inference, the missing and disappeared Black Lotus of Extinction and the God-slaying Lance, I'm afraid that they haven't fallen into their hands as well. Since they were able to steal supreme treasures one after another right under my nose, the four people's ability to conceal themselves is really extremely strong. So was Luo really wiped out by me in the first place? In Hongjun, due to the appearance of Yin and Yang Mill. Into contemplation, Qiankuan two people also cold eyes offered their respective companion treasure, grade also ranked in the innate treasure, containing a complete avenue of the Qiankuan tripod and spacetime tower. There are people outside of people, and there is a sky outside of the sky. You are but a fluke breakthrough in the mixed golden immortal, even if you have the magic treasure of Yin and Yang to show off your power. So what? After all, he is a frog in the bottom of a well. How can he know how powerful we are? When Timeless grunted and snapped, the time and space tower in his hands suddenly blossomed with endless divine might. The silver splendor shrouded heaven and earth, and the endless chaotic air currents reversed at a rapid speed. Vaguely have to return to the heavens and earth before the opening of the time and space turbulence swept unchecked. Chaotic wind riots like a tide. The laws of the great Tao disordered and disorganized. Except for the great Luo golden immortals, the rest of the living beings are unable to survive the terrifying momentum of the universe. Similarities are just similarities after all. If you want to reverse this area into chaos, you're still far from it. The Taishang scanned the surrounding heaven and earth with a single glance and saw through the ability of the hour. It is nothing more than using the laws of space and time to reverse this chaos to before the opening of the heavens. But today's Timothy had long since ceased to be the leader of the 3,000 chaos demon gods, nor was he the supreme power of heaven and earth who had perfected the mixed golden immortal not too long ago. With his cultivation at the early stage of the mixed yuan, plus the dark wounds left over from the explosion of the Western Earth vein, merely reversing chaos until after the opening of heaven was already the limit of what he could do at the moment. Big brother, the Qiankuan tripod must be taken. Yuan sure saw that the most precious treasure that he had longed for was pulled out by Qiankuan, and immediately shouted excitedly to Taishang in his heart, I, along with third brother and fourth brother, will immediately go to your aid after handling this side of the matter. Second brother, don't worry, no one will be able to take this Qiankuan tripod today. You guys can just let go of the battle. These two meddlesome people can't hurt me yet. Taishang's gaze flickered, and he instantly knew the situation of Yuan Shi and the others, Koan Pang and the others who had previously been moved by the reward offered by Emperor Jun. At this time saw that he was being held back by Timothy and Shin Koan, and had no ability to come to his aid. The moment he did, he was up again. All of them were ready to join in the camp of Emperor Jun and the others to take down all of Taichu and the others. Fellow Daiwas Tong Tian, we meet again. When the two guiding men saw that the four purities were fighting on their own, they immediately approached Tong Tian, who had previously disgraced them. No one is going to help you this time. As soon as Jia Yin's words fell, Juanti laughed softly with a villainous face and told Tong Tian to hand over all of his magic treasures. If you offer all your magic treasures in full, our brothers might be able to let you off the hook once we're happy. This is the only time you have a chance. So take it, don't wait. Would Tong Tian not be threatened by this? Directly, he made use of the one-breath transforming four Qing divine ability. The main body had its feet on the Black Lotus of Extinction and held the Qingping sword in its hand, while the remaining four differentiated bodies, each carrying the immortal punishing and decapitating divine sword, the seven heavenly mangled divine swords, the wind and thunder scissors, and the finger destiny sword, were pointing remotely at the receiving and guiding duo. In an instant, the infinite destruction sword dipper suddenly enveloped the heavens and earth, and the chaotic void was torn apart by the slightest crack. If you want a piece of the pie, it depends on whether or not you have the skill to live through today. Before the words fell,
Tong Tian and his split body suddenly disappeared, and it was as if heaven and earth had lost their luster, and the already grey chaos became more and more incomparably dim. Receiving two people see the situation, the heart of bad premonition crazy surging, cold sweat wet back shirt at the same time. It does not dare to have the slightest negligence. Hurriedly, he sacrificed the 12 pieces of merit and virtue golden lotus, protecting them within it, each holding the 6 roots of purity bamboo and the 7 treasures wonderful tree, staring intently at the dim void around them, guarding against Tong Tian's attack. Destruction sword Dao stance 1 spacetime silence Shakura fame. An angry shout rang out from nowhere. Endless rivers of stars formed by the convergence of destructive sword diameters swarmed in from all directions, in the sky and on the ground. It seemed like a moment or 1,000 years. The two receivers could clearly see the sword dipper coming, but they were unable to move the slightest bit at all. One could only stand rigidly in place in a dumbfounded manner, looking on as the bright and splendid destructive sword diameters continued to bombard the protection of the 12-pin golden lotus of merit. Don't panic, brothers, we're here to help you. Seeing the 4 Qings going to war with Emperor Jun and the others, the 12 ancestral witches were naturally unable to stand by and watch. Emperor Jiang, Candle Join directly approached Emperor Jun and did it without saying anything. Emperor Jun, it's time to settle our grudges. If you two brainless brutes want to defeat me, go back to practicing for 1,000,000 more years. Although Di Jun's mouth was unforgiving, his heart was filled with caution and he didn't dare to be careless. While offering the river map and Luo book to protect his body, he once again called out the promise he had just made to the crowd watching around him. Fellow Taoists, Di Jun promises you with his own chi that anyone who is willing to put forth their efforts to co-devastate the 12 ancestral witches and the 4 purities will be rewarded generously by me, whether it's wanting heavenly materials, divine weapons and spiritual treasures, or seeking my help in the future. As long as I can take it and do it, I can promise all of it. Please make yourselves quick. Before Di Jun's words had even fallen, the attacks of the 2 Di Jiang men were already upon them. Offering a bounty in front of us is too presumptuous of you. As Candle Join's fist shook Emperor Jun, Emperor Zhang's eyes coldly swept around the spectators, sternly and softly admonishing the crowd. Today is a private matter between us and Emperor Jun and the others. If anyone dares to cross the line, kill without pardon. Then, without saying anything else, he directly teamed up with Candle Join to suppress Emperor Jun. As for the rest of Zhu Rong and the others, they had long since set their eyes on the 10 great demon gods, and like berserk beasts, they had revealed their true bodies of the ancestral witches. Bared iron. Last time I let your brat get away. This time I'll see where you'll run to. Ing Zhua, your grandpa Chang Liang is here. If you have the guts to fight with me for 300 rounds, have a good time. White Zephyr, I can't beat you in plotting and scheming, but today it's about strength, and I'm going to make you taste what it's like to have flames burning your body. Tai Cho looked at the enemies in the field, and in the twinkling of an eye, only Tai Yi was left to be divided, so he didn't pick and choose. A chi transforming the 4 clearings was made, and in a moment, it was surrounded by it. The main body held up the causal arcane mirror, while the remaining 4 differentiated bodies, each with their feet on the 12-pointed green lotus of creation, holding the 5 fires and 7 birds fan, hanging from the top of the mountain river and Jigaku diagram, and holding the god-slaying lance, gazed at the Tai in the center with a light smile. Just let me play with you, how about that? Chapter 35. Tai Chi Abolition. Exactly. For the 4 Qings who had insulted their brothers, Tai Chi hated everyone equally in his heart. Now that the other party had sent himself to the door, how could he not take it? Immediately, to a hand on the chaos bell, body big sun golden flame lit up, as if the sun fell to the earth, straight to kill the beginning of the earth. All the fires of the world are but playthings in the palm of my hand. The doppelganger holding the 5 flames and 7 birds fan blandly murmured as he took a step out, stopping directly in front of Tai Yi's body. The great Dao divine patterned fire, manifested in the eyes of the moment, in the hands of the feather fan lightly waved, its body around the golden flame extinguished. 7-colored divine fire suddenly burned. Let Tai Chi, who bathed in fire as if he were returning home, know for the first time what it was like to be burned by the pain of the flames. Damn it, how is this possible? However, Tai's roar did not cause the slightest ripple to rise on Taichu's face. After the mountain river and Jigaku diagram blocked the heaven and earth and void, ensuring that it would not be allowed to escape, the rest of the doppelgangers were holding the god-slaying lance, and with the might of the green lotus of creation borrowing the power of the law of the green ping sword, they attacked Tai, who was being scorched by the 7-colored divine flames, with all their might. Its main body, on the other hand, was holding the Xian mirror, constantly trying to cut down on the entangled karma on the chaos bell, trying to figure out how to get the treasure at the smallest possible cost. The crowd that was originally still slightly moved by Di Jun's bounty, looked at the 12 ancestor witches' frenzy,
as well as the perversity of the four purities, and the vast majority of them instantly extinguished the thoughts in their hearts. But there are ultimately a few who are not sober in their heads and are blinded by profit. The illusion arose that Emperor Jun's side had the upper hand, and that as long as he joined in, he would surely be able to help it win in the end. Kuanpeng and the Duke of Dongwang are among them. Don't panic, fellow Tai Dao. We've come to help you. As Kuanpeng and the Duke of the East King shouted loudly, they directly joined the battle. And knowing the battle power of liberating Tai Chi was the most important thing at the moment, so they respectively faced the three doppelgangers holding the 5 fires and 7 birds fan, the mountain river and Jigaku diagram hanging from the top, as well as the 3 doppelgangers who were commanding the green lotus of creation and releasing the green-pink sword chi. In a flash, Tai Yi's pressure was greatly reduced, and without the burning of the 7-colored divine fire, he suddenly felt like he could do it again. Ha 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 ha, us brothers are the ones who deserve it. You guys who bear the legacy of Pangu but don't have half a bit of forgiveness, suffer death, chaos of the heavens, time and space overthrow. Laughing wildly several times up to the sky, the chaos bell bloomed with endless divine aura. The surrounding emptiness continuously collapsed. The time turbulence rioted in an instant, and the infinite worlds reflected heaven and earth and pressed horizontally towards Taicho. What a mole peeping into the sky, not knowing what's going on. When Taicho saw him being so rampant, he also intended to teach him a profound lesson. Causal infinity reverse heaven and earth. In an instant, the causal world within the Xian mirror was projected in the chaotic void, and along with a light tap of Taichu's finger, thousands of red threads of causality ran through the heavens and earth. The riotous time turbulence, the collapsing void barriers, and the reflections of the infinite worlds all turned into the sword in his hand. With a might that was several times more powerful, it instantly crushed towards Tai. What the hell kind of tactics are these? Tai Chi looked on with a face full of horror. The attack that reversed back after increasing several times. The entire person no longer had the arrogance from earlier, and hurriedly imperialized the chaos bell to resist. The means to send you back to heaven. Taicho's cold voice drank softly. The Xian mirror once again powerful, reversing the cause and effect of heaven and earth, resulting in the impact that is about to end. Week after week towards Tai Yi crushed. Fellow Taoist Yuan Shi, please bind your hands and don't delay everyone, okay? Sticks and burning lamp. Seeing that the situation is gradually falling towards Emperor Jun and the others, even if the Taichu several people are no longer perverted, the defeat is only a matter of time. Immediately, he stepped forward and approached Yuan Shi, who had swept the formation for the crowd and was wary of the rest of the 3,000 red dust guests messing around. However, as soon as the two men spoke, before Yuan Shi could open his mouth, Fushi preempted them by shouting at them in a deep, stern voice. If you want to deal with fellow Taoist Yuan Shi, you have to go through me first. Before his words fell, Red Cloud actually also brought Jing Yuanzi and walked out from the crowd. Don't be too deceitful. Two fellow Taoists, if you don't want to be unkind, the poor Taoist can also be your opponent. After sweeping a glance at the Styx duo with disdain in his eyes, Yuan Shi turned his head toward the Fushi trio and arched his hand. Thank you for your kindness, 3 fellow Taoists. These 2 guys who don't know what's good for them. Let me handle them. After saying that, the one breath transforms 4 Qing divine ability reappeared. The Yuan Shi body holds the 3 treasures of the Jade Rui. The rest of the split body holds up the central Wuji apricot and yellow flag. Arms wrapped around the heart locks, grasps the jade void glazed lamps, the imperial golden phoenix hairpin, and the eyes are coldly gazing at the river Styx duo. Just you 2 trash. You deserve to stick your nose in? What an ignorance. In a deep and cold voice, the central Wuji apricot yellow flag blossomed into countless golden lotuses, instantly enveloping Yuan Shi and his split body. Subsequently through the heart locks divided into thousands, blockade heaven and earth, jade void glazed lamp and the flame gushing, burning chaos, golden phoenix hairpin sharp, penetrate space and time, the 3 treasures such as will manifestation of the green lotus, in the infinite green ping sword chi coercion, straight to the river 2 heavenly spirit and go. Since you want to hide, don't ever come out. Looking at Tai, who was huddled inside the chaos bell, Taichu knew that relying on the Xian mirror alone would never be able to defeat the other party. The battlefield is now complex. Even Yuan Shi, who was plundering the formation, was entangled by sticks and burning lamp. In order to avoid a prolonged scorching that would cause the crowd watching around them to think that Emperor Jun and the others had hopes of victory, and a steady stream of people joined the fray, he had to take care of Tai Chi in no time and tell the crowd around him in a thunderous manner. If you dare to continue meddling, you will only end up dead. So he directly exchanged magical treasures with the doppelganger, allowing him to try to cut off karma with the causal Xian mirror. He himself held the Godslayer lance and attacked the Chaos Bell, Godslaying Gundao, killing and abusing the world. In an instant, monstrous blood fury filled the void. Extreme killing intent gathered in the gun. And endless grievous souls hissed and wailed. Taichu seems like a blood butcher descending to the world. The devil god on the earth in general. The breath suddenly changed greatly. Scarlet blood gas winding around the body. All the spirit's resentment surfaced on its back. The hostility in the eyes is almost overflowing. The moment the figure flashed, the heavenly visions poured into the tip of the spear, giving it a sharpness that was enough to penetrate everything, as well as a ferocity that tainted everything in heaven and earth. Tai Chi, run! Emperor Jun felt some of the divine might leaked by Taichu, and his entire face instantly changed drastically. It was not true that the Chaos Bell's defense was unparalleled, but it also depends on how cultivated the user is. Just the slightest bit of ferocity that overflowed made him feel the aura of death. Then the power of the shot of Taichu. Even if one fought with their buttocks, they knew that if Tai Chi chose to take it head-on, at the very least, they would end up seriously injured and dying. Take care of yourself first. Emperor Jiang and Candle Join, seeing that he still had the heart to care about others, laughed coldly and shamefully, teaming up to blockade the surrounding heaven and earth, and to once again perform an inhumane group beating on him. As for Tai's side, the moment he heard Di Jun's reminder, he had already reacted and hurriedly imperialized the Chaos Bell in an attempt to escape. However, Taichu's strike not only aggregated the entire body's mana, causing the might of the killing avenue and the god-slaying spear to blossom, but also used the false cause in true effect to set the certainty of the end long ago. Rarely did Tai Yi escape in time to dodge, but also did not escape by the beginning of a gun pierced through the established fact. It was only the obstruction of the Chaos Bell that caused Tai Yi to accidentally turn his body sideways a bit before the shield crumbled. It made the blow that was supposed to be right in the chest slightly deviate from its trajectory. It only crumbled half of the opponent's body, and did not take the opportunity to take his little life. I can't believe I missed. Taicho looked at the established facts under the cause and effect. Actually did not kill Tai. Its sudden subconscious glanced at the purple heavenly palace. It seems that Hong Jun is about to sit down, so we have to fight a quick battle as soon as possible. Even if we can't leave its life behind, we must leave eternal fear in the hearts of Emperor Jun and the others. Chapter 36, Silver Spears and Wax Heads. Not useful in the eyes of the beholder. A bunch of losers, and I had to personally intervene. Inside the purple sky palace, Hong Jun looked at the several people of Di Jun who were completely crushed by the Four Qing and the others. His eyes filled with anger and gloom. The God Slayer Lance, the Black Lotus of Extinction, are actually in the hands of Taichu and the others. It seems that a few people should have been right next to me when the remnants of Luo's soul were annihilated. I also wonder if the Four saved Luo, if it is really allowed to get away with it and survive. The trouble involved is not something that can be ended by modifying some plans. Hong Juan's movements in his hands didn't pause between dark thoughts with a gloomy face. The two Tijun brothers were the dead pawns in his plan alright, but now that the plot of the Witch Demon Quantum Leap has not yet unfolded, nothing can be said to let it fall here. Otherwise it would not be so simple to find, again, a tool person who could fight against the Four Qing and the others. Aren't you a heavenly destined emperor? A supreme being destined to become the master of heaven and earth? How is it that now it has become such a mess? Hiding under a magic treasure is nothing. Come out if you have the guts and fight us for 300 rounds. Hichu Luo Shu, one of the 10 greatest innate spiritual treasures, contains 36 innate prohibitions, and a complete Tao of deduction, which can perform the innate number and deduce the method of all things. In later years, the demon court was able to fight against the sorcerer clan, and this treasure as the foundation, deduced the great formation of the circumstantial Star Dipper array, undoubtedly occupies a large part of the reason. Nowadays, Di Jun hadn't yet deduced the complete perimeter Star Dipper grand formation, but it had already taken some shape. Relying on the unceasing, drawn-in power of the stars of the circumference, it gave it the ability to protect itself from harm under the combined efforts of Emperor Jiang and Candle Join. This can't go on like this. Must find a way to escape as soon as possible. Otherwise Taichi will surely die at the hands of that bastard. Di Jun scanned the surrounding battlefield. Between the 10 demon gods, there was no tacit understanding to speak of, and in the face of Zhu Rong and the others' joint attack, they could only manage to fight, without any possibility of assisting the others. Time and Qiankuan, who acted so flamboyantly when they appeared on the scene, were 2 silver spears in the end. So much for not being able to come out and support them. Under the joint attack of the 2 men, not only could not suppress Taishang, but was instead chased and beaten by his imperial yin and yang grinding mill, Pandragon Flat Crutch, and smoked his grandson. What a disgrace to the mixed golden immortal, the reincarnation of the demon god. The 2 bald donkeys in the west, on the other hand, were even worse to the extreme, and before Tong Tian's destructive sword Dao, they didn't have any power to counterattack at all. Let it be held down and beaten wildly. If it wasn't for having the golden lotus of merit shelter, it would probably have been lynched into dregs by it. Sticks,
Burning Lamp, Kuwenpeng, and the Duke of the East. The four of them were indeed stronger than the two vultures in battle, but the one they had to face was even more perverted than Tong Tian. The whole time it can be said that they had been taking a beating. Even if he wanted to counterattack, it didn't hurt at all, and he was also caught in a break and punched several times, beating him with a bruised face and a crooked mouth. Half of the gesture of being a strong man was no longer there. Tai Yi, on the other hand, became the plaything of Tai Chu. Even though he had luckily avoided the vitals a few times, he was unable to dodge the entire attack. Less than a few breaths. The excitement of having successive brushes with death, and watching, as he was gradually crushed to the point where only his head, and a small portion of his chest remained. It brought Tai Chi's spirit to the brink of collapse, constantly clamoring to try and provoke Tai Chu to finish him off once and for all. Kill me if you can. Brother will surely avenge me. There was really no way for Tai Yi to fulfill this request of Tai Chu, whether it is establishing the fact of cause and effect, blocking heaven and earth, space and time, or using other legal aptitudes to forcefully suppress it with a magic treasure. There's always a last-minute mistake. Either the chaos spell suddenly exploded, or Tai Yi very appropriately sidestepped to avoid it. It made him incredibly depressed. If he didn't know that Hong Jun was behind it, he would have to wonder if, indeed, there was a limit of heaven's destiny to be unkillable. Boom! Just as Taicho was pondering how he could take down the chaos spell, an explosion that resonated through the chaos rang out violently, attracting everyone's attention. All of them. I don't know what Di Jun detonated. Not only will Di Jiang two people lift it off, but also with the reaction force of the explosion, the rapid rainbow swept to the front of the beginning of the world. Taking advantage of its dazed moment, he copied the remnants of Taiyi's body and ran away, without the slightest intention of stopping or greeting his men together. However, the 10 great demon gods were not brain-dead, and if this situation continued, that is, if they were not killed by Zhu Rong and the others, they would also end up in a situation worse than death. Now that the leader had run away, if they didn't run away again, they would really be rushing to find death. Don't panic, Lord Di Jun. We'll escort you away. Charge. Make sure that Lord Di Jun is able to take Tai Chi with him and get away safely. Under the rising and falling cries, the 10 great demon gods spoke well, but their steps did not pause for a moment as they chased after Emperor Jun in the direction he had fled. When Xu Rong and the others came back to their senses from their daze, several people had long since run away without a trace. And as Taichu felt the abnormality just now, he couldn't help but subconsciously glance in the direction of the purple heavenly palace. What a bunch of people. I was kind enough to help out, but you guys bailed out first. Under the 5 fires and 7 birds fan split, the green lotus of creation split, and the mountain river and Jigoku diagram split, they joined forces to suppress it. Long ago, the whole body black as charcoal, burn marks densely covered. All over the body can be seen deep bone sword marks. Kuan Pang, East Wangong 2 people. It really hadn't occurred to me that Emperor Jun and the others would be so unwilling to have the Bai Lian. Not only did the escape not take them, but they didn't even greet their own men. If after this time, the two do not recognize the words, they can really lose a wife and soldiers. Half of the benefits did not gain. In vain received a beating. I'm stepping out of the game. Under the extreme imbalance, Kuan Pang no longer had the slightest reservation, and the laws of space and time suddenly erupted, forcing the 3 doppelgangers to force back, and hurriedly executed the laws of extreme speed to escape. Fellow Taoist Kuan Pang, take me with you. Seeing this, the Duke of the East King didn't dare to have any hesitation and used his mana to turn into a rope and put it around the Kuan Pang's ankles, reluctantly hitching a ride on this ride. The 2 receiving brothers, the river Styx, and the burning lamp, all belong to the players who are fighting the wind. Seeing that Di Jun was so unhelpful, he did not have the heart to continue to harden, take a beating. Styx and burning lamp have exploded full force, taking advantage of the beginning of the temporary avoidance of the front, turned around and disappeared into the void. The strength of the 2 brothers and sisters do not have the river too powerful. Full out is impossible to force back Tong Tian, can only be the top of the turtle shell to escape. 2 goons, next time I see you again, I'll have to empty out all your magic treasures. Looking at the back of the 2 brothers and sisters escaping, Tong Tian just spat out with disdain in his eyes and didn't go forward to catch up. The important thing now is to take out the hour and the dryad. As long as the Qiankuan tripod is taken care of, the 2 bald asses can be cleaned up whenever they want. Brother Tong Tian is right. This group of people are indeed all cowardly rats. Listening to his spiel, Zhu Rong also nodded with great approval. It's just as well to shy away from a fight and not dare to come out hard, but when it comes to escaping, each one of them is capable of a great deal, and they can play the recluse trick better than anyone else. It was just a matter of freezing, and they all ran away. When Tong Tian saw that Emperor Jiang and the others had come over, he immediately bowed slightly and arched his hand. Thanks for the help. Brothers, if it wasn't for you guys blocking Emperor June and the others, I'm afraid that our pressure would have added quite a bit more. As the same Pangu direct authenticity, a family shouldn't talk about two families. Emperor Jiang laughed loudly and patted Tong Tian on the shoulder, then turned his head to look at Timeless and Qiankuan. Brother Taishang is afraid that it's a bit of a strain for him to block two mixed golden immortals by himself. Let's go and help him out. Let's go. Tong Tian looked at the successive outbursts. Gradually weak Taishang did not dare to waste time. Straight with Emperor Jiang and others flew forward. It seems that the poor Tao has won after all. At this point, Taishang's mana was already nearly depleted. Time and Qiankuan's strength regression is not true, but for the perception of the laws of the Great Dao, is not affected too much. Rarely had he replenished the origin of the Great Dao and had such heaven-defying aptitude as one breath transforming four purities. In the end, he could only suppress the two of them, and could not do anything to kill them, but now it was better. Tai Chu and the others had finished taking care of Emperor June's few people. Next it would be time for the death of Timothy and Qiankuan. Chapter 37, the Qiankuan tripod arrives. The great beginning knocked the Hong Jun. And don't you get too cocky. When Timothy looked at Tai Chu and the others who had arrived, the gloom in his eyes could be described as nearly overflowing. Had they known this, they shouldn't have listened to Hong Juan's orders and come to stop Taishang. The two devil gods reincarnated, the supreme powers of the perfection of the mixed golden immortal. Just because their strength had temporarily regressed, they couldn't even defeat a mole cricket that had just entered the mixed golden immortal. Instead, it was held down on the ground and rubbed madly. It was simply a disgrace. A group of mole crickets that are no more than the dollar realm. Even if they are outnumbered, they can't possibly be comparable to a single mixed golden immortal. During the time when Timothy shouted angrily, Qiankuan instantly disappeared in place, and when he reappeared, he had already arrived in front of Tai Chu. It doesn't matter if I can't beat you, but I'll be able to make you regret it for the rest of your life. Cold hissing, Qiankuan will be all the body of mana convergence in the tripod, the law of the great Tao manifestation of heaven and earth, the infinite world projection reflection. As if the heavens and the worlds fell like the chaos of the void or its overflow of power. Oppression of the creaking, inch by inch collapse, go to hell. However, as he violently swung the Qiankuan tripod down, he found that not only did Tai Chu's eyes not have the slightest fear in them, even Tai Shang and the others had cold smiles on their faces, and even had a little bit of ridicule and pity between their brows. I really don't know whether to say you have a good eye or a brain. So many people in the room didn't choose. They had to choose the most powerful one. Tai Cho shook his head with a faint smile, and the 12 pints of the green lotus of creation, the coiled dragon flat crutch, the Qingping sword, and the 3 treasures Jade Rui instantly flew into his palm. Infinite divine patterns manifested and fluttered. The light of creation covered heaven and earth. Chaotic air currents tumbled in pilgrimage. The world's space and time softly chirped in congratulations, and the 36 green lotus of creation reappeared in the world. The moment the Qiankuan tripod smashed down, the 36 pieces of the green lotus of creation then blossomed with divine might, and while the arm collapsed inch by inch, the entire person was also lifted off 100 miles away before he was able to stabilize his body. Within the flood-wasted heaven and earth, chaotic spiritual treasures are not allowed to exist at all. So how is it possible for you to return to chaos in reverse and refine the 36 pieces of the green lotus of creation? Looking at the magic treasure that enveloped Tai Chu, Timothy and Qiankuan's eyes widened, their faces filled with unbelievable shock and dismay. Don't blame heaven and earth if you can't do it. Think more about whether you have practiced hard. If you consciously make an effort but do not see any results, it is obvious that your effort is not enough. Do not blame others, but reflect more on yourself. Understand? These few words from Taicho directly caused some thoughts to rise in the eyes of the timeless duo, plunging them into self-doubt. They had returned from reincarnation and hadn't dared to stop for a moment, so why did they still end up like this? Could it really be that they're not trying hard enough? It was only then that he lost at the hands of a griffin who had first entered the mixed golden immortal. It was only then that even his own companion magic treasure was never able to replenish its origin and break through to the level of a chaotic spiritual treasure again? False cause and effect. It works really well. To think that even the 2 demon god reincarnated mixed golden immortals couldn't withstand its might, causing their thinking to be affected. Seeing that the 2 had already been fooled and crippled by themselves, Taicho straightaway threw the 36 pieces of the green lotus of creation to Tai Shang. Big brother, while it lasts. Second brother, third brother, pass the spell boost together. The heart of the light drink fell. Tai Cho, Yuan Sure, Tong Tian, without the slightest hesitation, straight down in the connection between the magic treasure, the majority of their own mana, transferred to the 36-pin green lotus of creation. The moment Tai Shang caught the magic treasure, he also simultaneously operated the power of the mixed yuan, augmented by the yin-yang great Tao,
and empowered the green lotus of creation to press horizontally towards the two of them. In a flash, the layers of chaos receded. Heaven and earth were overwhelmed. The cycle of yin and yang wore out, and space and time collapsed and ceased to exist. You two idiots, standing around ready to die, get out of the way. Hongjuan's furious shout caused the timeless duo to finally snap out of their thoughts the moment the attack was upon them. However, the surrounding spacetime had been disordered, and heaven and earth had been blocked by the pressure, so the two of them simply did not have any ability to counterattack, or even defend. One could only watch, as the 36 pieces of the green lotus of creation landed on the two of them, crushing the bones of their entire bodies and grinding down their flesh and blood. If it wasn't for the fact that under the extreme pain, he had forced the time and space tower and the Qiankuan tripod to protect his soul. Today, next year, will be the day of the two men's sacrifice. Hongjun, sooner or later you'll have to give me an explanation for this matter. Timothy obviously didn't dare to continue much longer. In a furious and stern voice, he did not hesitate to burn his divine soul and catalyze the full power of the time and space tower, and the moment he fixed Tai Cho and the others, he immediately disappeared into the void. When time and space were restored, it had long since run away without a trace, leaving only Qiankuan to remain in place, staring stupidly at the place where it had disappeared. After returning to his senses in the middle of the day, looking at the surrounding tigers gawking and staring at him, his face instantly turned red and warm, and in his heart, he continuously shouted angrily, "Running off alone like that in the water? We can fix them anyway, can't you take me with you? Why did you leave me alone here? Big brother, second brother, third brother, do it!" Taichu also did not expect that Timothy would actually be so decisive and directly run away at the cost of burning his divine soul. Now it was estimated that for a long period of time, the other party, not to mention recovering their cultivation, or not falling down to the mixed golden immortal, that would be purely burning incense. "Don't come over here, you guys." Looking at the four people of Taicho who came towards him like wolves and tigers, Qian Koan was immediately filled with horror and desperately wanted to escape from this place. However, the target of Tai Chu and the others this time was the Qiankuan tripod in his hands. So much for Timothy running away while they were off guard. If they let Qiankuan run away again, then they could find a block of tofu and just crash into it. Ergo, proceed. In order to prevent Qiankuan from playing tricks, Tai Chu directly stabbed a gun through his brow, taking advantage of the fact that his soul was unstable and wailing miserably, using the causal Qian mirror to forcibly sever the connection between him and the Qiankuan tripod was thrown in front of Yuan Shi. Finally, an innate spiritual treasure, or even an innate supreme treasure, will no longer be a hindrance to me from now on. I can refine anything I want. Yuan Shi looked at the coveted Qiankuan tripod in his hands, his brows filled with joy and excitement. Fourth brother, keeping him will only feed the tiger. Remove him while you can. Tong Tian's proposal was also very much recognized by Tai Chu, but whether it was Di Jun's sudden outburst just now, the 12 ancestral witches frothing, and the smooth escape of Styx and the others, all revealed that it was Hong Jun who was behind the scenes. It was thought that before his schemes were completed, whether it was Qiankuan, Timothy, or Emperor Jun and the others, he would not be able to let them die. Good, we'll do it right away. Taichu nodded his head and just answered. The moment the four were about to make a move, the infinite purple gas covered the sky and the earth, and the golden lotus of the Taoist rhyme appeared in the void, and seemingly without the mysterious sound of poetry and singing, suddenly, lying high in the 9 clouds, the bushels of the Taoist truth, outside of heaven and earth. I shall be the head teacher and honored. Pango gave birth to Taiji, and the 2 instruments and 4 elephants followed. Leader of the Xian Mendu, 1 Qi transforms the Hongjun. The poetry chant slowly fell, and Hongjun strolled out of the void to the crowd. Between fellow Daoist Qiankuan and me, there is still a period of karma that has yet to be resolved. I also ask all of you to look at my face and let today's matter end here. The Qiankuan tripod will then be owned by Yuan Shi, and fellow Daoist Qiankuan will no longer pursue the matter. How? Seeing that things were just as he expected, Tai Chu was delighted in his heart, but on the surface, he still feigned anger and questioned him coldly. The Qiankuan tripod was originally our trophy. As for Qiankuan, we have a life and death grudge against him, so it is only natural to kill him and settle the karma. You want to meddle in this matter with nothing more than a mouth? Chapter 38 Hongjun, you have already taken the way of death. Hongjun really did not think that it was already this time. Taichu had the audacity to knock him around. When it was really lawless, there was no respect for him. However, it was in the way of the heaven-opening karma on the 4 purities, as well as the beginning merits that had yet to be worn out. Even though he was so enraged that he couldn't wait to crush Tai Chu and the others on the spot, he could only suppress all his displeasure in his heart. His eyes were slightly cold as he gazed at Tai Chu, asking in a faint voice what exactly he wanted to do. What do you want?
Do you really not know what I want? Taicho saw that Hong Jun was still planning to play dumb, nor did he conceal his purpose, sneering and picking everything out directly. There is a price to pay for anything that wants to change. This time, but Qian Kuan himself intervened. We didn't have the slightest bit of coercion. Now that you have lost the battle and are about to die, you come out and say that there is a cause and effect that has not yet been settled, and you want us to spare a life and death enemy? I'm afraid I'm not daydreaming. As for your face, Taichu looked Hong Jun up and down for a few breaths, and the color of contempt and disdain between his eyebrows was basically visible as long as he was not blind. I'm sorry, but in my case as long as it's not one of my own, then profit always comes first. Wanting me to give up with just a few words. You really don't have that qualification. The words. Hong Jun's face was instantly gloomy down. Anger and killing intent is in the eyes quietly grow. He is the spokesman of the Heavenly Dao, the future true lord of the flooded heavens and earth, the Taoist ancestor who taught all living beings the method of cultivation, the one supreme who was destined to annex the Heavenly Dao and ascend to the great Dao. Now that he had even lowered his stance, he was only begging Tai Chu to give him face, but the other party not only dared to knock him down, but also dared to demean him and taunt him with a disdainful and contemptuous demeanor. There really is a way to die. Seeing that Hong Jun was silent for a long time, and did not have the slightest intention of wanting to pay the price, Taichu was instantly ready to add to the fire. It seems he's not willing to pay the price to save you. Saying that, he offered up his long and used mixed yuan hammer, implementing it with the laws of force and increasing the power of the great Dao of fire, turning it into a ball of blazing sun and smashing it straight towards Qiankuan. If there is an afterlife, remember to keep your eyes open. Some people can be very selfish, so don't get blinded by greed again and thus lose your life. These two words appeared to be addressed to Qiankuan, but anyone with a discerning eye can see that it is mocking Hongjuan's selfishness. Let anyone who wants to work with them think first whether they have the capital not to be abandoned. And killing people is no more than that. Hong Jun, but you promised me. Since the battle of the opening of the heavens when he was chopped to death by Pangu, Qiankuan had already developed an uncontrollable fear of death. Now under the erosion of the chaotic air currents, his divine soul was getting weaker and weaker. Let it smell death again. At that moment, he also disregarded the fact that Tai Chu and the others were still present, and directly called out anxiously to Hong Jun. Shut up, he really didn't think about it. In the beginning, only hand can also turn over the world. Chaotic space and time. 3000 Chaos Demon God, ranked in the top 10 of the strongest demon god, this time will become so timid. The fact that another person was able to make him or her fear to such an extent with a casual remark was truly a disgrace. However, the teammates he chose were just as stupid as he was, and he had to walk the whole way on his knees. He then stopped the mixed yuan hammer with one hand, and between his 5 fingers closing slightly, he pinched it into pieces in an instant, while displaying his own power. His eyes were cold and stern as he gazed at Tai Cho. What the hell do you want? Oh, and what I want. What a laugh. Who knows what you've got? I can still counteroffer if I say it's high, but if I say it's low, won't it be a cheap shot at you, bedbug? Fourth brother, this is a good opportunity. Qiankuan can not only be a strong person of the perfection of the mixed golden immortal, he is also a debtor who helped Hong Jun obtain the Dao Demon contest. With this kind of karma in place, if one dares to ask, he will surely oblige us. Tong Tian saw that Hong Jun had loosened his tongue, and immediately reminded Taichu in his heart with excitement. What third brother said makes sense. Although it's not clear how much karma is involved between Hong Jun and Qiankuan, it should be enough to offset a life-saving favor. Of course, if Hong Jun is determined and wants to use our hands to get rid of Qiankuan, that's a different story. Yuan Shi's eyes flickered slightly as he scanned Hong Jun's face full of gloom and analyzed the current situation. It should be unlikely. Taishan sniffed and responded secretly in his mind. As long as Hong Jun still wants someone to help him, Qiankuan's life cannot be abandoned. It's just that you have to have a measure of how much this claim is. Fourth brother, big brother, I understand what you mean. It's just that instead of us guessing, we should let him make his own price. The right to say yes or no is still in our hands anyway. As long as it's not too low, then there's still something to talk about. After listening to the three people's opinions, Tai Cho also instantly had a solution in his mind. As for Qiankuan's life and death, it's not really that important to us. If we are talking about the speed of cultivation, the other party just can't catch up with us even if we beat our horses. Not to mention his accompanying supreme treasure, which is still in the hands of second brother. Unless we stagnate from now on, the day we meet again in the coming days will be the day we send him and Timothy on their way for good. While responding to the Tai Shang trio in his mind, Tai Chu also gave Hong Jun his answer. What I want depends on how important Qiankuan is to you. You can give me whatever you think he's worth. If you think he's worth just a Hotian spiritual treasure, or even a piece of broken stone that can be found everywhere, I don't have the slightest problem with that.
Hong Juan's eyes lit up slightly when he heard this, thinking that Tai Chu had gone soft on him.
I'll count on you to know what's good for you. It's just a shame that you all still have to die in order for my future plans to not deviate in any way. However, just as he was about to take out a Hotian spiritual treasure to end this rotten matter today,
an ill-timed truth was subconsciously spat out by Tong Tian.
Fourth brother, that's a bit of a downer.
Hong Jun is the first existence within the flooded heavens and earth to certify to the mixed origin, and Qianquan is a dear friend and family member to whom he has the grace of becoming a Taoist. How can a mere Hotian spiritual treasure be comparable to it?
When these words came out, the crowd at the scene immediately nodded their heads in recognition. The 12 ancestor witches even looked at Hong Jun and Qianquan with sincere eyes and whispered softly, according to the status of the two, at the very least, it should be an extreme innate spiritual treasure, or even an innate supreme treasure, right? Who says otherwise? If the benefactor who helped me become a Taoist is in danger, not to mention the innate supreme treasure, even if I were to ask for my entire fortune, I would never hesitate in the slightest. Listening to the 12 ancestral witches' soft whispers that they thought were faintly inaudible, but were actually deafening enough, as well as Tong Tian's words that seemed to be for his good and honoring him, but in reality, he was blocking all of his own back roads. Hong Juan's figure couldn't help but stiffen in place. At this moment, if he really took out a Hotian spiritual treasure in exchange, in the near future, under the propaganda of these loudmouths, even if his reputation did not stink, it was expected that no one would dare to let him drive him around anymore. After all, the principle of buying a horse's bones for $1,000 is very applicable no matter what era. Something is wrong that makes people scramble. Something is wrong that they don't want to pay for, but anyone in their right mind would never follow such a person. However, the extreme innate spiritual treasure in his hand, as well as the innate supreme treasure that he had picked up, all had important roles. Not a single piece can be used as an exchange. Just as Hong Jun was pondering what he should trade for Qianquan's life, an aura suddenly appeared in his mind. A plan that was enough to kill the 4 people of Taichou, end all karma, and bring the trajectory of the flood back under his control in a 1-2 punch. Like a weed, it took over him in an instant. Chapter 39 oversees 3 immortal islands. Fushi who was fooled. Nowadays, the heavens and earth are barren, and the successive great wars have caused countless treasures to be reduced to flying dust with them. Even if I've certified to the way of the mixed world, I'm still unable to pull out any extra innate supreme treasures, or extremely high-quality innate spiritual treasures. But in order to protect fellow Daoist Qianquan, I'm willing to divulge the information about the 3 top-secret treasures in exchange for his safety. Top-secret treasure? 3 more? Hearing such a familiar premise, Taichou instantly thought, the first place to get gold in the floodplains, the treasure of countless predecessors, the greatest chance, and even the place where all the irrational explanations are given. 3 immortal islands. I'm sure you've all heard of the legend of the 3 immortal islands overseas. I found them by chance and deduced the timing of the 3's emergence at great cost. With that, Hong Jun pulled out a jade pendant branded with the location of the 3 immortal islands, as well as the time of their emergence, and handed it to Taichou. Together, the 2 should be enough to exchange Qianquan's life, right? Naturally, Pang Lai, Fang Jiang, Ying Zhou, collectively known as the overseas 3 immortal islands, which is rumored to have countless opportunities, is the opening of the heavens, the broken chaos of heaven and earth. Not only is the concentration of aura beyond imagination, but there is also endless chaotic qi constantly emerging, and the laws of the great Tao are also clearer than the outside world by an unknown amount of geometry. On top of that, what was even more crucial was that its location was erratic and its internal celestial mechanism was unusually hidden. If the causal time and space were not revealed to the outside, even the Heavenly Dao would not be able to pry into it in the slightest. Even in the future, when the infinite quantum rain came again, the heavens and earth were broken into pieces and the concentration of aura kept regressing. The concentration of aura in the 3 immortal islands and the laws of the great Tao did not cut down much. It can be considered the first choice of the dojo. Excellent place to conspire. I'll take Qianquan with me. Make yourselves at home. Seeing Taichu accept the jade pendant, a cold color flashed under Hong Jun's eyes. The 3 immortal islands are indeed good, but you must have the life to take them. As long as one dares to go forward to fight for it, I will definitely settle the lost face and the humiliation I have suffered this time. By the hands of Qianquan and the others, I will kill you all by 1,000 cuts, and throw your bones to the ground. In his heart, between cold laughter, he did not say anything else, and directly lifted the Qianquan divine soul with one hand and disappeared in front of everyone's eyes. 4th brother, he so easily handed over the location and present timing of the 3 immortal islands. I'm afraid he's harboring evil intentions. Taishang saw Hong Jun leaving and immediately reminded Tai Chu in his mind that there was a problem. Big brother, I understand your concern, Given our relationship with him, it would be a hell of a thing if there weren't problems with this.
And what he wants to do is nothing more than to use the 3 immortal islands present to pit us against each other. To this I feel that as long as he is strong enough, any plots and tricks he has will be nothing more than a matter of waving his hand.
What the fourth brother said is true. Tong Tian nodded slightly with a stern look in his eyes. As long as we hurry, we can all break through to the mixed golden immortal within 10,000 years. Then no matter what Hong Jun wants to do, he won't be able to hurt us in the slightest.
Exactly. Yuan Shi likewise had sharp eyes, rubbing the Qiankuan tripod in his palm, and assuring Tai Shan with a strong bottom line. With the addition of this divine object, innate spiritual treasures will no longer be something that only heaven and earth can nurture,
no matter who is involved.
If one innate spiritual treasure can't blow up the opponent, then blow up 1,000,
or even 10,000 of them.
If that still doesn't work, then it's not impossible to go straight to an extreme innate spiritual treasure, or even an innate supreme treasure,
even if it's a mixed great Luo golden immortal. As long as the materials are sufficient and powerful enough, even if he can't be blown up, he'll still be able to blow him into a half-crippled state. At that time, it's not like we don't have a chance of being able to become, for the first time in heaven and earth, an existence that uses the body of a mixed golden immortal to cut down a mixed great Luo golden immortal against all odds. Seeing that all three were so confident, the Taishan naturally had no desire to dissuade them. As Tong Tian had said, as long as there was enough strength, any plotting and scheming would be broken at will. He only needed to keep improving himself and leave the rest to Taichu to decide. The 4 elder brothers. What an honor. Each one of them can fight against many, invincible in the same realm, and being a direct descendant of the Father God, we are really somewhat inferior to ourselves. As the 4 of them finalized their response, Emperor Jiang also brought Candle Join and the others with him. You have inherited the Father God's physical body, and you likewise have potential that far exceeds that of all beings. Now it is just that you have not yet discovered it, and when it explodes later, being invincible in the same realm is just the most basic condition for you. Hearing Di Zhang's praise, Taichu also smiled lightly and pointed out the other party's situation. Having said that, it is indeed incredibly difficult to develop. Was thinking of asking that old bastard if there was any solution, but look at its attitude. It just wouldn't say anything even if it knew. With a helpless look on his face and a shake of his head, Emperor Jiang then didn't continue this topic and turned to the Taicho 4 to extend the invitation once again. Are there any other important things that the 4 brothers need to do? If not, why don't we go back to the Pangu temple together, pay homage to the Father God, and drink and chat for a few days on the way? I naturally have no opinion on this matter, Taicho said and looked at Tai Shang and the others. Big brother, second brother, third brother, what do you think? The Father God's posthumous authority is still present, and now that there are no other important matters, we naturally have to go and pay our respects. As Tong Tian's words fell, Yuan Shi also answered with a smile on his face. A great favor. Brother Di Jiang has already invited us for the second time, so it would be a bit inappropriate for us to refuse. All 3 had intentions, so naturally the Taishan would not spoil the fun. Good. Just as Tai Chu and the others decided that their next destination would be the Pangu Hall, Fushi and Nuo also arrived in front of them. Congratulations to the 4 of you on your joyful acquisition of the treasure. With the 3 immortal islands as a dojo, the 4 of you will definitely be able to take your cultivation speed to another level. Fellow Taoist Fushi is joking. Now that the dust has not yet settled, the final ownership of the 3 immortal islands cannot be concluded prematurely. As soon as Tai Chao's humble words fell, Nuo, with adoring eyes, lightly laughed and complimented him. The strength of your 4 brothers can almost be said to be invincible in the realm of the Great Luo, and there are few rivals in the mixed golden immortals. If you all can't get the 3 immortal islands, then I'm afraid that no one will be able to occupy them within this flooded heavens and earth. Just as Tai Chu and the others were chatting, he also brought Chang Shi to them. Brother Tai Chu, I already have the strength of a great Luo golden immortal, so I can travel the flood with you. Hearing this, Taicho could not help but turn his gaze to Shihi, who was beside him. Chang Shi, as the other party's sister, if it didn't relent, he couldn't take it away. Feeling Taichu's gaze, Shihi helplessly sighed in his heart. When a girl is old, she doesn't stay in her family. Then his eyes were cold and clear as he responded in a faint voice to Taichu. As I observed the divine ability performed by fellow Daoist Tai Shang, I gained some brand new insights into the way of the Supreme Yin. Shi's sister will be entrusted to fellow Daoist Tai Chu for the time being. If you have any spare time, come to Taiyin Star as a guest, and there will be enough osmanthus brew. Having said that, after slightly bowing and saluting to Tai Chu and the others, Shi set off on his own, returning to the Taiyin planet. Since the people have dispersed, let's go too. Taicho looked around and saw that there was no one else, so he greeted Tai Shan and the others, the 12 ancestral witches.
and Fushi's siblings as they returned to the flooded earth. Since he was already familiar with the way he came, he spared the treacherous path outside the chaotic sky. The group had only spent more than 500 years before they were back above the boundaries of the Buzhou mountain. Taicho looked at the Buzhou mountain, which stretched for tens of thousands of miles and was bursting with even more vigor than before the Great War. Couldn't help but lament the hardships he'd gone through along the way. Thousands of years have passed since we last parted. Thinking back to the beginning, we were just ants who were just starting out and who could be trampled on a bit. And yet now it has become a supreme power that all beings look up to. A handful of supreme powers within the heavens and earth, the bitter road of which is really hard to express in words. The three Taishangs listened to his sentiments, and their eyes were as helpless as they could be. What is fourth brother inexplicably talking about? Their journey could be described as smooth, not to say that they were uncontrollable and unstoppable. Aside from climbing the Buzhou mountain and being a little tired when rounding up the mixed yin and yang, where was the word bitter? It has to be that only they know. If outsiders were to realize the truth of it, they would be afraid that they would not rise up in a group attack of jealousy. However, what made them even more speechless was this. Unknown 12 ancestral witches, Fushi siblings, Shang-Shi, also thought that the beginning of the four people along the way incomparably difficult. The eyes that looked at them couldn't help but take on a slight look of adoration and heartache. Fushi, in particular, was directly inspired by Tai Chu's words and immediately said that he would go back to practicing properly. Fellow Taoist Tai Chu, my little sister will be entrusted to you for the time being. I'm going to go back to Fengqi Mountain to continue my cultivation, and with 1,000 times more effort, I'll strive to be able to catch up with you guys. After saying that, he was just like a chicken blood, instantly disappeared into the void, not seeing Taichu's slightly dumbfounded eyes in the slightest. What's going on here? I'm just following the example of successful people and lamenting the experience. Why are you so excited like you're in a success class? In the midst of uncertainty, Taichu and the others also arrived outside the Pangu Hall. It was only because Nuwa and Changshi did not belong to Pangu's direct bloodline that they could only wait outside, and when Taichu and the others, along with the 12 ancestral witches, entered the Pangu Hall, the two miraculously did not have the slightest embarrassment. Instead, they joked with each other in perfect harmony. Sister Changshi, why is the skin of yours so snow white? We are both cultivators, even if there is a gap. It shouldn't be so stark. Saying that, Nuwa even reached out her hand towards Changshi's cheek and caressed it, causing his pretty face to instantly redden and warm, and he lowered his head with a blushing face. Sister Nuwa, do you like brother Taichu too? This statement directly caused Nuwa to also instantly redden her temperature, her eyes fluttering as she waved her hands carelessly. The question, just as Nuwa didn't know how to answer. Taichu and the others had already arrived within the Pangu Hall. The eye is filled with stubborn stone reliefs hanging from the sky and the earth, the scene of Pangu's bloody battle against the 3,000 great Tao demon gods. The opening of the heavens and the opening of the earth incarnate the image of the flood of all things, lifelike, as if they were in the realm of reality, making the four people of Taichu were attracted to the gaze. The blood in the heart of the rapid flow of rivers, mana crazy operation at the same time. The eyes are rendered on the color of a little wild war. Chapter 40, The Four-Qing Enlightenment 12 Capital Heavenly Divine Fury Great Formation, Tai-Shang Physical Law Dual Hybridization. Fortunately, these reliefs were made by Emperor Jiang and the others in accordance with the scene in their minds, and polished with chaotic obstinate stones. Although it was rendered with some divinity and spirituality under the influence of the Pangu Hall's aura, it ultimately lacked the true meaning. Four people in the body of the chi and blood surging, berserk battle intention gradually born but a few breaths, it was suppressed. When he looked at the relief again, everything had returned to normal. Taicho looked at one of the many reliefs that were so lifelike and concealed a ferocious intent, and smiled lightly as he complimented Emperor Jiang. These reliefs are really good. If they can be continuously nurtured, it is not without the possibility of metamorphosing into a latter-day supreme treasure, evolving some of the law's subtleties, and helping one to realize the 3,000 paths. Brother Taichu, these are nothing more than ornaments we carved to honor the Father God when we were bored. Although it has undergone a mutation due to our thoughts, plus being tainted with the aura of the Pangu temple, it is just some ordinary bas-relief to us. Emperor Jiang wasn't the slightest bit interested in whether or not these reliefs could metamorphose. It's not like they're practicing the way. The path taken was to tap into one's own bloodline and use one's physical body to prove the way of the mixed world, reversing the path of the body of the Pangu devil god. Let's not talk about whether or not these reliefs can help people realize the 3,000 paths after metamorphosis. Even if they found the enlightenment tea tree, which was one of the very best innate spiritual roots, and drank it as their usual tea, it wouldn't be able to add half as much to them. So much so that these reliefs, even if it could invoke the chi and blood and will of Taichu and the others, allowing them to perceive the image of the beginning and end of the opening of the heavens, but for them, It's just that the carvings on it become vivid and look better.
And it doesn't do anything else at all. Fourth brother, come on. Just as Tai Cho and Di Jian were talking and laughing,
the three Tai Shangs followed the throbbing of the bloodline in their bodies. He came to a blood pool that was 100 feet in circumference and geometrically deep. On it, an infinite number of ferocious demons gathered and hung in the sky, constantly evolving the scene of bloody battles and the image of the opening of the sky. Inside the scarlet liquid boiling madly, at a glance, as if Pango hissed angrily, 3,000 avenues of the devil god unwillingly wailed. Just the slight pressure that overflowed made the four Taicho people vaguely feel suffocated. But there is a confusing vision that seduces them to jump into it. Emperor Jiang looked ahead at the scarlet blood pool and introduced it softly to Taichu and the others. Brother Taichu, this is the pool of essence and blood that the Father God's heart was transformed into, and it is also the place where our siblings were born. Though the most central 12 drops of essence blood have been absorbed by us, but the ordinary blood contained within it still has some of the divine might of Father God's life. It should also be enough to help your fleshly bodies to another level. Many thanks to Brother Di Jian for his generosity, to go so far as to allow such a precious place for us to cultivate. Tai Chao's eyes were delighted, and just as he was about to owe his thanks, Emperor Jiang pulled him back and helped him up. As both being direct descendants of the Pangu bloodline, you are naturally qualified to enjoy Father God's legacy. What's the point of letting or not letting? With a light smile and a shake of his head, he then looked at the three Taishang people. There is no need for the three elder brothers to be formal. As our physical bodies grow stronger, the symbolic significance of this blood pool has long outweighed its actual role. If we can help your bodies become stronger, we have no problem with staying here no matter how long it takes. With that, Emperor Jiang then turned his head once again to look at Tai Chu. We still have things to take care of, so we won't bother the four elder brothers with their cultivation. Just holler if something happens. We're right in the middle of the Pangu Palace. With those words, Emperor Jiang didn't stay any longer and turned straight toward the outside of the Pangu Hall. He's just reckless in nature, not really brain dead. Watching others cultivate is a great taboo in the flood. Even if the person is close to you, if you don't have your permission, you will attract the other person's dislike and defense. And the previous battle outside the Purple Heaven Palace, not only will the two weedy birds be beaten to death, on the two men's 10 followers, also was crippled and injured. It's a good time if you don't take advantage of the opportunity to expand your territory. They're the ones who are really out of their minds. Big brother, second brother, third brother, let's start too. Looking at Di John's back fading out of view, Tai Chu took the lead and jumped into the blood pool, using his body's blood veins as a guide, swallowing and sensing the subtle Dao rhythms hidden within Pango's blood. In a split second, an infinite amount of ferocious fury poured in, scarlet chi and blood wrapped around it, and pain like thousands of steel knives cutting flesh and scraping bones swept through his entire body in an instant. Rather, Taichu had gone through the trip to Buzhou Mountain and endured the severe pain of the mighty pressure crushing his bones and internal organs. At this moment, he was also slightly unable to support himself, revealing a slight look of pain. However, with the passage of time, the blood veins in the body were gradually stimulated, and this pain turned into a tingling sensation. The fleshly body, washed by the fierce fury's air, also began to slowly advance towards the mixed golden immortal. His consciousness was then attracted by the blood, the hidden subtle Dao rhythms, as well as the scene of the blood battle against the demon god and the image of the opening of the heavens and the earth, and he was caught up in the enlightenment. The moment the three Taishangs stepped into the blood pool, they received the same treatment as Tai Cho. It was only in the way that what the three of them had absorbed was just a drop of ordinary Pango essence blood that contained the laws of the great Dao. It wasn't like Tai Chu, who was born with a drop of the origin essence blood that contained the great Dao of force. The pain that the three had to endure, as well as the time it took them to adapt to the fierce fury infestation, was much longer than Tai Chu. It wasn't until several years later that the three of them completely adapted to the baneful aura and were able to be as quiet as Tai Chu, sensing the subtleties contained in the blood. Time flies and the years go by. In an instant, 300 years have passed by. In the Pango blood pool, Tai Chu was the first to open his slightly closed eyes, and leaped lightly, just like a dragon coming out of the sea, and landed on top of the open space. After 300 years of the fury tempering his flesh, he sensed the subtleties inscribed within his blood. Finally, the origin essence blood that contained the great Dao of force within his body was completely refined. At this time, not only had he cultivated the law of force to perfection, even his physical body had stepped into the realm of the mixed golden immortal, just waiting for the air of Ethelwood and the air of Gungol to be replenished, to reach the realm of the 5 Qi toward the Yuan, the 3 flowers of the Dala consummation. Then he would be able to directly achieve the mixed golden immortal of physical and Dharma dual cultivation without any hindrance. At that time, if Qiankuan and Timeless dared to come back, there was no need to reverse the lotus platform of creation, and he alone would be able to hammer both of them to burst. I didn't expect that there would be unexpected gains from this quenching of the body. The 9 turns of Xian Gong practiced by the 12 ancestral witches, as well as the 12 metropolitan divine fury great formation whose bloodline serves as a guide to gather the will of Pangu. The moment he refined the origin essence blood, it all quietly surfaced in his mind as well. It was thought that this should be the inheritance hidden in Pangu's bloodline. When the 3 Tai Shang people completely refined the essence blood in their bodies and integrated it into their own bloodline, whether it was the 12 capital heavenly divine fury formation or the 9 revolutions of the Xian Gong, all of them would also surface within their minds. With this inheritance information as a reference, Tong Tian's progress in studying their 4 purities exclusive grand formation should be quite a bit faster than it was originally. Bang! Just as Tai Cho was organizing the information about the inheritance that had surfaced, in his mind, Tai Shang also opened his eyes and leapt out from the blood pool, landing beside him. Due to the fact that he had already stepped into the realm of the mixed golden immortal with the way of laws, Tai Shang's cultivation and enlightenment this time was to refine his fleshly body, supplemented by sensing the hidden mysteries in his blood, along with all of the bloodlines in his body being stimulated. The drop of essence blood that contained the Yin-Yang Dao in the past was completely integrated into his body, and there was no longer any residual aura of Pangu. He also became the first supreme within the flood world to have both the laws and the way of the physical body reach the level of a mixed golden immortal at the same time. But there will be another great battle outside the Purple Heaven Palace. It's for him to take on all of the other team alone. Tai Shang was also able to ensure that he was undefeated while hammering away at everyone except Timeless and Shen Kuan. Of course, this is if the opponent doesn't run and fights to the death with all his might. Otherwise, to be able to half-cripple Timeless and Shen Kuan in a short period of time would already be considered a good battle result. Chapter 41, in the beginning, our goal is to reclaim the heavens and the earth opened up by God the Father. As Tai Shang realized his surging power, Yuan Shi and Tong Tian also opened their eyes together and leaped out from the blood pool. Only, when the two looked at each other, they both saw the color of regret and despair in each other's eyes. Ugh, it's still so close after all. Yeah, ergo, our base is too thin. Even after completely refining the Father God's essence blood, we didn't make the physical body break through to the realm of the mixed golden immortal. In the way of the laws of both, neither has been practiced to the state of perfection, and the physical body is only in the middle stage of the Great Luo. Even with the Pango blood pool as support, helping them to completely refine that drop of essence blood and thoroughly integrate it into their bodies, it also only allowed the cultivation of the physical body to reach the realm of the perfection of the Great Luo golden immortal. It did not directly break the bottleneck and break through to the level of the mixed golden immortal, as Tai Cho and Tai Shang did. It's a good thing that when the essence blood was completely refined, the laws were cultivated to perfection. Just by replenishing the Ethelwood's air and the Gungold's air, one can step into the realm of the mixed golden immortal with the way of the laws, just as Big Brother did. At that time, use the mana of a mixed golden immortal to quench your body, and cultivate the 9 turns of Xian Gong, which is inherited from your bloodline and has the divine effect of reversing the body of a chaos demon god, in a step-by-step manner. Within 1,000 years, I will be able to raise my physical body to the level of a mixed golden immortal. Listening to Yuan Shi's slightly celebratory sentiment, Tong Tian nodded in agreement. What Ergo said is true. Now you and I are only missing the air of Ethelwood and the air of Gungold to be able to step into the mixed golden immortal with the laws, which will in turn lead to a breakthrough in the physical body. It has been a tremendous blessing, not to mention that I've already obtained the entire inheritance regarding the 12 capital heavenly divine furies grand formation, although it is hindered by the lack of essence blood in our bodies, which prevents it from utilizing its full power, and is only enough to behead existences below saints. But if we combine it with the appearance of the formations I created before, I think we will soon be able to deduce, exclusively for us, at that time, with the power of our 4 mixed golden immortals who are dual cultivated in body and law, combined with the divine might of the formation, it is not impossible for Hongjun himself to come down and behead him against his will. As the Taishan listened to Tong Tian's words, some surprise also rose in his eyes. I didn't realize that the 12 capital heavenly goddesses' great formation had inspired it so much. According to the original anticipation, once this formation was made, they, the 4 purities, would also be completely free of constraints. Anyone who dared to be their enemy would turn into flying ash and completely dissipate between heaven and earth. Third brother is really smart. Big brother looks forward to the day you succeed in your deduction. As Tai Shang's encouragement fell, Tai Chu finished organizing the information about the inheritance and put his thoughts back into reality once again. Big brother, second brother, and third brother, since we've finished our cultivation, let's pay our respects to Father God for his gift and prepare to go outside to join Emperor Jiang and the others. Good. What the fourth brother said is true. All of our accomplishments come from Father God's legacy, and we must properly thank Father God for the grace of passing on the law. Hearing Tai Chu's words, the 3 Taishang people nodded their heads in response, turned to face the blood pool, bowed respectfully 3 times, and shouted in unison. The 4 Qing Taishangs, Yuan Shi, Tong Tian, and Tai Chu, pay their respects to Father God's favor. As the high chorus of voices fell, the 4 of them bowed again 3 times before slowly getting up and walking out of the Pango Hall in pairs. It's just what they didn't expect. Just the moment they stepped out of the Pango Hall, they were greeted not by Nuwa and Changshi, but by a dining table strewn with food. For elder brothers, you've finally come out. Sitting on top of the main seat of the Emperor Jiang, saw 3 people from the Pango Hall out, immediately got up and quickly stepped forward. Will be slightly surprised 4 people, brought to the main seat above. Your unusual meal is also at the gate of the Pango Temple? Only after being arranged to sit down by Emperor Jiang did Taicho issue a query with doubt in his eyes. When we gather here, we can not only be grateful to Father God for his favor, but we can also drink wine without fear of anyone's intrusion. It's like a double whammy. What's wrong? When Taicho sniffed, he was also slightly stunned, and it seemed like there was nothing wrong with what he said. The protection of the Pangu Temple could be considered top-notch in the flood. Even if Hong Jun came, there was absolutely no way he could break into it without permission. It does seem that there is no safer place to gather than here. Indeed. Only, isn't it a bit wrong to set the table directly in front of the front door? It always feels a little bit like entering the door and getting into the bed. Brother Tai Chu, what have you and your 3 elder brothers gained from this retreat? Emperor Jian looked at the overpowering aura around the 4, and immediately pressed his curiosity to ask about the results of the several people's cultivation. Nothing big. It's just a matter of refining the essence blood of the Father God and cultivating the laws to perfection while incidentally upgrading the physical body to a mixed golden immortal. When these words came out, not only did Emperor Jiang freeze in place, even Candle Join and the others stopped their hands and looked at Taichu with a face full of confusion and dismay. Here, is that human? It was even if the laws were practiced to perfection. They don't care about that at all. But you went so far as to say that, incidentally, you had raised your physical body to the level of a mixed golden immortal. So that's a bit too much of a slap in the face, isn't it? Since their birth, they had been practicing hard within the Pango Hall, and had only been able to raise their physical bodies to the Dala perfection realm. The 4 of you, however, have all cultivated the laws to perfection in 300 years, and your physical bodies have been elevated to the realm of Diluo perfection. Not to mention, both Taichu and Taishang had also accomplished great realm leaps, causing their physical bodies to break through once again, elevating them to the level of a mixed golden immortal. As a matter of fact, we are all of the same Pangu direct bloodline. The gap between each other, not to say the difference, how should not reach the mud differences. But why are you guys so prominent? Do you think we're all just a bunch of rejects that God the Father just dumped on us? Is that what makes you so stupid that you are so out of place? As if you are 2 completely different creatures from you. The 4 elder brothers are worthy of being transformed by the Father God's Yuan Shen. This kind of heaven-defying enlightenment and qualification, we really can't even compare to half of it. After regaining their senses from their daze, the eyes of Emperor Jiang and the others looking at the 4 Taichu people could be said to be filled with worship and admiration. It was true that they were not strong enough in the past, and their enlightenment was not enough for them to be able to walk across the flooded heavens and earth. But they now had Taishang, Yuan Shi, Tong Tian, and Taichu, these 4 heaven-defying level elder brothers. Let's see who dares to underestimate them from now on. It doesn't matter if we can't beat you, if you have the ability to compete with our 4 elder brothers. If we can defeat our elder brother, we will naturally recognize everything, but if we can't, you'll have to suffer. Envisioning the future scene where he and the others, too, would be able to bully others with their power, the joy on Emperor Zhang's face couldn't help but grow 3 times brighter. Hurriedly greeted Taichu and others to eat, and attentively poured wine for him, living a posture of a younger brother. And Candle Join and the others looked at the Emperor Jiang, who was a different person from his usual domineering style. Not only do not feel the slightest violation, but also have in their hearts lamented, how is not their own sitting next to the 4? As for Nuwa and Shangxi at the end, the color in their eyes was nearly overflowing, and the worship and adoration on their faces nearly converged into words that were branded on their cheeks. Hong Jun that old, when it is really damned. Just as everyone was enjoying the wine and roasted meat and chatting and asking questions, Xu Rong suddenly opened his mouth to spit up Hong Jun. It's obvious that we're on the verge of occupying the entirety of the Buzhou mountain. Yet he had to intervene. What else did he say? He has just certified as a mixed being. Don't start a war in 10,000 years. It has to be us and those 2 weedy birds, each managing half of Buzhou mountain. If it weren't for Big Brother pulling me back, I would have really wanted to give him a mouthful and ask him where he got the face to dissuade us from giving up the territory we've fought so hard to win.
Taicho couldn't help but have some surprise rise in his eyes as he listened to Zhu Rong's tirade. According to the original trajectory, shouldn't it be after the establishment of the demon court? Di Jun led the group of demons in their initial battle with the 12 ancestral witches, and was about to be dried up by the 12 Datong Shinshue Great Formation. The war that Hong Jun only stepped in to stop? How come it's so far ahead now? But it also just gave me a chance. After hearing that the fate of people like himself had long been arranged by Hong Jun and the Heavenly Dao, the goal is then to reclaim Father God's heaven and earth, expel all evil and crooked paths, and allow Father God's glory to cover the flooded heavens and earth again. The witch race should completely subordinate themselves to their four purities and become one of the main combatants in the counterattack against Hong Jun and the overthrow of the Heavenly Dao. Brothers and sisters, Hong Jun, that old man, does deserve to die. If it weren't for his meddling, this heaven and earth would have returned to us long ago. And this time, in addition to coming back with you to pay homage to the Father God's legacy, I want to join forces with your brothers and sisters. As for our goal, it's simple. Reclaim the heavens and earth opened by God the Father. Let those defeated men of God the Father, the reincarnation of the demon god, all get out of our territory. Chapter 42, 3500 Big Chapter, Creating the Demon Race, Establishing the Heavenly Court. Golden Crow brothers are good again? When Emperor Jiang and the others heard these words, their heart's blood was instantly ignited by them, and their eyes were all rendered with a touch of excitement and exuberance. Why would two mongrel birds be heaven's mandate emperors? What makes a centipede into a fine magic treasure by stealing the old man? Can become the first to the strongest in the flood. The flooded heavens and earth were made by their Father God and are not under their control. So who else is qualified to do so? It was all supposed to be theirs. Only they, the direct descendants of the Pangu bloodline, were the orthodox ones who inherited the flooded heavens and earth. The rest of them must be expelled, or even wiped out altogether, so that they would know the price of subverting the flood and appropriating their Father God's legacy. Under the surging tide of his heart, Emperor Jiang did not lose his mind. Recalling Tai Chu's words at the very beginning, his eyes could not help but raise a little doubt. Brother Tai Chu, I would like to ask, you said earlier, if not Hong Jun that old meddling, the flooded heavens and earth would have long returned to our hands. Is it possible that there are any insider secrets in this? It's really a good comic relief. Just when he was wondering how to speak outwardly, Emperor Jiang had already paved the way for him. I wonder how much you know about the infinity. When these words came out, Emperor Jiang and Candle Join glanced at each other and both saw surprise and incomprehension in their eyes. Brother Tai Chu, isn't the infinite quantum revelation due to the richness of the baleful aura in the heavens and earth and the resentment and unwillingness of the 10,000 spirits, causing the aura of the heavens and earth to suppress and the laws of the great Tao not to manifest, so much so that it jeopardized the development of the world? And only as a last resort did the Heavenly Dao send down a calamity to alleviate the ferocious air and the resentment of the 10,000 souls, so that the flooded heavens and earth could resume functioning again? When Candle Join's words fell, Emperor Jiang nodded along. Only, when he sensed that the eyes of the three Taishang people, looking at them, even rose a little pity, he suddenly realized that something was not quite right. Can it be that Hong Jun, that old man, also acted as a stirrer in the first two infinite quantum robberies? It is what makes the heaven and earth opened up by God the Father unable to return to the bosom of the four elder brothers for a long time? But the Heavenly Dao isn't brain dead. It should know who is the true successor of heaven and earth. How is it possible to let him run amok? Taicho saw that Emperor Jiang wasn't stupid in the head. It's just the inherent thinking that gets in the way and prevents it from seeing the truth. There was no more riddling at that moment. Brothers and sisters, your thoughts are not wrong. If the Heavenly Dao is the most just, this flooded heavens and earth should indeed be inherited by us. Two weedy birds, Hong Jun that old man, all the reincarnations of the devil gods in the world. The innate holinesses that are birthed are nothing more than stepping stones for us. After nodding his head in recognition of the thoughts of Emperor Jiang and the others, Tai Chu then turned the tables and exposed the true face of the Heavenly Dao. But the prerequisite for all this is that the Heavenly Dao has no selfishness. At the beginning of the opening of the heavens and earth, and for some reason, it should have been most just and righteous, overriding all the spirits of heaven and earth, ruling the operation of the world, treating all beings of the flood equally, and supporting the Tao of earth and the Tao of humanity in the present world, to the point of inexplicably giving birth to a consciousness of its own. Be aware that the emergence of consciousness means that the 7 emotions and 6 desires, good and evil private thoughts, will also gradually erode its heart. And so under the influence of greed and selfishness, the way of heaven ceased to be just and righteous. Gradually from the original rigid existence that regarded all things as ants and adhered to the rules of the operation of heaven and earth, it was transformed into a horrible monster that desires to rule the flood world, making the earth and human ways subservient to it, and everything run according to its heart. And if this is to be done, the influence left by God the Father must be removed. And thus was the infinite Jubilee born. Hong Jun is, to put it bluntly, its traitor, the instrumental man used to carry out its plans.
This sermon for all beings appears to be solving their problems,
but it is actually restricting the way of cultivation for all spirits. Just let all beings accept its arrangement and no longer follow the initial path of cultivation, and subliminally, make us, the direct descendants of the Pangu bloodline, go along with its planned development,
or compel the all-spirit beings to wipe us out. Then this heaven and earth will no longer know the name of Father God, but only the holy grace of heaven,
and Hong Jun,
the despicable villain who aided and abetted the Father God and stole his legacy, along with Tai Chu telling everything in full. The faces of Emperor Jiang and the others could be described as gloomy to the extreme.
Killing intent, hostility, instantly filled everyone's pupils, full of anger crazy flip-flop, driving them, they can't wait to immediately,
go to the chaotic heaven outside the purple heavenly palace, and break that old centipede of Hong Jun into pieces.
Father God opened up the heavens and earth and gave it the opportunity to be born. So much for its lack of gratitude, it even thinks of completely destroying Father God's glory. It's just like a white-eyed wolf who eats his way out. That old was blessed by Father God's divine grace and survived by a fluke without dying, and instead of thinking of repaying Father God's kindness, he even mixed with the Heavenly Dao and plotted to take the legacy Father God left us. He really deserves to die, and even if he were to be broken into pieces, it would be hard to ease our hatred. Many thanks to Brother Tai Chu's enlightenment. If you didn't say through these, we might have been counted to death by that old man at some point. For elder brothers, we will follow you from now on. As long as we can bring back the glory of Father God, no matter how hard it is, we will never shirk our duties. Tai Shang. Three people looked at the group of angry, cannot wait to fly up to the sky with the Hong Jun, the Heavenly Dao bloody battle to kill the 12 ancestral witches. A bit of joy also rose in his heart. In just a few words, the 12 ancestral witches were completely drawn into our camp. Fourth brother's ability is truly remarkable. With their support, when we have a showdown with the Heavenly Dao in the future, we will be able to have a more adequate bottom line. When our wings are full, the day when we recapture Father God's opening of heaven and earth will no longer be far away. Tong Tian's delighted praise fell, and Yuan Shi's approval also resounded in Tai Chao's heart. As long as they cultivate to the consummation of the mixed golden immortal, even if they are ultimately unable to certify the Dao with their power, with the power of the 12 capital heavenly god fiends, Emperor Jiang and the others are also powerful enough to erupt, comparable to the divine might of a mixed Yuan Dao Lord. At that time, Hong Jun is even stronger. Facing the bloodline phantom with the will of the Father God, will definitely be crushed by his axe, without the slightest resistance. Although the Tai Shang did not say anything, the satisfaction and relief in his eyes was real. Second brother, third brother, you guys are really lifting me up a bit too much. As the saying goes, much ado about nothing. I also want to cultivate peacefully, but the Heavenly Dao and Hong Jun have to mess things up, for the harmonious development of all beings in the flood, as well as for the resplendent sprinkling of the earth with the glory of God the Father. I can only be reluctant to send Hong Jun on his way, ordering the Heavenly Dao to abdicate in favor of the Father God and return the heaven and earth that he has opened up, just as Tai Chu and the others were on the same page. On Buzhou Mountain, the infinite amount of qi gathered in an instant. The sound of bells resounded through the heavens and earth. The Dao Xian mysterious sound echoed for 10,000 miles, and the sky's violet aura enveloped the void. I am Tai, because I feel that the 10,000 races in heaven and earth, and the constant strife among all living beings, have made it impossible for the flooded heavens and earth to flourish. I hereby establish another clan today, and name it Demon. All the spirits in the world, whether they wear hair and horns, scale and armor and aquatic life, or mountain and rock elves and monsters, but all those who have conceived spiritual intelligence can be categorized as part of the demon race. From now on all beings in the world are of one race. Under my control, the floodlands will surely be peaceful and tranquil, so that heaven and earth will develop smoothly and become more prosperous. Look to the heavens for approval. The moment Tai's words fell, an answer from the underworld followed. In a flash, all living beings within the flooded heavens and earth, except for the innate holiness and the reincarnation of the demon gods, were branded with the breath of the demon race. It caused the original chi fortune possessed by its race to split 70% in an instant, gathering rapidly towards the top of the Buzhou mountain. What are these two weedy birds up to again? Do they really think that the flood world is theirs to do whatever they want? Emperor Jiang looked in all directions toward the top of Buzhou mountain. The crazy gathering of the 10,000 races chi suddenly frowned tightly with a cold, stern voice. They are trying to, just as Tai Chu wanted to give the 12 ancestral witches an explanation for the behavior of Di Jiang and the others. The sound of loud shouts once again echoed between heaven and earth. I am Emperor Jun, and by the order of the Heavenly Dao, I ascend today to be the Lord of the flooded heavens and earth. For the harmonious development of the world, good and evil will be rewarded.
and there will be no more rash acts of strife and war and slaughter.
I hereby take the top of the Buzhou mountain, above the 9 heavens, with the 33 heavens as the foundation, and the river map and Luo book as the suppression of the qi, and set up the heavenly court of the demon race to rule over all things and beings in the flooded earth. Look to the heavens for approval.
Along with Emperor Jun's words, the immeasurable amount of qi quickly gathered and returned to the river map and Luo book above his head, and the vast merit and virtue reflected heaven and earth, and the void appeared at first glance. All of a sudden, its majesty rises 1,000 times more than 1,000 times. A glance seems to be directly facing the abyss of heaven and earth. Brilliant heavenly power cannot be seen directly. The establishment of the heavenly court must not be left unoperated. In the name of the heavenly emperor, I enthrone Koan Pang, Styx, Burning Lamp, and the Duke of the East as heaven's court providers, second only to me in honor and enjoying the blessings of qi. The sound of enthronement slowly fell, immeasurable qi drooped down, and 20% of the heavenly Dao merit separated and infused. In a matter of moments, the cultivation of the 4 of them was raised to the perfection of a great Luo golden immortal, breaking the restriction of advancing to a mixed golden immortal. As long as one cultivates at ease for a period of time, one can completely cross over into it. In the name of the heavenly emperor, I enthrone Bai Zhe, Bared Iron, Ing Zhua, 9 infants, Ghost Cart, Shan Yang, Bai Feng, Ji Meng, Xin Yuan, and Fei Lian as the 10 great demon deities of the heavenly court, to guard the 4 seas and the 8 wastelands. The sound of enthronement fell, and an infinite amount of qi drooped down, still infused with the separation of 20% of the heavenly Dao's merit and virtue. But in the way of this time there are 10 people divided, White Ze and other people's cultivation, just be raised to the perfect Deluo. There was no possibility of breaking the limitations of heaven and earth and possessing the possibility of advancing to the mixed golden immortal as the 4 of the river Styx did. In the name of the heavenly emperor, I enthrone the 365 star gods as the lords of the peripatetic starry nights, to rule the operation of the rules of the celestial time and to bless the peace of the climate of all the elephants. Although the 365 star gods were numerous, their share of the qi and heavenly Dao merits only accounted for 10% of the total. Plus, their cultivation levels are all golden immortals and Tai. Their cultivation enhancement had only reached the level of a primordial great Luo golden immortal, but compared to the subsequent other positions in the demon court that Emperor Jun had divided up, they were treated much better. After all, the subsequent tens of thousands of people's enthronement, a total of only spent 1 success of virtue and fortune, cultivation enhancement of the highest person, only just arrived at the Tai golden immortal perfection realm. As for the remaining 4 successes of virtue and immeasurable fortune, they were divided between Tai and Di Jun, causing the cultivation of the 2 to break through directly to the middle stage of the mixed golden immortals. Ha 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 ha, big brother, we've finally broken through to the mixed golden immortal as well. Tai felt the power that kept surging within his body, and his eyes were filled with a color of ecstasy and pleasure. There is only one mixed golden immortal in the 4 purities. It's that the Taishang's strength is even stronger, but it's simply impossible for him to be our opponent. Big brother, in order to be able to wipe out the previous shame, make sure that they won't look for trouble from us after the breakthrough. Why don't we set off immediately to seek revenge on the 4 Qing? This proposal from Tai made Di Jun, Bai Zhe and the others very moved. This would not only be able to snuff out the 4 Qings and solve a major problem, even more so, he was able to take possession of the many treasures held by Tai Chu and the others. For himself, simply a brilliant idea to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Okay, however, just as Emperor Jun bowed his head in delight, a loud, high cry that resounded through the clouds suddenly reached their ears. The delight that had just risen was instantly transformed into endless loathing and anger. Chapter 43, The Witch Race Out. The King's Court Stands. Chaotic Merit Spiritual Treasure? 3,000 large chapter. 2 weedy birds, plus a bunch of rabble. Even want to rule the flood. Really not afraid to laugh off other people's teeth. The Heaven's Way, that treacherous white-eyed wolf, was so biased in favor of those 2 mongrel birds, allowing them to directly possess the cultivation level of a mixed golden immortal. Simply bastards. Looking at the top of the Buzhou mountain, the crowd that had made breakthroughs with the help of the Heavenly Dao's merit and immeasurable qi luck, the 12 ancestral witches were filled with indignation as they constantly complained about the favoritism and injustice of the Heavenly Dao. The faces of the 4 Tai Chou people, likewise, went cold, and there was some hostility quietly growing in their eyes. That's really something. In order to be able to checkmate us and the 12 ancestral witches, it was actually arranged that Styx, Burning Lamp, and the Duke of the East, joined the camp of the 2 weedy birds. It seems that it was the earlier incident that made Hong Jun perceive that things were heading out of control, and that's why he was so biased in favor of the 2 mongrel birds. It's just a shame that you're all on the wrong side of the fence. To want to suppress us with just a few crooked people who rely on merit to break through is simply a fool's dream.
Moreover, you are able to rely on your fortune and merit to break through, can't we? What a smart-ass dumbass.
My brothers and sisters,
it is not true that heaven is selfish, but the way is always just and righteous.
Emperor Jiang wasn't a stupid person either. Looking at Tai Chou's playful eyes, as well as if he was referring to the words, he immediately asked for advice with both eyes shining with an open mind. I still ask Brother Tai Chu to teach me. Good to know.
Tai Chu laughed softly and walked over to the 12 ancestral witches,
informing Emperor Jiang of all the vows regarding the founding of the witch race and the establishment of the Pangu King's court.
Go on,
show those two weedy birds, and whoever's behind them, who is the true master of the flooded heavens and earth.
Don't worry, Brother Tai Chu.
You guys just watch.
Emperor Jiang laughed and responded, leading Candle Join and the others,
flying straight up above the 9 skies,
his eyes colorful and happy, shouting loudly, the way is above, and God the Father testifies. I, Emperor Jiang, Candle 9, Zhu Rong, Gong Gong, Ho Tu, was born of the essence blood of the Pangu Father God, and I should be responsible for guarding the flood and the earth and helping them to prosper and develop peacefully. This day, because of some crumbs and shameless people who have stolen our duties before us, we are beyond shame. To make amends for dereliction of duty, to create a special tribe, independent of all spirits, called the witches. From now on, I will shoulder the heavy burden of guarding the flood, adhering to the will of Father God to benefit heaven and earth, expelling all evils and devils, so that no sinful person in the world will dare to infringe upon heaven and earth in the slightest, and establish the Pangu royal court, under the name of Father God, with the Pangu hall suppressing the Qi, and the 12 ancestral witches and the 4 Qings ruling together. Let the heaven and earth open up by Father God have no more worries to speak of. The sound of Emperor Jiang and the others proclaiming resounded through the surrounding heaven and earth, and even beyond the chaotic heavens for a moment. A macro couldn't see its shape, but it was as if the promise was close to the ear suddenly rang out, making the 2D Jun brothers who were originally still complacent. Their faces were instantly as gloomy as water, and their eyes were nearly overflowing with anger and hatred. Yes, yes, yes. Truly worthy of being the same as Yuanshi as a direct descendant of Pangu. The skill of pointing and cursing is really just like the same. Emperor Jun gritted his teeth and cursed angrily, but in the eyes of Tai Yi and the others, there was a flash of horror. The 12 ancestral witches were above the 9 heavens. Infinite great Dao merits and virtues, from the void continuously emerge. The Dao rhyme purple gas instantly diffused 10,000 miles. 12 kinds of great Dao laws revealed in the sky, toward Emperor Jiang and others crazy pouring. It was just a few breaths of time. Several people not only had perfected their physical bodies and certified mixed golden immortals with their strength, but their physical bodies alone could be comparable to extremely high-quality innate spiritual treasures. Even their respective mastery of the Great Tao had reached more than 30%. Not to say that it was enough to crush Emperor Jun's 2 brothers one-on-one, but it was enough to be able to rival them, and that was only the 12 ancestor witches, who had just broken through to the realm of the mixed golden immortals. If he were to stabilize for a period of time and step into the same realm as the 2D Jun brothers, a unilateral crush is not out of the question. As for the group beating of more than 2 people, D Jun brothers and sisters in the case of not using the formation, but all can hold out for an hour, are counted as 2 people are more resistant to beatings. Big brother, your accompanying supreme treasure the heaven and earth Xianhuan Linglong Pagoda, not only did you lose 1/3 of your heaven opening merit in order to allow me to be born smoothly, even the grade has been weakened from enough to be comparable to the level of an innate supreme treasure, to a level equivalent to an extreme innate spiritual treasure. Although these great Tao merits are not much, they are still considered to be a part of my heart, so please accept them, big brother. Due to the fact that the 12 ancestral witches added the name of the 4 purities when they established the Pangu royal court, Tai Chu and the others naturally gained some great Tao merits. Only, the Tai Cho 3 did not rush to consume it, but handed their share of the great Tao merit to the Tai Shang. Big brother, you've taken care of us as an elder brother for so many years. All of this is what you deserve, so don't excuse yourself anymore. Seeing that Tai Shang refused to accept it, Yuan Shi immediately persuaded him. Big brother, you're the only mixed golden immortal among us. Now with these great Tao merits, it will definitely be possible to repair the heaven and earth Xianhuan Linglong Pagoda. Won't you be able to protect us better then? Tong Tian's words caused Tai Shan to drop his recent resistance, and with slightly reddened eyes, he collected all of the great Tao merits. Second brother, third brother, fourth brother, big brother will definitely protect you, and will never let anyone harm you by half. In his heart, Taishang sacrificed the heaven and earth Xianhuan Linglong Pagoda, and with the 20% of the great Tao merit obtained by the 4 of them, he drew out the innate Xianhuang air in his body, and poured it into the inner part of the pagoda. In a split second,
the golden lotus of the Tao rhythm filled heaven and earth.
The infinite violet chi came from the east, and the laws of the great Tao manifested in the void, all gathering above the heaven and earth Xianhuan Linglong Pagoda. Second brother, it's your turn. Don't worry, big brother, just watch me.
Yuan Shi smiled softly and nodded his head in response. Then he sacrificed the Qiankuan tripod,
and put all the thousands of visions and the heaven and earth Xianhuan Linglong Pagoda into it to refine it. Due to the quality of the great Tao merit, it was in no way inferior to the heaven opening merit, causing the recovery of the heaven and earth Xianhuan Linglong Pagoda could be described as exceptionally smooth. However, in a matter of time, it had already restored it to its peak, and there was still 1/5 of the great Tao merit left, which had yet to be absorbed by it. Big brother, it seems that this companion supreme treasure of yours will not only be able to return to its peak, but it is also expected to break through the level of chaotic merit spiritual treasure. Taichu smiled broadly as he congratulated the occasion. The heaven and earth Xianhuan Linglong Pagoda, the speed at which it absorbed the great Tao merit and the immeasurable violet chi,
suddenly accelerated by more than a few times. Not only did an illusory spire coalesce above the flat top of the 36th floor, the innate prohibitions that had originally recovered to 49 were also generalized to the 50th innate prohibition at a speed visible to the naked eye. However, just as the innate prohibition was taking shape and the illusory spire of the tower was about to solidify, the portion of the great Tao merit was exhausted. It's a pity. If there was another quarter of the great Tao merit obtained earlier, it would definitely allow the heaven and earth Xianhuan Linglong Pagoda to break through to the level of a chaotic merit spiritual treasure. Taking it out of the Qiankuan tripod, Yuan Shi handed it to Taishan with a face full of regret. Big brother, second brother, fourth brother, why don't I go and ask if Emperor Jiang and the others still have, as yet, unabsorbed great Tao merits? Tong Tian saw that he was just short of the last point, so he immediately proposed to Tai Chu and the others. If there's any left, we'll borrow some from them and return it when we have it down the road. One really had to say that Tong Tian's brain was indeed stupid at times, and he knew how to brute force things without saying a word. But there are times when it is exceptionally clever. That's a good idea. Third brother, I'll ask around. If it can be molded in one go, it can take a lot less great Tao merit than refining it again. After saying that, Yuan Shi wanted to turn around and seek out Di Jiang and the others. Second brother, you don't have to go. Their great Tao merits have been absorbed. Following the direction of Tai Chu's finger, the crowd realized that Emperor Jiang and the others, who had already absorbed as much of the great Tao merit as they could, were returning in the direction of the Pangu Hall. Well, it looks like it's a lost cause. Tong Tian looked at the returning figures of the 12 ancestor witches and could only show his hands with a helpless face. But don't worry, big brother, as long as we are around, this companion supreme treasure of yours can definitely break through to a chaotic merit spiritual treasure, or even a chaotic merit supreme treasure, which is not impossible, as long as you are safe. It doesn't matter how the magic treasure is. Taishang warmly patted Tong Tian's shoulder and shook his head to indicate that he did not need to take it to heart. Treasures are best when they are available to him. It's not really that much worse if you don't have it, as long as the Taicho 3 were safe and sound. Not to mention the chaotic merit spiritual treasure. One would want to place the chaotic supreme treasure in front of him, and he would never look at it more than once. Fellow Daoist Taichu, I have a premonition that the opportunity is about to come out, and I would like to ask you to come with me. May I? Just as the four lamented, a shout suddenly reached their ears. Chapter 44 Extreme Gourd Tang, Ancestral Treasure Gourd. We, the four purities, all want it. 3000 large chapter. A chance? Today it is neither the outbreak of the quantum leap of sorcerer and demon nor the human race's determination of the 3 emperors and 5 emperors. What chance could she have at this time? You have a premonition of where there is opportunity. 100% trust in Taichu Niwa. Seeing that he inquired about where the chance was, he pointed to the foot of Buzhou Mountain without the slightest hesitation. I have a premonition that there exists there, a chance that is closely related to my witnessing the way to the mixed world. When these words came out, Taicho also instantly recalled them. Within the flood heavens and earth, the position is second only to the 36 pints of the green lotus of creation, and the end is also extremely similar to it. One of the top 10 extreme innate spiritual roots, innate 7 treasures gourd vine, composed of the 9 heavens resting soil, the spiritual treasure of humanity merit and virtue human creator's whip, and the 7 superb innate spiritual treasures level treasure gourds. When you put it that way, I seem to feel the same way. Just as Taichu thought about why the chance was there, Tong Tian also frowned lightly and looked in the direction Yuo was pointing. But it's not related to certifying to the mixed realm. It merely feels like there's a nice spiritual treasure in that direction. Third brother, you actually feel this way too? When Yuan Shi heard this, his eyes couldn't help but rise in surprise. Ergo, you won't be. 2. Before Tong Tian's words had even fallen,
Yuan nodded his head slightly, indicating that what he had guessed was correct. That's a lot of catching up to do. Big brother, fourth brother, you guys don't feel the same way, do you? When the Taishang saw Tong Tian and the others looking at him, he frowned lightly, his fingertips rotating the two chi of yin and yang for a few breaths, and some consternation suddenly rose in his eyes. It does feel that way. Seeing that Taishang also had, Tong Tian and the others then turned their gazes to the slightly stunned Taichu. Although it is true that the innate seven treasures gourd vine has nothing to do with him from top to bottom, but how could he make an exception at a time like this? Third brother, I also have a premonition that there are some treasures there that are bound to me. The nine heavens resting soil and the man-making whip were related to Nuwa's future chances of becoming a Taoist, so he really wasn't in a good position to do anything about it. But of the 7 remaining treasure gourds, in addition to the share that heaven had decided to give to the 3 pristine ones, Nuwa and the others, there could be 3 more precious gourds in existence. There was no way that the East Emperors would let it be taken away. Red Cloud's words to see if the other side is wise. If they have to die, they will have to go ahead and send them to their deaths. That last one. Whose hands did the final treasure gourd fall into? Specifically? Why don't I remember? Forget it, whoever he is. As long as it's not Hongjun himself, it has to be us. The 4 purities. For elder brothers, fellow Daoist Nuwa, fellow Daoist Changshi, what are you guys planning to do? Just as Tai Chu and the others were preparing to head to seize the treasure, the 12 ancestral witches arrived in front of them. We have a premonition of a place of opportunity and are ready to go and find out. You all had a premonition? Emperor Jiang was also slightly stunned for a moment by Tai Chu's response. The chance of a place that involves the minds and hearts of 6 people. I'm afraid this isn't a heavenly opportunity, but a preparation to go out and seize the treasure, right? With that, he tentatively asked Tai Chu if he needed them to follow along. After all, if you're really going to capture the treasure, it's always right to have more people. Not to say anything else, but it definitely eliminates guttering and the appearance of someone muddying the waters. It's not necessary. Taicho knew what Emperor Jiang meant, but he didn't offer a rebuttal or explanation. Anyway, this trip was in addition to seeking the opportunity to capture all of the innate 7 treasures gourd vine. He was also prepared to go along for the ride, grabbing whatever he could and salvaging a few more things back. There's not much difference from what the other side wants. Now that you have just broken through to the mixed golden immortal, not only do you need to consolidate your cultivation and refine the residual great Dao merits in your bodies, there are also the many matters that need to be dealt with to create the witch race, as well as to establish the Pango King's court. Just stay here and hustle. It's just a matter of finding some chance. We can handle it ourselves. Emperor Jiang didn't insist any further when he heard this, and with his hand, he condensed a space crystal and handed it to Taicho. For elder brothers, in that case we won't keep you much longer. If any accidents occur, just crush this crystal, and no matter where you are, we will definitely be able to arrive in less than a tea time. Have a heart. Taicho lightly smiled and nodded, putting the space crystals into the mustard space. Then he bid farewell to Emperor Jiang and the others, and led the 5 Taishan people in the direction that Nuwa had previously pointed out. Buzhou mountain feet above, miles of cloud instantly gathered, endless thunder snake crazy hissing, the sky 7-colored divine light reflecting heaven and earth, a golden lotus suspended in the void. The sound of the Taoist rhyme spread in all directions. With such a vast sound, the treasures within it are definitely not trivial. Beyond the thousands of visions, above the clouds of the 9th heaven, Tai wrapped his arms around his chest and looked at the chants within the greenish alcove, shrouded under the 7-colored divine light, and for the time being, he couldn't see exactly what it was. The eyes were full of joy and self-satisfaction. Big brother, now that the demon race has just been established and the heavenly court has first appeared, there's this kind of opportunity descending into the world, undoubtedly proving that we are the heavenly ordained masters of the flood. Those brainless brutes of the 12 ancestral witches, as well as those 4 damned bastards, are only temporarily arrogant after all. In the near future, they won't even be worthy of lifting our shoes. When our wings are full, no one will be able to stop us from uniting the 4 seas, the 8 wastelands, and even the entire chaos heaven and earth. As if releasing all of his past grievances, Taichi's expression could be described as rampant to the extreme. Even the White Zephyr and the others behind him couldn't help but back off slightly, fearing that the other party would not pay attention and in turn implicate them. Tai, it's not as if there are no hidden powerhouses within the flooded heavens and earth. It's true that we have a heavenly destiny, but we can't underestimate the people of the world, so that we don't get caught in the gutter when the time comes. 4D Jun's sermon. Tai is completely left ear in, right ear out. On the surface is repeatedly nodded yes, secretly is not on the heart. Within the entire flood world, the cultivation level of their brother and sister could already be called one of the few. Apart from that old bastard Hongjun,
the one who could fight them head-on. There were only those reincarnations of demonic gods that had survived from the immeasurable amount of kulpas. As for the Taishang of the four purities, he had long since disregarded them, but let him meet those four assholes again. He would surely wipe out his past shame and repay them all 1,000 times, 10,000 times, for all the shame he had suffered in the past. Fellow Daoist Red Cloud, is this the place where you sensed the chance to be? Just as Emperor Jun and the others were standing tall, waiting for the visions to dissipate, Jin Yuanzi and Hong Yun also came here in company. Nice. Red Cloud looked at the sky full of visions, his eyes full of delight and curiosity. Just what kind of treasure had appeared in the world that was able to erupt into such a heaven-defying vision? Just by standing near this place, one can feel that the cultivation level that has not advanced for a long time has shown signs of improving again. The two of you don't deserve this place's chance. Red Cloud. Two people heard, eyebrows a little displeased with the gradual growth. Immediately followed the voice looked, want to see who was so rude and unreasonable. However, they saw Di Jun and Tai Yi, leading the 10 major demon gods, Koan Pang, Styx, Burning Lamp, Duke of the East, as well as thousands of heavenly court demon soldiers and demon generals, treading on the demon winds and black clouds, and slowly descending from the sky with the momentum of covering the sky and the sun. His eyebrows were full of arrogance and disdain, and he looked down at them with his arms wrapped around his chest between his slightly raised head. Chance is determined by heaven, whether it's worthy or not. You don't get to say. Jin Yuanzi looked at Emperor Jun and the others in the middle of the sky. Some of the anger in his eyes surged, and his tone was slightly cold as he responded in a stern voice. Chance is good in heaven, but you have to be that strong to take it. Between Tai Yi's faint voice of dislike, the chaos bell was sacrificed, and the aura of the mixed golden immortal was released, instantly enveloping the Jin Yuanzi duo within it. As he slowly stepped down from the sky, he opened his arms to reveal some playful banter. Now when I say that all the chances of this place belong to the heavenly court, who is in favor of it and who is against it? You. When Jin Yuanzi saw Tai Yi being so overbearing, his heart immediately erupted with anger and he wanted to retort angrily. However, before he could open his mouth to make a sound, the might on his body suddenly increased several times again. It directly caused him to be suppressed on the ground, unable to move a single bit at all, not to mention opening his mouth to say half a word again. He has no more comments. Under the gaze of Red Cloud's furious eyes, Tai Yi stepped on Jin Yuanzi's head, his eyes asking him with contempt, do you have anything else to say? It wasn't true that Red Cloud was a good old boy, but that didn't mean he didn't have a temper. Looking at his dear friend who was trampled under Tai Yi's feet, his inner rage could not stop spewing madly. If it was not for the fact that the eyes were unable to injure Tai Yi in the slightest, he would probably have been killed by Red Cloud by 1,000 cuts, and his bones would have been thwarted. But he was simply no match for Tai Chi. Even if it was a match, there was still Emperor Jun and the others standing behind the other party. Thus, for the sake of his dear friend's safety, Red Cloud could only choose to lower his head and arch his hand towards Tai Yi. The chance of this place is yours. I beg you to let us off the hook. Listening to Red Cloud's pleas for forgiveness, as well as the gesture of the two of them being furious, but not being able to do anything about him, Tai Yi's heart felt an overwhelming sense of relief. Is this what it's like to dominate and take over? No wonder that bastard, Tai Chu, always liked to forcefully oppress them. It's really pleasant and refreshing. When I meet the four clearances again, I will make sure to replicate this comfort to them. Get a good taste of how hilarious and ridiculous it was to see those four assholes furious but unable to me over. Get lost. I'm in a good mood to let you guys off the hook today. Next time if. However, just as Tai Yi was enjoying this relief, a stern cry that he would never forget, gritting his teeth, suddenly entered his ears. It's just a mongrel bird. How dare you be so arrogant and domineering? You really don't know how to die. Now I announce that we, the four clearings, will take this innate 7 treasures gourd vine. Either you cloaked people get out of my sight right now while I'm in a good mood. Either you've done a fight, or you'll leave something behind and get out. Chapter 45, Abusing the Golden Crow Brothers again. Preparing to recycle the Chaos Bell. That's a double whammy. Tai Yi followed the sound and looked at Tai Chu and the others who slowly stepped out from the void, and a slight sardonic smile could not help but rise on his face. I was missing you guys just now. I didn't expect you guys to come to my door so quickly. Tai Cho looked at Tai Yi who thought he had done it again, and a touch of contempt and mockery couldn't help but rise on his face. What? You think the beating you got last time wasn't enough? And you want me to give you a few more shots and turn you into a demon stick and stick it on the gate of the heavenly court to solicit customers? As soon as these words came out, Tai Yi, who was originally still wearing a sardonic smile on his face and was ready to properly tease Tai Chu and the others before getting them killed, his face instantly turned gloomy. But soon, as if he had thought of something, he brought on some light laughter again. I didn't realize you were so eager to find death.
It's just a shame that I'm not going to let you off the hook so easily. As he spoke, Tai placed his eyes on Nuwa and Shang-Chi again. Not only will I light the lanterns of heaven on your 4 brothers' souls, but I will crush your flesh into mud to ease my heart's hatred. What's more, I want them both, in front of you, to bear the bullying of 10,000 demons day in and day out, so that you will regret it. However, before his words even fell, a slap was slapped fiercely on his face, causing his eyes to glaze over and he froze in place in incomparable confusion. Isn't the situation on the ground obvious enough? They had all taken over, with the battle power of several mixed golden immortals. Why does Taichu still dare to be so arrogant? According to common sense, shouldn't they be praying to themselves for a chance to live now? Just like the Red Cloud duo. And he humiliated him in 100 ways, enjoying the look in his opponent's eyes as he was filled with murderous intent and anger, but couldn't do a thing about it? Doubts arose while Tai Yi also returned to his senses from his daze, his face grim as he sternly questioned Tai Cho, do you still think this is in the past? During the angry shout, the might of the mixed golden immortal erupted once again, directly enveloping towards Tai Chu and the others. Seeing this, Tai Shan also then released his own might, instantly crushing Tai Chi's might and reversing it to envelop him in it. Unbridled. Seeing Tai Yi being suppressed, Di Jun immediately released his own might and enveloped the 4 Tai Chu people. But Tai Shang is a mixed golden immortal with dual cultivation of body and law, even if he is still in the early stage now. However, it was not an existence comparable to 2 trash that relied on Heaven's Dao merit to forcefully ascend to the middle stage of the mixed golden immortal. Emperor Jun's brother and sister's pressure fell, and Tai Shang's aura around him once again skyrocketed. The water and fire double dragons appeared in the void, and the moment the dragon's roar resounded through the clouds and sky, it directly toppled the pressure of the 2 bit by bit. Damn it! Both are equally mixed golden immortals. Why is Tai Shang so powerful? With a cultivation that is only at the early stage of the mixed golden immortal stage, he can actually rival 2 of our mid-mixed golden immortal powerhouses? Emperor Jun was shocked, and hurriedly signaled Kuanpeng, who had just broken through to the mixed golden immortal, to suppress Tai Shang together. We are the ones in charge of the flood as promised by the Heavenly Dao. Why don't you all quickly bind your hands and surrender? A soft, stern voice fell, and Kuanpeng then sacrificed. Not long ago, the reward given by Emperor Jun, containing 30 innate prohibitions, with 36 astral stars of the power of breeding, destruction of the law hidden in it, with a foot of broken stars, 2 feet of the destruction of space and time, 3 feet to break the power of the astral law ruler. In order to prevent accidents from occurring, Kuanpeng directly poured his entire body's mana into it, and with the might of his own mixed golden immortal, combined with the might of the 36 Big Dipper stars, he pressed horizontally towards Tai Shang. The strength of Emperor Jun's trio, while relying on the Heavenly Dao's merit and virtue to force their way up, did not possess the power that the current realm should have. But they are not useless. At the very least, the pressure released by the 3 of them in a joint effort could still have a slight upper hand while rivaling Tai Shang. That's ridiculous. Taichu looked at the 3 people who were hardening their shoulders against the might of the Tai Shang and crushing towards them at tortoise speed, his eyes filled with contempt and mockery. He himself had now physically stepped into the realm of the mixed golden immortal, plus the strength of his elder brother's body and method both entering the mixed realm. Not to say that the world was invincible, but it wasn't something that Emperor Jun and the others could touch. How dare they be so arrogant? Who the hell gave them the courage? Do you really think that they are the only ones who will grow in strength and everyone else will remain stagnant forever? While sneering in his heart, Taichu also released his own aura completely without any exposure. And because of the homologation of Qi, his aura with Taishan instantly merged perfectly. It directly broke through the mighty pressure of Emperor Jun's trio, causing the heavenly court crowd, who were originally still high in the sky and arrogant and domineering, to all fall from the sky and land heavily on top of the earth. How is this possible? Why were you also able to break through to the realm of the mixed golden immortal? Taiyi's mood at this moment, as if at its peak, he was kicked off a tall building and fell into a mud puddle. A cesspool in general, can no longer be expressed in words. They fussed and tossed about half a dozen times. It was only with the blessing of the demon race's chi and heavenly merit that he managed to break through to the middle stage of the mixed golden immortal. But Taichu had neither gained merit nor gathered any chi. So how could he break through so quickly? Obviously, the last time he saw the other party, he was still only at the mid-Daolo realm, now but just a few hundred years, but has already broken through to the mixed golden immortal, even if the chance to obtain it is even greater. It is not possible to be this heaven-defying. Is it hard to believe that he doesn't have a bottleneck? Can you come as you want? If that's really the case, then what are they still playing for? Just raise their hands and surrender to receive death, right? D. Jun, on the other hand, was incredibly worried in his heart. The situation today is clearly completely out of control. The situation was not at all what he had expected. If we can't figure out how to get out of this as soon as possible, I'm afraid. However, before Emperor Jun and the others could return to their senses from their thoughts, the 4 Taicho people had already used the one breath transforms 4 Qing. Tai Chi, wasn't that an arrogant thing to scream just now? In that case, let's have a do-over and see whether you light the heavenly lantern with my divine soul or I take down your chaos bell. As he spoke, Taichu ordered the doppelganger that was holding up the mountain river in Jigaku diagram, as well as the doppelganger that was holding the causal Xian mirror in its palm, after directly blocking the surrounding 10,000 miles square spacetime and heaven and earth, ensuring that no one could escape. The main body held the Godslayer lance and led the 5 fires and 7 birds fan split and the creation green lotus split, heading straight for Tai. Fellow Daoist sticks. Fellow Daoist burning lamp, we didn't have fun outside of chaotic heaven earlier. Let's let you and I have a good time this time. Yuan Shi ordered the 3 treasures Rui split, Jade Void glazed lamp split, went to fight with burning lantern. He himself palm hanging Chin Kuan Ding, with a golden phoenix hairpin split, apricot and yellow flag split, should be stronger sticks river. The 10 great demon gods? The name is quite loud, but I don't know how strong you guys are. Tong Tian looked at Bai Zhe and the others, his eyes full of contempt and ridicule. The moment the Qingping sword manifested, he straightaway brought the 4 doppelgangers with the handheld immortal execution chopping divine treasure blade, the 7 heavenly mangled divine blades, the wind and thunder scissors, and the finger destiny blade, and killed in towards the several people who were full of fear. Di Jun, Koan Pang, and the Duke of the East King. All of them still haven't learned their lesson after being beaten up so badly by my 4th brother last time. Then let the poor Tao properly teach you again how the order of honor and inferiority should be done. A light voice softly drank down. The Taishang ordered the detachment of the flame light flag from the ground to bring the 8 scenic palace lanterns and go forward to deal with the Duke of Dongwang. The heaven and earth Xianhuang Linglong pagoda split, and the Panlong flat crutch split targeting Kuan Pang. He himself was holding the great mill of yin and yang in his hand, teaming up with the Xian Tian Du plow split to press horizontally towards Di Jun, along with the 4 Qings striking out one after another. Emperor Jun and the others couldn't think of anything else but to offer up their magic treasures in response to the battle. However, it appeared to be the 4 Qings versus the 16 members of Emperor Jun's group. In reality, it was 20 men beating up 16 men. The entire battle could be described as not having the slightest suspense to speak of. Aside from Di Jun, Koan Pang, and Tai Yi, who were able to barely hold on undefeated in the hands of Tai Shang and Tai Chu, the 10 demon gods, Styx, Burning Lamp, and the Duke of the East, completely belonged to a situation where they were crushed, not to mention finding a chance to fight back. The slightest carelessness is a deep visible bone injury, or even but a daze. It is possible to be disabled forever. Damn, this is a show. Relying on the red lotus of 12 karmic fires, Styx River blocked Yuan Shi's attack while scanning the rest of the battlefield around him, his eyes filled with gloom and speechlessness. It's just a short period of time. Di Jun, Tai Yi, and Koan Pang were already struggling to protect themselves. The Burning Lamp and the Duke of the East King, on the other hand, were showing their defeat, barely supporting themselves to fight with Taishang, the detached body of the beginning. The 10 demon gods were pure waste, and once Tong Tian's destruction sword Dao came out, there was simply no existence to match it. Bared Iron, Ying Zhua, and Ji Meng, all lost an arm, and 9 infants were cut into 3 infants, and the rest of them were either covered in sword marks or sword holes, which was really miserable. No, if we continue like this, even if we don't get beaten to death by Yuan Shi, we're bound to end up losing all our magic treasures. Gotta think of a way to slip away soon. Just as Styx was cowering in defense and trying to find a way to escape the battle, 2 shiny bald heads suddenly descended from the sky and landed in the middle of the battle. Guiding, Junti, meet the Heavenly Emperor. Emperor Jun saw the 2 bald donkeys coming, and immediately some joy in his eyes suddenly rose. I'd also like to ask the 2 fellow Taoists to help out. As long as these 4 are knocked down, I will definitely reward them heavily. Jain and Junti, but do not see the rabbit does not scatter the eagle's mane. How can because of the Emperor Jun's empty words, directly out to help? The battle is now beyond repair. If you want us to help, not only do you have to share 2 gourds with us afterward, you also need to give us some heavenly materials. No problem. It's not like T-Jun is a cutie who gives up his life and not his money. If we are planted here today, what kind of treasures can't be undone? As long as their brothers are safe and sound, some of their belongings will be lost. The big deal is that, when the 2 of them are weak in the future, they will snatch it back from their hands 1,000 times over. It's not like it's difficult anyway. The receiving duo had only come to help, not to die. Nature knows who to help and who not to mess with. The duo scanned the battlefield and quickly identified their target. Fellow Daoist Lantern, I've come to assist you. Fellow Daoist Tong Tian, I missed you last time. Let's do it again. Chapter 46 Jun backstabs Tai E. Chaos Bell recovery successful. A bunch of rabble. That is, plus you. A defeated man who can only cower. What can you do to me? Last time, I was in a hurry to grab the Qiankuan tripod, and only then did I give you two brothers the chance to slip away. I'll see who can save you this time. Destructive Sword Dao Second Style, One Sword Mendicant. Tong Tian looked at the feet on the merit golden lotus. Toward him sped Jun Ti. Eyes in the stern aura suddenly rose. Qingping's sword on the destruction of the sword gang instantly gathered. To say that of the destruction sword Dao currently comprehended. The sharpness of that style was the strongest. He would choose this second style without hesitation. With the law of the Dao of the sword as the main law, the law of destruction blended into it, the ferociousness of heaven and earth, the gathering of infinite spiritual qi, the concentration of more than half of the body's mana, and wielded a sword. Even a strong person of the mixed golden immortal would have to avoid it, not daring to meet it head-on. Today, Zhuanti still dared to come to him with a turtle shell on his head, then he would not blame himself for using him as a whetstone. Let's see whether the other party's turtle shell was hard or his sword Dao's sharpness was sharp. Damn. Overacting. Zhuanti looked at the body aura dramatically climbed. Qingping's sword on the destruction of the sword astral convergence. The surrounding spacetime is also under the influence of the horror of the vision began to collapse inch by inch. His face suddenly changed drastically, and he hurriedly poured his own mana into the golden lotus of merit, wanting to forcefully block Tong Tian's attack. This move is for you. Tong Tian sneered and murmured. His figure instantly disappeared in place. To be its reappearance of the moment, has already come to the front of Zhuanti. While looking at each other across the golden lotus of merit and virtue, looking at Jun Ti's pupils that contracted rapidly due to fear, Tong Tian's face also rose with a bit of a sardonic smile. You'll have to hold out a little longer. Don't let me down. As the words fell, the Qingping sword rose. The destruction sword dipper was internalized and concentrated, giving the blade an incomparable sharpness. The immense amount of fierce fury emptiness poured in, and the sea of aura filled in dramatically. The moment the Qingping sword swung down, silk scarlet all over its body, sprites and ghosts whistling in the air, as if a magic sword appeared in the world, wanting to destroy everything under the sky, destroy all the spirits in the world. Tong Tian behind the void are hidden, reflecting the horror of the scene that covers the sky and sends the end of the heavens. The universe collapsed. Damn you two idiots, why don't you come and help quickly? Under the crazy infusion of mana from his entire body, the power of the golden lotus of merit was also utilized to its limit. However, the power of this style of Tongtian's sword Dao would continue to climb with the passage of time and the constant pouring in of fierce fury and spiritual qi, until the limit of what it can withstand on its own, or the fierce fury and aura are completely depleted. In just a few breaths, the terrifying divine might that had doubled in size caused the fear in Zhuanti's eyes to reach its peak in an instant. 9 infants in bared iron, originally seeing that someone had hardened Tong Tian for them, were just about to take a break and get back into the fight. But who could have imagined that the quasi was so useless that it didn't even last past the tea time, and then reversed to them for help? What are you fooling around with if you don't have that power? Both of them spat out in their hearts in displeasure, and then they forced themselves to get up their spirits and kill Tong Tian once again. The situation on Guiding's side was slightly better than that of Zhuanti. Yuan Shi's main body brought the two most powerful doppelgangers and surrounded and assaulted Styx River, who was in the form of thousands of blood god sons. There are too many in the way of what Styx has been divided into, and all of them have extremely powerful recovery power, as well as the inability to distinguish between true and false bodies. He was simply unable to free his hands to aid the remaining two doppelgangers, so much so that they were exploited by the burning lamp and the receiver. The balance of victory and defeat was also slowly leaning towards the two of them, and the appearance of this scene could be said to have greatly invigorated the hearts of Emperor Jun and the others. The current battle is at a stalemate. One missing person on either side could tip the victory completely in the other's favor. The undefeated myth of the four purities will end today. I still hope that all of you will not give up. Perseverance is victory. When this battle is won, however, just as Jun was chanting and cheering on the rest, four figures appeared, causing the battle situation to, once again, reverse. Don't panic, fellow Taoist Yuan Shi. We've come to help you. Fellow Taoist Tong Tian. I'll share some of it with you. Big brother Tai Shang. I'll help you pester Lord Dongwang. While Red Cloud flew to aid Yuan Shi in destroying the Blood God Sun, Jin Yuanzi was joining forces with the Three Treasures Rui Split, as well as the Jade Void Glazed Lamp Split, to suppress the Burning Lamp and Receiving Lamp duo. Niu Hua, on the other hand, chose to aid Tong Tian, although his side are lopsided trend, but ultimately two fists cannot beat four hands. Suppression is more than enough, decapitation is insufficient. Chang Shi scanned the surrounding battlefield for a while, only to find that the battlefield of the Eastern King's dupe lacked help. Perhaps adding another Eastern King's Duke wouldn't necessarily be able to defeat the Supreme One's detachment. But everyone else had gone to help, so she couldn't just stand there and watch, could she? With the 4 Nuwa joining the fray, the fire of hope that had slightly picked up was instantly doused to the point where not even a spark could be seen. These 2 bald donkeys are really half useless. Instead, they're giving Red Cloud and the others an excuse to join the fray. It's really bad luck to step on a horse. Why did you have a brain fart and agree to Jun's invitation in the first place? Stay peacefully in the Blood Sea. Heaven and earth are not all at my disposal to roam and do whatever I want. Why suffer this? Styx secretly regretted in his heart that he shouldn't have agreed to the other party to be some kind of crappy offering because of some temptation from Jun in the first place. Now it's good. The Divine Warrior magic treasure has not been fished, followed by the other side received several fat beatings. What bad luck! I'm going back to the Sea of Blood, and if I work with these obscure things again, I'll cut off my head and kick it as a ball. Due to the fact that the field was littered with blood godchild detachments, and it was only when Tai Chu used the law's divine patterns to reflect on his pupils, lining up all the blood god sons one by one, that he was able to find the Stygian body. Under this premise, it could be considered the easiest for him to escape, taking advantage of Yuan Shi and Red Cloud, while being entangled by the roaming blood god's children. Styx directly feigned that the split was broken, and split into thousands of blood droplets scattered on the earth. The moment he then took advantage of everyone's inattention and disappeared 10,000 meters underground to regroup his body. Without the slightest regard for consumption, he used the blood burning technique to enhance his body, transforming into a flash of bloodlight and escaping billions and billions of miles away in an instant. And along with Styx escaping, it naturally wouldn't spend any more power to add on top of the blood godchild split. Thus the blood godchildren in the field also lost their immortality, but in a matter of 10 or so breaths of time, they were eliminated cleanly by the Yuan Shi duo's joint efforts. Styx ran away? Red Cloud looked at the scarlet red everywhere, and some doubts gradually rose in his eyes. It should be. Yuan Shi enveloped the earth with his divine thoughts, and took all the blood godchild fragments on the ground and put them within the mustard seed space. Styx's blood god subdivision is, to put it bluntly, blood sea sewage, as the birth of the place where all the dirt and obscurity, in heaven and earth, are gathered. It was undoubtedly the best material to use for refining magic treasures similar to the six-soul streamer, which defiled other people's divine weapons and even their divine minds. If it wasn't for Styx running fast, he would have really wanted to catch the other party and ruthlessly pull the wool over his eyes. This dog Styx even ran away first. Koan Pang saw Yuan Shi and Red Cloud freeing their hands and heading towards the 10 great demon gods, the burning lanterns. The thought of escape also rose in his heart at once. Heaven and earth Xian Huang Linglong Pagoda split. Panlong flat abduction split, 1 attack and 1 defense, although it is a tacit cooperation. But Koan Pang, as the first innate divine known for its speed since the opening of the heavens, as long as its mind was set on escaping, not many people would be able to stop him yet. What's more, because he never went all out, he stayed in a state where he couldn't fight and couldn't die. The Taishan's main focus is now on Jun's body, gives it an excellent chance to get away. 10,000 blades of empty feathers, to ensure a smooth escape. The Koan Pang spared no expense in expending 30% of his mixed Dharma power, using the way of time and space to augment his entire body's plume, and the way of water flooded thousands of bubbles and shadows, scattering them across the entire battlefield, each of which was enough to injure a Daelord's time and space plume blade. Have you been beaten silly by Big Brother? Tai Chu looked at the Koan Pang that enveloped the entire battlefield, rapidly shuttling through space, wreaking havoc, and attacking everyone indiscriminately. Between a slight frown, he exchanged the Godslayer lance with the 5 flames and 7 birds fan, and the divine pattern of the great Tao of cause and effect appeared in his eyes, and under the endless future vision, he knew all the trajectories of the feather blades and the points of their landing in his heart. Fire buries heaven and earth, burns out everything. Before the low voice whispered, the 5 fire 7 birds fan slightly up, the fire of the avenue of God pattern manifested in the pupil, flying attacked thousands of feather blade, in a moment will be all burned out. The countless bubbles shrouded above the sky also turned into flying ash and dissipated between heaven and earth. Run away? Worthy of being a Go sage who managed to survive to the end and sees the river diagram Luo book in his hands as well. Although the ability to detect words and colors is almost as good, but as far as the ability to escape on wheels is concerned, it is a first-class existence. With regards to Koan Pang and Styx fleeing, Tai Chu was not surprised. Anyway, the two were currently without any oil, and killing them wouldn't squeeze anything useful out of them. Might as well put it out to pasture for a while and kill it when it's fat. Damn it, 1 or 2 can't be relied on. All actors when they fight, and all faster than anyone else when they run. Jun saw that the situation was getting more and more unfavorable. Unwillingly glancing at Tai Chi for a few moments,
He murmured an apology in his heart, and then blatantly burst out his full strength,
drawing the power of the infinite stars down,
generalizing thousands of stars to cover the heaven and earth, erupting a horrifying impact that was enough to obliterate space and time,
collapsing the heaven and earth,
and instantly submerging the Taishang body,
as well as the Shen Tiandu plow split. Tai, don't panic. I'll go forward to move help. You must hold on. Treasure is something outside of the body. If you lose it, your brother will be able to find a better one for you.
As he spoke, Di Jun exerted his fastest speed in this life,
transforming into an obsidian golden rainbow that disappeared to the edge of the sky in the blink of an eye.
Asterisk.
Emperor Jun actually left Tai behind and ran away?
This tawdry maneuver of the other party could be said to have made Taichu look at him in a daze. He was honestly not expecting that the other party would so decisively discard his own brother and escape first by himself, and Taichi also did not expect this ending.
A moment actually forgot that he was killing.
Eyes confused, stunned in place. How could the doppelganger with the Godslayer gun in hand let go of such a good opportunity?
Godslayer gun Dao, sun and moon slam killing. In a split second.
Scarlet blood fury wrapped around the tip of the gun.
The resentment of all spirits filled heaven and earth.
The slightest hint of demonic aura enveloped his body, and the great Dao of killing and destruction appeared outside.
Unlike last time, there was neither Hongjuan's intervention on this side nor Tai's disorientation due to Di Jun's backstabbing. With one shot, the chaos bell broke, Tai's body once again obliterated,
leaving only his head attached to half of his arm as he wordlessly looked in the direction that Di Jun had fled.
Finally, Chapter 47, Tai Blackening. Guiding Guanti, you guys are really not treating us like human beings. Taicho doesn't care what Tai is feeling right now. The river map Luo book ran away, the chaos bell can't be gone again. So the moment the chaos bell popped up, its body directly intercepted it and forcefully suppressed it in its palm with the causal arcane mirror. Seeing that the tide had turned, one of the leaders was the first to escape and one was tackled. The 10 great demon gods, the Lord of the East, and the burning lamp all had no desire to fight, and they all looked for an opportunity to flee the battlefield. When Tong Tian, Yuan Shi, and Laozi saw this, they didn't bother to continue coercing, and directly aimed their spearheads at the guiding brothers and sisters. A bunch of poor bastards who wanted nothing, and they wouldn't have even bothered to pick up the slack if they hadn't asked for trouble. Whereas guiding and Junti are different. Not only does it have a bunch of Dharma treasures such as the 12 pieces of merit and virtue golden lotus, the 6 roots of purity bamboo, and so on. More so, since the destruction of the earth veins in the western continent, the living beings nurtured by the air of the innate Gang gene, it could be said that as long as one captured these two, extracted their origin, and then found a place where the ethereal wood's air was abundant, in 1,000 years of light at most, they would all be able to certify to the realm of the mixed golden immortal with their laws. Asterisk. We've become scapegoats. Reception felt the gaze of the eyes of the Taishang trio and instantly realized that it was going to be bad luck. Junti, go! However, before the sound of his loud shout fell, Taishang and the others had already split into 4 directions and surrounded the two bald donkey Taoists. Both of you, instead of wasting time with mana to escape, why don't you stay and sit for a while? Yuan Shi's eyes scanned the two indifferently, waving his hand to use the central apricot and yellow flag, shrouding them in it. First, he ventured to intervene in our battle, and then he provoked me to my face. Now that you see that the momentum is wrong and there is no hope of winning, you want to run away? It's not that beautiful. Tongtian's face is not good, hand-held Qingping sword, remote pointing to be the beginning of the imprisonment of the reception of the two. The tone of cold and angry voice questioning. Second brother, third brother, don't be impetuous. Taishang, with a calm demeanor, blandly swept a glance at the golden lotus of merit, which had protected the guiding brothers and sisters in it, and directly gave them 2 choices. Now that the situation is clear, there are only 2 paths before you. Either you obediently hand over the golden lotus of merit, as well as your own 4 origins, and we will spare your lives. Either that or wait for my 4th brother to return and stab through your protection. At that time, it won't be your turn to bargain for what we want. The receptionist duo's eyes were filled with struggle as they heard this. Though I know that if I don't comply, I will pay far more later. But whether it was the golden lotus of merit or their own 4 origins, it was an existence that could not be parted with for them. There's hemorrhaging left and right. It made it impossible for them to make a choice for a short period of time. Just as the 3 Taishang men were threatening to receive the 2 brothers, Tai also gradually came back to his senses from the despair of being backstabbed by his own brother. Don't keep playing dead when you're sober. Taicho would not show the slightest bit of mercy. The chaos spell was a protective treasure that he had predetermined a long time ago for Tong Tian. It must be known that it can be done once, twice and not again. He had already let Tai Chi get away twice. This time he had to take him down no matter what he said. Now I'll give you 2 ways. Either you obediently break your own karma and dissolve the connection with the Chaos Bell, then I can spare your life, or I will imprison you in darkness, never to see the light of day again. In the current situation, under the shelter of Chi and karma, it was true that he could not kill Tai, but that doesn't mean it can't be sealed. However, although Tai had already returned to his senses from the despair of the backstabbing at this moment, still his heart was already dead. Ignoring Tai Chou's words at all, the backstabbing of an elder brother is certainly desperate. When Tai Chou saw Tai's behavior, he immediately thought of it, a good plan to be able to kill two birds with one stone. But isn't your self-degradation more tragic? As the saying goes, one mountain cannot accommodate two tigers. Even if you are close to each other, there is only one master position in the flooded heaven and earth. Perhaps at this time, Emperor June is just dying to have you killed by me. After all, as long as you're dead, no one can know that he was abandoning his brother in arms. Even more, he will use your death as an excuse to manifest his unyielding will to fight his tragic fate, as a way to gain a higher status while in the process pocketing all of this half of your chi. 2. Tai Chou's words, as if they were demonic whispers, constantly provoked Tai's nerves, even if he didn't want to think about it anymore. Inside, however, still following Tai Chou's train of thought, a bit of inexplicable fire and unwillingness gradually rose. Sure, if you're willing to fall into eternal darkness and let the man who backstabbed you hog everything you have and defend his fake, benevolent face, naturally, I have no problem with that. After saying that, Tai Chou dispersed all of his detachments and imperialized the mountain, river, and Jigoku diagram, enveloping Tai. Looking away from the covering mountains and rivers, Tai saw his life in a trance in the future, hissing madly in the ultimate darkness, paralyzed with despair, endlessly remorseful, and ultimately obliterated in the torrents of time. And not only did Di Jun collect his own chi, he broke through to the mixed Yuan Dala Jingxian and became the supreme emperor of the flooded heavens and earth. Even more so, after having status and strength, he called himself a brother to the four Qings and bowed his head in tribute to Hongjun, not the slightest intention of avenging him. No, I don't want this future. Just at the moment when the mountain river and Jigong diagram was about to fall, the hostility in Tai's eyes skyrocketed, and he directly cut off, on his own, all the karma links between him and the Chaos Bell. And ignoring the pain of the fall in cultivation to the early stage of the mixed golden immortal and the backlash from the lack of accompanying magical treasures, he directly bowed down and thanked Tai Chou. Thanks for the nudge. The Chaos Bell is yours. After saying that, Tai stopped talking and turned into a golden rainbow, disappearing at the edge of the sky. Looks like the mirrored false future worked. Looking at the departing back, some smiles grew in Tai Chou's eyes. What the other party had just seen was not something on the verge of despair that could have been a walk in the park. Rather, it was a false future that he had constructed by using the world of cause and effect as a base and by using the ability of false causes and true effects. Although it couldn't reach the point where it was fake, it was still more than enough to swindle Tai Chi, who had lost his mind and was close to collapsing. Well, have you thought it through? He had listened to all of them when the three Taishan people gave the guiding two a choice. Now that the matter of the Chaos Bell has been settled, it is natural to come and take care of it. These two bald asses of theirs who don't want the Bai Lian. I'll give you 3 breaths of time. If you don't make a choice, I'll have to do it. As he spoke, Tai Chou sacrificed his god-slaying lance. The great Tao of killing and destruction surfaced. Scarlet bloodbaths and the resentment of all souls filled the air, pointing remotely at the guiding duo and delivering an ultimatum. No, don't do it. We give. Under the intimidation of death, the two receivers did not dare to hesitate any longer, chopping off the cause and effect with the golden lotus of merit. Linking at the same time, each chopped off 4 origins, respectfully handing over all 3, all to the beginning of the world. Second brother, third brother, the golden lotus of merit just happens to match Big Brother's heaven and earth Xinhuang Linglong Pagoda. So how about it goes to him? I have no comment. I already have the world-destroying Black Lotus, and I have no problem giving this to Big Brother. Yuan Shi and Tong Tian were naturally very supportive of Tai Chu's proposal, and when the Taishang saw that all 3 questioned this, he didn't make any pretense and took it directly into his arms. The origin that contains the heir of the innate gang gene is 80% in total, and the 4 of us will share it equally, 20% for each of us. Okay, could be, good. Jiayin and Jianti, looking at Tai Chu even in front of them, dividing the origin and magic treasure belonging to them. The anger and resentment in his heart could be said to be nearly overflowing. In his eyes, there were even hints of scarlet killing intent surging out, itching to immediately break the 4 into pieces. However, nowadays the situation is stronger than ever. Even though his heart was filled with killing intent, he could only press down all his displeasure and forcefully pull out some smiles, asking Tai Chu and the others if he could leave.
It is not yet known whether these Gangjin origin can help us cultivate to perfection. You guys just wait here for a while.
If not, I will have to ask you to pay more. When these words came out, the two of them, who were receiving the guide, instantly widened their eyes, and their pupils were densely covered with blood, simply unable to believe what they had heard. It's already like that and you want to even take it. It's true that they're not something, but you can't really not treat them like human beings. Chapter 48 Splitting the Treasure Gourd Vine.
Sucking dry the guiding in Junti. Third brother. This is the chaos bell that was just recaptured from Tai, possessing the power to suppress chaos, invert time and space, refine yin and yang, and reverse the universe, containing 49 innate prohibitions, as well as a complete spacetime avenue. It is one of the most important existences even among innate treasures. After disliking the guiding duo in return, Tai Chu then handed the chaos bell to Tong Tian. It just so happens that you don't have an innate supreme treasure in your hands yet, and the chaos bell's offensive power is not bad, so I'll give it to you. Fourth brother. This is your loot. How can I take it? When Tong Tian heard this, he quickly waved his hand and wanted to return the chaos bell to Tai Chu. Third brother. Nowadays, big brother has the heaven and earth Xianhuang Linglong Pagoda and the Yin Yang Great Mill. Second brother has the Qiankuan tripod, and I have the causal Xian mirror and the god-slaying lance. It can be said that all of them have reached the level of both offense and defense, and taking one more innate treasure will not increase their strength much, and it's really a bit of a fall for you to keep carrying an extremely high-grade innate spiritual treasure to cut people down. Now with this supreme treasure in your possession, you just don't have to use it, but you can still hold up a facade, can't you? As Tai Chao's words fell, Yuan Shi also nodded his head slightly, recognizing his thoughts. Fourth brother is right. Just take it in peace. If it weren't for the fact that I don't have any good materials on hand lately, I would have long wanted to refine, for you, 5 divine sword and treasure blades at the level of innate supreme treasures. If you really don't feel comfortable using it, wait until I fix how to extract the essence and laws of the innate treasures. By practicing this chaos bell into a chaos sword for you, won't you be able to follow your own way? The Taishan didn't say anything, but he also nodded slightly, signaling Tong Tian to take the treasure. Then I'll respectfully disagree. Seeing that the three of them had said so, Tong Tian could not excuse himself any longer and took the chaos bell and threw it into the mustard seed space. Fellow Taoist Tai Chu, the visions of the innate 7 treasures gourd vine have dispersed, so we can go ahead and select it. Just as the 4 of them finished dividing up the great harvest of the trip, Nuwa slowly came to Tai Chu's side. Big brother, second brother, third brother, let's go check it out. With Tai Chu's permission, the group soon arrived under the innate 7 treasures gourd vine. Looking at the 6 large and 1 small treasure gourd hanging above, the eyes of the crowd were happy, satisfied, and surprised. All of them. Is this underdeveloped? Tong Tian looked at the precious gourd hanging from the gourd vine and murmured in a low voice with a slight frown on his brow. Since we've reached the present moment, this shouldn't be happening, right? Yuan Shi was similarly puzzled in his eyes. According to the conditions under which the spiritual roots are conceived out of the world, it is essentially impossible to manifest in front of the eyes of all beings without reaching the standard of maturity, and the timing of the present. Fourth brother, do you know what's going on here? At Taishan's inquiry, Taicho also shook his head slightly in confusion. When he saw the gourd vines just now, the 6 large and 1 small treasure gourds hanging, he also felt a little confused. Could it be because of the division? 6 extremely innate spirit treasure level treasure gourds. So much so that the innate 7 treasures gourd vine did not have enough substance to support the last treasure gourd to appear? But if that's true, then who took the original trajectory? The not yet fully developed treasure gourd. Now what's coming is coming. I didn't see anyone unexpected show up, did I? In the end, Taicho really couldn't figure it out. So he put the matter behind him and didn't pay too much attention to it. Anyway, the stuff is here. No matter who the original trajectory was in the middle of the extra, everything is now at his disposal. He gives it to whomever he says. Big brother, second brother, third brother, fellow Daoist Nuwa. Now that the treasures have appeared in the world, you should first take your respective objects of destiny. After saying that, Taichu gave up his position and revealed the entirety of the innate 7 treasures gourd vine in front of the eyes of several people. The 3 Taishangs looked at each other and raised their left hands slightly, removing the purple gold, purple yellow, and purple black, 3 treasure gourds. And this is the famous purple gold Dan gourd of later times, the water and fire Qilin boy, and the void box that killed Bixiao. One of the purple gold gourd in the journey to the west has appeared, hidden within the 3 real fire and the Xian ice cold, through the 2 mana, the 2 true Qi mutually reinforcing, self-contained Xiankuan, can absorb everything, devouring heaven and earth. The remaining 2 appearances are few and far between. It could be said that apart from the name being circulated, Tong Tian and Yuan Shi had basically not been used much.
When Manhwa beckoned,
the purple and green colored gourd automatically fell down.
This gourd is also known as the latter-day famous demon banner. Emperor Xin wrote the poem of humiliation,
and Manhwa used it to summon the 3 demons from the Xian Yuan grave, completely starting the prelude of the god-feuding quantitative robbery that overthrew Yin and Shang. Just as the 4 people on the Taishan were picking, respectively, the treasure gourds that were destined to be with them, Red Cloud thought that there was nothing left for him to do. Just as he was about to say goodbye, Taichu suddenly arched his hand at him. Fellow Daoist Red Cloud, thank you for stepping forward just now. As a token of appreciation, you may choose one of these hanging treasure gourds to take with you. When Red Cloud heard this, a flash of joy rose in his eyes and he hurriedly owed Taichu his thanks. Many thanks for the treasure, fellow Daoist. After saying that, he turned around and beckoned towards the innate 7 treasures gourd vine and took down the purplish-red gourd that he was destined to be with. And that's what the latter is known for. But because of the death of the Red Cloud, and the destruction of the 9 scattered soul gourd, that said, it's okay to be nosy. If it wasn't for him messing around, Koan Pang wouldn't have lost his holy position. Now that the number of holy positions had increased to 10, Koan Pang did indeed occupy another bushel yes. However, if Hong Jun did not give him the Hong Meng purple chi, but gave it to Red Cloud, then he would still not be able to escape this death calamity. Shang Shi, you also got credit for the earlier battle. After picking the remaining 2 gourds, Taichu slowly came in front of Changshi. This purple-white gourd contains a touch of innate Gangjin aura, nurtured by the power of law and collecting the aura of heaven and earth. It will surely be able to refine a superb magic treasure that can cut down all the spirits and beings below the mixed yuan. You do not yet possess a protective treasure today, so this gourd will be given to you for protection. Changshi shook his head and waved his hand in succession when he saw this. Brother Taichu, this magic treasure is too precious. I just followed Big Brother Taishan and didn't contribute much just now. I can't ask for such an expensive gift. Taichu sniffed, frowned slightly and thought for a few breaths, and handed the small gourd, which was not yet fully developed, to Changshi. Since you don't want the big one, this little one is yours. Taichugo. Seeing that Changshi was still going to refuse, Taichu frowned slightly and forced the zucchini into his hands. Here, just take it. It's just a mere innate spiritual treasure. It's not a precious thing. Changshi saw that Taichu had put words into his mouth, and did not continue to push back. That's right. Taichu laughed softly and put the purple and white gourd into the mustard space. Then he turned his head and saw Manhwa, who had put the withered innate gourd vine, as well as the 9 heavens resting loam, into the mustard space. These 2 are also things that have a destiny with me. So, when Manhwa felt Taichu's gaze, her cheeks instantly flew red, and in a slight panic, she tried to explain. No harm done. These are no longer useful to us. Feel that there is a destiny with you. Just take it. After saying that, Taichu turned his head to look at the 3 Taishang people. Big brother, second brother, third brother, let's refine it first while we have an ample source of Gangjin air. Good. So very good. Taishang and Yuan Shi nodded with a light smile. Tongtian eyes coldly looked toward the side of the force to pull out a little smile. The bottom of the eyes of the anger and hatred intertwined with the 2 people of Guayin. You 2 bald asses. Don't think about escaping, unless we're never seen again. Otherwise, the next time you meet will be the day you perish. We understand. Guaranteed to please the 4 lords. The 2 receiving brothers faced Tong Tian's warning. Rather than having anger churning in his heart and hatred climbing up, he could only force himself to respectfully nod his head and respond, not daring to show the slightest hint of dissatisfaction at all. Count yourselves wise. Tong Tian snorted coldly, then straight to the knees situated in the void. With the Taichu 3 people swallowed up the essence of the reception of the 2 people. The roots and feet of the 2 were respectively the air of the innate Gangjin, and one of the 10 best innate spiritual roots, the innate Bodhi tree, which was transformed into the golden spiritual root. The innate Gangjin air contained in the origin was far more pure and subtle than the Gangjin air naturally nourished in the outside world. Refinement is not only effortless, but 100 years has already made 4 people, will be gold line repair to the perfect state. Taichu even comprehended the fundamentals of the great Tao of gold through the origin of the 2. Just short of piercing through the last sliver of film, it would be possible for the laws of gold to sublimate into the great Tao, condensing the great Tao of gold divine ripple. That, the lords have already cultivated the golden road to perfection, so I'm sure we won't be able to use our brother and sister. Look guys, is it time to let us go? The 2 of them, who had seen Taichu and the others, awakening from their cultivation, felt the aura of the 4 of them, and suddenly their eyes flashed with some delight. Naturally, there's no problem. When Taichu looked at the anticipation in the eyes of the guiding duo, he couldn't help but have some playfulness rise on his face. However, I would like to ask one last favor of you. Junti looked at the wry smile on Taichu's face and felt a chill come over him. I don't know what else is going on that we need help with as brothers.
Ha! It's not a big deal.
As he spoke, Taichu slowly got up and walked over to the duo. My perception of the laws of gold is still one last point away from breaking through to the great Dao. I hope the two of you can disregard your former enmity and help me again.
Once these words came out,
the celebration that had just risen in the hearts of the two people who received the guidance instantly dissipated. The smile that had been forcibly pulled out also froze on his face in an instant. However, looking at the Taishan trio who blocked all their back roads, the two could only use their own stunts. Very Silky straight down on his knees and cried out about his lack of ease. For cost sources is already our limit.
Not a drop more.
And please spare our lives.
We are the hope of the West.
If our cultivation is unable to advance any further, the future of the Western lands will truly be over.
Chapter 49, Luo Shu, you are the hope of the West. Then what am I? Taichu looked at the two who were drying out. His eyes couldn't help but flash a bit of boredom. Stop howling here.
The flooded heavens and earth will be able to continue to function without anyone.
When you die, there will naturally be people who can carry the Western banner, and that he is the hope of the Western earth.
With this shameless nature of the two of them, it would be considered polite enough not to say that it's a disgrace to the Western land.
What's more, Luo Shuji, the true master of the West, is still recuperating in the world of cause and effect, preparing to once again take charge of heaven and earth. Qiankuan and Hongjun could fight it.
You dare to call yourselves masters of the West? Are you really not afraid that Luo Shu will come and cut you into bloody standards and stick them on top of Mount Sumeru?
Now I'll give you two choices. Either that or each of you now pays out another 20% so that you can leave with your little lives. Either that or I'll just do it myself. At that time, it will be up to you to take out more or less. As Tai Chao's words fell,
the eyes of the three Taishan people were indifferent as they scanned the two,
as if they were looking at the slaughter of a lamb, just as cold and merciless. We give. Under the heavier and heavier atmosphere, the receiver also had to bow to reality. The left hand directly failed to enter the heart. The golden divine aura suddenly manifested, and the two origins were chopped out by its hard moment. Not only did his cultivation instantly regress to the beginning of the great Luo, even his roots and feet were vaguely cracked. Big brother, Junti looked at the pale face, paralyzed on the ground. Jiayin, immediately with anxious eyes want to go forward to assist. Stop howling. It's just a regression in cultivation. It's not like people can die. If you give me the origin earlier, you will also be able to take him back to recuperate sooner. Good. Junti was no longer in the mood, at the moment,
to contemplate the consequences of the missing origin.
Straight away, he chopped off two origins and handed them to Taicho.
Disregarding the backlash of hard chopping the origin and the weakness of his cultivation regressing to the edge of Di Luo and Tai Yi, he picked up Jiayin on his back and fled towards the west in a panic. The brotherhood of the receiving two is quite a bit stronger than the Golden Crow brothers. But a man is not for himself.
Since I have become an enemy, I must not be the slightest bit soft.
I hope you will stop there.
Otherwise, Mount Sumeru will not be your place of fulfillment, but a place of burial. Looking at the back that disappeared into the sky, Taicho did not have the slightest fluctuation in his heart.
Everything within the flooded heavens and earth needs to be fought over.
Dharma or not, it's the path to becoming a Taoist. Anyone who dared to stand in the way would completely exit the stage and become a stepping stone for their four brothers to prove the way of the mixed world and take charge of the flood world. Brother Taichu, Sister Shiha told me to go back. Just as Taichu's eyes grew sharp, Changshi carefully came to his side, informing, with a slight hint of anticipation, that she was leaving. Since Shiha has summoned you, go back and take a look. If there are no important matters, you can find another opportunity to come back, or you can wait until the next sermon in the Purple Heavenly Palace to meet again. Anyway, it's only a few hundred years until the next sermon, which isn't too long. Taicho naturally saw the meaning in the other party's eyes that wanted him to speak out and stay. But today he has a lot of things to deal with. All that could be done was to pat its shoulder and make a promise to see it again in the coming days. Brother Taichu, then I'll leave first. Big brother Taishang. Second brother Yuan Shi. Third brother Tong Tian. We'll see you next time we preach.
After saying goodbye to the three Taishan people one by one, Changshi transformed into a silver rainbow with unwillingness to leave and went straight into the sky towards the Taiyin star.
Fellow Taoist Taichu,
I should also go back within my cave, refine the precious gourd, and comb through the insights I've gained in recent years.
I'll see you at the next sermon. In that case, I won't hold back much. Fellow Taoist Nuwa, I'll see you at the next sermon.
Between Taichu's arching response,
Nuwa lightly smiled and nodded, then turned around and flew in the direction of Mount Buzhou, and along with Chang Shi and Nuwa's departure, there was no need for the four Taicho people to continue to stay. Fourth brother, where should we go now? Go back to the Pango temple again and feel the legacy left by Father God. Or should we return to our cave and wait for the next sermon to begin? When Tong Tian's inquiry fell, Taicho pondered for a brief moment and had an idea.
Go straight back to the Kunlun mountain cave. Emperor Jiang and the others have just broken through to the mixed golden immortals. It's exactly the time they need to stabilize themselves.
We won't have to bother them anymore. Furthermore, within the cave, there is still Kong Xian and the golden rock that need to be taught, and I'm afraid that with the Western Queen Mother alone, I won't be able to answer their doubts.
Then let's go back to the Kunlun mountain cave.
After hearing this, Tong Tian also felt that it made perfect sense.
I also need to try refining innate treasures, and I'll be able to feel more at ease when I return to my cave.
Genji didn't have much of an opinion on where to go. As long as it didn't disturb his refining, whatever was fine.
The golden rock is a bit stubborn in nature, and during this period of time when I wasn't around, I'm afraid that he didn't practice properly again. It's just as well to go back and see if he's finished the homework I set out to do before I left.
Tai Shang,
on the other hand, was worried about the golden winged rock's cultivation.
Under its teaching, the other party,
although it is a lot of understanding, without the arrogant and domineering appearance of the Western period,
but the nature is still very naughty,
and when they are not careful,
they run out to play.
Or they may seem to be pretending to practice honestly,
but in reality,
they have long been wandering out of the sky,
not knowing exactly what they are thinking about.
Seeing that all three had agreed,
Taicho informed the 12 ancestral witches practicing in the Pangu Hall of their decision.
I have sent a message to Emperor Jiang and the others. Inform them that we are thinking of our disciples at home and have taken a step ahead to return to our cave in the Kunlun Mountains.
When we are free in the coming days, we will drink with them and discuss Taoist cultivation. Okay, let's go home then.
I can't wait to see if that brat Kong Xian has practiced properly according to my arrangement or not.
If not, let's see if I don't open his ass up. After saying that, Tong Tian took the lead in transforming into a rainbow and soared up towards the direction of the Kunlun Mountains. Seeing this,
the three Taishang people lightly laughed with helpless eyes and shook their heads, also following suit and transforming into rainbows to fly up, disappearing at the edge of the sky, above the 33 heavens, inside the Demon Emperor's palace. Di Jun's eyes were gloomy as he scanned the crowd below, his brows filled with anger and hostility.
What are you all doing?
Watching Tai being captured but only focusing on his own escape. What a disgrace to my heavenly court.
I've already told you to hold on.
I'll summon reinforcements from the heavenly court,
and then I'll immediately go to save you. But why don't you guys believe me?
White Zephyr and the others faced Emperor Jun's stern and angry rebuke. Their hearts were full of displeasure and contempt at the same time,
but they did not dare to show the slightest dissatisfaction on the surface.
All of them bowed their heads in silence, letting the other party vent their anger wantonly. It was a situation where to stay was to die.
They're just receiving a little bit of chi as an errand.
It's not like I sold my life to you two brothers. To be able to do a battle with the four purities with no hope of victory in sight was already considered enough to be able to afford the bit of chi that had been shared. Not to mention you ran first. You don't even care about your own brother.
What the hell do we care? Just as Di Jun sternly and angrily rebuked Bai Zai and the others for daring not to save Tai Yi and fleeing back first on their own, a loud shout revealing elation suddenly reached the ears of the crowd. Your Majesty the Heavenly Emperor,
Lord East Emperor has returned.
Chapter 50 Tai Yi, Big Brother, I gave the opportunity. You didn't seize it. The moment the words fell, the scene fell into an eerie dead silence for a moment. Under the gaze of the crowd, the guarding demon soldiers didn't even dare to breathe a bit. Half of their bodies were even more rigid between the doors of the Demon Emperor Palace, neither in nor out. The four Qings actually released Tai Yi to come back? This question instantly occupied the minds of Emperor Jun and Bai Zai, causing a bit of worry and trepidation to rise in the hearts of several people. But the two don't think in the same terms. T. Jun was trying to figure out how to round out the lie and explain the fact that he had abandoned the other. Bai Zai and the others,
on the other hand, were afraid of Tai Yi settling scores after the fall, as well as whether Di Jun would take them in exchange for their forgiveness in order to appease the other party.
Summon him in. The ship will be straightened out at the end of the bridge.
Di Jun couldn't think of any good way for a while. He could only press down the throbbing in his heart and let Tai Yi come in first, so as not to be discovered by it, making the relationship between them, once again, misunderstood and ruptured. And as the guarding demon soldiers retreated, White Zephyr and the others all looked towards Di Jun, whose eyes were slightly apprehensive and uneasy. Dear ministers, there are some things that I think you know the pros and cons of without me saying them. After Di Jun's complexion changed several times, he deeply exhaled a mouthful of turbid air, and his eyes coldly swept a glance at the crowd below. Remember to keep your mouth shut later. If anyone says anything that should not be said, then I will not be merciful. White Zephyr and the others felt the killing intent and hostility that gradually rose up in Emperor Jun's eyes. All of them were tightened in their hearts and hurriedly bowed their heads and arched their hands in response. Don't worry, Your Majesty the Heavenly Emperor.
We understand how to go about it. Shortly after the crowd's words fell, Tai arrived outside the gate of the Demon Emperor Palace. Standing at the palace gates of the Shasta, he looked within the great hall. Above the throne of imperial power where 9 nine-clawed golden dragons were coiled. The figure sitting at the end of the table looked familiar to the bone, but in reality, it made him feel incomparably unfamiliar. The resentment and sadness in his heart simply cannot be expressed in words. Even at this point in time, even after experiencing the despair demonstrated by Tai Cho, even if it was ringed with unspoken, undefined hatred and anger, there was still some hope in his heart. Hopefully, what Taichu showed him was all a sham. Tijun was still the same big brother who was willing to give everything for him, not a man who can do anything for power and desire. Tai Chi, is it really you? Emperor Jun looked at the figure standing in the doorway, and while the color in his eyes flickered several times, some anxiety and worry hung between his brows, as if he had forgotten that he was the supreme power of the mixed golden immortal. He stumbled and ran down from the throne with hurried steps, not even caring about picking up the crown on top of his hair, which was askew and fell off. It was as if his eyes were full of too, and in his words and in his demeanor, he was full of excitement and joy. I was just now asking Bai Zhe and the others about your well-being, preparing to gather all of the Heavenly Court's battle forces to go and reinforce you. I didn't expect you to rely on yourself and escape from those 4 bastards. That's unfortunate. Tai looked at Di Jun, who did not look like he was faking, but did not dare to come close to him, always looking at each other through the door. The last glimmer of hope in his heart was completely dashed. Instead, they want to let their calculations fall through, with the help of all external forces to take revenge, and even in the game of heaven and earth beings, their own ambition to dominate the throne of the Lord of the Heavenly Court. Ahem, in my way, I am burdened with heavenly destiny, and I am involved in too many karmic consequences and destinies. In order for Tijun to let his guard down against him, after escaping from the hands of Tai Chu, Tai Yi only generalized the remnants of his body completely, and did not recover the depreciation of his origin caused by the absence of the chaos bell. Those 4 assholes wouldn't dare kill me outright, just forcibly seized the chaos bell and left with the innate gourd vine. Hearing this, Emperor Jun's defenses against Tai Yi were only slightly weakened. No one in the world was more familiar with the other's obstinacy and recklessness than he was. If he had decided on one thing, even if there was a thorn-strewn dead-end road ahead, Tai Yi would never have the slightest intention of changing his mind. In case the other party decided that it was because of his betrayal that it had ended up in this state, and then wanted to die with him, that could be a real problem. Tai Chi, however, before Di Jun's words even left his mouth, Tai Yi waved his hand with a smile on his face, indicating that he didn't care about any of this. Big brother, the emperor puts his own interests first. The moment of vital importance, whether it is a foreign minister or an internal relative, when it is time to abandon, there must not be the slightest weakness, not to mention the fact that it was an emergency situation, and who knows if those 4 assholes would have actually killed us, if they had tried to kill us even in spite of the karmic repercussions, and you hadn't gotten out of there peacefully at that time, and instead chose to follow me and fight them to the death. The blood feud between us and them, as well as the hegemony we have just forged, can only go up in smoke and be cheap for nothing. Do you really think so? Di Jun couldn't help but feel some strangeness rise in his heart as he listened to Tai Yi's relief. Between life and death there are great horrors and great creations, but it's a little bit off to make someone completely the opposite of their nature, isn't it? There's no fear of being left without wood. If the situation had been switched, I would have made the same choice as Big Brother. I'm really relieved that you think so. Emperor Jun sniffed up and down to a few breaths, and did not detect the slightest difference. The face also finally rose a little satisfied color. Now that your injuries have not healed, go back and get some rest. I'll see you as soon as I'm done with the matter at hand on my end. Looking at Di Jun, who had not stepped out of the temple door even after this, Tai Yi was completely disheartened and extinguished the last trace of emotion towards him. With a smile on his face, he nodded his head and respectfully arched his hand in farewell before turning around and leaving the Demon Emperor Palace, his eyes as cold as glaciers as he headed towards the Eastern Emperor Palace. Brother, I've given the opportunity, but you didn't grasp it once. Since you value power so much and have no regard for fellow brothers, I can only drop everything and have a good fight with you. Hopefully, the coming day will come when the victory has been decided. You can still cope with it in the same way you do today, without regretting your decision to abandon me. White Zephyr, looking at Tai Yi's gradually fading back, Di Jun vaguely had the feeling that something important was about to leave him. Belonging. Send someone to keep an eye on Tai Chi, and whatever he's up to, or whoever he's in contact with, make a note of it. When these words came out, Bai Zhe suddenly trembled, unable to believe what he was hearing. Let him send someone to spy on Tai Chi? How can you say something like that in front of so many people? Isn't this purely an attempt to push him into the fire? But if there's a mouthy one in here who lets Tai Chi know it's someone he's sent, then you can imagine what will happen to him. After all, people are still brothers no matter what. As long as he didn't completely tear his face off, he would be the only one who would end up in bad luck. Your Majesty the Heavenly Emperor. Lord East Emperor is so enlightened that he obviously won't count. However, before Bai Zai could finish his words, Di Jun's icy gaze made him realize that he had no room to bargain at all. Subordinate obeyed, respectfully arching his hand in response. Bai Zai then walked out of the Demon Emperor's palace with a heavy heart and went to plot the specifics of sending someone to spy on Tai Yi. Since you can't avoid it, plan well and leave yourself more of a way out. Maybe we can test Tai Chi's heart? If it really intends to fight for power, then betting on both ends at the same time is the safest way to equalize and save your life. Along with Tai Yi's return and Bai Zai's departure, the remaining bared iron, Bai Feng, 9 infants and the others, who had no need to stay, respectfully bid farewell and left, leaving only Emperor Jun alone. Standing alone in front of the Demon Emperor Palace, looking in the direction of the Eastern Palace, his eyes deep in the dark, not knowing what he was thinking, perhaps regretting the decision, or perhaps expecting Tai Chi to be sensible? In short, the relationship between the two was like a broken mirror, even if one reversed time with great magic power and restored it to its original state. But the rift of the past has long been imprinted in the bones and the soul of God, and it simply cannot be erased, nor can it be released by the two. As the great drama between Di Jun and Tai Yi slowly draws to a close, Tai Chu and the others also set off on their way home, with all 4 of them having reached the cultivation level of a great Luo perfection, or even a mixed golden immortal. The speed at which they rushed was already far from comparable to the past. When he first set foot in the outside world, it took hundreds of years to reach the journey to Buzhou Mountain. This return, however, took only 100 years of light. This rush doesn't take much time, but it's ultimately too much of a hassle. It seems like we have to find a way to deduce a space-time teleportation array that is not restricted by heaven and earth, and can be reached instantly by the 4 seas and the 8 wastelands. Tong Tian looked at the familiar scenery around him, and while some helplessness rose in his eyes, he pondered the possibilities of the plan. Indeed, if the time spent on rushing is saved, then whether it's scheming for heavenly materials and treasures, or quietly resolving enemies under the premise of setting aside relationships, it would be more than 1,000 times easier than before. Yuanshur held up the Qian Koan tripod with one hand, and while he was concentrating on 4 things for Tai Chu and the others, using the treasure gourd as a material to refine exclusive magic treasures, he slightly nodded his head in recognition of Tong Tian's idea. That's a good idea, Sango. If it is possible to use memories or images as an anchor point for temporal and spatial teleportation, then we'll never have to, ever again, worry about the time it takes to catch up. That's a really good idea you have. Tong Tian nodded thoughtfully when he heard Tai Chu's reminder. It just so happens that I'm going to be in seclusion, deducing a combined formation exclusive to the 4 of us. If you have any spare time, you can try to get it going. As for that brat Kong Xian, I'll leave it to you to take a look on my behalf. After saying that, Tong Tian then bid farewell to the 3 Taichu people, and straightaway turned into a rainbow and flew back within his cave. Big brother, 4th brother, I need to go back to meditate and refine, so I won't stay any longer. Yuanshur followed and bid farewell to the Taichu duo, then flashed back to his cave, concentrating on refining the 4 treasure gourds. Chapter 51 Taichu, I'm looking for an excuse. Why are you guys taking it seriously? Big brother, since 2nd brother and 3rd brother both have something to do, let the 2 of us go forward to see if those 2 little guys have practiced properly. As soon as Tai Chao's words fell, he saw Tai Shang slightly shake his head, his eyes pale as he refused his invitation. 4th brother, nowadays, we seem to have become the topmost existence in the heavens and earth, but in reality, there are still quite a few people with bad intentions who want to assassinate the 4 of us brothers. In order to be able to break through to the mixed Yuan Dao Lord as soon as possible, I need to seize all the time I can to cultivate, so the golden rock will be left to you to teach for the time being. Nice guy. I use watching the kids as an excuse. Why are you all taking this so seriously? However, before Taicho could say anything, the 2 chi of yin and yang gathered in Tai Shang's palm, generalized into a black and white jade pendant, and handed it to him. This contains, among other things, my perception of the laws of yin and yang. I'll trouble you to pass it on to the golden rock. Tell him that I will make random checks from time to time, and if he wants to avoid being locked up in the heaven and earth Xinhuang Linglong Pagoda, don't be a glutton for punishment all the time. Seeing that Tai Shang had even prepared the teaching materials, Taichu could only respond helplessly. Big brother, go cultivate in peace. I'll supervise the golden rock so that it doesn't get lazy. Good. Tai Shang nodded slightly in response, and then he too transformed into a rainbow light and returned within his cave. I hope the 2 have had a good practice. Otherwise,
I'm going to have to show you both how wonderful a full childhood can be." As he spoke, Taichu casually folded off several willow branches, and with a smiling step, he followed the breath of the two of them to the outside of Shi Wangmu's cave. However, he saw that Jin Pang was standing pitifully in front of Queen Mother of the West, his hands folded together as he kept begging, "Sister Queen Mother of the West, you're the best. Just give me another peach. Will you? After I've dealt with my master's test, I promise to cultivate properly, and I definitely won't be lazy anymore." Although Kong Xian pretended to be standing on the side as if nothing had happened, he was also looking at Shi Wangmu with the same expectation in his eyes. Only, unlike the Golden Rock, he wasn't trying to deal with Tong Tian's test. Instead, he wanted to improve his strength quickly. "As soon as you are able, you will be able to avenge your mother's death while ensuring Rock's safety. It's not that I don't want to give it to you." The Queen Mother of the West looked at the two little ones' expectant eyes, and some helplessness couldn't help but rise on her face. "The main thing is that you guys haven't even finished digesting the last peach. The spiritual energy contained in it. It just doesn't help to eat another one. Apart from wasting aura for nothing, as well as reducing the effective chances of swallowing the peach, it will not benefit you at all in the slightest." It was her fault that she had failed to watch for a moment, allowing the two boys to mistakenly eat the peaches placed on the table. The aura contained within it was gentle, and regardless of the cultivation level of the eater, it would not harm it in the slightest is true. However, it needs to be digested slowly by the person consuming it. Kong Xian and the Golden Rock's qualifications are top-notch, and the speed of refining spiritual qi is naturally far from being comparable to the speed of ordinary beings. In just 2,000 years, the two of them had refined most of the aura in their bodies, and from the original early stage of Tai Golden Immortal, they had soared straight up to Tai Golden Immortal perfection. Then the two of them, having tasted the sweetness, came to beg the Queen Mother of the West in order to be able to break through the realm of the Great Luo Golden Immortal quickly. "Hopefully I can get another peach. You two brats, forget about being lazy. You even tried to get the Western Queen Mother to help cheat." Taichu reflected his pupils with the law's divine patterns and easily knew the situation of the two. He was indeed very satisfied with the qualifications of the two, but this kind of thing was not something that could set a precedent. Uncle Taichu, you're back." The Golden Rock listened to the light drink coming from behind him, and immediately his heart trembled, and his expression stiffened as he slowly turned his head and looked towards Taichu, who couldn't see any expression on his face. Cultivation is supposed to be against heaven. One must climb upward one step at a time in order to truly reach the peak of the Tao. The magic treasures and divine weapons, the heavenly materials and the earthly treasures, are all nothing more than dispensable external forces. If you are in a position to get your hands on it, naturally it would be best, but if not, then it must not interfere with your pace. Now that you've only just set foot on the path of cultivation, you want to rely on heavenly treasures to raise your cultivation. You've really let me down. Taichou's soft and stern voice directly caused Jin Pang and Kong Xian to lower their heads in shame, not daring to raise their heads at all to meet their eyes for half a minute. "Uncle Taichu, we were wrong. Uncle Taichu, if you want to punish me, punish me. If it weren't for my encouragement, Rock wouldn't have come to beg Sister Queen Mother of the West." Looking at Kong Xian, who had shielded the rock behind him and bowed his head to admit his mistake, Taichu made a stern face and questioned him in a faint voice. "Do you know what's wrong? I shouldn't have been overly ambitious. Just stepping onto the path of cultivation and thinking of using heavenly materials to enhance my cultivation. One should be down to earth, practicing the laws in a step-by-step manner, growing one's mana, and gradually solidifying one's foundation." Taichu nodded slightly at his words and turned to look at the rock behind him. "You know it's wrong? Will you still dare to be playful in the future and use tricky methods to cope with your master's test?" When Rock heard Taichu's inquiry, he hastily shook his head in response. "I'll never dare again. Remember what you have been taught today. I will only say anything once, and I will only give you one chance." Taichu's eyes were cold and stern as he looked at the two of them, his expression serious as he admonished them. "If I find it again, for whatever reason, you will be expelled from the division. Understand? We got it." When Kong Xian and the two of them heard this, a flash of panic rose in their hearts, and they hurriedly assured Taichu that there would never be a next time. "Your master teacher had something that prevented him from coming, so he asked me to test your cultivation on his behalf. Now demonstrate your comprehension of the laws. If you pass, the punishment this time is waived. If you fail, then the punishment is doubled." Although they didn't know what the punishment Taichu was talking about, the two of them didn't dare to be the slightest bit slow, and showed off, one after another, the results of their cultivation during this period of time. Kong Xian was gifted and practiced hard, under the enchantment of the nonpareil peach. Not only had he awakened the five-colored divine light and comprehended the laws of the five elements to 70%, he had also comprehended 30% of the laws of life.
Although he was still only a Tai golden immortal perfection, he was relying on the power of his natural aptitude. A cultivator who had first entered the Great Luo Golden Immortal was basically impossible to be his opponent if he did not have a magic treasure of an innate spiritual treasure grade or higher in his hand. Jinpeng is gifted but playful by nature. Even though he had cultivated to Tai Golden Immortal perfection with the enhancement of the nonpareil peach, he had not awakened his innate aptitude. Even the comprehension of the laws of yin and yang had only reached 50%, and the laws of life were even more of an introduction, not even 0.1%. Although such an achievement, when looking at the entire flooded heaven and earth, it was considered to be among the top of the list of existences, but in his mind, it was still a little bit short. After all, as a son of their four clearances, if they couldn't be invincible in the same realm and undefeated across borders, it can be about to become an outsider, plotting their weakness. Your cultivation during this time barely meets my requirements, but it's only just passable. It's a far cry from what I expected. During this next period of time, I will teach you the way of talismans. You are expected to study carefully. If you dare to be playful and lazy, I'll let you run naked around the Kunlun Mountains. When these words came out, Kong Xian and the two of them were suddenly dumbfounded and stunned in place. This would be a real naked lap. Then they are afraid that they will never have the face to see anyone again in the future. Fellow Daoist Queen Mother West, many thanks for looking after them in recent times. This is the Heavenly Flower Myriad Fall Flag, containing 36 innate prohibitions, with the power to haze the Qiankuan and turn the 5 elements upside down. I hope that you, fellow Daoist, will not mind. The Queen Mother of the West looked at the magic treasures handed to her, and once again had a new perception of how rich the Tai Cho 4 were. That's a bit too hoity-toity. Extreme innate spiritual treasures were able to be given away at will. There's really no mistaking these 4 golden thighs. In just a few thousand years, she had been given a treasure that she could only think about in her dreams for the rest of her life. Many thanks to fellow Daoist Tai Chu for the gift of the treasure. There's no need to be so polite. Fellow Daoist. Tai Chu laughed softly and helped him up, warmly pleading with him. We're not in the cave from time to time, so these 2 brats still need you to take more care of them. Now that I'm residing in Daoyo's cave, it's only right that I do what I can. Besides, I kind of like the boys. It's not idle loneliness and boredom to have them with you. After the two of them chatted for a few moments, Tai Chu took Kong Xian and the two of them to say goodbye and returned within his cave. This is the basic way of talismans, so you guys should study it carefully first. Draw a few talismans out later, and I'll see how talented you are. Uncle Tai Chu, we won't let you down. Kong Xian and the two of them answered with serious expressions, and then carefully observed the talisman inheritance in their minds. Since they were all basic talismans, Tai Chu only gave the two of them a week's time. The two were then allowed to demonstrate, on their own, their comprehension of the way of talismans. The first thing Tai Chu observed was Kong Xian. Looking at its sweeping, flowing movements, he nodded in satisfaction. The divinity is not bad. The mana runs smoothly. You've qualified. However, when he turned his head to look at Jinpeng, the whole person was dumbfounded and stunned in place, incredulously looking at the ambush above. Placed several pieces of talisman paper. Chapter 52, 16 Big Dipper Heaven Opening Formation. Extreme Peak Extreme 4 Treasure Gourd. You brat. I asked you to follow the inheritance and draw me a few talismans. What the hell are you doing here? After regaining his senses from the shock, Tai Chu gave an explosive hammer to the golden rock's head, angrily reprimanding him in a stern voice. It's just a simple recluse talisman, but you've drawn a dragon and phoenix, half of it in the east and one in the west. What? The talismanic pen I gave you split, or the talismanic paper is faulty, so that you can't even hold the runes on it, and it's become this damn thing? Hearing Tai Chu's chiding, Kong Xian also subconsciously turned his head and looked at the ambush in front of Jinpeng, and it's really a no-brainer. On top of the palm-sized talisman paper, blood-red vermilion sand flew recklessly, as if it were an ink painting, with dots and dashes and mountains and rivers all over. Without saying that it was a talisman, he thought it was a golden rock scribbling with its claws. Uncle Tai Chu, he is probably still debugging. Why don't you give him another chance? If it doesn't work this time, it's not too late for you to punish him again, is it? Kong Xian looked at Jinpeng's pitiful eyes. His eyes sighed with helplessness, and turned his head towards Tai Chu to request that he be given another chance. Big brother. The golden rock heard some embarrassment flashed in the bottom of the eyes. Just want to say something. Kong Xian then eyes with serious first open mouth to its admonition. Paint well and stop screwing around. If I wait for Uncle Tai Chu to get mad, I won't dare to vouch for you again. Seeing that things have come to this point, Jinpeng can only will want to say words, all swallowed back. Once again picked up the talisman pen, drawing up the most simple recluse talisman. However, as his pen fell on the talisman paper, the eyes of Tai Chu and Kong Xian couldn't help but widen 3 times. as if seeing something unbelievable. Disbelief, consternation, amazement, and disbelief successively rotated in the eyes of the two. Uncle Taichu, I'm done drawing.
Looking at the recluse talisman painted by the golden rock, Taichu gazed at it with complicated eyes for several breaths before slowly exhaling a mouthful of turbid air.
In a sense, Ukid is also considered an unprecedented existence in the entire flood world. It's a hell of a thing to be able to get a four-way even when you're just following a cat and a tiger. After retrieving the ambrosia in front of Jin Peng, and the ghostly talisman he had drawn, Taichu then handed the black and white jade pendant entrusted to him by Taishang to Jin Peng. Forget it, you don't have to learn the way of talismans. This is from your master, asking me to pass it on to you. Within it lies his realization of the laws of yin and yang, as well as some yin and yang origin. Take it for yourself and go off to the side for enlightenment. Come and ask me if you don't understand anything, perhaps also knowing that he was in the wrong.
Jin Peng didn't dare to be playful anymore and respectfully received the black and white jade pendant.
Kong Xian, the way of talismans refers directly to the origin of heaven and earth. Since you have a talent for this, don't waste it.
As he spoke, Taichu flexed his fingers and the talismanic inheritance regarding the great Dao divine lineage below it all disappeared into his mind.
This is my current perception of the law divine pattern aspect of the talisman way.
You learn more when you can. The flood world is a world where everything has to fight for itself, and all we can do is to pull you onto the right path as much as possible. As for the rest of the questions, it depends on how enlightened you are yourselves. These talismans that contain my full strength strikes are considered a gift given to you. I hope to see you all at the top of the path in the coming days. After saying that, Taichu pulled out dozens of chaotic obstinate stones inscribed with various types of laws divine patterns from within his mustard space. There are kinds of healing, defense, attack, breaking formations, teleportation, and so on, all kinds of ability talismans, handed to the hands of Kong Xian and Jin Peng. Many thanks to Uncle Taichu. As the two received it with joy, they respectfully bowed and arched their hands, grateful for the protective means and teachings gifted by Taichu. Alright, each of you go and catch up on your cultivation. It's time for me to mind my own business. We'll take our leave first, and hope that Uncle Taichu's path will be unimpeded, and that he will soon be certified to the realm of the great Luo Golden Immortal of mixed origin. The two of them bowed respectfully 3 times before slowly getting up and heading towards their cave residence in the form of a rainbow. That's rare. Obviously everything was fine initially. Why did it blow up into an ink drawing when the talisman was completed? It stands to reason that I have no problem teaching. Is it possible that the golden rock should not have appeared at this time of the year to cause this to happen? Taicho looked at the backs of the two as they departed, holding the talisman that the golden rock had just transformed into, his eyes full of puzzlement and doubt. Time flies, time passes. Since Taichu had taught the way of talismans, more than several hundred years had passed in a flash. Anticipating that the sermon was about to start again and that continued cultivation would not be very fruitful, Taishang awoke from his submerged cultivation. This retreat was short, but he was rewarded for his efforts. Originally, when he was practicing in the Pango blood pool, he had already touched the threshold of the mid-mixed yuan. Now after hundreds of years of precipitation, he had not only raised his laws course to the middle stage of the mixed golden immortal, but even his physical body course had come to the early stage of the mixed golden immortal consummation. The distance to breaking through to the middle stage of the mixed golden immortal was a matter of about 1,000 years at most. Third brother is out too? His eyes scanned the cave and found Tong Tian gleefully rushing out of the cave and heading towards Taicho. Some curiosity could not help but rise in the bottom of Taishang's eyes. With that, he tore through space and instantly arrived in front of the two. Third brother, looking at your face full of joy, is it hard to believe that you've already deduced the formation? Tong Tian nodded at his words before quickly shaking his head in negation. Big brother, our exclusive formation has not been deduced yet, but I have used the 12 Metropolitan Divine Furies formation as the basis to deduce a side suitable for us and slightly more powerful than it. The 16 Heavenly Dipper Earthly Furies Heaven Opening Formation. For this name given by Tong Tian, Taichu couldn't help but have the corners of his mouth twitch slightly several times, and some embarrassment couldn't help but rise in his eyes. Luckily, when the flood casts a formation, it doesn't call out the name of the move like in the secondary world. Otherwise, based on the name of this formation alone, he would have to be clearing out everyone in sight just by using it. Otherwise he's afraid he won't even have the face to meet people in the future. However, Tong Tian didn't notice the strange color in Taichu's eyes, and continued to introduce to himself the relevant abilities of the 16 Heavenly Dipper Heaven Opening Formation. The original Dutian God Fiend Grand Formation was based on Dijon's bloodline and theirs, summoning the Father God's remaining will, which in turn brought into play some of the Father God's strength during his lifetime. But in the way of the four of us, we don't have enough of the Father God's bloodline in our bodies to support the consumption of the Grand Formation. I then added the original foundation of the Great Formation, with the Yuan Shin as the carrier and the Big Dipper as the foundation, as a way to make up for the deficiencies in our bloodline. And only the differentiated body can perform this formation. If our main body joins it, then the power of this formation will be more than doubled again. It can be said that it's with the current strength of Emperor Jiang and the others, forming the Dutian Divine Fury formation, that we can also fight with them, and even be better in terms of the length of the formation. If we all use our physical bodies and laws to certify to the realm of the mixed golden immortal together, and then perform this formation, then it's Hong Jun himself who will come down to do it. And he definitely won't be able to get the slightest advantage, even if it is as long as he is slightly gullible. Taking advantage of the opportunity to seriously injure him is nothing more than an easy task. As the two listened to Tong Tian's introduction to the great array, the joy in their eyes soared. Their faces instantly filled with a look of relief and satisfaction. Third brother's attainments in the way of formations are really very good. Now that we have this formation as a base card, we'll be able to touch base with Han Jun even if we don't have the heaven opening karma and heaven opening merit to protect us. Taicho lightly smiled and praised, but Taishan's eyes were slightly condensed, warmly reminded. Third brother, fourth brother, the power of this formation is indeed not small, but we must not take it lightly and overly rely on this formation. After all, Hong Jun was able to survive from the battle of the opening of the heavens until now, and also became the spokesperson of the Heavenly Dao, so he must have cards that we don't know about. We still have to take the attitude that we'd rather believe it than not believe it until we've completely pinned it down. It's only right to take Hongjuan's scheming seriously. Although it was a bit of a spoiler for Taishang to remind them of this at this time, the two Taichu people knew in their hearts that the other party was thinking of them. Big brother, don't worry. We will not relax on our own strength enhancement due to the assistance of external forces. Yeah, big brother. Formation is nothing more than a hobby of mine. The way of the sword is my true pursuit. As the Taicho duo responded with faint smiles, Yuan sure came from the sky in the form of a rainbow. Its look of arrogance, and the appearance of its head held high, obviously refined some unusual treasure. Big brother, third brother, fourth brother, since you're all here, it just saves me from having to go door to door to deliver them. With that, Yuan Sher directly pulled out 4 precious gourds and placed them in front of the crowd in order. This is the Taiji Yin Yang gourd that was refined with Big Brother's purple gold gourd. Not only does it contain 48 innate prohibitions, containing a complete law of yin and yang, the space inside the gourd is comparable to a side of the middle thousand worlds, and it has a nourishing divine effect on the elixir. It is more capable of releasing the two chi of yin and yang, and while wearing down all spirits and beings, it extracts the essence of their lives and the origin of their laws, storing them in the Dan gourd and using them to add to the alchemy. When Yuan Sher's introductory voice fell, he handed the Taiji Yin Yang gourd to Taishang. Not bad, when it's really a good baby. After enveloping the gourd with his divine thoughts and placing all the pills on his body into it, he felt the effects. The Taishang nodded in satisfaction. It's good that Big Brother is satisfied. Third brother, this is the destruction-breaking gourd that I used the purple-yellow gourd to specially refine for you. Seeing that Taishang was satisfied with his masterpiece, Yuan Sher then shifted his gaze to Tong Tian, containing 48 innate prohibitions. It contains the complete laws of water and fire and the laws of destruction, and can spit out destructive yin fire and destructive heavy water. And the power of the mighty Luo is difficult to defeat. If the two were to pour down together, it would be the physical body of a mixed golden immortal that would have to avoid it, not daring to confront it head-on. When Tong Tian heard this, his eyes immediately lit up suddenly. When he received the destruction-broken gourd, he played with it lovingly. Destructive yin fire spewed out, as if mercury was pervasive, sucking the bones and extracting the marrow, clouding the heart and cutting the will. The perishable heavy water gushed out, as if heaven and earth were pouring down and nothing could stop it, subduing the body and destroying the spirit, cutting down the soul and obliterating the heart. Between the two of them, the air of destruction enveloped the earth. Scarlet and darkness blended together in heaven and earth. The purple magma turned into a sky of fire meteorites, and the gray-blue torrent covered the earth, as if the end of the world. As far as the eye can see, no life. Full of the scene of destruction and demise. Chapter 53 Yin Yang Tu Chi Vase. 5 Elements Divine Blade Sword. The second lecture of the Violet Sky Palace opens. Third brother, stop playing and put it away. If you want to try again, go outside the Kunlun Mountains and don't fool around in your own territory. Looking at the devastated earth, Taishan's eyes were slightly helpless as he chided Tong Tian. Then he used the Yin-Yang Avenue to envelop the heavens and earth, and combined it with the laws of life that he had comprehended from the nonpareil peach to instantly restore the destroyed ground and vegetation to their original form. Sorry, big brother, got high on a whim and had to bother you to clean up. Tong Tian looked at the heaven and earth that had been restored by Taishang and couldn't help but have some embarrassment flash under his eyes. Okay,
You pay attention next time.
Taidu shook his head helplessly, and then signaled for Yuan Shi to continue the introduction. Fourth brother. This is a causal time and space gourd made from a purple and white gourd.
Refined.
Containing 48 innate prohibitions. It contains the complete laws of cause and effect, as well as some of the laws of space and time.
When you activate it,
you can not only create a karmic avatar that has 80% of the strength of your own body, when your cultivation strength is sufficient, you will also be able to cross time and space through the line of cause and effect, reversing the past and future with the body of Dharma transformation.
Listening to Yuan Shi's introduction, Taichu couldn't help but admire its attainments in the Tao of refining weapons.
It was actually able to modify the future immortal beheading gourd. From its roots, it made a change from the original killing spirit treasure to the causal magic treasure it was today. It is truly divine and close to the path. And Yuan Shi got great pleasure in his heart as he watched the three of them look at the Dharma treasures he had refined. Lovingly. It's like a cook making a meal and getting compliments from the diners. It makes his heart happy. Afterwards, he seemed to have thought of something, and his eyes could not help but rise, with a slight color of helplessness and pity. Only, there's still that little bit of regret. I disassembled all the innate spirit treasures in my hands, and I didn't get enough innate space-time laws needed for refining. If we can make up for this shortcoming in the future, and then use the Qiankuan tripod to help it improve, it's not impossible to advance to an innate supreme treasure.
So I am satisfied. Hearing this, Taicho lightly laughed and shook his head, indicating that he didn't care about this. However, when he saw that Yuan Shi was constantly scanning the three of them with a gaze that contained anticipation, he also understood immediately what it meant. Straight away, with a smile on his face, he inquired about it. Second brother, the ones you refined for us are all so good. So the purple-black gourd you were given a share of must also have unexpected divine power, right? It's natural. With his head slightly held high and his eyes brimming with self-satisfaction, Yuan Shi held up the last gourd and introduced the power it possessed. This is the Void Order gourd that I took the purple-black gourd and refined. Containing 48 innate prohibitions, it contains the complete laws of nothingness and the laws of order, and is not only capable of taking those harboring sins into it and suppressing them within the void of time and space, it is also capable of inflicting 36 varying degrees of horrific punishments for the sins it has committed, and those punishments are all carefully selected by me, absolutely guaranteeing that entering once will be remembered for the rest of one's life, and that when one sees me, one will fall to one's knees and beg for forgiveness. Shivering and trembling, after listening to Yuan Shi's introduction, Taichu couldn't help but have some curiosity rise in his eyes. Ergo, what punishments have you set up? Can you say it so we can hear it? Taishang and Tong Tian were also very interested in this, and they all looked towards Yuan Shi. Since you're all so curious, I'll tell you what punishments are set up in this gourd. Yuan Shi, whose vanity was satisfied, instantly counted the penalties he had set up. This first course is the soul extraction sentence, using the divine soul of the person within it as a cloth, and extracting it one by one. It will not produce extreme pain, but it will be strangely itchy, but it will not be able to scratch itself, nor will it be able to break itself. The second is the punishment of infinite nightmares, using the most beautiful and desirable things of the person within it as bait, and pushing everything to the most desperate and unacceptable abyss as their mind reaches its peak. Make it so that it can't distinguish between reality and illusion at all, and even if it is released by me, it will be tormented by nightmares forever until its mind is exhausted and it dies. The third penalty is, it was the first time that the three Taicho people realized that Yuan Shi actually had this kind of fetish, especially when he told of the punishment. The slight excitement that grew under his eyes gave them a shuddering feeling, and that's still 2 of the 36. By analogy, you can imagine who was unlucky enough to be caught in the beginning. The end result must be worse than death, and even whether it is life or death, the other party is absolutely not sure. Alright, 2. You don't have to say anymore. These punishments are for you to experience later, slowly, with someone. Tong Tian also really didn't want to continue listening, hastily waving his hand to stop. The idea of Yuan Shi continuing to speak. This is too much torture. If someone wanted to inflict these penalties on him, I guess not to mention pulling the other party to die with him, even if he could directly explode in place, he would already be thankful to God. Second brother, in the future, if you have anything on your mind, feel free to tell big brother, don't keep it inside. Tai Sheng, on the other hand, after a long sigh, patted Yuan Shi's shoulder and enlightened him in a serious manner. Big brother, what are you talking about? Why am I a little confused? Under the slightly pitying gaze of the trio, Yuan Shi was completely dumbfounded and stunned in place, his eyes full of confusion, unable to figure out the situation and what exactly had happened. Isn't it just an introduction? About the specifics of the penalty? How is it that 1 by 1, 2 by 2, Look at him as if they were looking at someone with a brain problem?
Kong Xian pays his respects to his master.
To the Supreme Master, Master Yuan Shi, and Master Tai Chu. The Golden Rock pays homage to Master. To Master Yuan Shi, Master Tong Tian, and Master Tai Chu.
Just as Yuan Shi was filled with confusion, the Kong Xian duo who had been attracted by the commotion made by Tong Tian earlier, looking at the restored heaven and earth, as well as the 4 precious gourds that emitted terrifying law fluctuations that were held up in the hands of the 4 people, he immediately realized that the commotion just now was probably caused by a few people when they were testing their magic treasures.
Uncle Yuan Shi, your art of refining weapons is #1 in the world.
I'm sure I've refined quite a few magic treasures this time.
Can you give me one?
The Golden Rock figured out what had just happened and immediately thought that it must have been Yuan Shi who had refined quite a few more good treasures.
Immediately, he revealed a pitiful look and inquired about it. Although Kong Xian did not say, but the depths of his eyes similarly flooded. Some expectation and desire.
His eyes burned looking at the beginning.
Ha ha ha. It's still Golden Rock who can talk.
Yuan Shi smiled broadly and pulled out a palm-sized jade bottle branded with Incan mountains and rivers, as well as 5 small jade swords embedded with the 5 elemental paths from his bosom, handing them over to the 2 of them respectively.
This is the Yin-Yang Dual Chi Vase,
ranked as an extremely high-grade innate spiritual treasure,
containing 40 innate prohibitions, a complete law of yin and yang. The space within it is limitless. It can swallow people, collect treasures, and release the yin and yang dual chi to wear down all living beings. It matches perfectly with the way of yin and yang that you practice. With that, Yuan Shi then handed the bottle of yin and yang tu chi to Jin Peng's face. Wow! Uncle Yuan Shi is worthy of being the world's #1 refiner. Extremely high-grade innate spiritual treasures can also be refined in bulk. Ha ha ha. Just a little carving skill.
Yuan Shi's mouth said that it didn't matter, but his face and demeanor were incomparably self-satisfied.
This one, on the other hand, is the 5 Elements Divine Blade Sword,
which is also ranked as an extreme grade innate spiritual treasure and contains 40 innate prohibitions. The 5 swords correspond to gold, wood, water, fire, and earth, and individually separated they are top-grade innate spiritual treasures, while combined they can be extreme innate spiritual treasures. Paired with your innate divine ability 5-colored divine light, when fully exploded, its power won't be much weaker than an innate supreme treasure. Before the words fell, Yuan Shi handed over the 5 elements divine blade sword into Kong Xian's hands, feeling the 5 elemental laws contained therein, which were continuously reflecting with the 5-colored divine light within his body. The surprise on his face was not much smaller than that of the Golden Rock at all, and as Tong Tian listened to Yuan Shi's introduction, the word want was written all over his eyes and his mouth was salivating. That's a good sword. He even had exactly 5 differentiated bodies. If he was able to obtain this treasure, the means and strength he could use against the enemy would, I'm afraid, multiply several times over. With his fingers tingling, Tong Tian instantly wanted to borrow it and play with it. However, in order to maintain the image of his master, he still pretended to cough lightly, and exerted, at Kong Xian, the great lulling technique that elders manage to use. Ahem, Kong Xian, you're still too young to grasp such a powerful magic treasure. Master will keep it for you first, and when you grow up, Master will return it to you. Kong Xian listened to Tong Tian's words, his expression slightly tangled in thought for several breaths before he nodded in resignation, handing the 5 elements divine blade sword, which had just arrived and had yet to be warmed up, to Tong Tian. Good apprentice brother, it's for your own good. Mismatch between strength and fabulousness. However, Tong Tian rejoiced greatly as he preached and prepared to receive the magic treasure. Origin's blow of the explosive hammer instantly smashed on top of his head. This is what I gave to my senior nephew. What are you doing blindly? Want me to make it again for you? Opening your mouth to snub your own disciple. Are you even ashamed? Just as Yuan Shi was teaching Tong Tian a lesson, a burst of magnificent bells resounded throughout the entire flood wasteland heaven and earth. Lying high in the 9 clouds, the bushels of the Taoist truth, outside of heaven and earth, I shall be the head teacher and honored. Pango gave birth to Taiji, and the 2 instruments and 4 elephants followed. Leader of the Xian Mendu, 1 Qi transforms the Hanjun. The period of the 1,000-year sermon has come and gone, and the second sermon will begin, so I hope that all of you will, within 1,000 years, arrive outside the Purple Heaven Palace and wait. Those who have not arrived after 1,000 years will have no chance to break through the limits of heaven and earth and set foot on the path to witnessing the way of the mixed world. Chapter 54, Hanjun Heavenly Dao seals heaven and earth? The 2 little ones go on a journey. 3,500 big chapters. Oh, purely a big flimflam. No skill in ass. Just blindly blowing awesome there. Tong Tian listened to the announcement that resounded through the heavens and earth, and his eyes flashed with some disdain and mockery. If you don't go yet, you won't be able to break through the limitations of heaven and earth and step onto the path of the mixed path. It's really true that if you can't do anything with your skills, you like to complain. Third brother, he's actually right. Taishang shook his head slightly with a strange color in his eyes and spoke of some of his recent discoveries. Since the beginning of the sermon in the Purple Heaven Palace, the laws of the great Tao in heaven and earth have gradually become more and more obscure and difficult to understand. The magnitude of this change is not large, but if it stays like this, at most 1 yuan hui, it will become incomparably difficult to prove one's mixed origin with a law, or to prove one's mixed origin with one's physical body. It's not even too much to say that the possibility of witnessing the way of the mixed world in both ways is close to nothing. As Yuan Shi listened to Taishang's discovery, he couldn't help but feel some coldness rise under his eyes. It seems that this is not only a self-promotion by Hongjun and the Heavenly Dao, but the two really want to get their hands on sealing off heaven and earth, as a way to ensure that no one can threaten the dominance of both of them. This Purple Heaven Palace sermon was originally an important pawn of Hongjun, in order to eliminate the influence of the Father God, so that all beings in heaven and earth would be subjected to his clamps according to his planning. Taichou had long known that Hongjun and the Heavenly Dao had sinister intentions, and had also told the three Taishang people all about it. The trio's anger at their dirty tactics was also expected from Taichou. After all, blocking someone's path is like killing their parents. If it wasn't for him, an anomaly in heaven and earth, the three of them wouldn't even be able to touch the threshold of proving the Tao by force, not to mention the dual hybridization of body and method. You can only follow Hongjun's planning, achievement of heavenly saints by merit, forever lagging behind him at the same time. The strength possessed was not even half of that of a true mixed Yuan Dala golden immortal. It can be a waste of one's own talent, and all of their lives, respectfully handed to the front of the Hongjun slaughter, but also complacent, that the other party is a good person, feel that they have earned a lot. We went to the Purple Heavenly Palace to listen to the sermon, in addition to prying into the movements of the flooded beings and whether we could salvage some treasures along the way. The main thing is to see what Hongjun has planned, and to find a way to break the situation and cope with it in time. As for listening to his sermons, it's just a means of killing time. When the three Taishangs heard this, they all nodded, indicating that they knew in their hearts why they were heading to the Purple Heavenly Palace, and all four of them were talking in their minds, and apart from the occasional slight nod and shake of the head, they did not show the slightest other difference. Kong Xian and the Golden Rock, on the other hand, were wrapped in the warmth emanating from the four of them, and looked at Tai Chu and the others with eyes filled with gratitude and determination. Master Shifu and the others are so nice. It is clear that we are only repaying a period of karma, yet we are treated like family. Not only did we not feel the slightest bit parasitic, but we were seriously taught our respective watchwords. I, Kong Xian, have nothing to offer in return, so I can only vow to follow with the rest of my life. Anyone who wishes to make an enemy of this must step over my bones. How perceptive the four were to the gaze. Following the line of sight, he looked down and watched the unconcealed intent in the eyes of the two Kong Xian, as well as the gradually slightly reddened eyes. Tai Chou and the others all secretly nodded slightly, understanding that it was good to know and repay, even if they hadn't wasted their efforts in preaching and refining while at arms spirit treasures for the two brothers. If this is still ungrateful, then even if the cultivation strength is even higher, and the root potential is even more heaven-defying, they will not be the slightest bit soft. Nip it right in the bud. Man up. Don't move and cry. Yuan Shi leaned down and gently stroked the two men's heads, warmly relieving them in his voice. Nowadays, there is still some time before the sermon begins, and it is not possible to cultivate anything by remaining in seclusion. Tong Tian said and walked over to Kong Xian. It just so happens that you just got 5 divine swords. I will then teach you some more of the sword Dao techniques. Big brother, second brother, fourth brother, see you in 500 years. After saying that, Tong Tian brought Kong Xian back within his cave. Since that's the case, then I won't close the door and dive into cultivation. Seeing this, Taishang picked up the golden rock and took his leave of the Tai Chu duo. During this period of time I will be within the cave, supervising the golden rock's cultivation and teaching it the ways of yin and yang, and the methods of alchemy. If you need anything, just say so. Saying that, Taishang pulled out all the heavenly treasures that were looted during the quantitative robbery of the 3 tribes from the mustard space and handed them all over to Yuan Shi. Second brother. This is Big Brother's earlier harvest. Take it as material for refining weapons. Refining is truly addictive. Genji was originally still suffering from a lack of material. This wave of snow from Taishang. Straight away, his troubles were solved, for the time being. Thanks, Big Brother. Good. The Taishang nodded with a light smile, and then brought the golden rock back to his cave. Second brother, I have no use for these things either. You take it back as a refining material. After leaving behind the causal arcane mirror, the deicide lance,
the mountain river and Jigaku diagram, the 12 pieces of the green lotus of creation, and the 5 fires and 7 fowls fan, a few of the few handfuls of magic treasures and divine armaments.
Then he handed over all the spiritual minerals, magic treasures and divine weapons within the mustard seed space to Yuan Shi.
Ha ha ha. Fourth brother, don't worry. With so many materials,
I will definitely be able to refine more extreme innate spiritual treasures. Even an innate supreme treasure is not impossible. Just as Yuan Shi laughed out loud, enveloping the mustard seed space with his divine thoughts and scanning the heavenly treasures given by the Taichu duo, a large pile of spiritual minerals and strange stones,
magic treasures and divine weapons,
emerged from the void,
and without the slightest obstruction fell into the mustard seed space of the origin. Ergo, here's my share.
You can help me earlier and refine a few more divine swords out.
Otherwise,
third brother won't have any handy blades to use against the enemy in the future.
Third brother, don't panic. Let's leave this little matter to second brother. Surely you will not be allowed to face the enemy empty-handed. Just as Yuan Shi's response fell,
a gentle greeting suddenly sounded in both ears.
Greetings to fellow Taoist Tai Chu and fellow Taoist Yuan Shi. The visitor was none other than Queen Mother West.
It was also because she was the one who approached that Taichuji didn't react. If you change a strange breath,
not waiting for it to open its mouth,
Taichu and Yuan Shi will directly sacrifice the God Slayer gun.
Dry Kuan tripod. Let it understand what is called the viciousness of society and reality. Fellow Taoist Mother West, you've come at the right time. With that, Yuan Shi pulled out a hairpin and handed it to the other party.
This is a magic treasure that I refined again with the Qiankuan tripod using the extreme innate spiritual treasure golden phoenix hairpin as a base and adding many Genjin materials, containing 40 innate prohibitions and the complete Genjin laws. It is not only capable of releasing an infinite amount of Genjin sword chi, crushing everything and piercing through space and time, but it can also cut through the heavens and earth, turning them into a small cave world under your control.
This is too expensive, isn't it?
Yuan Shi looked at Shi Wangmu's shocked eyes,
and the self-satisfaction in her eyes showed. What's precious or not? This is just a test item I casually refined.
You took care of my 2 nephews for so long. This magic treasure is also the reward you deserve.
Queen Mother of the West was considered to be completely bowled over by the bravado of the 4 Taichou people.
Extreme innate spiritual treasures were able to get wholesale.
It can be made by opening the furnace at random.
Looking at the entire flooded heavens and earth,
I'm afraid that no one would be able to do it. Fourth brother, fellow Taoist Queen Mother of the West, take your time to chat.
I'm going to go back to dismantling the materials and continue refining the sword that third brother wants. I will also have to study what kind of law should be the main focus to better match it.
With a slight frown,
Yuan Shi bid farewell to the Taichu duo and flashed back within his cave, closing his mind to dismantle the material he had obtained.
The Queen Mother of the West and Taichu, after chatting for a few moments, each returned to their cave. Time flies. Years go by like a shuttle. Idiom, how time flies. 500 years passed in a flash.
Under the teaching of Tong Tian and Taishang, the strength of Kong Xian's brother and sister had been improving by leaps and bounds. Not only had he refined the remaining aura in his body, he had raised his cultivation all the way to the Tai Golden Immortal limit, just one step short of crossing over to the Great Luo Golden Immortal realm. The use of the Yin and Yang dual chi bottle and the 5 elements divine blade sword had also both reached the point where they were as good as waving a finger. Even if the veteran Dao Lord personally made a move to suppress them, as long as the two were bent on running, the other party would definitely not be able to stop them. Of course, if the talisman given by Taichou was used, not to mention the old Dao Lords, it would be the mixed golden immortals who would step in to suppress it. They were also able to hold out until the Taichou 4 came to their rescue. At that time, it would not be certain who was bullying whom. The fledglings will eventually spread their wings on their own. Outside the Kunlun Mountains in the clouds of the ninth heaven, the Taishang with gentle eyes turned to the golden rock, making his final exhortation. Only by breaking away from our support will you be able to truly embark on, exclusively, your own path. Remember, no matter what kind of magic treasure, spiritual roots, they are all things outside the body. As long as your own safety is guaranteed, if something is lost, it's lost, so don't get too attached. Tong Tian also turned to Kong Xian and spoke of his expectations. Nowadays, within the flooded heaven and earth, the great Luo Golden Immortals have all gone to listen to the sermon outside of the chaotic heavens, so it's a good time for you to wander away from heaven and earth. I hope that by the time we return, you will have grown strong enough to stand alone. When Kong Xian and the two of them heard this, their expressions were slightly condensed as they respectfully bowed and responded. We will definitely not let our master, senior uncle, and senior uncles down. The Western Queen Mother's heart was also full of reluctance at this time, and she exhorted the two men. Kong Xian, the Golden Rock's temperament is stubborn.
You have to be a little more tolerant out there and take care of him more. Any problems? Fight if you can. Run if you can't. And don't feel ashamed. As long as you can be safe, you will naturally have the chance to seek revenge on them. If anyone bullies the small with the big, you should not be afraid, or you should fight with the other side. Give the other guy whatever he wants as long as he doesn't hurt you. When we return, we will make it kowtow and apologize to you, and return what was taken away, 1,000 times over.
Queen Mother of the West is like treating a son who goes out to earn a living.
Rambling instructions Kong Xian and Jin Peng for a long time, before full of reluctance to let the two leave. Come on, it's time for us to get going.
Disciples and grandchildren have their own blessings. What has to be said has already been said. How Kong Xian and the Golden Rock will be in the future depends on their own destiny.
Chapter 55, The Crippled Way of the Paraclete. Enthronement of Male and Female Immortal Heads. 3,000 big chapters. After looking at the backs of the two little ones and disappearing into the sky, Tai Chu and his group of 5 people set off on their way to the Purple Heavenly Palace. As several people's cultivation in physical bodies nowadays were not what they used to be.
Rarely with the Western Queen Mother this pendant, but also only consumed. 400 years of light years has come. Outside the Purple Heavenly Palace in the void, the doors opened early for this sermon. Di Jun, Styx, Kuan Peng, and others, fearing that they will be seized by the Four Qing to not let go of the last time, and then lose their blood. He then entered the Purple Heaven Palace a long time ago, hoping that with the might of Han Jun, he would be able to make Tai Chu and the others a little bit more restrained. Therefore, at this time, only the 12 ancestral witches, the Shiha sisters, and Yuhua siblings, who were friends with the 4 Tai Chu people, were left waiting outside. Greetings to the 4 elder brothers. Greetings to fellow Taoist Tai Cho, fellow Taoist Tai Shang, fellow Taoist Yuan Shi, and fellow Taoist Tong Tian. It's been 1,000 years since we last said goodbye. How are you all doing in here? Tai Cho smiled faintly and nodded slightly, inquiring about the recent situation of the 12 ancestor witches and the others. Thanks to Brother Tai Chu's blessing, our cultivation has now been completely stabilized and we have stepped into the early stages of the perfection of the mixed golden immortal, and in a matter of days, we will be able to step into the mid-stage realm. The construction of the witch race and the Pangu royal court has also gradually begun, so if you're free that day, you're welcome to inspect the 4 elder brothers. If there are shortcomings, feel free to speak out and we will certainly rectify them immediately. When Emperor Zheng's words fell, Chang Shi couldn't wait to open his mouth in response. Brother Tai Chu, after I went back this time, not only did I break through to great Luo perfection, even the gourd you gave me has been birthed under the auspices of the laurel tree's origin spiritual liquid. With that, Chang Shi handed the gourd, which had completed its conception, to Tai Chu and looked at him with anticipation in his eyes. That's something I'd really like to see. Tai Chu really didn't think about it. The treasure gourd could actually be birthed and completed after detaching from the innate gourd vine. Immediately, he took the gourd and examined it, and it's a shock not to see it. The moment he enveloped the treasure gourd with his divine thoughts, he learned of the divine might it possessed. The treasure gourd contained within it some remnants of the laws of Qin Kuan and creation. It can collect the world's magic treasures into it, nurturing the power and repairing the defects while making its quality higher. It was only in the way of the awesome crippling of the laws within it, whether it was nurturing, repairing, or upgrading the quality. According to the grade of the magic treasure, only 1 to 5 pieces could be incurred at a time, and the higher the grade, the slower the effect of raising the quality. If the world-destroying Black Lotus, 5-color 5-square flag, this kind of extremely high-grade innate spiritual treasure is put into it, the time it will take to improve the quality is estimated to be counted by Yuan Council. But this treasure, although for them who were already able to wholesale extreme innate spiritual treasures, it was completely tasteless to eat and discard. But for Chang Shi it was completely different. The might of this magic treasure is indeed good, but it is ultimately crippled somewhat. My second brother happens to be proficient in the way of refining weapons, so let him help you remodel it and see if he can shorten the time it takes to nurture the treasure. With that, Tai Chu handed the treasure gourd to Yuan Shi's hands. This gourd is kind of interesting. Yuan Shi held the treasure gourd in his hand and enveloped it with his divine thoughts for a few breaths, and then some colors of contemplation gradually rose under his eyes. It shouldn't be a problem. I'll help you remodel it when I'm free. Not to say how good an effect can be achieved, but at least it's more than a few times better than what we have now. Then I'll trouble you more. Second brother. When Chang Shi heard this, his eyes brightened up slightly and he hurriedly owed his thanks to Yuan Shi. Fellow Daoist Nuwa, fellow Daoist Fushi, goodbye. As soon as Tai Chao's words fell, a loud shout suddenly reached the ears of the crowd, interrupting the pleasantries of several people. All 3,000 red dust guests have arrived. The sermon is about to begin, so I hope that each of you will sit back in your seats and not continue to clamor. Seeing that Hongjuan's child
gave an ultimatum, Taichu and the others did not continue to chat, and stepped into the purple heavenly palace. Fellow Daoist Queen Mother of the West, at the time of the first sermon, you were delayed by those two little ones. Sit behind us this time. With that said, Taichu swept his eyes over the Duke of Dongwang and the others who were close to the front row of bushes, and in a faint voice, he gave notice to a few people. I'll trouble you all to squeeze back a bit to make some room for this fellow Daoist. Originally thought that with Hongjun present, Taichu's attitude would at least be slightly restrained, but it had never occurred to me that the other party was actually still so brutal and overbearing. Seeing that none of the people present dared to say more, Hongjun also did not speak out to stop. The Duke of Dongwang and the others, who were already afraid of the four Qings, could only obediently squeeze backward. It barely gave way to a wide spot, and along with all the people taking their seats, Taicho was the one who suddenly realized that the seats of Time and Qian Koan were empty. What's going on here? It's hard not to want to be in the same boat as Hongjun because the last battle collapsed Time and Qian Koan and they don't want to be in the same boat as Hongjun anymore, which in turn made the three fall out completely. But according to the two's current situation, they can only rely on Hongjun in order to prove their sainthood. If you don't choose to cooperate, all the previous efforts will be in vain. Will the two really be willing? Forever hovering between the mixed golden immortals and the witnessing of the mixed Dao Lords? Looking at the two empty seats, Tai Chao's mind was in a constant flurry of thoughts, pondering the possibilities. Although Hongjun and the others had completely fallen out, it was undoubtedly a good thing for him to rejoice in. But if the duo were assigned out to plot something else, then they'd have to be a little more careful. The people have arrived, so we will not wait any longer. Hongjun implicitly glanced at Taichu and the others, then faintly declared in a voice to the crowd that the sermon had begun. Today's lecture is the way of the associate saints. I hope you can listen in silence. The three corpses are divided into good, evil, and the self. As the golden lotus of Tao rhythm emerged and the laws of the great Tao manifested, the vast majority of the people in the purple heavenly palace revealed an enraptured, heartfelt gesture of enlightenment. The 12 ancestral witches, due to their lack of Yuan Shen, simply could not understand what the hell Hongjun was talking about. Then they each practiced the 9 turns Xian Gong. After all, it's not true that sermons don't work for them, but it didn't mean that they couldn't enjoy the rich aura environment and the clearly visible laws of the great Tao. Fuxi's siblings, Shiha's sisters, and the Queen Mother of the West, due to the fact that they were not clear about the true nature of the way of the Paraclete. On the other hand, like most people, they listened to the sermon very attentively, fearing that they would miss a single point and cause it to stop at the great Luo Golden Immortal forever. And the 4 Taichu people had each been traveling to the heavens before Hongjun opened his mouth. Or they were sensing their own Tao, or concentrating on the heaven and earth in their palms to refine weapons, or deducing the way of formations. Not even half heard anyway. This is shameless enough. No wonder that among the original trajectory, other than the 6 people from the Taishan who obtained the Hongmeng Purple Qi, the rest of them could only stop at quasi-saint perfection. It turns out that you haven't revealed, at all, the important key to the Paragon's way. Tai Chao's eyes were filled with mockery and disdain as he listened to Hongjun's boasts. In fact, it was not impossible to cultivate into a saint in a step-by-step manner with the way of the quasi-saint. But the bad thing is that Hongjun didn't say it. In order to become a saint by the way of the quasi-saint, one must use the 3 innate treasures with the same root, same origin, and same laws to gradually cut off the 3 corpses. It is the right step to practice. However, whenever the magic treasure used did not meet the conditions, then it would be restricted to quasi-saint perfection, and would never be able to take even one step forward. As for the Hongmeng Purple Qi that was given, to put it bluntly, it was a backdoor opened by the Heavenly Dao for Taishan and the others. It allowed them to be able to achieve the position of Heavenly Saint with merit even if the magic treasure they used was not up to par. Not only did it control the number and selection of saints, eliminate the residual influence of Pangu, and cut off the hope of the rise of the human way, but it also wove a big lie for the beings of the flood. Let the rest of the 3,000 red dusters, until they die, think that it is they who are not trying hard enough, and not that something has gone wrong with the way of cultivation. Worthy of being the first go-sage of the flood, when it comes to scheming and calculating, it is truly unrivaled. Thereupon, Taicho did not listen to Hongjun's nonsense anymore, and with his eyes slightly closed, he sensed his own Tao. Throughout all the nonsense, useful not much at all. Fooling Emperor Jun and others is okay. Want to fool them? That is purely a dream. Having the time to listen to its nonsense, he might as well seize the time to thoroughly condense the divine pattern of the great Tao of force, which was far more useful. 3,000 years passed in the blink of an eye. The second sermon also drew to a close. Hongjun looked at the 4 Qing, who always wandered out of the sky and did not listen to him. The killing intent in his heart became more and more intense, but did not show the slightest bit. After all,
Taichu and the others were already 4 dead chess pieces in his eyes, just waiting for the time to be ripe. They could be crushed into pieces, making them completely disappear in the flooded heavens and earth. This sermon is over. Do you have any questions? Although Hong Jun was fooling people, the lies that were woven could be described as not having the slightest loophole, almost as if he was telling everyone in the audience, in layman's terms, the basic points of the way of the quasi-saint, and no one stepped forward to ask questions. If the Heavenly Dao is incomplete, and the calamity chi has risen again, the poor Taoist intends to seek out 2 innate saints to manage the flooded heavens and earth on their behalf, and to lead all beings in heaven and earth to eliminate the calamity chi. At these words, all the people present stood in awe, looking at Hong Jun with anticipation in their eyes, hoping to hear their names. Lord Dong Wang, you are the first wisp of pure yang chi to be transformed after the opening of the heavens, and the poor Taoist grants you the extremely high-quality innate spiritual treasure dragon head cradle to manage the male immortals of the flood. Queen Mother of the West, you are the first wisp of pure yin chi to be transformed after the opening of the heavens. The poor Taoist grants you the extreme innate spiritual treasure Western Cloud Realm vegetable flag to manage the female immortals of the flood. As the words fell, not only did the surrounding crowd show consternation and shock, even the 3 Taishangs slightly furrowed their eyebrows, revealing some coldness. Chapter 56, Taichu, Chaos is dangerous. It's normal for individuals to disappear inexplicably. No, the name of the Duke of the East King is widely known in the world, and it's fine for him to be elected as the head of the male immortals. But where did the Queen Mother of the West pop up from? And on what grounds should she be allowed to be elected as the head of the female immortals? Don't you want to die? Can't you see that the Queen Mother of the West is the woman brought by the 4 Qings? You're really not afraid of death if you dare to question them. Shouldn't the person elected be one of the 4 Qings? The Heavenly Emperor of the Demon Court? Or the 12 ancestral witches? How come it's the turn of 2 nameless people? All of a sudden, the people in the hall were whispering, their eyes constantly hovering over the 4 people. Hong Jun, the 4 Qing, Di Jun, and Di Jiang, or curious, or puzzled, or questioned. The complexity of the emotions involved can be said to be 1,000 people, cannot be put into words also. The Duke of Dongwang also didn't expect that he would be able to become the head of the male immortals hand-picked by the Dao ancestor. The excitement and thrill that flooded his heart for a moment directly broke through the fear of the 4 clearances. His brow was full of delight and pride, and he deliberately refrained from walking when it was clear that he had a wide berth on both sides. Instead, with his head slightly held high, arrogantly, he took a big stride through the gap beside Tong Tian and Taichu and arrived in front of Hong Jun. Lord Dong Wang leads the way. I will never let Dao ancestor down. As long as there is still a breath left in me, I will definitely control everything within the flooded heaven and earth for you, so that the 10,000 souls and beings will no longer start any more disputes. The moment these words came out, not only did Si Qing's eyes look at him, revealing a bit of playfulness and contempt, even the vast majority of the innate saints in the arena looked at him with disdain, mockery, disgust, and a bit of jealousy in their eyes. Only, at this time, the heart of the Duke of the East King has been appointed by the Taoist ancestor, the first of the male immortals. 2 false names washed out of the brain, commonly known as has drifted. Plus, in the way of Hongjuan's face, in addition to the 4 Qing dared to reveal their emotions to the outside. The emotions under the eyes of the rest of the people didn't last too long before they once again resumed their previous unconcerned, high-flying appearance, causing the Duke of Dongwang to have no idea that he had become a dead pawn in the hands of Hongjun, destined to be sacrificed. On the other hand, Shi Wangmu's brain was very clear, knowing that everything she currently had was mostly dependent on the 4 purities. To the eyes of the people around him who were looking at the Duke of Dongwang, all of them were also taken in. A slight uneasiness rose in his heart. I don't want to take this job, which is obvious to everyone that something is wrong, but he did not dare to peel off Hongjuan's face in front of everyone. Fellow Taoist Taichu, am I going? Go, why not? Taichu listened to Shi Wangmu's transmission. Her eyes flashed slightly several times, and responded in a faint voice to let her rest assured that she would do it boldly, and that they would carry all the problems. Anyway, no matter what, one will be able to obtain an extremely high-grade innate spirit treasure for nothing. Such a good thing cannot be found even if one carries a lantern. At that time, as long as the stuff arrives, no matter what he says, won't you just go in your left ear and out your right? Is this really okay? Queen Mother of the West still had a slight uneasiness in her eyes as she listened to Taichu's response. Once you take on this errand, the karma of it is afraid that it can't be easily ended. Just put your heart back into it. With us as your backing, it's Hongjun who plays out the game, but he's just pushing the pieces forward, and it's unlikely that he'll personally go down himself. Taichu gazed at Hongjun, who was high above the crowd and swept the field without expression, and a little shame could not help but rise in his heart. If you really don't feel at ease, after you go back, let your second brother,
refining the Western Cloud Realm vegetable flag for you again.
I will then step in to help you sever the karma of the head of the female immortals, guaranteed to make him lose everything and never get half the benefits. Seeing that Taichu had said so, the Queen Mother of the West could only force down the panic in her heart,
got up and walked to Hongjun,
and took the Western Cloud Realm vegetarian flag into her hands.
But she didn't look like the Duke of the East, full of springtime and continuous assurances. Instead, he nodded slightly with an indifferent expression,
and then rejoined behind the four clearances, not caring in the slightest about the cold light that flickered slightly under Hongjun's eyes, as well as the astonishment and consternation in the eyes of the people around him. Lord Dong Wang, your strength is not yet enough to subdue all the spirits in the world, so in order for you to be able to sit at the head of the male immortals and control all the living beings of the flood, this innate treasure will be bestowed upon you. Just when the crowd thought that Hongjun would be directly angry, or indignantly brush his sleeve away, however, he had not expected that the other party would pull out the Taiji diagram and hand it to the Duke of Dongwang. This move is simply adding fuel to the fire. Directly let Taishang Ai's stern aura appeared. The beginning of the beginning, and Taicho slightly straightened his body, eyes cold light slightly flashing, altogether looked at the Taiji diagram in the hands of Hongjun. Big brother, this old dares to give your treasures to that softy, the Duke of the East King. It's simply bullying people too much. Tong Tian's temperament is the most fiery. See Hongjun so brazen, suddenly eyes with hostility in the heart, to the beginning of the three angry voice. Don't panic, third brother, he just can't use it if he takes it. Yuan Shi watched as the Duke of Dongwang received the Taiji diagram with a glowing face and thanked Hongjun repeatedly for his gift, killing intent growing in his eyes. Third brother, there are crises all over the place outside the chaotic heavens, disappearing one or two Dao Lord gold immortals out of thin air, and we just happened to pass by and pick up some ownerless treasures. It's not exactly overwhelming, is it? Taichu's faint voice responded, allowing the fire in Tongtian's heart to dissipate slightly, putting down the idea of sacrificing the Qingping sword and immediately and directly ing the Duke of Dongwang to death. What the fourth brother said is true. Taishang naturally agreed with Taichu's idea. The Taiji diagram and the Yin-Yang Great Mill were both exclusive supreme treasures of the Yin-Yang Dao, as long as one was able to obtain it. Whether it was for the realization of the Dao or the increase in strength, it would skyrocket exponentially. If the Duke of Dongwang was sensible, they would naturally give him the decency to do so, but if they think they have no one to restrain them, then they will be forced to give him a decent end. The 12 ancestral witches were equally incensed by Hongjuan's maneuvering. However, under Taichu's pacification, they all gave up for the time being. The idea of going straight to work, his eyes coldly scanned the Duke of Dongwang, pondering how he should later silently screw it up and bring back the Taiji diagram to give it to his elder brother Taishang to use. The second sermon is over, so if you all have no questions, leave on your own. Hongjun looked at the eyes of the 12 ancestral witches and the four Qing, the heart of the cold smile, directly named Di Jun brother and sister, the East King Gong 3 people. You 3 stay, I have other plans. When these words came out, the anger in the eyes of Tong Tian and the 12 ancestral witches resurfaced. What a face for you. However, just as several people were showing their angry faces, Taichu snorted softly in a cold voice and spoke out to stop them. This is Hongjuan's territory after all. Don't give it an excuse to strike. Wind and water turn. He can protect the Duke of Dongwang for a moment, but not for a lifetime. Spare his life this time, and when we see him again, it will be time for him to pay for everything. Immediately afterward, Taichu's eyes coldly swept a glance at Emperor Jun's trio, the threatening intent of which was self-evident. Di Jun and the Duke of the East King were naturally incomparably angry in their hearts. They were a Flood Heavenly Emperor and a Dao ancestors admired one. Yet they were being threatened by someone writing their faces. If they hadn't been unable to defeat Tai Cho and the others, they would have copped out and started fighting. Although Tai had the same face of anger, there were no waves in his inner heart, and he even wanted to laugh a little. A bunch of fools who can't see the height of their eyebrows and delude themselves, thinking that by virtue of the power of Hongjun, the four Qings won't dare to touch you? If his name really worked, Timeless and Qinkuan wouldn't have been beaten so badly. Big brother, I really hope that you can stay this stupid and desperately fight against the four purities. When you have fought for everything, only to be crushed mercilessly by the four purities, and all of you are turned against your family, that will be the day when I ascend to the throne of the Heavenly Emperor, and pay you back 100 times over for all the pain. Chapter 57, Hongjun stays in the hall, giving the Golden Crow East Kingdom a small meal, along with the idle people all left. The Purple Heaven Palace also left only Hongjun, Emperor Jun, Tai, East Wangong 4 people. Know why I left you 3 alone? The 3 of them looked at each other in disbelief, but no one dared to open their mouths first, saying a lot and being wrong. If they were to cause Hongjuan's displeasure because of a slip of the tongue, they would definitely not be able to reap any benefits even if they were not to be put in small shoes. 3 people, and not a single one of them responded to my question. It's a case of being on guard when you shouldn't be, and pretending not to know when you should be. It's just a bunch of brainless idiots who can't see the situation. Hongjun was also made very speechless by the 3. Since he had asked, he must have wanted a few people to respond to him for a moment, so that he could lead to the prepared remarks. But the 3 of them were good. They directly left him out to dry, wide-eyed without saying anything. What? Did he really think he was acting in a monologue? Raising doubts himself and then speaking up to answer them. You can't even tell who's a teammate and who's an enemy. So you deserve to be oppressed by the 4 Qings. Finally, after a stalemate of tea time, and did not see the 3 open their mouths, Hongjun can only be said to be prepared for the belly of the draft. Lord Dongwang, you are the personification of the first son of the first heaven. You should lead all the immortals and create the immortal court of the 9 heavens to benefit all the beings in the floodplains, so that the world will no longer be disturbed by the quantitatively destructive qi. And the 2 of you are innate emperor destinies. You should be in charge of the 10,000 demons, and use the demon race heavenly court to rule the floodplains, and remove all of the old chaos demon god clique that presumptuously seeks to subvert heaven and earth and pretends to be extraordinary, so that heaven and earth can be brought back under your control. As the spokesperson of the Heavenly Dao, I have seen all of your contributions, and I am aware of your lack of ease, as well as the brutal and overbearing behavior of the 4 purities and the 12 ancestral witches, but that doesn't mean that you have to give in to them. With the support of the heaven and earth's fortune, as well as me and the Heavenly Dao as a backing, not to mention the 4 Qings and the 12 ancestral witches, even if Pangu comes back to life and reappears in the world, there's absolutely no way to stop you guys from ruling over the flood wasteland, and ascending to the mastery of the heavens and the earth. Hongjun is worthy of being the number 1 fool in the flood. Just 3 words of false emptiness ignited the ambition of Emperor Jun and the Duke of Dongwang. The fire and excitement in their eyes could not stop surging. Seems to have seen their own domination of the flood. A word out of no one to counteract. The 4 Qing and 12 ancestral witches, but also by them underfoot, wantonly trampled on the scene. Tai's heart was filled with disdain and mockery as he listened to these compelling words. Even the 4 Qings, who were transformed by the mutilated Yuanshan, and the 12 ancestral witches, who were transformed by some essence and blood, you simply couldn't manage, and dare to say that the resurrection of Pangu will not be able to stop us from reigning over the flood. I'm really not afraid of not being able to take a breath and blowing myself to death. If Pangu was really resurrected, if you are not the first to run, I, Tai Chi, will write my name backwards. But the nonchalance in his heart did not affect Tai Chi's explicit concurrence. Now also need to use each other's momentum, and the strength cannot be comparable to its. From the heart a little bit is not wrong. For the sake of the stability and peace of the flood, the 3 of you must make common cause against the Pangu royal court led by the 4 Qings and the 12 ancestral witches. Only when they are completely annihilated will you be able to truly reign over the flood, and be considered the supreme masters of heaven and earth. After all, you are both of the supreme Yang Emperor's destiny, and from both the root and the destiny. The affection between you is a few points closer than the 4 clearings and the others. Along with the fall of Hongjuan's words, an invisible fluctuation emanated from his body, so that originally has been said to the heart surging, full of blood cannot be dredged up. The Emperor Jun and the East King Gong immediately hooked shoulders, brother and brother up. Even Tai, who had been acting all along, also rose a little fervor and excitement under this invisible fluctuation, and had an impulse of wanting to immediately eliminate the 4 Qing and the 12 ancestral witches, and ascended to the position of Heavenly Emperor. Lord Dongwang, the Taoist ancestors all agree that we are the ones who are blood brothers. Why don't we make a bond over this? How about it? When Di Jun's words fell, not only did Tai's eyes flash with some surprise, even Hongjun couldn't help but look slightly sideways. He himself just saw the time was right and gave the 3 a little emotional push so that they could be honest and follow his plan. How did it get to the point where we have to be married? This is naturally not unavoidable. The Duke of Dongwang nodded with a delighted brow, gently caressing his long white beard, his eyes bringing out the faction of his elder brother with intimacy. Elders first. I was born the earliest, and as your big brother, it makes sense, doesn't it? When Di Jun saw the Duke of Dongwang say this, he immediately regretted his impulse just now a little, but the words have been spoken. Surrounded by Hongjun witness, he cannot back out again, although there are some doubts in his heart, how he is so irrational today, but things have come to this point, can only be pinched nose, recognized the East Wangon this big brother. Emperor Jun has met big brother. Tai wondered what Di Jun was up to, but the other party has already owed to recognize. If he does not recognize, maybe because of this will be Hongjun detect a little broken. After all, he used to be a famous brother singing and following in the flooded heavens and earth, and had not lost a single bit of face to Emperor Jun in front of outsiders.
Junior brother Tai Chi, meet big brother Dong Wang Gong. Hong Jun did not peer into the hearts of the three, but only saw the scene of the three fiery recognition of their relatives. In his mind, although he was very speechless and wondered which part of the process had gone wrong, he patiently tapped a few times to applaud and celebrate the trio. And just as the three of them set their seniority, Timothy and Qian Kuan walked out from the shadows. They didn't fall out with Hong Jun. During the sermon, he had been hiding in the void, practicing the complete way of the Paraclete. Since the battle of the opening of the heavens by Pangu's axe, splitting half of their origin, they had been unable to, again, certify the path of the mixed Yuan Dao Lord by force. Only by utilizing the merits of the Heavenly Dao and practicing the quasi-saintly path of cutting off three corpses could one hope to return to the top. And that's why, after being pitted so many times by Hong Jun, they still remained unfailingly devoted to him, willingly driven by him. Hong Jun, in order for his plan to be carried out smoothly, ensured that Timothy and Shenkuan could have, comparable to the strength of Taichu and the others. He also searched for each of them, 3 innate spiritual treasures with the same root and origin and the same laws. It wasn't that he didn't want to find a better one, but it was mainly because treasures with the same root and origin and the same laws were really too rare. Being able to put together 5 pairs at once, the innate spiritual treasure level chopping 3 corpses set, was already his limit. In order to complete the decapitation of the 3 corpses with an extreme innate spiritual treasure, or even an innate supreme treasure, unless it was to bring back the Qiankuan tripod, otherwise it's simply not possible. And Timeless and Qiankuan were also very competitive. Now they had already chopped off 2 corpses, and were not far from chopping off 3 corpses and reaching the realm of quasi-saint perfection. Now the crippled way of the Paraclete has been used to mislead the minds of the 4 purities and delay their cultivation. And on their own side, not only are they about to add 2 types of quasi-saint perfection powerhouses, even the Di Jun brothers, the Duke of the East, are going to start practicing the quasi-saint path. As long as the treasures are given to them, with the qualifications of the 3, I think they will be able to cultivate to paragon perfection very soon. At that time, with the 5 quasi-saints of perfection, plus the Yang Mei of the perfection of the mixed golden immortal, they will jointly lay down a killing game specifically targeting the 4 purities. Even if all 4 Qings break through to the mixed golden immortal, they will definitely die. Of course, as the strongest person in Go Dao, he naturally wouldn't let Qian Kuan an hour, out of his control, return to its peak state. For this reason, he had long ago added some means of control to the magic treasure given to the 2 to decapitate their bodies. As long as the 2 hearts are rebellious, he will be able to make their cultivation dissipate and their souls fly away with his backhand. Di Jun 3 people see the time and Qian Kuan, from the dark slowly out, is also slightly frowned, pondering the intentions of Hong Jun. In fact, the paragon path that was previously taught is missing the most crucial part. If the 3 corpses are not chopped off in turn with treasures that have the same root and origin and the same laws, then one's life will be limited to quasi-saintly perfection, and one will not be able to break through to the realm of saints at all. In the way of the flood world, the number of saints that can withstand it is limited, and it is only because I have no choice that I have come up with this plan. And you, as my favored candidates, are naturally qualified to occupy one of them. Hong Jun spit out the hidden between. Emperor Jun 3 people pupils rapid shrinkage, did not think that the other party actually concealed, so critical news. This was to control the number of saints born within the flood world. But on hearing the last sentence, Di Jun and the Duke of the East King were suddenly secretly delighted. Going forward, not only are there a limited number of saints, but they occupy 3 of those positions. In that case, what can they not do? No wonder Hong Jun, earlier, did not place the 4 Qings and the 12 ancestral witches in his eyes at all. With this kind of winning card in hand, as long as they break through to the realm of saints, the 4 Qing and the 12 ancestral witches are not at their mercy. Tai still maintains the same look on the surface, the same color as Emperor Jun and the 2 of them, but secretly it is up to the mind of the informer. You can be undefeated in the first place if you make friends with both sides at the same time, and if 2 tigers fight, one will get hurt. He was able to have a chance to annex whichever side lost in the end. If it was a lose-lose situation, then it wasn't impossible for him to take a chestnut out of the fire. A mole swallowing an elephant. Di Jun, this is one of the supreme Heavenly Dao exotic treasures, the celebration clouds of the heavens, which were created from the vast and righteous energy in Pangu's heart, and ranked alongside the innate supreme treasures. This treasure hangs above your head. You can be invincible, and when you offer it, it is all evils to avoid retreating. All laws do not touch. The 5-colored light shines in the heavens. The 8 tones of immortal music resonates throughout the world. You are an emperor, and the times when you do it yourself are few and far between, so this treasure is just right for you. Di Jun was filled with joy as he received the celebration clouds of the heavens and hurriedly bowed his thanks to Hong Jun. Many thanks to Dao Ancestor for the treasure. Hongjun nodded with a light smile, then pulled out another magic treasure and handed it to Tai.
This is one of only a handful of innate treasures in heaven and earth,
transformed from the axe blade of the heaven-opening divine axe.
Looking at the many magic treasures throughout the flood,
the single offensive power it possesses is second only to the heaven-opening divine axe. Along with your companion's supreme treasure, the Chaos Bell, they are the three treasures of the opening of the heavens. But due to its terrifying power, remember not to sacrifice it easily, so as not to fail to grasp its sharpness and injure yourself. Do you understand? Tai didn't expect Hongjun to be so generous that he could even take out this kind of magic treasure and give it away.
It seems that the magnitude of his scheme is far greater than he could have imagined.
Or it's not even intended to let them live to the end.
The day when the utilization value was drained was the day when all of them were sent on their way and all of their magic treasures were counted.
Thinking of this, Tai's heart immediately rose a little cold,
and hastily and respectfully received the Pango streamer, and thanked him for his kindness.
Many thanks to Dao Ancestor for the treasure. Aha!
After nodding with a kind face,
Hongjun once again pulled out 3 Qiankuan bags and handed them over to Dijun's trio.
In here are treasures to help you decapitate your corpses. So I hope that you will decapitate the 3 corpses as soon as possible and step into the realm of Paragon Perfection. At that time, I will have an important task for you to handle. Furthermore, before the time is ripe, remember not to provoke the 4 Qing and 12 ancestral witches again. Understand? Hearing this, Dijun couldn't help but frown slightly, asking Hongjun how long he needed to wait for the timing to mature.
Dare I ask, Ancestor, how much longer do we need to stay? Hongjun eyes calmly scanned the 3. Then slightly shook his head blandly. Let it need not care more. When the time is right, I will send Qiankuan to inform you. Seeing Hongjun say so, the Duke of Dongwang could not help but inquire again.
If there is no specific time,
we can. However,
before his words were finished,
Hongjun sent the 3 of them out of the Purple Heavenly Palace. Go on, seize the opportunity to cultivate the way of the Paragon,
and don't continue to waste time on this kind of issue.
Chapter 58, Tai Chao's Concerns,
the only orthodoxy in heaven and earth.
3,500 big chapters, outside the chaotic sky, in the void of the universe. Shu Rong's face was full of indignation,
and he spat out to the few people around him what Hongjun had done earlier.
That damned old mongrel, knowing full well that the Taiji diagram is the Taishang elder brother's exclusive magical treasure, yet he still gave it to that weakling, the Duke of Dongwang. It's not obvious that you're picking a fight. Donggong, this time also rare with Shu Rong, reached the same opinion. Full of anger, also spit up. Hongjun played the underhanded means.
That godly look the Duke of Dongwang had when he went forward to receive his orders was so indebted, and he also said boldly that as long as there is a breath left, he will definitely control the floodplain for the old bastard and not allow the 10,000 souls and beings to have any more disputes. You must know that we, the Pango direct lineage, are the true masters of this heaven and earth. An old mongrel whose centipede has become a spirit also wants to seek power and usurp the throne.
What arrogance! The 12 ancestral witches spewing here and there didn't disturb Tai Chao's thoughts. Ever since he came out of the Purple Heaven Palace, he had a vague feeling of uneasiness. Hongjun completely belongs to, do not see the rabbit does not disperse the eagle's mane. Since the Duke of Dongwang and the Dijun brothers were left behind, there must have been a not-so-small plot in it. Is it hard to believe that Timothy and Qiankuan have really fallen out with him? In search of a brand new tool, only to choose the 3 Taijins, who are qualified to stir up the situation in the flood. If there hadn't been a falling out and Timothy and Qiankuan had been sent by him to the shadows on a secret mission, 80% likely trying to target them. Thinking about this, Tai Chao's heart suddenly rose. Some sense of urgency and crisis. A mere defeated general, who has only received some rewards from the old bastard, dares to go against us. Simply doesn't know how to write the word death. Tong Tian also had a stern look in his eyes at this time, and was incomparably angry at Lord Dongwang's previous arrogance. If it weren't for the shelter of Hongjun, today would be the day he lost his life. Yuan Sure, on the other hand, was frowning slightly, pondering the intent of Hongjun's earlier move. The old bastard has summoned the 3D Jun to stay behind this time, so he must be trying to support them so that they have the capital to fight against us. But as of right now, they are just joining forces, and they are not necessarily a match for any of us, any of the 4 brothers. What kind of tactics will the old bastard have to use in order to make it separate from us? Hearing this, Emperor Jiang spoke out with a cold, light hum with disdain in his eyes. It doesn't matter what kind of machinations those 2 mongrel birds have with the old bastard, and how much support they get from the old mongrel. As long as we seize the time and raise our strength as soon as possible, it is the old bastard who gathers all the innate holinesses in the flooded heavens and earth, and he will never want to take the slightest advantage. People should never take it lightly. That old bastard is very shady. If there is no absolute certainty, it is impossible to engage in these small actions in front of us.
Taicho also came back from his thoughts at this time and reminded the crowd with a slightly condensed expression.
Since he now dares to blatantly pull in the 3D June, it means that the plotting is complete. Whether we stop it or not, the chess game it has laid out is no longer likely to be disrupted. Fourth brother, isn't this a good game to break? When Tong Tian heard Taichu's concern,
a fierce light appeared in his eyes, and cold killing intent slowly overflowed from his body.
Since we can't solve the problem, wouldn't it be better to solve the person who caused the problem? Di Jun, Tai Yi, the Duke of the East,
and even Timeless and Xian Koan, even if they were supported by the old mongrels, it would be impossible for them to transform into strength in a short period of time. As long as we find them and suppress them all, that old bastard will have to find someone to carry it out even if he plotted perfectly. Won't he? This statement was instantly recognized by the 12 ancestral witches, and their eyes were lit up with fighting spirit and killing intent.
What Brother Tong Tian said is very true.
As long as the person who created the problem is solved, naturally any problem can be solved.
Leave it to me, that bastard Duke Dong Wang, who dared to fling his face at the two elder brothers. Let's see if I don't split him into black charcoal.
Fushi has been favored by Taichu in many ways, and it is naturally impossible for him to hide back at this time.
Fellow Taoist Taichu, if there is anything I can use, please feel free to ask, and I will do my best to help.
Although my strength is not as good as your fellow Taoists, I still have some words of authority in the extraterrestrial stars.
After such a long period of time together, whether it was the favor of the law divine pill or the care given to Chang Shi, all of them made Shiha recognize Taichu and the others. Now that the other party was at the point of use, she naturally wouldn't back down.
The Fusang Divine Tree on the Sun Star has an incomparably important role for the Di Jun duo. Before heading to the Violet Sky Palace, the duo also attempted to break the great formation left behind by the four fellow Taoists. Now that the sermon has ended, I'm sure that both will still go to the Sun Planet and try to find a way to take back the Fusang Divine Tree.
I can keep an eye on the Sun Star, and as soon as the two of them appear, I can notify the four Taoists to come and eliminate the two completely.
As a staunch supporter of the four purities, Shi Wangmu was naturally not timid at this time.
Feel free to ask if you can use me, although my strength isn't too strong. Intercepting one or two great Luo Golden Immortals isn't a difficult task. Taichu looked at the 12 ancestral witches, Shiha, Fushi and others who wanted to help. The heart doubly gratified at the same time, slightly shook his head and rejected the proposal of the crowd.
Since Hongjun dared to leave the three Duke of Dongwang behind in front of us,
he must have a way to deal with the deduction and tracing. If you all don't believe me, you can exert your divine abilities to deduce the location of the three, or relevant information.
It is guaranteed that not even a semblance of information related to it can be deduced.
Once these words came out, Taishan and Fushi, who are the most skillful in deduction,
immediately started to divine the information about Emperor Jun's three people.
However, it was just as Taichu had said. In order not to expose the plan,
Hongjun had long ago used the Jade Saucer of Creation to obscure the karma and destiny on the 3D Jun. The two of them used various divination aptitudes and deduced for nearly an hour, but they were unable to search out even the slightest bit of information about the three of them, protecting it so secretly. It seems that Hongjun's scheme this time is not small.
While the gravity in Taishan's eyes grew,
his desire for strength became 3 times more urgent.
Second brother,
third brother,
and fourth brother.
In order to ensure that nothing goes wrong, you guys also have to replenish the ethereal wood air as soon as possible and step into the realm of the mixed golden immortal.
Big brother, this is the only and best way to break the situation that I have thought of so far. As long as all four of us step into the dual mixing of body and law, then even if Hongjun doesn't want Bilian's personal downfall,
relying on the divine might of the formation deduced by third brother, it's not impossible to hack him to death. Between their brows and eyes, the thoughts of the four of them soon came to an agreement, and Taichu also turned to the 12 ancestral witches,
Fushi, Nuhua, Shiha, Shangxi, and Ziwangmu, to give their final instructions.
The four of us intend to go in search of the ethereal wood air and cultivate to the state of perfection of the mixed golden immortal as soon as possible,
so we won't be traveling with you to the floodlands. Di Jian,
you lead your younger siblings,
and when you return, remember not to take matters into your own hands.
Just do your best to improve your strength and expand the power of the Pangu Royal Court. As long as those two weedy birds don't come to provoke you of their own accord,
there's no need to deliberately search for them. Emperor Jiang smiled, frowned slightly, and asked the doubt in his heart, Brother Taichu, if they come to trouble us, what should we do? Naturally, if you can kill it, and if you can't kill it,
make it suffer serious injuries, and it won't dare to start a dispute with you again within 10,000 years.
Taichao's eyes flickered slightly at this query, and he gave the solution in a cold and stern tone. Remember, just because we're staying out of trouble for a while doesn't mean we have to fear them. Whether it's those two mongrel birds or that weakling, the Duke of Dongwang. If they dare to mess with you, beat them to death. This approach could be described as extremely in line with the hearts of the 12 ancestral witches, who immediately patted their chests and promised that they would never let go of any enemy who dared to mess with them. Fellow Daoist Fushi, fellow Daoist Nuwa, fellow Daoist Shiha, fellow Daoist Changshi, and fellow Daoist Zhuangmu, the way of paramount sainthood, as well as the way of merit to sainthood, as taught by Hong Jun, all have fatal flaws. Once one cultivates according to what he says, then one will certainly be under his control and will not be able to escape from his control for the rest of one's life. You will still follow the way of the mixed golden immortal, sense the subtleties of your own laws, and just take the path of lawbreaking. Although this path is not well traveled, it is after all the only orthodoxy recognized by the flood world and the chaotic universe. As long as you're willing to put in the effort, with your roots and enlightenment, it's only a matter of time before you're certified as a mixed Yuan Dao Lord. If that is not possible, after we break through the realm of the great Luo golden immortals of the mixed world and reclaim the flooded heaven and earth, we will open up the gradually reduced laws of the great Dao for you once again. At that time, wanting to break through to the mixed Yuan Dao Lord will definitely be much easier than it is now. As Tai Chao's words fell, some shock flashed across the eyes of the 5 Fushi people. It wasn't as if they hadn't sensed that the laws of the great Dao in the heavens and earth were gradually becoming obscure and hard to understand. Originally, it was thought that it was the influence of the infinite quantum revelation that caused the baleful energy to erode the heavens and the earth, which caused the laws of the great Dao to become more and more invisible. It had not occurred to me that all of this was man-made. Don't worry, fellow Daoist Tai Chu. We have understood all the pros and cons of this matter, and we will certainly not fall into Hongjuan's trap. Seeing that Fushi and the others had heard the latent meaning in his words, Tai Chu nodded slightly and put away the causal arcane mirror that had been open since he left the Violet Heavenly Palace. After all, whether it was the spitting of the 12 ancestor witches or the reminders and deliberations between them, it could not be made known to Hong Jun. If I don't impose some means me, it is estimated that when Zhu Rong spat, the other party sensed that someone was cursing and in turn turned their gaze on them. Gentlemen, this is the end of today's matter. We will go first. Taichu slightly arched his hand towards Fushi and the others to say goodbye, and then took the 3 people on Tai Shang to turn into rainbow light and instantly disappeared within the chaotic universe, while the 12 ancestor witches, the Fushi siblings, the Shiha sisters, and the Queen Mother of the West, after bidding farewell to each other, they went back to their respective homes to continue practicing, waiting for the call of Taichu, and doing their best to help in the things that they had planned. Chapter 59, Kong Xian makes a big success. 10 innate spiritual roots. 5 needle pine. 3000 large chapter. The middle pole of the flood, west of the Buzhou mountain, billions and billions of miles away. The golden rock looked at the bell, feather fan, and pagoda in his hands, and his eyes showed helplessness and chagrin. Brother, we've been out for thousands of years, yet we've only harvested 3 innate spiritual treasures. This is such a big gap from the traveling process that Master Teacher told us about. In particular, of the 3 innate spiritual treasures obtained, apart from the feather fan which they had found unintentionally, the other 2 were trophies obtained after others came looking for trouble and were killed by them in return. Is it really a matter of luck? Why don't we go back and ask Uncle Yuansher if there are any magic artifacts that increase our luck or can aid in treasure hunting? It's so pointless to keep wandering around aimlessly like this. In this regard, Kong Xian also felt immensely depressed and had some doubts about his own fortune. Follow the process of traveling as told to him by Tong Tian. Although it wasn't as if there were countless treasures waiting for them to discover with every step they took. Basically every time they passed, they were able to obtain some rare treasures, but they'd been out traveling for over 3,000 years. Instead, he only found a pile of broken copper and iron, which couldn't even rival the 5 elements divine blade sword, a separate one in his hand, by half. Brother, counting the time, Master and the others should be back soon. Why don't we go back to Kunlun Mountain? No. This proposal of Jin Peng's, Kong Xian directly rejected him without even thinking about it. How can we live up to our master's expectations when we've gone out on our first excursion without any gains, only bringing back a pile of broken copper and iron? Naturally, Jin Peng didn't want to, just like that, slink back with 3 fartless magic treasures. At that time, even if the Taishan didn't say anything, he would still feel guilty and remorseful, feeling that he had failed the other party's teachings. But the flood world was vast and boundless, and they had no clues of the chance. So where should they go to find a satisfactory harvest when they were aimless? Just after both of them fell into silence and kept wandering among the mountains and rivers for several hours, Kong Xian's eyes suddenly rose with a little surprise. Jin Peng, come with me. I seem to have sensed the chance, said, did not wait for the golden rock to respond, then straight into a 5-colored rainbow light, towards the place where the chances sped away. Brother, wait for me. The golden rock was stunned for a moment at his words. Just like that? Nothing is prepared and you say there's a chance? Originally, it had planned to ask what kind of chance it was, but when he came back to his senses from his daze, he saw that Kong Xian was already about to fly out, beyond his range of vision. Seeing this, the golden rock couldn't think of anything else and directly turned into a golden light, chasing after the other party in the direction where they disappeared. The two brothers, one after the other, soared at breakneck speed for more than a few months before they successively stopped at the top of a lonely peak that towered over the clouds. My dear brother, you've just left thousands of miles away after dropping these two words. If I hadn't practiced both the laws of space and speed, I really wouldn't have been able to catch up with you. What kind of chance is it that makes you so excited that you can't even care about your own brother? As soon as Jin Peng's inquiry fell, Kong Xian forced himself to hold back the excitement and joy in his heart, pointing remotely at the 1,000-foot giant tree towering in the center of the lonely peak, and uttering its name. One of the 10 great innate spiritual roots, the 5-needle pine. What? Hearing Kong Xian's agitated low roar, some shock suddenly rose in Jin Peng's eyes, and he hurriedly looked in the direction of his finger. One could only see the center of the lone peak, under the shroud of the innate 5 elements grand formation, a pine tree that was enough to be 1,000 feet tall and 100 feet wide, with the 5 elements of the Dao rhyme climbing on it, and gold, wood, water, fire, and earth rotating endlessly, was towering over it, wantonly blossoming with 5-colored dazzling light. Surprisingly, it really is a 5-needle pine. Brother, you're so lucky. Not only will this not fail Master's expectations, but it will also be able to help the 3 master uncles and solve the problem of the lack of ethereal wood air. The 5-needle pine was one of the top 10 extreme innate spiritual roots of the floodplains. Legend has it that the innate 5-needle pine will bear pine cones, which will change every 5,000 years, and a total of 3 changes of 15,000 years will be needed for a season of maturity. And the pine nuts produced are divided into the 5 elements of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth, 10 for each, totaling 50 nuts. Each pine cone contained a trace of the corresponding innate 5 elements of aura. If one eats 1 pine nut of each of these 5 attributes, it will help the cultivator to gather the 5 elements of qi. If one eats 100 pine nuts of each attribute, those with deep chances may be able to change their destiny and transform their physique into an innate 5 spirit body. Right now, the pine seed that was produced on top of this innate 5-needle pine was at the time of that third change. In other words, the pine seed had matured. In addition, as the innate 5-needle pine has all the 5 elements of the very best innate spiritual roots, cultivation under its tree can not only greatly enhance the absorption of the 5 elements of spiritual qi, but also increase the ability to understand the 5 elements of the law. It could be described as a supreme treasure that everyone in the realm of the great Luo Golden Immortal would want to keep for themselves. This innate 5 elements mixed elemental formation has the 5-needle pine as its foundation, and the 5 elements of heaven and earth as its nodes, so in order to break it perfectly, we still have to think of a good way to do so. Kong Xian looked at the 5-needle pine that was shrouded in a large formation. The color of thought in his eyes flickered slightly as he hurriedly recalled the way of formations that Tong Tian had taught him, with the 5 elements against the 5 elements, and under the mutual reinforcement, as long as the 5 important nodes linking the 5 elements of heaven and earth were precisely found, this formation could be perfectly broken. Golden rock, you leave farther away, so that it won't affect you when you break the formation later. With a definite plan in mind, Kong Xian immediately began to take action. 5-colored divine light reflecting heaven and earth. In an instant, the 5-colored divine light enveloped the entire top of the lone peak, and the 5 elements of heaven and earth that flowed on it then all fell into Kong Xian's eyes. The nodes used to link the 5 elements of heaven and earth with the great array were also found very easily. 5 elements sword Dao 1 stance reverse life obliteration. The positive 5 elements can generalize all things and nourish heaven and earth. Reversing the 5 elements can kill all spirits and grind down all beings. This style of sword Dao was created by Kong Xian based on the divine might of the reverse 5 elements. The moment the 5 elements divine blade sword was offered, the reverse 5 elements then climbed on top of the divine sword, and in the way of the 5 elements, it turned into a roiling 5-colored sword astral deity, like an indestructible tidal wave, surging furiously towards the 5 nodes. The innate 5 elements mixed elements formation, as if sensing the threat, also frantically extracted the power of the 5 elements of heaven and earth, supporting the 5 elemental shields to block Kong Xian's attack. However, the 5-colored sword asters that roamed the sky not only restrained the formation, but also had the power to disrupt the 5 elements of heaven and earth. So much so that the speed of the innate 5 elements mixed elemental grand formation, which was drawing out the power of the 5 elements, was simply no match for the consumption of blocking attacks. After only holding out for no more than a tea time, Kong Xian shattered 5 important nodes and lost all ability to resist.
To be able to hold out for a tea time when the 5 elements are rebellious and unruly.
This formation is not bad.
Kong Xian looked at the innate 5 elements mixed elements grand formation that was still absorbing the 5 elements of heaven and earth and recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye when the important nodes were broken. The idea of wanting to burn it onto the 5 elements divine blade sword was born.
I remember Uncle Tai Chu.
I think he gave me a talisman like this. Between murmurs, Kong Xian quickly found the heaven-stealing talisman that had the ability to brand all the laws of heaven and earth and burn the world's divine abilities from the talismans given by Tai Chu.
Reflecting all laws, limitless and infinite. Go!
Between the surge of mana in his palm, the heaven-stealing talisman suddenly enlarged to a level that was enough to encompass the entire top of the lone peak.
The innate 5 elements hybrid formation,
in the way of the 5 nodes that had been shattered, had not yet recovered, and did not have the slightest ability to resist, so it was directly swallowed up and sealed in.
It's done.
A look of ecstasy grew in Kong Xian's eyes.
Immediately afterward,
he covered the heaven-stealing talisman over the 5 elements divine blade sword, allowing it to gradually integrate the innate 5 elements mixed elements grand formation sealed within it into the 5 divine swords.
Brother, you really are amazing.
The formation that heaven and earth used to protect the extreme innate spiritual root.
You actually opened it in 3 or 2 swipes.
Seeing that the formation had gone, the golden rock came to Kong Xian's side with great glee, praising the strength of his skills.
Ha ha ha,
just a fluke. If it weren't for the fact that the 5-needle pine was destined to be with me, and that this great formation happened to fit in with the path I cultivate, I wouldn't have been able to break it up so easily.
Kong Xian responded very modestly,
but the self-satisfied color in his eyes could not be concealed no matter what.
Now I've broken the formation.
The task of digging out the 5-needle pine perfectly and bringing it back to Master and the others is in your hands. Jin Ping knew that this was Kong Xian letting the credit go to him. With gratitude in his heart, he agreed with a pat on the back.
No problem. Watch me. After saying that,
the golden rock came to the front of the 5-needle pine, and according to the method taught by Tai Chu, he used the 2 chi of yin and yang to continuously erode the earth, gradually wrapping all the roots of the 5-needle pine to make sure that there would not be any breakage afterward.
Immediately,
he made use of the sleeve of heaven and earth,
and incorporated the 5-needle pine into the inner heaven and earth.
Brother,
bring this back. Master and the others will definitely be happy. Anyway, there's nowhere to go now.
So why don't we just go back to the Kunlun Mountains and give Master and the others a big surprise?
Kong Xian naturally had no opinion. With the harvest of the 5-needle pine, there was no longer any point in seeking other opportunities. As long as it was sent back safely, it would surely be appreciated by the Taishang and the others. Chapter 60, The Eastern King's Duke establishes the immortal court and leads people to forcefully break into the Kunlun Mountains? 3,000 big chapters. The middle pole of the flood. The top of Buzhou Mountain. More than 1,000 years have passed since the second sermon fell. Since the Duke of the East King began to receive the admiration of Hongjun, the ambition in his heart has become more and more inflated. Upon his return, he recruited his troops and set about the task of founding the immortal court. After thousands of years of hard work, he had not only forged the prototype of the immortal court, but had also gathered a large number of Tai golden immortals, as well as 7 Dala powerhouses of decent strength. It can be described as a full face of the world. Not in vain,
he shamelessly with Emperor Jun 2 people to ask to come.
33 heavens in the lower 12 heavens.
It is important to know that in the current flooded heavens and earth, the way of the quasi-saints is still only just popularized, and the way of the mixed elements is becoming more and more difficult to follow. So much so that there were very few strong people above the great Luo Golden Immortal. To be able to recruit 7 great Luo Golden Immortals at once was already very fortunate. Now that everything is ready, it's time to formally create the immortal court, so that my name, the Duke of the East King, will completely resonate through the flooded heavens and earth. Full of excitement, the Duke of Dongwang put on the gilt-coiled dragon emperor's robe of the level of the innate spiritual treasure, the gold and red onyx 12-tasseled crown, holding the dragon head crutch, the symbol of the head of the male immortals, and holding the taijutsu on the top of his head, and flew into the clouds of the 9 skies, and proclaimed the heavens and earth with a slightly condensed expression in a loud voice. I am the Duke of the East King, transformed by the air of the first son of the innate heaven, commanded by the Taoist ancestor to manage the flooded heavens and earth, to protect the 10,000 souls and beings from the pains of the calamity gas intrusion, and to be the head of the male immortals and the lord of the immortal court. I hope that the Heavenly Dao will appreciate this. The moment the high shouts fell, 1,000 feet of imperial purple chi came from the east, 100 miles of golden lotus of merit manifested in the void, and bursts of arcane Taoist rhythms reverberated through the heavens and earth. How can it be so little? As the Duke of the East King looked at the thousands of visions that were gradually manifesting, his eyes couldn't help but raise some doubts. According to the vast and boundless chi and merit of the 2D June brothers and the 12 ancestral witches, When they set up the heavenly court of the demon race and the court of the Pangu king, he founded the immortal court, not only by the Taoist ancestors' admiration, but also has his own, not inferior to the Emperor Jun duo of the Supreme Young Emperor Destiny. Even if the demon heavenly court and the Pangu king's court had gathered most of the chi of the 10,000 races within the flooded heavens and earth, it's not like he's going to get just this much reward. Can it be that it's because the immortal court isn't complete in the absence of the Western Queen Mother that the amount of chi and heavenly Dao merit gathered is so little? The moment this thought arose, some coldness in the eyes of the Duke of Dongwang passed away quietly. It seems that a trip to the Kunlun Mountains must be made, and although Shi Wangmu is sheltered by the four purities, it is said that several of them left in completely opposite directions, although it is not clear exactly where the four Qing doctrines are, but at least it is also in the opposite direction from the Kunlun Mountains, since the Queen Mother of the West is not in the same place as the four Qing doctrines. As long as I make a quick battle it shouldn't be a problem, but before that, it's still necessary to utilize these fortunes and merits to step into the Paragon path. In the midst of his thoughts, the Duke of Dongwang then sacrificed the three innate spiritual treasures given by Hongjun, the Sunrise Bell, the Young Jade, and the Sunset Pearl. 3 pieces of magic treasure are the time of the fall of Pangu, the overflow of some of the masculine air, combined with the power of heaven and earth 3 yang, containing the innate prohibition of 16, 3 if united, will be able to manifest a complete law of the Supreme Yang. It is the decapitation magic treasure that Hongjun searched specifically for the Duke of Dongwang, for the decapitation of corpses, as for the cultivation of the way of the associate saints. Apart from the strict requirements of the magic treasure for decapitating the corpse, there were no other preoccupations. Good, evil, and the self, which one to cut out first depends on one's enlightenment and chance. At the beginning of the establishment of the immortal court, the merits and fortunes of the immortal court were mostly good. The moment Lord Dongwang sacrificed the corpse decimator Dharma treasure, the sunrise bell trembled slightly and blossomed into a ray of hopeful sunlight that enveloped his body. Good corpse, chop. The sound of a light drink fell. A 1 meter and 4.5 tall, gentle and elegant, looking at the heart of goodwill and peace of mind of a young man, from the brow of the Duke of the East King of the Split Out, holding up the sunrise bell, slightly owed a light smile and said his identity. I, Taoist Primordial Yang, meet the honored one. In the face of the good corpse's greeting, the face of the Duke of the East King, however, did not have much joy. This was because the chi and merit gained from founding the immortal court was merely enough for him to behead the good corpse, not even 1% of what he would need to behead the second corpse. This undoubtedly made it, more and more, want to get the Queen Mother of the West. With the authority of the head of the female immortals in her body, she would be able to make the immortal court completely perfect, gather more chi, as well as obtain more heavenly merits. With that, after collecting the good corpse back into his body, the Duke of the East King landed back within the immortal court and began to count his troops. Now that the immortal court only has a young pole, it still needs to be combined with a yin pole in order for the chi to reach its peak. Lu Yun, Lei Guang, the 2 of you will go with me to bring back the Western Queen Mother, and the rest of you will build the immortal court according to the original plan. After saying that, the Duke of the East King transformed into a dragon-shaped golden rainbow and led the 2 early Dala golden immortals as they approached the Kunlun Mountains at a rapid pace. Brother, we're finally getting home. The golden lock looked at the slight outline of the sky from afar, and his eyes were filled with a color of delight and excitement. After more than 5,000 years of traveling away from home, it's finally time to arrive home. With the 5-needle pine this harvest, I think the Supreme Master, the beginning of the Master Uncle, Tong Tian Master Uncle, the beginning of the Master Uncle, will be happy heart praise them it. Yeah, we're finally getting home. Kong Xian's heart at this time is also incomparable excitement, cannot wait to immediately return to the cave in the Kunlun Mountains. This harvest will be offered to the Tai Chu and others. They were able to survive peacefully, have these skills today, and feel the warmth of their families, all because of the dedicated teaching of the 4 clearings, and the attentive care of the Queen Mother of the West. The gift of saving a life, the gift of raising a child, the gift of teaching, are all greater than the heavens. The 5-needle pine is merely foreplay for the payoff. In the future, the 2 of them, the brothers, would scavenge for more magical treasures and spirit roots to offer as gifts to the 4 purities. Anyone who dares to mess with the 4 purities is an undying enemy of the 2 of them. Just as the 2 men's hearts were pounding, a burst of stern voices and loud shouts suddenly came. Queen Mother of the West, don't be insensitive. I am the head of the male immortals hand-picked by the Dao ancestor, bearing the destiny of the Supreme Young Emperor, and destined to rule over all beings in heaven and earth as the Lord of the Immortal Court, as the first Yin of the innate primordial Yin that was transformed into you, and the head of the female immortals appointed by the Dao ancestor. You should become my Dao couple. Work with me to manage this flooded heaven and earth.
Lord Dong Wang, I don't want to get involved in your, much less be your Taoist couple, so if there's nothing else to do, get the hell out of here. I don't welcome trash like you here. When Kong Xian and the two of them heard this, their eyes immediately ignited with infinite anger. How dare they block outside the cave and bully the Queen Mother of the West, who treats them like her own son, simply looking for death. Since you're so uneducated, then I won't be blamed for being unreasonable. Flowing cloud, thunder light, dismantle these formations for me. Once these words came out, Kong Xian two people's anger instantly skyrocketed several times in their hearts, and they have sacrificed the yin and yang two chi bottles and the 5 elements of the divine blade sword, and killed the 3 people who were about to make a move to break the formation. If you dare to insult my family, you will all die. 5 elements sword Dao 1 stance reverse life mend heaven. Yin and yang great mill, crushing heaven and destroying earth. In an instant, the 5 elements divine blade sword fused into one, and the innate 5 elements mixed elements grand formation inscribed on it instantly extracted the 5 elements of the surrounding heaven and earth, transforming into an infinite amount of 5-colored sword diameters covering the heaven and earth. The bottle of yin and yang tu chi madly spewed out yin and yang tu chi. Under the command of Jin Pang, it generalized into 3 shadows with 1% of the power of the yin and yang great mill, and with the might of crushing space and time, it shrouded the 2 of them who wanted to break the formation of the Lu Yun. Damn! Where did these 2 little monsters come from? How is it possible that Tai perfection can exert a might close to that of an early Dao Lord? Flash! The Lu Yun duo were nothing more than ordinary innate cloud chi, innate thunder transformation, and the magic treasures in their hands were only ordinary innate spirit treasures. Even though their cultivation levels were all at the early stage of the Great Luo, they were able to face the Kong Xian duo, who were sufficient to crush them in terms of both roots, magic treasures, and the Great Dao. The gap between the 2 sides could be described as close to nothing, and the most crucial point, the 2 simply do not have the intention to die. Kong Xian 2 brothers are running to screw them to death. Moves do not leave room for error. The moment the 4 collided together, the entire situation took on a one-sided appearance. The 5 elements sword deity and the yin-yang great mill. Under the uninterrupted continuous bombardment, the flowing clouds and the thunderlight did not have the slightest ability to fight, and they could only rush to the Duke of the East for help. What 2 losers! When did the Queen Mother of the West recognize such 2? Battle power against the heavens. Righteous sons? Under the duo's continuous pleas for help, the Duke of Dongwang's face was really a bit ugly. However, after setting their eyes on the magic treasures in the hands of Kong Xian and the 2 of them, a little bit of joy rose again. With his eyesight, the 2 magic treasures were, at the very least, extreme innate spiritual treasures with more than 40 innate prohibitions. This Kunlun mountain is really my treasure. This trip will not only be able to bring back a heavenly match for my Dao couple, but also, incidentally, harvest 2 superb innate spiritual treasures that fit my heart. Between the flow of thoughts, the Duke of Dongwang immediately sacrificed the dragon's head abduction. Eyes cold and stern voice shouted, just 2 yellow mouths. How dare you be so rude and unreasonable? As the head of the male immortals hand-picked by the Dao ancestor, I must not let you continue to act wildly. As he spoke, the dragon head crutch instantly transformed into a 10,000-foot golden dragon, roaring as it launched itself at the Kong Xian duo. Damn Duke Dongwang, if you have the ability to have done battle with me, what's the point of bullying 2 little guys? The Queen Mother of the West, seeing that the Duke of the East does not speak of martial virtues, and even bullying the small with the big, and striking out at Kong Xian and the 2 of them, was unable to contain the anger in her heart any longer, and flew out from the cave. Protecting himself with the vegetarian flag of the Western Cloud Realm, the trumpet celestial harp played psychedelic sounds, forcing back the Duke of the East while at the same time, the golden phoenix hairpin was used to generalize a 10,000-foot golden phoenix, causing it to go forward to restrain the golden dragon transformed by the dragon head crutch. It made it impossible to get close to the Kong Xian duo by the slightest bit. Chapter 61 Kong Xian Rock. Do you know who our master is? The Duke of the East King looked at the Queen Mother of the West, who was separated from him, and some contempt grew in his eyes as he sneered and mocked at her. One slow step at a time. Queen Mother West, your decision not to create the immortal court with me is the most wrong decision and a betrayal of the Dao Father. In today's flooded heavens and earth, the great Luo Golden Immortal is no longer the pinnacle, and the way of the paragon is the mainstream. I'm also no longer the same as before. The Duke of the East, who was allowed to be bullied by the 4 clearings and didn't dare to say anything. Rather, it is the Lord of the Immortal Court who rules heaven and earth and reigns over all spirits and beings. As the high cold voice fell, the good corpse, first sun transformed from its brow, holding up the sunrise bell, and with a kind face, he owed a slight bow to the Queen Mother of the West. I am Taoist Primordial Yang. I have met fellow Taoist Queen Mother of the West. Please don't resist and obediently follow me back to the Immortal Court to make up for the missing chi.
The Queen Mother of the West really didn't expect that the Duke of the East had already chopped off a corpse and broken through to the early stage of paramount sainthood.
It seems to have received no small amount of support from Hong Jun. Fortunately, before she came out, she had already informed Tai Chu and the others. As long as she could hold back the Duke of the East King and prevent him from harming the Kong Xian duo, when the time comes for Taicho to return, it will be the time for him to die without a burial place. Want me to go back with you? It's a daydream. Cold voice roar. The Queen Mother of the West Royal Western Cloud World Vegetable Flag. Infinite gung gold air surging wildly. The strange image of dense. Heaven and earth are clear. As a representative of the golden power among the five-colored five-fold flag, the killing power it possesses is not as good as that of the Pan-Gu flag and the Chaos Bell. However, it was one of the best among the very best innate spiritual treasures. The Good Corpse Christmas Sun, who held the Sunrise Bell, was one level above the Great Western Queen Mother in Realm Yes. However, the quasi-saintly path that he took was a tricky method, and for the enhancement of strength, it mainly depended on how the magic treasure of the decapitated body was. The Sunrise Bell was simply not even worthy of mentioning shoes in front of the Western Cloud Realm vegetable flag. Plus, the Queen Mother of the West followed Tai Chu's teachings and always insisted on practicing the way of mixed origin. Now, under the support of the innate Nanshui Peach, he had already perfected the cultivation of the law of the Most Een, and was just short of perfecting the 5 chi in his chest before he could break through to the realm of the mixed golden immortal. Cultivation realm aside, just in terms of actual combat power, Chor Yang was simply no match for the Queen Mother of the West. Only a few breaths of collision, it was drowned by the air of Geng Jin, no longer have just openly crazy, the top of the sunrise clock into a passive head turtle. I would have underestimated you. Seeing this, the Duke of the East King directly sacrificed the Taiji diagram, and a golden rainbow bridge shot out, knocking the Queen Mother of the West off her feet while at the same time shifting the primordial sun to the battlefield of Kong Xian's duo. The two of them, Lu Yun and Thunderlight, had already been violently beaten without the ability to fight back, and if they didn't find someone to take over, they were afraid that their souls would return to the heavens and their bodies would die. Queen Mother of the West, let me teach you some of the ways of womanhood. After saying that, the Duke of the East King threw the Taiji diagram in his palm towards the heaven and earth, and in an instant, thousands of golden rainbow bridges exploded out, approaching towards the Queen Mother of the West at a rapid pace. You want me to submit just because you're a coward who can only bully the small with the big? That's ridiculous. Looking at the primordial sun that was heading towards Kong Xian and the two of them, the Queen Mother of the West couldn't help but have some worries rising in her heart. However, she was now being held back by the Taiji diagram, and was simply unable to get away to go to the rescue. He could only keep circling around with the Duke of Dongwang, delaying time as much as possible and praying that the Taicho 4 would return quickly. It was true that Chor Yang's strength was not comparable to the Queen Mother of the West, but it was still more than enough to deal with Kong Xian and the Golden Rock. Even if the two of them had extremely high-quality innate spiritual treasures, as well as the divine techniques taught by Taishang and Tong Tian, they still couldn't make up for the gap that spanned two great realms. The sound of the sunrise bell echoed in their ears, as if the pain of a blazing fire was burning their bodies, constantly infesting the two of them. Kong Xian. It made it impossible for it to fight with all its might, and it could only release the innate 5 elements mixed elements grand formation to barely block Chorniang's attack. Asterisk 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 ing asshole? Do you know who our mother is? The golden rock hid under the formation, covering his ears with pain in his eyes, looking at Chor Yang with rage and killing intent in his eyes. Oh, looks like you guys have some background after all. Chorniang saw that the two had no way out and began to use their backgrounds as blackmail, and he immediately had the idea of teasing the two. After throwing the sunrise bell into the air and enveloping the surrounding area for 100 miles, ensuring that Kong Xian and the two were unable to escape, he immediately inquired about the two's reliance. Who is your mother? Tell us. If it's an old acquaintance, I might let you off the hook, but these two magic treasures, you all have to keep them as a reward for me teaching you what it means to respect the strong and what it means to treat people with humility. When the Golden Rock saw that Chor Yang was actually staring at their magic treasure, the hostility in his eyes grew and he responded to it with direct anger. Our mother is the head of the Phoenix Clan mixed golden immortal realm powerhouse Yuan Feng. Ha 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 ha, is so much fun. When Chor Yang heard Jin Peng's angry shout, he immediately revealed a mocking playful smile. I thought it was someone else, but I didn't expect it to be Yuan Feng. It really scared me to death. Don't you all know clearly that Yuan Feng fell into the immortal volcano cluster and has long since lived and died? If my guess is right, now she's afraid there's not even ashes left. How dare you threaten me with her? You might as well say that your own mother is the Queen Mother of the West, and maybe it would still have that much deterrent effect on me. The flowing clouds and thunder light, who had been brutally beaten up, bruised all over and pale to the core, listened to the Golden Rock's words. although his eyebrows showed the same mockery and disdain.
His heart could not help but rise with a little surprise and realization. No wonder a mere Tai perfection had such a powerful strength. It turned out to be the scion of the old mixed golden immortal. As the saying goes, a skinny camel is bigger than a horse. Given how rich the Phoenix clan was back then, it was reasonable for the two of them, who were the first sons of Yuan Feng, to possess two extreme innate spiritual treasures. If he could capture the two of them, he might be able to exchange a lot of resources and magic treasures with the Phoenix clan. At that time, even if the Duke of Dongwang ate the meat, with their current position among the immortal court, I think they would be able to make a lot of money just by drinking some soup, right? With this in mind, a little bit of greed and excitement gradually rose in the eyes of Lu Yun and Thunderlight as they looked at Kong Xian and the two of them. When Jin Peng saw Chor Yang, who dared to insult their mother in such a way, he immediately had the urge to go out and fight for his life. Fortunately, Kong Xian's reasoning was not engulfed by anger, and after stopping the furious golden rock, his eyes stared coldly at Chor Yang and questioned him in a deep voice. And do you know who our master is? With the divine ability techniques that the two of us have performed, you should be able to tell something about it. Upon hearing this, the playful smile on Chor Yang's face froze. As the good corpse of the East King's Duke, he had the same memories as the other side. After Kong Xian's reminder, he also noticed something strange, the yin and yang way that wears out all things. The terrifying sword technique of the Great Dao Fusion. These two had almost become the signature tactics of Taishang and Tong Tian, and the avatar Dao used by this Kong Xian duo seems to have a few shadows of the two. Did their masters? It's for clear. Oh, now you know you're afraid? Kong Xian looked at Chor Yang's face, which was gradually stiffening, and hostility grew in his eyes. Our masters are none other than Taishang and Tong Tian of the Four Purities, and these two magic treasures we use were refined by Master Uncle Yuan Shi. This party's grand formation, on the other hand, is carved from the talismans given by Uncle Tai Chu, the master. Didn't you just want it all? As he spoke, Kong Xian dispersed the innate 5 elements mixed elements formation and handed the 5 elements divine blade sword to Chor Yang. Now they're within your reach. If you're not afraid of my master asking for it, just take it. Only, do you really dare? Kong Xian's stern and furious voice fell, and heaven and earth were instantly dead silent. Whether it was the three of them, Chu Yang, Lu Yun, and Lei Guang, or the Duke of the East, who was holding down the Queen Mother of the West, they all stiffened in place. Chapter 62, The Eastern King's Duke's legs go weak with fear. The 4 Qing kings visited West Kunlun. A chill instantly climbed up into the heart of the Duke of Dongwang, and a scene from the past when he was brutally beaten by the 4 clearances began to flash through his mind as if it were a walking lantern. He should have thought long ago that this kind of familiar avatar Dao would be taught by no one at all, except for those two perverts, Taishang and Tong Tian. There is no way back from what has happened. Even if the 4 purities knew everything about this place, it should take quite a bit of time for them to come to the rescue of the 3 Western Queen Mothers. As long as he fought quickly, he would surely be able to leave in one piece. Although the heart rises up with endless chills, the Duke of Dongwang gradually becomes slightly hardened under the constant self-consolation. Retrieving the Taiji diagram above his palm, he forced himself to straighten his body and instantly came to Chor Yang's side. With a slightly disdainful expression, he coldly and angrily rebuked at Kong Xian and the two of them. When you say that your masters are the 4 purities, are they the 4 purities? I haven't heard of them taking in any of their disciples since I've known them, but just by learning some fur from the cat, you want to scare me with the name of the 4 purities. It's simply delusional. As he spoke, the Duke of Dongwang extended his hand to the 5 elements divine blade sword that Kong Xian had handed over, and while a hint of greed in the bottom of his eyes flickered, he continued to talk about his capital. Besides, even if you really are disciples of the 4 purities, so what? The me of today is no longer the griffin that was at their mercy. Rather, he is the head of the male immortals appointed by the Dao ancestor, the lord of the immortal court who rules over the flooded heavens and earth, the quasi-saintly powerhouse who has decapitated a corpse and is armed with the innate treasure, the taijutsu. A man lives by his face and a tree by its bark. Even though the Duke of Dongwang had already believed what Kong Xian and his duo had said, he had to maintain his composure in front of his men, even if he was in fear. Otherwise, once the people's hearts were scattered, it would undoubtedly be a fool's errand to establish the majesty of the Lord of the Immortal Court and unify the male immortals of the flood. As for taking the 5 elements divine blade sword, there was nothing but a hint of greed for the treasure itself. More than anything, he wanted to use this as a proof to show off his own might, as well as no longer feel intimidated by the 4 purities. Emo said that the 4 clearings are not here today. That is, if all 4 of them arrive at the same time, the amount of it will not dare to do anything to me. Just as the Duke of Dongwang was about to pocket the 5 elements divine blade sword under the slightly worshipful and fervent eyes of Lu Yun and Lei Guang, heaven and earth suddenly changed color. Infinite yin and yang qi surging wildly in the void. The clouds in the ninth heaven were covered by dark clouds in an instant, and the thunder dragons roared madly in the sky. The breath of destruction of space and time around him was constant, and the heavenly chances became obscure in the blink of an eye, and it was simply impossible to deduce any more information. What the hell is going on here? Looking at the sudden change of the surrounding heaven and earth, the Duke of Dongwang felt his scalp tingling, and the coldness that pierced his back made his cold sweat flow uncontrollably. And in an instant, the clothes behind him became wet. Since the start of the battle until now, not even an incense stick of time had passed. How could the four Qing come so quickly? Just as the Duke of Dongwang's mind was filled with doubts, a familiar cold snort entered his ears. Weren't you pretty tough just now? When it subconsciously looked at the sound, the four purities, led by Tai Cho, strolled out from the spacetime rift, their eyes coldly staring at him. Ancestor Dao's appointments, the Lord of the Immortal Court, and a quasi-saintly powerhouse. What a great name! When Tongtian's words fell, Yuan Shi became furious and insulted the Duke of Dongwang. You skinless, soft, bullying dog. A few days have not taught you a lesson, but you have become so rampant. Truly a 3 days without a fight owes people to clean up the skin, to come outside of our dojo, to beat our disciples by bullying them and robbing their magic treasures. How can you call yourself an immortal head with this kind of behavior? If you don't leave your life behind today, you still really think that the magic treasures in the hands of our four purities are all just some look-alike goods that can't kill anyone? As the words landed, Yuan Shi straightly offered the Qiankuan tripod and smashed it towards the heavenly spirit of the Duke of Dongwang. Damn! Why did it come by such a coincidence? If I had come back one incense burner later, no, even just half an incense burner, I would have been able to get away safely. Between the Imperial Taijuta's panicked moves, the Duke of Dongwang could be said to be chagrined to the extreme, and the bottom of his eyes were filled with murderous intent and hatred towards the four clearances. Go for it, Uncle Yuan Shi. A few more hits. Make sure you smash him to death. Let him insult our mother. Let him look down on Master Teacher and all of his uncles. Let him bully the small with the big. Jin Peng looked at the violently beaten Duke of Dongwang. The anger in his eyes was swept away and gradually replaced by a heart full of joy and excitement. Hands constantly waving, cheering for the beginning of the beginning. See its teeth and claws posture. Do not know also thought that he was violently beating the East Kingdom. Tai Cho looked at the golden rock stance, and with helpless eyes, he lightly smiled and shook his head, and from within the mustard space, he took out 3 drops of 3 light divine water. This is the 3 lights divine water, the premier healing elixir in the flooded heavens and earth. Saying that, he then flexed his fingers and 3 drops of 3 light divine water fell onto the bodies of the golden rock, Kong Xian, and the Queen Mother of the West. The injuries of the 3 people in the way were not serious, and they only suffered a few traumatic injuries. The moment the 3 light divine water entered the body, not only did it restore all the injuries on the 3 people's bodies, even the depleted spiritual chi also recovered most of it in an instant. Many thanks to fellow Taoist Tai Chu. There's no need for fellow Taoist Mother West to be so polite. Tai Cho lightly laughed and shook his head, and from within the mustard space, he took out a law divine elixir that had been refined earlier when Taishan made his breakthrough, handing it over to Shi Wangmu. This is a divine elixir of the laws that my elder brother has refined with 10,000 miles of violet chi, the golden lotus of Tao rhythm, and through the baptism of water and fire, and the creation of yin and yang, Dala golden immortals who walk the path of water and fire, yin and yang, and mixed golden immortals take it, and while raising a small realm, they can at least pull up the realized laws of the great Tao by 20%. It's not easy for you to delay and protect Kong Xian and the 2 of them, and you've been hard at work pulling with the Duke of the East King until we return. Consider this law divine pill as your reward this time. As Queen Mother of the West listened to Tai Chu's introduction of the divine pill of laws, her eyebrows widened slightly while she hurriedly shook her head slightly in an attempt to reject it. The Lord of the East is here because of me, or else. But before she could finish her words, Tai Chu took the law divine pill and forcefully shoved it into her hands. Everything is about the heart regardless of the signs. It is sufficient for you to have the intention to protect the 2 Kong Xian. As for the rest of the minutiae, none of it matters to me. Seeing this, the excitement in the bottom of the Queen Mother of the West size soared, and she respectfully bowed to Tai Chu to thank him for his kindness. Many thanks to fellow Taoist Tai Chu for the reward. No need for that. Between the manifestation of the divine pattern of laws in Tai Chu's eyes, he warmly mentioned to Shi Wangmu, the divine pill of laws can only be swallowed once in a person's lifetime. In your current situation, you are just short of having the 5 chi conceptions in your chest complete before you can break through to the realm of the mixed golden immortal. In order to maximize the benefits, it would be most effective to take this stand when you make your breakthrough. The Western Queen Mother nodded solemnly at his words, indicating that he had memorized them. Big brother, third brother, Taijuta's defense ability is not bad, so in order to avoid a long night's sleep,
We'd better go forward and help second brother. Taicho looked at the Duke of Dongwang, who was being violently beaten by Yuanshi but relying on the Taiji diagram's defensive ability to carry on hard, and immediately greeted the Taishan duo to make their move, then looking at him for a long time. Good, Tong Tian and Taishan successively answered, and then each of them sacrificed their Qingping swords in Yin Yang Great Mills, and killed towards the Duke of Dongwang. On the other hand, Taichu offered his god-slaying lance and pointed it at the two Luyans who were trembling on the side and didn't dare to vanish or say much. One gave a shot to ensure that both were defenseless before turning to join the siege. The Duke of the East King, who was already under the violent beating of Yuanshi and could only rely on the Taijita to cower in defense. Seeing that the three Taishan people had also joined the battle, some anxiety and panic flashed in their eyes. Hastily, he ranted, accused, and threatened at the four men, hoping to agitate them so that the siege would turn into a one-on-one. At that time, he might even have a chance to get away. Damn it, fight me one-on-one if you can. 4 people surrounding one of me. What kind of ability is that? I am the head of the male immortals appointed by the Dao Ancestor. Are you guys really not afraid of the Dao Ancestor's punishment when you target me in such an unorthodox manner? Chapter 63, Tonto, are you worthy to speak of Wudu? Tong Tian's brows were filled with disdain and mockery as he listened to the Duke of Dongwang's continuous cries. And you're worthy to speak of martial virtues? Why don't you think about what Wudu is when you bully the small with the big? And the Taoist ancestors sent down his punishment. We're right here. Let him come if you can. Let's see if he comes fast or if you die fast. Between the fall of the words, Tong Tian raised the hand of Qingping sword. Infinite ferocious gathering, space and time for the trembling, heaven and earth yin and yang inch by inch collapse of the moment. A sword astral deity as scarlet as blood, emitting ominous, destructive, calamitous, and death, aura, gradually manifested between heaven and earth. Destruction sword Dao, 4 styles, absolute heavenly destruction. The moment the shout rang out, the pupils of the Duke of Dongwang shook tremendously, frantically instilling his entire body's mana, driving the might of the Taiji diagram to the extreme. Boom! A roar that resonated through the sky and the earth suddenly rose, and the moment that the Qingping sword and the Taiji diagram were in a stalemate, some of the overflowing might spread 10,000 miles away in an instant, the two as the center of the surrounding 10,000 miles, all flattened into a party as deep as 100 feet, lifeless dead silence concave land. And just as the Duke of the East King was gradually losing his ability to resist under the violent beating of Taichu and the others, outside the chaotic sky, inside the palace of the purple heaven, Hong Jun, who was sitting high above the 9 heavenly bushels, suddenly felt a heart palpitation, as if something unexpected had happened, directly waking him up from his submerged cultivation. Such a bad premonition has not come back since Law's death. How come it's coming out flat now? Under the suspicion of his heart, Hong Jun did not dare to delay, and directly sacrificed the jade disc of creation, deducing the source of the palpitations. However, it was hindered by the fact that before Taichu made his move, he had already covered up all the karma of the 100,000 mile radius of the land with the Kunlun Mountains as the center. Before the completion of the Way of Harmony, Hongjuan's desire to rely on the jade disc of creation to project any information about it was no less than a pie in the sky. It's just as well that I can't count. Why is the palpitation feeling still growing? Could it be that there is a loophole in the plot, and the 4 Qings have discovered the end? Hongjun eyes pondering color, constantly flickering. A most likely conjecture suddenly emerged in his mind. Or maybe there's something wrong with the people who are executing the plan. With this in mind, Hongjun then deduced that the 3 people of Dijun who had been put out to pasture, Duke East, you damn fool. Although with the cover of Tai Chu, it was impossible to deduce the exact location of the Eastern King's Duke. However, after his founding of the Immortal Court, he went to the Kunlun Mountains to seek the Western Queen Mother, and Hongjun was still able to figure it out. He was really not expecting that the Duke of the East King would be so brain-dead that he didn't even know that the Kunlun Mountains were the dojo of the 4 Purities. He was also smart enough to think that as long as he moved fast enough, even the 4 Qing could not possibly discover his trail. It's just like treating everyone like a cutie. And it's not like the 4 clearings are any kind of reasonable people. Whether there's evidence or not, as long as you're suspected of doing it, shouldn't you be beaten up anyhow? Or do you have to come to your door to get your ass kicked? How did I pick such a dumbass in the first place? Between the eyes with anger in a stern low voice, Hongjun then tore the space, opened the time and space tunnel from the Purple Heaven Palace to the Kunlun Mountain. Hourly, Qiankuan, quickly go and bring me back that stupid bastard, the Duke of Dongwang. To be on the safe side, Hongjun used the way of time and space to condense a jade pendant and threw it into Timothy's hands. Remember not to get involved in a battle with the 4 Qing. When you find someone, immediately crush the jade pendant and notify me to bring you back. 10,000 miles north of East Kunlun, under the successive bombardments of the 4 Qings,
The surroundings had become a deadly silent world of unknown depth and 10,000 miles in circumference. If there is not a divine pattern of laws cast by Taichu to block yin and yang, destruction, killing, and so on, several kinds of great Dao laws are interwoven. Not only the surrounding 10,000 miles, it is estimated that half of the Kunlun Mountains will be turned into flying ash and dissipate between heaven and earth. Worthy of being transformed from the back of the heaven opening axe, the defensive power can almost be comparable to Big Brother's half-step chaotic spiritual treasure level heaven and earth Shinuan Linglong Pagoda. Taichu looked at the Taiji diagram. As if he had been sucked by the fox spirit for several years of young qi, his face was as thin as a wood, and his body was no longer strong. As if he could fall down at the first blow of the Dongwang Gong. A bit of playfulness gradually showed on his face. The Taiji diagram's defense is outstanding. We indeed can't break through it in a short period of time, but how long will you last? The mana is nearly depleted, and one's own essence blood has burned most of it. Continuing to hold on strongly will only lead to death. It would be better to obediently hand over the Taiji diagram and shout 3 times that Hongjun is a stinker. The most insidious old mongrel. We'll let you live. How about that? That's a good idea. When Tong Tian heard this, some playfulness also rose in his eyes. Lord Dongwang, don't say we didn't give you a chance. It's not like you're the one who lost your reputation anyway. And the Taiji diagram was originally my big brother's property as well. As long as you do what my fourth brother says, today's matter will be over. Tai Shang and Yuan sure on this. But there is no opinion. East Wangong now not only nearly depleted mana, even their own essence blood also burned most of it. If Hongjun does not focus on supporting, only rely on its own recovery, within 1 yuan will not be able to return to the peak state. Do you really mean what you say? The Duke of Dongwang listened to the words of the two, knowing that they were a tease, but still inquired if what they said was true. Better to die than to live. He still had a nearly endless lifespan left, and had only just ascended to be the lord of the immortal court that ruled over heaven and earth. So he couldn't die here no matter what. Isn't it just a few words of abuse and a piece of property? I'm sure Hongjun will understand him. It's natural. With a light smile and a nod, Taicho and the 3 Taishang split up into 4 directions, preparing to record the moment in all directions while guarding against its escape. When the Duke of Dongwang received an affirmative reply, he took the Taiji diagram back into his palm and slowly walked to the Taishang. In the past, I was too arrogant. Today will. However, just as the Duke of Dongwang was forcibly holding back his anger and unwillingness, he was ready to offer the Taiji diagram. Timeless and Shenkuan suddenly killed out of the void, the moment he fixed heaven and earth with the time and space tower. Shenkuan quickly shot out to grab the Duke of the East and the Taiji diagram. Move! Seeing that the matter had been finalized, Timothy immediately crushed the time and space jade pendant, and Hongjun, who was inside the purple heavenly palace, then tore through the space, ready to take the 3 back. Been waiting for you guys for a long time. If you want to eat everything with one move, you're not qualified enough. Since Taicho knew that the Duke of Dongwang had become Hongjun's pawn, how could he not be on guard against his sending someone to come to his rescue? And of the people the other party could use to fight against the 4 of them, other than Timothy and Shenkuan, there was clearly no one else left. In order to make sure that it was foolproof, among the law divine patterns that blocked the leakage of the battle's aftermath, he also added the great Dao divine pattern of force. It is used to prevent the presence of the hour from framing the heavens and the earth and bringing in to escape them. Endless future reverse cutting karma. Destruction sword Dao, 4 styles, absolute heavenly destruction. Orderly heavenly punishment, thunder mend all evil. Yin and yang great milk Taiji crush. In a flash, the endless future fell into the eyes of the beginning of the world. The time and Shinkuan 2 people, destined to be hit by the line of cause and effect, also followed the manifestation of heaven and earth. Between the deicide lance being held high and waved, the yin-yang great mill, the destructive sword gang, and the orderly thunder, followed closely behind, following the surefire line of cause and effect that was manifested between heaven and earth, and striking straight toward the timeless duo. Looking at the incoming 4, Timothy was so shocked that he couldn't even think about why the time tower's fixation was ineffective. He hastily summoned out the good corpse age and the evil corpse lightning, and together they harnessed the time and space tower to block it while shouting loudly in succession with a face full of fear. Damn it, Hongjun! Why don't you make a move quickly? Qiankuan, what are you waiting for? Don't help yet. Tai Koro listened to the cries of the hour. The bottom of his eyes, some of the stern aura fleeting, the hand movements more and more ferocious. 3 points. The attacks of the 3 Taishan people also followed the line of instant death causality and bombarded on top of the time tower, multiplying the pressure on Timeless. Seeing this, Shenkuan couldn't think of anything else, and hurriedly summoned out the good corpse upside down, and the evil corpse reverse, and poured all of his mana, in unison, into the body of Timothy. When Taicho saw that the two of them had both chopped off their two corpses, his heart became more and more urgent for the enhancement of his strength. It seems there can be no further delay. Even if we can't find the top-tier innate ethereal wood air, we still have to break through to the realm of the mixed golden immortal as soon as possible. While thoughts were rising in his mind, Taicho made one chi turn into 4 Chang and shouted angrily at the 3 Taishang people. Big brother, second brother, third brother, help me. 3 people heard, without the slightest hesitation, straight to make a gas into 4 clear. The body continues to wrestle with the 2 people of the hour. The rest of the body of the split will be their own mana, infused into the body of the beginning of the world. Power over all laws open up the sky and the earth. Feeling the power that skyrocketed 10 desire times in his body, the divine pattern of the great Tao of force manifested in Tai Chu's eyes, and the 10 kinds of great Tao laws of space and time, yin and yang, water and fire, destruction, and order, were gathered in the Godslayer lance. Tai Chu body bent down like a bow pulling the full moon. The great Tao of force dominated. 10 kinds of great Tao laws followed. Instantly transformed the gun into an axe, ruthlessly chopped on top of the time and space tower. In an instant, the barriers of the time and space tower crumbled, and the good corpses of the 2 of them, the evil corpses of the 2 of them obliterated under the axe's mane, while the 2 of them's main bodies were split nearly in half. Damn it! How can the strength of the 4 clearances be so heaven-defying? Even the cultivation of the second corpse of the chopper can't carry a blow that erupts from its full strength. If we let it break through to the mixed golden immortal, it would be that even if it reaches the realm of the 3 corpses of the subsaints, it wouldn't necessarily be able to fight with one of them, would it? Between the horror in the hearts of Timeless and Shen Kuan, they could not help but call out angrily once again. Damn you Hongjun, why don't you make a move? Chapter 64, The beginning of the elements. Tong Tian, the beginning of the earth. The top blossomed with 12 products. As the 2's furious shouts fell, killing intent rose in Tai Chu's eyes, and with the Godslayer lance in his hand raised high, he was about to once again use the heaven opening to completely send the 2 to their deaths. However, the heavens were not to his liking, and just as he was regrouping, a crack in spacetime suddenly manifested, and an infinite amount of purple chi surged out from it, while forcing them back, wrapped in the broken bodies of the timeless duo, the Taiji diagram, and the Dongwang Gong who had long since been scared to death. They quickly retracted back into the temporal rift. When the 4 people want to make another move to stop, the surrounding space and time has been restored as before, without the slightest trace left. Seeing the cooked duck flew, Tong Tian can be described as an instant red temperature, pointing remotely to the sky, constantly cursing harshly. Hongjuan's don't billion, damn old bastard, always coming to mess up at critical moments. If it wasn't for the fact that the ethereal wood air we've been searching for this period of time is too poor, a risky breakthrough would affect the future path of the Tao, delayed in making the wood line complete and stepping into the realm of the mixed golden immortal. Even if you personally come down today, we'll still be able to forcefully kill these 3 skinless trash. Tai Chow's face didn't look too good either. Originally thought that this time is 9 out of 10, but did not think that Hongjun will be so do not want billion. In order to be able to save Timothy and the others, he even personally made a move to force them back. Come on, Sango. We've learned what a piece of work he is many times over. You just can't scold that old bastard anymore without some remorse. It's imperative that we still break through to the mixed golden immortal as soon as possible. Otherwise, the next time he pulls a stunt, we'll still only be able to let him leave without the slightest way to stop him. Listening to Tai Chu's discouragement, Tong Tian was filled with displeasure and stopped there. Big brother, I was careless this time. When I see you again next time, I will definitely take back the Taiji diagram intact for you. Hearing this, the Taishang forcibly suppressed the anger in his heart and shook his head at Tai Chu with cold eyes. It's not your fault. If it wasn't for Hongjuan's shameless hands, all 3 would have to be accounted for in our hands today. Fourth brother, big brother is right. Yuan Shi looked at the chagrin on Tai Chu's face, and also gradually collected the anger in his heart, and warmly reassured him. That old man has already disregarded his own face and personally fished for people in order for the scheme to go smoothly. Not only you, all of US didn't expect that he would be shameless to this extent. Just as the Taishang and the others were in a depressed and angry mood, the Western Queen Mother and Kong Xian brothers, who were watching the battle, saw that the battle was over and hurriedly passed through the barrier formed by the divine pattern of laws and arrived in front of the 4. Master, 3 master uncles, are you just short of the ethereal wood's air, so that you can complete your cultivation and step into the realm of the mixed golden immortal? The moment the golden rock arrived in front of the 4, he inquired about the matter of the Taishang's cultivation with joyful eyes. Nice. If it wasn't for the fact that they hadn't yet perfected the 5 chi conception, the 3 of them from Tokiwa would not have thought to leave alive today. Receiving an affirmative reply, Golden Rock and Kong Xian looked at each other, revealing a look of joy and excitement in unison. Then,
In unison, he softly shouted to the Taishang and the others, "Master, we have a way to solve this problem." As soon as these words came out, the four Taishangs could not help but slightly sidestep their eyes and look at the two with surprise in their eyes. "What do you have in mind?" Tong Tian's words just fell. The golden rock couldn't wait to open the Qiankuan in the sleeve, the 5-needle pine towering within it, displaying in front of the Tai Chu and others. "This is the 5-needle pine, one of the 10 extreme innate spiritual roots?" Tai Chu looked at the 1,000-foot giant tree with 5 elements of the great Tao laws rotating endlessly on top of the tree trunk, emitting 5-colored dazzling light all over its body. His eyes couldn't help but flash with a bit of shock. "You two little fellows, you're lucky to even be able to find such treasures. There's no need to worry about the ethereal whatever now." The gloom and anger in Tong Tian's heart was instantly swept away the moment he saw the 5-needle pine. Laughing broadly, he patted Kong Xian and Jin Peng on the shoulders, constantly praising the two of them for their luck. "You two have gotten a lot of credit this time. Feel free to say what rewards you want, as long as Master is able to get them out. I'll promise you whatever you want." He. "Master, you and all the masters and uncles, are already good enough for us." Kong Xian listened to Tong Tian's compliments. His face was filled with joy as he slightly shook his head and rejected his good intentions. "We are the top of the floodplains regardless of our Dao inheritance or protective treasures, and we are already satisfied." The golden rock, on the other hand, shook his head with the same, full of joy, and took the 5-needle pine out of the inner heaven and earth, respectfully handing it over to the three of them in front of Yuan Shi. "Master Yuan Shi, Master Tong Tian, Master Tai Chu, weren't you all still chagrined just now? That's plenty of ethereal wood air. You guys absorb it quickly. The sooner we break through to the mixed golden immortal, the sooner we can beat the crap out of those 3 bad guys, along with the evil people who saved them. Let's see if they still dare and come back to mess with Master and the uncles." Yuan Shi received the 5-needle pine and felt the pure 5 elements air emanating from it. The joy in his eyes could not stop rising. Many thanks to the 2 senior nephews. With the help of this supreme treasure, we will soon be able to break through to the realm of the mixed golden immortal. At that time, Senior Uncle will definitely gather some good materials and refine a few innate supreme treasures for you to play with. Big brother, second brother, third brother, counting the time, it won't be long until the 3 immortal islands appear. Between the joy in Tai Chow's heart, he suddenly thought of the ransom that Hong Jun had exchanged for Qian Kuan's life. It's a treasure land where no one has set foot, and the rules influenced by the flood Heavenly Dao are even more unable to penetrate into it. Let's strive to all break through the realm of the mixed golden immortal before the 3 immortal islands appear. At that time, as long as we take the 3 immortal islands for ourselves, with the degree of manifestation of the great Dao laws within them, the difficulty for Kong Xian and the others to cultivate the Dao of the mixed elements will be greatly reduced." When the 3 Taishan people heard this, a slight look of delight rose in their eyes. "Let's go back to the retreat now. With sufficient ethereal wood air, we will be able to break through to the realm of the mixed golden immortal in just 1,000 years at most. When the 3 immortal islands are revealed, it will be that old bastard Hong Jun himself who will come down, and we will be able to make him go back where he came from." Tong Tian eyes with a little stern aura under the low drink. Tai Shang and the beginning of the first also have responded to the voice. "What the third brother said is excellent." "Good." Tai Koru saw the situation, did not continue to talk about other. "Will Kong Xian 2 people entrusted to the Queen Mother of the West to take care of 1 or 2, and then with 2 on the 3 rainbow back to the cave within the blessed land. After using a formation combined with talismans to set up a party suitable for the 5-needle pine to take root." Yuan Shi, Tong Tian, Taichu then divided into 4 directions. Each knee under the canopy swallowed 3 wood pine, absorbing the pure ethereal wood air contained within it. The Supreme Court, on the other hand, because of the body method have broken through the mixed golden immortal, then plopped down beside the 3, with the intention of the 5 elements of the wheel of reincarnation, to help grow the way of water and fire, the cultivation of yin and yang avenue at the same time, for the beginning of the 3 to protect the law. Just in case Hong Jun, that despicable villain, sends someone to sneak up on the 3 while they are in closed-door cultivation without speaking of martial arts. The passage of time, the passing of time. 1,000 years had passed since the Taicho 3 closed their doors to absorb the ethereal wood air. On this day, Kunlun heaven and earth suddenly trembled endlessly. Billions of miles of purple gas came from the east. The golden lotus of immeasurable Tao rhythms covered the 9 heavens, and the sound of the mysterious Dharma resounded through the heavens. The 3,100,000 feet shadows that looked like ancient demonic gods brazenly rose up from the ground and instantly broke through the formation blockade of the Kunlun cave heaven and stood between the flooded heavens and earth, left a body filled with the intention of destruction. Infinite turquoise blue sword, astral generalization of the Qingping sword. The black lotus on the foot. Look at the edge of the blade, such as piercing cut body. The overall breath is sheathed sword like sharp,
The right side of a order of divine thunder surrounded by one hand holding up the Qiankuan tripod. Within the 6 ding divine fire burning heaven and earth. Space and time does not exist. Against the heavenly, look at it as if the heavenly way of the world. Brilliant heavenly authority. The most just and righteous. In the middle of a barbaric atmosphere is particularly rich. As if Pangu reappeared in heaven and earth. The creation of the green lotus at the foot. The God-slayer gun in the hands of the karma mirror floating in the spirit of the heavens. Karma gourd tied to the waist. The chisel of the ground branded in its eyes. Hidden. But the overall ferocious power. More than the left and right two together. But also more than 3 points. And although the 3 devil god silhouettes had different forms, they shared a common appearance. That was the top 3 flowers on the top of the head, which were gathered by the essence under the supply of the 5 chi in the chest, and after fully blossoming, the top 3 flowers that had clearly reached the realm of 12 products. Chapter 65, Hongjun, Pangu is not dead? Hours and hours, Qiankuan to break up? Thinking back to the time when Taishang had only stepped into the mixed golden immortal with the way of the laws, the thousands of visions emanating from him were as terrifying as the descent of the demon god and the resurrection of the Lord of the Great Dao. If it didn't have the causal arcane mirror to cover it up, the might of its breakthrough to great Luo perfection, it was estimated to be enough to sweep across the entire western lands, forcing a truce in the battle between the Dao and the devil. Now Yuan Shi, Tong Tian, and Tai Chu, not only had they stepped into the realm of the mixed golden immortal with the way of laws, but even the way of the physical body had also stepped into the realm of the mixed golden immortal under the effect of the 9 transformations of the Xian Gong. Together, the 3 demonic god silhouettes towering between heaven and earth, with divine might like a prison, are the true bodies of the Dharma phases generalized by the merging of their Yuanshin and their physical bodies. However, due to the fact that Taichu had not yet awakened from his latent cultivation, he was unable to use the causal arcane mirror to cover up the vision of the trio's breakthrough. So much so that the might of the 3 of them stepping into the mixed golden immortal pervaded the 10,000 visions of the land of billions and billions of miles around. Not only did it make the entire flooded heavens and earth trembled, many innate holinesses of the Dala realm were as if they had encountered a heavenly enemy, generating uncontrollable fear in their hearts. Even more so, Hongjun outside the chaotic sky, in the violet sky palace, his eyes were also colored with a little bit of panic and uneasiness. Damn it, it's just 3 ants that have just entered the mixed golden immortals. Why do they have such a terrifying might? And why would Tai Chao's Dharma phase true body have the same appearance as Pangu, as well as an extremely similar aura of the great Dao laws? Can it be that it is not transformed into a Yuanshin, but rather Pangu reincarnated and reborn? But when Pangu fell, we in the Heavenly Dao were watching from the sidelines, and there was no possibility of it surviving at all. Endless doubts clumped in Hongjuan's mind. Obviously there are so many reasons to be sure that Pangu died and his soul returned to the world when he opened the heavens. But above the Tai Cho Dharma phase's true body, the aura that was so familiar that it couldn't be any more familiar, still led its inhibition toward. Pangu did not really die, but has long been quietly reincarnation of the direction to think. Actually, it's not just Hongjun. Within the flood world, all the reincarnations of the demon god who had experienced the battle of the opening of the heavens, as well as the innate sacred ones who had remnants of the image of the time when Pangu opened up the heavens and the earth in their minds. The moment they saw the true body of Taichu Dharma and felt the aura of its body, they all felt as if they had seen Panga come back to life. The heart was instantly filled with endless colors of trepidation, elation, astonishment, and consternation. Hongjun, when Panga's body fell and transformed all things, is it true that his soul has returned to all things and there is no possibility of resurrection? Inside the purple sky palace, the 2 of them, Timothy, after thousands of years of cultivation, had already chopped off the 3rd corpse and reached the subholy realm where the 3 corpses were united. However, when he felt the aura emanating from the Taichu Dharma phase's true body, the memories buried in the depths of his mind once again involuntarily surged. It made its eyes ask with bewilderment, doubts that he himself could not believe. As a Pangda Yuanshen was transformed into, after the bloodline returned to the ancestor, it possesses 3 parts of its might. So what's impossible? As the reincarnation of a top chaos demon god, Pangu at his peak couldn't even scare you. Nowadays, there is only an imposter who is contaminated with its scent. So you guys are so out of sorts, really not afraid of outsiders' jokes. Regardless of whether Taichu was the reincarnation of Pangu, Hongjun could not recognize his identity. It could even be said that for those who had ambitions in their hearts in the entire flooded heavens and earth, the great god Pangu, who would never be resurrected, was the truly good creator. Otherwise, all the innate sanctities in the world, including the exalted Heavenly Dao, would not be qualified to manage the affairs of the flood on its behalf. The 12 products of the top blossoms are the limits endured by heaven and earth, not the pinnacle of what Taichu and the others can achieve. With the roots and talent of the 4,
Breaking through to the realm of the great Luo Golden Immortal of the Mixed Yuan is merely a matter of time. If they are not disposed of soon, once they are allowed to take the final step, even if I complete all the schemes in my hands and achieve perfect harmony with the Heavenly Dao, I will surely be defeated at their hands. The heart of the apprehension gradually born between, some sense of the underworld suddenly born, the eyes looked to the East China Sea somewhere. The color of joy suddenly surged in the bottom of the eyes. That's quite a coincidence. The time has come for the 3 immortal islands to appear in the world, and all preparations are immediately in place. Today's thousands of visions, which shine majestically in the floodlands, will surely be the final finale of the 4 purities. Hongjun heart great joy at the same time. Immediately let the time, Qiankuan 2 people, go forward to do the final preparations. The 2 of you, go find the Duke of the East King and the Golden Crow brothers, and have them each lead the people of the Immortal Court and the Demon Court to the 3 immortal islands. This time, we must completely pull out the hidden danger that is the 4 purities. Listening to Hongjuan's command, the faces of the 2 of them, however, did not have the same general joy as him, but instead, they were slightly grave and serious in a deep voice of admonition. Let's hope this is the last time you celebrate victory before the battle. If it doesn't work this time, then the 2 of us would rather go to the chaotic void and seek the opportunity to replenish our foundations and fight for the chance to break through to the mixed element, rather than letting you drive us around. The flood wild heaven and earth opened up by Pangu was actually only a part of the entire chaotic void. Even at this time, they were outside of the chaotic heavens. If you really want to count, it is only a protective layer that is attached to the flood world and used to filter the dangers of the real chaotic void. Before they had been reincarnated, the environment they had survived in could be more than 1,000,000 times more treacherous than the protective layer they were in now. If they were not all certified to the great Luo of mixed metaphysics, or if they were just like them in their previous lives, they were demon gods who were born to descend into the chaotic void. There is no way to survive in it. The boundaries there, on the other hand, are truly vast and boundless. They, the chaos demon gods born in it, had never seen the edge and found where the end was even in their entire lives. There are endless dangers, but there are also untold opportunities. But with their current strength, let alone going forward to look for treasures to make up for their roots, it was how to survive peacefully after stepping inside it that would be a major problem. That's why they chose to saber rattle. The reason why he still chose to achieve the Heavenly Dao Sage despite knowing that there were fatal flaws in the Quasi-Saint's way and that there were definitely problems with the Heavenly Dao's merits. After all, even if the accomplished Heavenly Dao Saints were weak, they would still be able to barely belong to the realm of the mixed great Luo Golden Immortals. Let them have the capital to step into the chaotic void. However, they were never expected. In the originally normal plan, there suddenly appeared the 4 Qings, an anomaly that could not be analyzed by common sense. If the program fails again, the rise of the 4 Qing will be unstoppable. In order to avoid being liquidated, even if their strength hadn't yet reached the standard, they had to leave the flood world and go to the chaotic void to make a break for it. There might even be a glimmer of life back on top. Could be. Hongjun listened to the admonition of the 2. The bottom of the eyes a hint of stern aura fleeting, but the bright face did not reveal the slightest. Still brow with a smile nodded and responded. Regardless of whether or not this plan is successful, I will honor my past promises and give you enough Heavenly Dao merit to set you free. I hope you're true to your word. The duo of Timothy was obviously not very convinced, but now that the blade and the chips are in the hands of Hongjun, they can also be praying that the other side can be a little honest. How dare you threaten me in return? You really don't know how to die. Looking at the back of the departing duo of Timothy, some killing intent passed quietly in Hongjuan's eyes. It was originally intended to leave 2 holy places for. Since you guys are determined to seek death, then I won't blame you for not remembering my original sentiment. After secretly sentencing the 2 of them to death in his heart, Hongjun did not continue to stay in the Purple Heavenly Palace. In order to make sure that nothing goes wrong, it's time for Yang Mei, the killer, to make a move. I hope he'll be more sensible. After all, I don't want to, personally, send these old friends on their way one by one. Chapter 66, the 4 Qing set out to conquer the 3 immortal islands. The Heavenly Immortal Court pours out its nest. The middle pole of the flood, East Kunlun. As Hongjun kicked off the prelude to his plot to kill the 4 Qings, the 3 Tychus also converged on their true bodies and returned to the Cave of Heavenly Bliss, finally breaking through to the realm of the mixed golden immortal. Let's see who dares to go against us now. When Tong Tian stepped into the cave, his face revealed uncontrollable elation. Second brother, third brother, fourth brother, congratulations on stepping into the realm of the mixed golden immortal. Seeing that the 3 of them had returned safely, the color of joy between his brows rose abruptly as he strolled over to Tai Cho and the others, smiling softly as he congratulated them on their successful breakthroughs. Many thanks to Big Brother for protecting us. Taichu nodded with joyful eyes and owed Tai Shang a slight thank you for watching over him.
Big brother, this is the golden lotus of Dao rhythm and 10,000 miles of purple chi that descended from heaven and earth at the time of our breakthrough.
Take it and refine it. Saying that, Yuan Shi took out, with a full face, the blessings that heaven and earth had just celebrated for them and had sent down, and handed it to Taishan's face. These can be good, whether it's used as a raw material for the 9 turns golden pill, or added with the great Dao laws to refine the law divine pill. It's an excellent choice. Second brother has a heart. Taishan smiled faintly and put the purple chi and golden lotus into the heaven and earth Xinhuan Linglong pagoda, and then asked about the feelings of the 3 people now. Second brother, third brother, fourth brother. Now that the laws of the great Dao in heaven and earth are gradually becoming obscure, can you feel something is wrong? The 3 of them sniffed, and after sensing it carefully, they nodded with a slightly obvious expression. Big brother, I don't feel sick. It's just that with the current degree of manifestation of the laws of the great Dao, if one wants to step into the middle stage of the mixed golden immortal in a short period of time, I'm afraid that it has already become an extravagant hope. As Yuan Shi's words fell,
Tongtian's eyes rose sharply, angrily cursing Hongjuan's shamelessness and underhandedness. That old bastard deserves to die. Having just witnessed his own path to sainthood, he thinks of breaking the path of those who come after him, not allowing the beings of the flood to have the possibility of surpassing him. Simply a self-serving third brother. What is he? Haven't we learned that several times already? Hearing Tongtian's angry scolding, Taichu shook his head slightly in a habitual manner and talked about the 3 immortal islands. Now that the time has come for the 3 immortal islands to appear, as long as the control there is seized, Hongjun is no more magical, and cannot influence anywhere. At that time, not to mention the mixed golden immortals, even the mixed Dao lords will only be a matter of time for us. Fourth brother is right. Yuan Shi lightly nodded his head and said in relief to Tongtian, that old mongrel is a... You get angry with him, it can only be an empty consumption of itself, without the slightest significance. As long as we occupy the 3 immortal islands so that our cultivation breaks through to the realm of the great luo of the mixed elements, that old bastard will still be at your mercy? Why care about this momentary anger? There's less than 500 years until the 3 immortal islands grand formation opens. Between the rotation of yin and yang qi on Taishang's fingertips, his eyes suddenly flashed with some thoughtfulness. This trip has had its ups and downs, and I'm afraid it's not going to be very peaceful. In order to prevent accidents, it's better to go ahead and make some arrangements earlier. When these words came out, the 3 Taichu people all looked sideways, and their eyes all took on a bit of gravity. I knew that old bastard, Hongjun, wouldn't easily hand over the 3 immortal islands. Between Yuan Shi's cold voice and soft drink, the hostility in Tongtian's eyes grew. I'm worried that there's no place to take it out on him. If he dares to send someone to cause trouble, I'll make sure that he doesn't come back. Taicho has long been aware of this result, just not sure what tricks it is preparing to play again. Hongjun is in the way of the merits of the opening of the sky, as well as the karma ode, will certainly not personally take action. With their currently exposed battle power, if the opponent wanted to win the battle, he would have to gather at least 5 paragon powerhouses to make it somewhat possible. East Wanggong, time, Qiankuan. As Hongjun has been clear pawns, this time will certainly remain within the calculation. So where would he look for the remaining 2 warlords? The 2 Dijun brothers who have been exposed? Or there are other hidden hands? Congratulations to the 3 fellow Taoists, who have risen to the realm of the mixed golden immortal, and have taken a big step forward from certifying the mixed great luo and transcending the flooded heavens and earth. While Taicho was pondering in his mind, Queen Mother of the West brought Kong Xian and the 2 of them, arriving in front of them. Senior uncle, the Dharma phases that you guys manifested just now were so handsome. Can you teach me how to practice? I also want to have such a handsome Dharma real body. The moment the golden rock saw the trio, it immediately excitedly fast-stepped and stuck on, staring at a pair of eyes full of desire, selling itself to Taicho for advice. You brat, you haven't even crossed over to the great luo golden immortal, and you're thinking of cultivating the Dharma phase true body. When the Taishang saw that Jin Peng was like this, he laughed lightly and slapped his head with his duster. Don't let go of your Tai Chu senior uncle yet. Kong Xian was much more composed compared to the jumpiness of the golden rock. Greetings to Master Teacher, Master Yuan Shi, and Master Tai Chu. The top flower blossomed with 12 items, and there has been no hindrance to the path since then. While respectfully saluting, his eyes were filled with excitement and ecstasy. Looking at the entire flood world, the mixed golden immortals were all phoenix-like existences. Instead, he possessed, at once, 4 powerhouses of this level as backers. Even if this was placed in the heyday of the Phoenix clan, it was still a far-fetched extravagance. Fellow Daoist Queen Mother West, thank you for taking care of these 2 little ones during this period of time. Seeing the arrival of the 3, Taicho smoothly informed Shi Wangmu of the next arrangement. It's just that we still need to make a trip to the East Sea because of an important matter in our way. I'll trouble you a little more during our absence.
Don't worry about it.
For fellow Taoists, the Western Queen Mother respectfully owed her body to respond at the same time. With loving eyes, she put her hand on Kong Xian's head in a smooth manner. It is already a great favor for you to let me borrow this place to practice.
Taking care of the Golden Rock duo is just a matter of lifting a finger. No need to be polite, fellow Taoist. Taicho didn't say any more after hearing this,
but only reminded Shi Wangmu to be careful in the near future.
To be on the safe side, we'll conceal the cave with an array before we leave. At that time, no matter who comes, even if the visitor appears in our likeness, as long as you can't prove your identity, you should not take care of them. Understand?
Mother West couldn't help but show some gravity when she heard this, but she knew that there were some things she didn't talk about clearly, and it was most likely for her own good.
It was only a solemn nod, and no other superfluous questions were asked. Big brother, second brother, third brother, we should go. Time waited for no one, and after Taicho made his final explanation, he greeted Tai Shang and the others and left. Master, are you guys going out on another excursion? Can you take me one?
Seeing that the four were about to leave again, Jin Pang immediately wanted to follow along with excitement in his eyes. We are going to a place that you are not yet able to travel to with your strength. The Taishan looked at the golden rock's slightly lost eyes. His eyes were gentle as he used the way of water and fire to gather together a red and a blue aura little dragon.
Handing it over to him, Master won't be gone for long.
These two small dragons of aura contain the way of water and fire rotation and the cycle of yin and yang, so I hope you will comprehend them well. If Master returns again and finds that you haven't practiced properly and are causing trouble for fellow Taoist Queen Mother of the West,
you will be imprisoned in the Heaven and Earth Xianhuang Pagoda, and you will never be released until you reach the realm of the Great Luminary. Do you understand? I will definitely cultivate properly and won't let my master down. Tong Tian looked at Kong Xian beside Shi Wangmu,
and his eyes gradually glowed with some warmth. Then he blended the way of destruction with the way of the sword, condensing 5 divine sword orders and handing them over to him.
Kong Xian, this is inscribed with
the 5 styles of destruction sword Dao that Master has created so far.
You take it and realize the wonders of it.
Remember the truth that those who cultivate the way of the sword, those who look like me live and those who look like me die.
When one's own power is weak, the sword path of others can be borrowed, but if one wants to truly soar over the 10,000 paths, one must step out of one's own path to do so. I am honored to follow the teachings of my master. Kong Xian received the avatar sword order and responded with a respectful bow with resolute eyes. Tong Tian saw this and nodded with satisfaction.
Then with the 3 Taishang people, they flew straight away from the cave Heavenly Bliss, using the Great Dao Divine Pattern of Fire, Great Dao Divine Pattern of Cause and Effect, and Great Dao Divine Pattern of Force that Tai Chu had realized as a base. He combined the Dao of Destruction and the Dao of Sword technique that he had cultivated. It took Tong Tian several months to finish setting up the Forceman Causality Imperial Guard formation,
which combines killing, defense, and concealment, 3 major effects, and after personally testing it, the mixed golden immortal could not easily break it. Only then was he satisfied with the Taichu 3, embarking on the road to the 3 immortal islands, and after leaving the range of the Kunlun Mountains, the 4 of them ran towards the East Sea with all their strength. Finally, before the 3 immortal islands' grand formation opened, he arrived at its bearing. Only, after the 4 arrived, their eyes were not the slightest bit elated, but instead filled with anger and killing intent, because they were not the first pioneers to come here. The 10 great demon gods led by the Dijun brothers, the 10,000 demon soldiers and generals, and the crowd of the immortal court led by the Duke of Dongwang were clearly spread out over the East Sea, and blasted, as if no one else was around, the defense array outside the 3 immortal islands. Chapter 67, 2/5 Tai. The Tongtian sword beheads the Duke of Dongwang. Well, so that's what the old bastard was planning. Tong Tian looked at the group of people who had forcefully broken the formation, and the anger in his eyes nearly gushed out. In advance, let the Duke of the East King bring 2 weedy birds with a group of weedy fish to forcefully break the formation and intercept the chance of the 3 immortal islands, so that we can pounce. That's so insidious. If it wasn't for Big Brother's resourcefulness and letting us leave early, I'm afraid we would have let the old bastard have his way. Yuan Shi's eyes were cold and stern as he nodded slightly, and in his heart, he couldn't help but feel a little bit of gratitude rising. This was his bargaining chip in exchange for Qianquan's meteoric rise, and now he's gone back on his word and allowed someone to come and steal it. In order to restrict our development, the old bastard is really half-hearted. It's just a pity that times are different nowadays. We have all stepped into the realm of the mixed golden immortal. Although there are a lot of garbage, it won't be able to hinder us by half. Cold snorting sound fell. Yuan Shi then sacrificed Qianquan tripod. Body aura is no longer covered, as if the Tao of Heaven is approaching the world.
The thunder punishment descends to the world. The divine thunder of order generalizes the abyssal prison.
And the brilliant heavenly might sweeps the surrounding heaven and earth. Billions and billions of miles in the circumference. This is the treasure land that Hong Nai paid out to us. The four purities. And for you to come here privately, you have already violated the sin of theft and the sin of trespassing. If you still want to live, leave half of your own fortune behind immediately and get out of the East Sea beyond. Otherwise, today next year will be the day of your sacrifice. The sound of the judgment rang out, and the infinite cloud instantly covered the surrounding miles, and the ferocious beasts transformed by the divine lightning of order roamed freely in it, hissing and staring at all the beings below. He was in the posture of leaping down from the clouds and blasting all those who disobeyed if they didn't follow the orders of the origin. Dao Ancestor is right. These four must not be retained. The Duke of the East King truly did not expect that the might of Yuanshi after his breakthrough to the mixed golden immortal would cause even him to feel as threatened as a thorn in his back. You have to know that the current him, but has chopped off the two corpses. In terms of realm alone, then the four Qing are a small level higher. And yet, they still can't match it. The potential of the four is just terrifying. Fortunately, today's killings are aided by several strong individuals who are quasi-saints to perfection and at the peak of the mixed golden immortals. If it's just the three of us brothers, even if we lead two of the three strongest forces currently in the flood, I'm afraid that we wouldn't have the qualifications to touch base with the four purities. While the Duke of the East King's thoughts emanated, killing intent grew in the bottom of his eyes, and he condescendingly looked down at the four Qings, declaring to them in a faint voice, the treasures of the world are for those who can do them. Nowadays, second brother, third brother, and I are all quasi-saint cultivators who have chopped off their second corpses, while you have only just stepped into the mixed golden immortal. It's clear which is stronger and which is weaker. If you are willing to offer up all of your own magic treasures, I can let you leave in peace. Otherwise, however, before the Duke of Dongwang's words could fall, a sharp sword on appeared from the void and came straight towards his head. Flash! Emperor Jun saw the sword on, about to pierce the eyes of the Duke of Dongwang, immediately kicked out, so that the price of a broken cheek, in exchange for the peace of the eyes. Tong Tian, you despicable villain, how dare you engage in a sneak attack without any martial virtues? The pain of his broken cheek caused the anger in the Duke of Dongwang's heart to soar, and he pointed at Tong Tian in a distant manner in a stern and furious voice. Oh, didn't you just say that it's clear which is stronger or weaker? Can't even carry a casual sword from me. I really don't know where you get the face to call yourself strong. If it wasn't for Emperor Jun's kick, your dog's eyes would have been ruined. Listening to the Duke of Dongwang's accusation, Tong Tian held his Qingting sword and sneered as he slashed at his arm. Also, I don't like being pointed at. If you don't want the arm anymore, I can stop by and give you another hand. The words fell and the sword rose. The destructive sword dipper sliced through the void between life and death, and went straight for Duke Dong's upraised arm. Even though he was already on guard, the gap in strength was not something that could be compensated for by inner vigilance. Just as he was imperializing the taijutsu and preparing for defense, the sword dipper directly vanished into the void and disappeared from sight. When the sense of crisis in his heart increased dramatically, the moment the divine idea enveloped the world around him, the sword suddenly appeared in front of him. Even though the Duke of Dongwang dodged in time, he was still chopped off half of his little finger. Dijun looked at the miserable state of the Duke of Dongwang and became even more wary of the four purities. With that sword just now, if it was him, he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to completely dodge it. After today there will be no more four purities in heaven and earth. Now it's only one step away from success. Ling Ling absolutely must be stable, must not make any more mistakes. With this in mind, Dijun then sacrificed the heavenly celebration clouds to cover himself, and the river map and Luo book hung in his palm, ready for war. Tai looked at the situation in the field, and some self-satisfaction could not help but flash in the bottom of his eyes. Just now, when the four Qings appeared, he secretly talked to Taichu and told the other party about all the conspiracies today, in exchange for a chance to live. The Pangea. With this undercard in hand, he would be undefeated in the innate, regardless of whether Hong Jun's side won or the Taicho 4 broke the game. There was no loss to him. Second brother, third brother, don't bull ***** them. Taichu has been informed of most of Hong Jun's plans, and there is no more interest in being hypocritical with the Duke of Dongwang and the others. The whole plan, to put it bluntly, relies on the special nature of the three immortal islands. Under the premise that they couldn't figure out the other party's specific combat power, they quietly sealed the surrounding space and time, inviting a group of strong people to surround them. Not half as technical. For you three losers to be able to dare to blow up your spikes like this today is nothing more than Hong Jun supporting you behind the scenes. Since it's inevitable that we're going to have to do a battle, let's just show our bottom cards straight up. The three immortal islands are still waiting for us to fetch them, so we don't have time to waste time with you here. As the words fell, Taicho used the technique of one breath transforming four Qing.
This body shoulders the god-slaying gun. Body ferocious demonic power through the world. Scarlet killing intent shrouded the living beings. Behind the vaguely visible mountains of corpses,
the sea of blood, the image of 10,000 miles of pontoon.
Holding up the causal arcane mirror and wrapping the causal time and space cord around his waist, the divine pattern of the causal great Dao manifested in his eyes, and the 3,000 red threads in his palm implicated all things. In the midst of the crowd's astonished gazes, he once again split into a causal split that had first entered the realm of the mixed golden immortal, the doppelganger of the top-hanging mountain river and Jigong diagram. The divine patterns of the laws of space and time gathered in the pupil,
between reality and emptiness.
Holding the 5 flames and 7 birds fan in his hand, the divine pattern of the great Tao of fire was imprinted on his brow, and the burning sun wrapped around his entire body, causing the space and time of the surrounding world to distort. Feet on the 12-pin creation green lotus of the split, the force of the avenue of the divine pattern burned into the physical body. The law of heaven and earth divine ability suddenly open. 10,000 feet of the body towering heaven and earth. Double fists waved when the space is broken. Time breaks the flow. The 5 elements collapsed. Yin and yang against the chaotic. Emperor Jun looked at each of the doppelgangers, which surprisingly had strength no less than the 3 of them, and in his heart, he suddenly vaguely regretted coming to participate in the siege plan. But now it's a situation where the arrow has to go. Whether he turned around and ran away or surrendered to the 4 Qings,
Hong Jun would not let him go.
The only way to fight for your life is to fight for your life.
Do you really think we're afraid of you? In a low, stern voice, Di Jun also separated.
Using the innate spiritual treasure, Blazing Sun War Halberd to cut out the evil corpse Emperor Zun,
and the innate spiritual treasure Obsidian Battle Armor to cut out the good corpse Emperor Mercy, with cold, stern eyes to confront Taichu across the sky. Tong Tian, let's settle new grudges and old grudges together.
A broken finger can be restored by itself, but a lost face can only be restored by the blood of the enemy. The Duke of Dongwang hissed angrily, separating the good corpse, First Sun, which was cut out with the innate spiritual treasure, Sunrise Bell, and the evil corpse, Noon, which was cut out with the innate spiritual treasure, Yangji Jade, and staring at Tong Tian with murderous vigor. When Tai saw that both of them had separated into 2 corpses,
he naturally couldn't fall back, even with the bailout. You can't make the scheme fall apart completely because the acting isn't up to snuff. Immediately after that, he separated the evil corpse Aori, which had been chopped out with the innate spiritual treasure the supreme Yang Qian Kuan blade, and the good corpse Sun Coronet, which had been chopped out with the innate spiritual treasure the supreme Yang Qian Kuan battle armor, and stood beside his body, staring at the 4 Qings intently. The 2 of them, who were hiding in the void and watching the situation, also brought their respective 3 corpses at this moment and strolled out from there, surrounding Taichu and the others in it. Chapter 68, Yang Mei, I become a clown? Just you guys? Tong Tian saw that the 2 of them were really there as well, and with a cold snort, he used the technique of one breath transforming 4 Qing. The main body was holding the Qingping sword and stepping on the black lotus of extinction. The destruction sword dipper surrounded his body. The might of the sword Dao went through the heavens and the earth, as if it pierced through the heavens, and the sharpness of the sword was obvious. The 4 differentiation of the body of its 3, each carrying the immortal decapitation of God's sword, 7 mouth of the sky mango knife, finger life knife, the body of sharp sharpness from covering, the sky of the sword gang cut through the void, making the Emperor Jun and others as if 10,000 blade cuts the body like silk blood dripping into the sea. The last differentiated body was holding up the destruction-breaking gourd, filled with the aura of destruction and death. Destructive flame and perishable heavy water flowed out from it, generalizing into a water and fire evil Kirin, emitting bursts of hissing roars that shook the void. Big brother, let's make a move too. When the words fell, the killing intent in Yuan Shi's eyes could no longer be concealed, and the one breath transforms 4 purities was then used. The body holds up the Qiankuan tripod. The order divine thunder connects heaven and earth. The cloudy sky becomes more and more gloomy. Bursts of booming thunder explosions are endless, and the brilliant heavenly might envelopes the living beings. Holding the 3 jewels of the Jade Rui's doppelganger, the heavenly and earthly avatars suddenly opened up, instantly expanding to 10,000 feet in size, and the ferocious might of the demon god shook the entire scene. The doppelganger of the central Ehe apricot and yellow flag on top of his head, surrounded by 10 million golden lotuses. The palm of heaven and earth is covered with magic treasures and spiritual weapons, and his eyes are full of the color of leaping to try. Waist-hanging void-ordered gourd of the doppelganger, eyes without half a ripple, as a towering god, selfless and desireless heavenly way, surrounded by the whole body of the phenomenon. But it is daunting, do not dare to meet with it half a minute.
The power displayed by the doppelganger with his arm wrapped in a heart-piercing lock and his palm overhanging the jade void-glazed lamp was slightly less powerful than the other three doppelgangers.
But it was still not something to be underestimated.
Poor Taoist is not good with words.
Since you guys want to do a fight, let's do it.
I hope you are ready for your souls to be scattered.
While Taishang indifferently reminded the crowd.
The technique of one breath transforming the four purities was also quietly used with it. The body holds up the great mill of yin and yang,
crushing the meaning of all things to force all beings,
and the way of water and fire generalizes the double dragons,
coiled around its body,
emitting bursts of roars that resonate through the clouds.
Top hanging heaven and earth Xianhuang pagoda's detachment, the innate Xianhuang air flooding the barriers,
merit and virtue golden light shrouded its body,
seemingly simple and unadorned, but in fact impeccable.
Palm hanging Taiji yin and yang gourd of the split,
yin and yang tu qi grinding heaven and earth. Taiji field covers 10,000 miles, everything within its heart,
melting the bone and squeezing the marrow of the hand at ease, holding a dragon flat crutch and driving the Xian Du heavenly plow in the south under the shelter of the flame light flag. The physical body engraved yin and yang Dao rhyme,
water and fire dual law,
the law of the heavens and the earth aptitude, the body of 10,000 feet of the devil god in two sides,
angrily staring at the Emperor Jun and others. This is a dual cultivation of body and method,
both stepping into the mixed golden immortal awe. The Duke of Dongwang looked around at the four 10,000-foot bodies that showed the ferocious might of the demon god, and his eyes could not help but be tinted with a bit of consternation and trepidation. It was no wonder that just by first stepping into the mixed golden immortal, he was able to rival them, the paramount supreme saints who had chopped off their second and third corpses. Now that their numbers and strength seemed to be at a disadvantage, did they really have a chance of winning this pit kill plan? Hong Jun,
you want me to kill them? Yang Mei was hidden in the void crevice,
looking at the ferocious might. Each of them was enough to harden themselves against the single cultivation of a mid-mixed yuan, or even the late stage of the strongest Taichu four people. A slight confusion could not help but rise in his eyes. What the hell is wrong with the world? He was merely in the midst of the chaos, and had not been in seclusion for a long time. So how did such a perverted four people appear? The body and law dual cultivation both became mixed yuan. In the past he was indeed only qualified to meet him, but now, due to the lack of origin, he was only able to break through to the realm of mixed perfection with the way of laws. The physical body was nothing more than that of a mixed golden immortal, and at most, it was equivalent to that of a primordial Dao Lord, and that was the result of him spending a lot of time on both. Since his birth until now, the four purities had not even been able to match 1/5 of the time he had spent in cultivation. How is it possible to cultivate all the physical techniques to the mixed golden immortal? Could it be that the Pango bloodline was really so powerful? It was even if he was crushed by the other party during the chaotic demon god period, but after reincarnating and recultivating, he had to be crushed by the direct descendants of his bloodline. This is still not letting people live. It is for this reason that these four must be brought to an end as soon as possible. Hongjun himself is unable to leave the purple heavenly palace for the time being until he has completed his sermon. In order to make sure that nothing was wrong, a divine idea incarnation was sent to follow Yang Mei to come and do a final tout. If I let it step into the mixed Yuan Dao Lord, then even if I complete my plan to merge the Dao, I will not be able to perfectly control the flooded heaven and earth. The saintly honorific position that you seek, I naturally cannot realize it with you either. Helping me is actually helping yourself. As long as the four Qings are resolved, either the holy position of the heavenly Dao, which is second only to me, or the head of the earthly Dao, can be chosen by you, Daoist. Yang Mei listened to Hongjuan's lulling, and his deepest desires were aroused. Didn't he risk coming here so that he could have a chance to return to the top? Thinking back to the beginning, he was also a top 5 supreme powerhouse among the chaos demon gods. Now but fell even witnessed mixed yuan cannot reach. The lack of origin have to rely on the Hongjun this stinker, only to be able to barely make up for it. It would be fine if that was all there was to it. But why is it that the group of fools who went far away from the chaotic void were able to run into great luck and get enough to make up for the missing origin, and are expected to once again witness the way of the mixed world? This made him a complete laughingstock to them, ridiculed as a coward who rested on his laurels and a fool who was stuck in his ways. The shame was so great that he couldn't even look directly at what he had looked like when he thought he had won the battle and mocked the fools in a proud and disdainful manner. Remember your promise. If I miss my words, I'll take you with me even if I have to die together. After saying that, Yang Mei no longer paid attention to Hongjun, and his eyes looked sharply at the battlefield, looking for the right time to strike. Don't worry, I'll honor my promise. Between Hongjun's indifferent eyes nodding his head in response, his heart was of a different thought. The promises he had given so far were all based on the fact that the four purities had been annihilated. The influence of Pangu had been completely erased, and everything in heaven and earth had returned to its original trajectory. If one of the three did not meet the standard, he would not be able to perfectly merge with the Dao, and would be stuck at the half-step of merging with the Dao, which was above the mixed Yuan Dala and below the Heavenly Dao realm. And getting stuck in the realm was secondary. The Heavenly Dao that he had suppressed, the day he didn't completely refine it, then he risked being countered by it and falling down to the realm of saints. At that time, once the Heavenly Dao regained its dominance, all of his plans would come to naught, and not only would his strength be stuck in the realm of saints forever, even his own will would be lost, reduced to a puppet controlled by the Heavenly Dao. This was why, rather than risking the backlash of karma, he had secretly calculated to mess with the 4 clearances. As for the sainthood promised to Yang Mei, Timothy, Qian Kuan, and the Duke of Dongwang, the heavenly merits, as long as they were able to carry it off, the backlash of the heaven-opening merit, the karma of killing the 4 purities, stood before him intact. He will naturally honor it in every way, but if there had been so much as a hint of an accident, then he would have been left to mourn for it. While Hongjun and Yang Mei were hiding in the void, each with their own calculations in mind, the battle situation in the field gradually took on a whole new dimension. Now we have people that are not only more numerous than yours, but also that much stronger. Tong Tian scanned, with an ugly expression on his face, the Duke of Dongwang and the others, and some cold smiles could not help but rise on his face. If you hand over your entire fortune, you may be spared. If you don't hand it over, kill them all without amnesty. Chapter 69, Crowd Fear. Taishan eats people without spitting out bones? The words fell and the sword rose, and the unicorn roared. The infinite destructive sword astral deity covered the sky, as if the sword hell was approaching. The sword intent was absolute heaven and earth, suppressing the body and destroying the spirit, cutting the soul and obliterating the heart. Destructive fire and destructive heavy water mingled and converged. Gray and black streams of fire covered 10,000 miles of ocean, like mercury diarrhea pervasive, sucking the bones and squeezing the marrow, turbid heart and cutting the will, the terror of the might, except for those whose cultivation was above the Dala perfection, the Duke of Dongwang, the 2 Dijun brothers, the Time, Qian Kuan, and the 10 great demon gods. The rest of them couldn't even block it in the slightest. In an instant, they were all suppressed by the sword dipper, covered in streams of fire, and swallowed into the destruction and destruction gourd. Gourd in the palm of the light shaking, within the miserable wailing, screams and cries of pain sound unceasingly. It sent chills down the spine of everyone present. Now not only do you have to take your entire fortune to ransom yourself, but you also have to pay for the lives of these people. Tong Tian remotely pointed at the Duke of Dongwang and Dijun's brother and sister, his tone slightly tinged with a hint of playfulness as he kindly reminded them. Or, of course, you can leave it alone. It just so happens that my elder brother has recently been researching a method of extracting the life essence of all spirits, and the origin of the laws, to refine pills. I'm sure he wouldn't mind taking over these ministries that you've abandoned. Naturally, Taishan would not tear down his own brother, and immediately had his doppelganger, who was holding the Taiji Yin Yang gourd, come to Tong Tian's side. What third brother said is very true. My alchemy materials are really a bit scarce these days. With that, he casually fished around in the destruction-broken gourd, grabbed 2 acquaintances, and threw them into the Taiji Yin Yang gourd. I don't want to die yet. Lord Dongwang save me. 2 terrified hisses in succession suddenly came out from the gourd. Just a few births and deaths. The life essence and law essence of the 2 people. They sprayed out from the gourd mouth. Laws of cloud. Laws of thunder. That's a good combination. Between light laughter, the Taishang did not care in the slightest about the Duke of Dongwang and the others, who were shocked, appalled, terrified, and fearful. Samadhi flame manifested in his palm, and the essence of their lives and the origin of the laws were then put into it, adding some of the golden lotus of the Tao rhythm and the 10,000 miles of purple chi, and refining it for a few breaths with the wonderful method of the Tao of the Dan, a purple gold elixir inscribed with auspicious clouds and thunder patterns, emitting bursts of creation visions, smelling of physical and mental pleasure, and increasing longevity. It then appeared in the palm of the Taishan. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the lower elixir of the law divine elixir, the enlightenment elixir, refined with the laws of cloud and the laws of thunder origin, adding the life essence of the 2 great Luo golden immortals and the golden lotus and violet breath rewarded by heaven and earth. If you take it below the Deluo, you can add 1 Yuanhui to your life, and have a chance to have an epiphany of the law of thunder, the law of clouds, or even the 2-in-1, the way of robbing thunder. Taking it above the Dala can add 10,000 loads of mana and enhance the perception of the laws of thunder and cloud, and their related laws. I wonder if you might be interested. The moment the words fell, the entire arena instantly became incomparably silent, nearly reaching the point where a pin could be heard. Not only the East Wangdong, the 2 Dijun brothers, who stood on the bright side,
looked at Tongtian and Taishang's eyes, tinted with a little fear and consternation. Even the Yang Mei duo, who were hidden in the void and watching the battlefield, felt a vicious chill. They really didn't expect that among the four Qing gang, apart from Tai Chu, who was a master of reckoning. Surprisingly, there was also Tong Tian, a master of yang plotting, as well as Tai Shang, a pervert who eats people without spitting out bones, using the life essence and law essence of all spirits and beings to refine pills. It is estimated that even if the demon ancestor Luo Shua came, he would have to respectfully call himself a senior. So far only Genji seems to be okay. Apart from his somewhat arrogant character, he should be the more kind-hearted existence among the four. Don't wait any longer. The 12 ancestor witches and the 4 Qing are blood relatives. If they find out what's going on here, you'll all have to give up your lives here. Hong Jun saw the crowd's momentum. There is a weakening trend. Immediately gave the Duke of the East King and other people to send a message, urging them to hurry up and do it. With fellow Taoist Yang Mei touting, "You guys just fight your way through, and he'll find the right moment to deal a fatal blow to the 4 purities." When the Duke of Dongwang and the others heard this, they also could not help but cross their hearts and forcefully suppressed the fear and trepidation that flooded them. "You 4 Qing dare to use living beings to make pills. This is a great crime, and is not tolerated by all living beings. I am now sentencing you to death in the name of the Lord of the Immortal Court, the head of the male immortals." A loud and stern voice fell, and the Duke of the East King took the lead in leading his own good and evil twin corpses to strike. But he was most chicken-hearted, knowing that Taichu's strength was heaven-defying, Taishan's configuration was powerful, and Tongtian's offense was unparalleled. Then he chose Yuanshi, who seemed to be at the bottom of the list of the 4, with the weakest configuration of magic treasures, as the target of his attack. "Yuanshi Jr., take your life. Just you want to fight me?" Yuanshi saw that the Duke of the East King had approached him directly. It was immediately clear that the other party was treating him as a soft target, and the anger in his heart soared. And with the order gourd split and the heart-penetrating lock split, he greeted them. Tai naturally focuses on preserving his strength, yet he can't go too far off the beaten track, and so it was that he approached Tai Chu, who had just had a deal. The hatred of the Chaos Bell, the public humiliation, "We'll settle the new grudge together." Hissing angrily, Tai then brought the good and evil twin corpses and attacked and killed towards Taicho. "It's ridiculous that just you want to take revenge." Taicho understood Tai's intentions, but such ambitious people can't be trusted in their entirety, just to be on the safe side. He then had the causal Xian mirror split, with the causal time and space gourd illusion split, as well as the 12-pin creation green lotus split, go forward to face the battle. One of the 3 doppelgangers had invincible defense, one had bizarre means, and one could command the causal world and obscure the prying eyes of Hongjun and Yang Mei. At the same time, he was able to maintain, to the maximum extent possible, the reversal of the 36 pieces of the green lotus of creation, as well as the false causes and true fruits, which were 2 overwhelming cards with the ability to turn the tide. Seeing Tai kill Tai Chu, Di Jun also remembered the shame he had suffered, and under the spurt of anger in his heart, he also chose to kill the same target. "Little Tai Chu, today is the day you die." In the midst of his stern and furious shouts, Di Jun's good and evil twin corpses, respectively, sought out the mountain river and Jigaku diagram split, as well as the 5 flames and 7 birds fan split. His own body, on the other hand, was facing off against Taichu's own body, wanting to use the sturdiness of the celebration clouds of the heavens to firmly clamp it down. Let him watch. His own brothers died one by one. In order to solve his heart's hate, wash away the past shame. Come and try if you can. Seeing that all 3 of the Dijun people had already found a good match, only Tong Tian, Tai Shang, and the 2 detachments of Yuan Shi remained. Timeless and Shenkuan looked at each other and then approached Tai Shang and Tong Tian at the same time respectively. The 10 great demon gods were ordered to incomparably hold back Yuan Shi's central Ahi apricot and yellow flag detachment, as well as the 3 treasures Rui detachment. You only need to hold out for an hour, and after the deed is done, the treasures from the decapitation of the 3 corpses will be wrapped up by the 2 of us. But if you want to be masculine and not contribute, then we won't blame you for being unsympathetic and will personally send you on your way. 1 mallet, 1 sweet date. This kind of coercion and enticement method is incomparably good at any time. It wasn't true that the 10 great demon gods feared the strength of Yuan Shi's mixed golden immortal, but the threat to their lives, coupled with the lure of the Tao, it made it have to suppress the fear in its heart and charge towards the other side. Last time there were outsiders to help, now it's just you and me against each other. I'll see how much longer you can be arrogant. Token held up the Tower of Time and Space, led the good corpse age, the evil corpse light time, and the ego separation, and imperialized the innate spiritual treasure age ruler, light time sword, and separation clock, and condescendingly provoked at the Taishang.
The poor Taoist is curious as to how the pills made by the reincarnation of you demon gods are different from the ordinary Dao Lords and Paragon Saints. Please also contribute yourself, so that the poor Taoist can solve the confusion.
After saying that, the Taishang main body instantly disappeared, and the moment it manifested again, it had already arrived in front of Timothy, and with the divine might of the yin-yang great mill, it fiercely smashed down towards his heavenly spirit, and along with the Taishang and Tokiwa making their move, the rest of the battlefield gradually kicked off. In an instant, heaven and earth shook unbearably. Space and time collapsed inch by inch. The 5 elements of yin and yang reversed the chaos. Billions of miles in the vicinity of none of the living beings dared to approach. Chapter 70, the 4 gourds of the extreme peak show their might, calling out to you. Dare to answer. This trip to the 3 immortal islands is a carefully laid killing game by us. Haven't you 4 purities always been very powerful, and anyone who dares to mess with them has to pay an indissoluble price? Today I will return the shame I have suffered to you 1,000 times over. Let you taste what it's like to lose face. 2. Let Tai Chu, Tai Shang, and Tong Tian, one by one, die in front of you. The Duke of the East King looked at the 10,000 miles around him, caught up in the killing and bloodshed of Tai Chu and the others, his eyes filled with ecstasy and excitement, with the Dao ancestor as a guarantor. So many paramount saints, and even a perfection of the mixed golden immortal, were ready to come to their aid in the void. The arrogance of the 4 Qings in the past will surely end today. Everything you did before, you will pay for it with your life today. Oh, the skill doesn't see to rise, but there's so much bull ********. Yuan Shi looked at the Duke of Dongwang, his face full of rampant complacency, and some coldness and mockery suddenly flashed under his eyes. Taichu had just informed them all of Hongjuan's plot this time, as well as the fact that Yan Mei was still hiding in the shadows, ready to make a sneak attack at any time. Although the other party was still hiding a battle power of a perfection of the mixed golden immortal, it was not as if they had fallen into a desperate situation where their bottom cards were all out. As long as it dared to make a move, they would definitely be able to make it understand. A mantis catching a cicada is not necessarily a yellow bird, and an insect may not be incapable of poking its eyeballs out with a single stab and burying the yellow bird. But before the real battle begins, it's better to draw some interest. Let this fool who can't see the situation be the first to experience the divine might of my void order gourd. The thought ebbs and flows. Yuan Shi's eyes cannot help but rise a little playful. To Qiankuan tripod of God's might. Forcibly the good corpse, the first sun and the evil corpse, noon. All knocked away. Revealing will only be in the back of the 2. Put a cold shot of the Duke of the East King. Go on. Give him a little kick in the pants. Just look at me. Insta. The central Ehe apricot yellow flag detachment that was ordered to do so immediately showed some seeping madness, and the entire body's mana was poured into the flag, protecting itself with 10,000 golden lotuses, charged straight at the Eastern King's Duke. What's this about? Seeing that the origin body, and its offensively terrifying doppelganger, did not target themselves, but instead went to hold back the good and evil twin corpses, letting a doppelganger with more than enough defense and seemingly insufficient strength come to attack and kill the main body that had the protection of the innate supreme treasure, the Taiji diagram. Lord Dongwang was a bit puzzled for a moment. Wait, what's he doing with so many innate spirit treasures? Between life and death, the apricot yellow flag split had already arrived in front of the Duke of Dongwang's original body, and while hurriedly dodging this roiling golden bridge, a slightly bizarre smile appeared on his face. Lord Dongwang, the main body asked me to come and show you some great treasures. Saying that, thousands of innate spiritual treasures level ghostly purple orbs were thrown out by the apricot yellow flag detachment in a matter of moments. The orderly thunder dragons that were always leaping above the sky but failed to fall seemed to have been activated in an instant, and they all burst out with earth-shattering dragon whistles, just as the Duke of the East King scanned the surrounding area with a confused expression, not understanding what the hell was going on. Almond Flag folded his arms and made a blossoming gesture toward him. Blast! In a split second, thousands of ghostly purple orbs erupted, with endless thunder divine might, and the earthly abyssal divine flame blossomed uncontrollably. Rao Dong Wonggong finally guessed Yuan Shi's intentions, but it was already too late. The Thunder and Fire Pearl, containing 16 innate prohibitions, was refined by Yuan Shi using the Order Divine Thunder and the 6 Din Divine Flame as the base, and adding the Thunder and Fire attribute materials. Its power can be used individually to control thunder and fire, and in multiples it can be formed into a heavenly thunder and earthly fire formation, which can be used to suppress, kill, imprison, and refine weapons. If the formation inscribed within it was triggered, it could be made to self-destruct after its extreme realm sublimation. The power that erupted from gathering all the potential was enough to blow up any living being specializing in the laws below the perfection of the Great Luo Golden Immortal,
And the thousands of thunder and fire beads exploding in unison was only the limit of the surrounding heaven and earth and spacetime, not the entirety of Yuan Shi's reserves. If it wasn't for the fear of throwing out too much, the explosion power would be too strong, causing the three Taichu people to be affected as well. Yuan Shi was just taking the thunder fire bead as a falling cannon, throwing 1,000 of them at once, and his current reserves were enough to throw them for a month's time. If I had known, I shouldn't have let him take the Qianquan tripod away. Looking at the interweaving of the divine thunder in the sky and the divine fire in the earth abyss, he hid within the Taiji diagram and shivered. There was no such arrogant stance just now. Desperately instilling mana and praying that the power of the explosion would not affect the Duke of Dongwang, Hongjuan's face was instantly colored with a bit of gloom. Mass production of innate spiritual treasures, not imperialized against the enemy, but instead treated as disposable self-destructive consumables. Qianquan wasn't even this extravagant back in the day, was he? Yang Mei was also shocked by Yuan Shi's bravado, and his eyes widened slightly. If Qianquan had this kind of means before, not to mention demon ancestor Luo Shuo, or beast emperor god reverse would not necessarily be his opponent. The position of the Taoist ancestor, not to mention, as long as he wants, Hongjun absolutely do not even dare to put a fart. If I have this Qianquan tripod and seize the Yuan Shi's weapon refining inheritance, I think my battle power will definitely be multiplied by more than a few times. At that time, whether it was traveling to the chaotic void or staying here and continuing to make false pretenses with Hongjun, there was a great deal of safety and security. Under the stupidity of his heart, Yang Mei asked an unlikely question. After Yuan Shi dies, how about the Qianquan tripod is returned to me? How could Hongjun not understand Yang Mei's mind, in order to prevent it from striking? Or in the case of deliberately releasing water in exchange for the Qianquan tripod, he could only give, as well, an offer of fair play, in order to stabilize the other party for the time being. When this is over, each will fight for it. Timeless and Qianquan, but both also saw Yuan Shi's actions, and were already contacting me just now, asking for the Qianquan tripod to be returned. Could be. Two idiots who took a shortcut and want to compete with me are simply delusional. While the hostility in Yang Mei's eyes flickered slightly, the apricot yellow flag split once again threw out 3,000 thunder fire beads. All of a sudden, a succession of order divine thunder and the churning earthly abyss divine flame crazily invaded the shield that had been gathered by the thousands of golden bridges. Although the Duke of Dongwang could still barely block it, it was not a permanent solution after all. The mana spent by the apricot yellow flag split to imperialize the thunder fire bead to self-destruct was far less than the speed of mana recovery within his body. The mana generated from swallowing spiritual chi in a single sitting was enough to enable it to imperiously cause 1,000,000 thunderfire beads to self-destruct. Instead, he was always in a state of full power, and the surrounding aura had already burned away under the constant self-detonation of the thunder fire bead. The empty spacetime was gradually replaced by order divine thunder and earth abyss divine flame. It made it impossible for him to restore his own mana by swallowing heaven and earth auras. The two stalemated for only a tea time, and the early sun and noon had already gradually shown their defeat. East Wandong also in tens of thousands of thunder and fire beads bombardment, exhaustion of mana, thousands of like substance of the golden bridge, but also become virtual as a phantom, as if a pulp will be broken like a precarious. Good chance. Seeing this, Yuan Shi's eyes flashed with a flash of severity, and a tripod smashed on top of the heavenly spirit of the primordial sun, taking advantage of its dizziness and limpness, gathered half of the body's mana, flashed to the front of the East Kingdom, holding up the Qianquan tripod smashed on top of the illusory protection. The moment the two touched, a shocking tremor swept the surrounding 10,000 square miles. Has long been depleted of mana. East Wandong, simply unable to resist the beginning of the onslaught. The defense of the Taiji diagram had completely collapsed in a matter of moments, and the divine aura fell back into the hands of the Duke of Dongwang with a slight dimming of the divine aura. Lord Dongwang, if I call out to you, do you dare to say yes? The Duke of Dongwang, who had already lost his mind due to the Taiji diagram's defense being broken, subconsciously turned his head to answer when he heard the Void Order Gord Divergent's stern shout. You want. However, just as he opened his mouth, a heaven-swallowing suction force instantly erupted from the mouth of the gourd. Without waiting for him to react, he was completely received within the gourd. What a place! What are you doing? I am the head of the male immortals, and the lord of the immortal court appointed by the Taoist ancestor. So hurry up and let me go. Otherwise, I will definitely report to the Dao ancestor and have him smite you. East Wangong from the bewilderment back to God. To see that he is in a direction is not distinguishable. The time and space reversal of the place. The heart was immediately occupied by fear and anxiety. One after another, he hissed and threatened to make Yuan Shi let him go. You have betrayed your trust, fled from the battlefield, bullied the weak, forcibly robbed women,
and plagued the people. So you are indeed a great traitor and a great villain. Today, in the name of the Lord of the Orderly Dao, I will act on behalf of the heavens and inflict 36 tortures on you, in the hope that you will reform yourself and become a new man. Chapter 71, The Four Qing Formations Open Heaven. Pangu revisited the flood. Slander. You're pure slander. Although he didn't know what Yuan Shi really wanted to do, the coldness and uneasiness that gradually rose in his heart made the Duke of Dongwang frantically defend himself. Everything is your side of the story. I'm going to appeal to heaven. I am the head of the male immortals appointed by the Taoist ancestor, and the Queen Mother of the West is transformed by the purine air of the innate heaven. So it is a match made in heaven with me, and there is no such thing as forcibly robbing a woman. The rest of the charges are even more false. The frantic cries of the Duke of Dongwang did not receive a single response from Yuan Shi. In this void hell, he himself is the Heavenly Dao, and what he says and does is the Dharma. If you are said to be guilty, you are guilty. If you are not guilty, you can be punished for the crime of deceiving heaven, and for the sin of contradicting. First punishment, soul extraction. The moment the name of punishment manifested in the void, the divine soul of the Duke of Dongwang, without the slightest hindrance, detached itself from its physical body and levitated between heaven and earth. Several oxhair fine needles condensed with order divine lightning instantly penetrated the hands and feet of the divine soul, as if picking the threads, turning them into silk threads, threading them on top of the fine needles, and continually beginning to slowly draw them away, like fingernails scraping a blackboard, a knife pulling and scratching a glass like sharp magic sound, as the divine soul continued to draw out the cocoon, madly invading the ears of the Duke of Dongwang. The feeling of being strangely itchy, yet untouchable, coupled with the demonic sounds that kept coming from his ears, gradually colored his eyes with a bit of despair. Kill me if you dare. In response to the collapse and hissing of the Duke of Dongwang, the corners of Yuan Shi's mouth rose slightly, and in a tone of indifference, he explained the difference between the void hell and the outside world. This is just the beginning. Within the void hell, 100 years is equivalent to an instant in the outside world, and a punishment takes 600 years from start to finish. If you don't want to suffer, either find a way to kill yourself or pray for the war in the outside world to end as soon as possible. With these words, the Duke of Dongwang completely panicked, his eyes instantly filled with anxiety and despair. But before he could say anything, Yuan Shi's reminder struck again. Also, let me remind you of one thing. Since the possibility of prisoner suicide was already on my mind at the beginning of the refining process, so having refined death, soul, life, and creation, from which the four laws originally originated, it is near impossible for you to accomplish the act of suicide. At least I can't think of any way you could kill yourself myself. Devil, you're a complete devil. You're the one who's sinning for the sake of the living. Heavenly Dao is above. This person is the biggest hidden danger in the flooded heavens and earth after Luo Shuhu. I use my own life as a guide to kowtow to you to send down the heavenly punishment and blast this heaven-defying devil. As Yuan Shi listened to the hissing of the Duke of Dongwang, some disdain surged in his eyes. This is his magic treasure space, and it is not yet the turn of the Heavenly Dao to come here to make decisions. In order to refine the void order gourd, he had filled every possibility that came to mind. The space and time, emptiness, chaos, cause and effect, life and death, and fate, dozens of law origins, all of which are integrated into them to make up for possible flaws, as long as one was imprisoned in it, not to mention swearing an oath to the Heavenly Dao, or even reporting to the Great Dao. It was impossible to get the slightest response, and the outside world of Emperor Jun and others, although they do not know what happened to the Duke of the East King, but from which vaguely transmitted, full of despair and panic hissing, but also be able to peep out one or two. Is your second brother always this perverted? Within the causal world reflecting time and space, Tai Yi, who was pretending to fight with the creation green lotus split and the causal arcane mirror split, listened to the mournful hissing that was coming from intermittently. Chilliness surged in his heart, and he inquired towards the creation green lotus split. A man can't stand still if he's not ruthless. When dealing with a scumbag like the Duke of Dongwang, one must strike hard in order to completely put an end to the trouble forever. Exactly. The first few times with Hongjun secretly help, let it lucky escape. This time to say what also want to let him completely fall. The Taiji map to my big brother to take back. The two doppelgangers responded one after another, causing Tai Chi to consciously tighten the Pangu banner in his hand. Originally, he had planned to renege on the debt if possible, and delay for tens of millions of years before delivering it to Tai Chu. Now it seems that these four brothers are not good people. Either they are perverts who eat people without spitting out bones and play plots and tricks, or they are the reverse demons who torture people for fun. If he didn't pay, he would have to wait for a horrible sight, or even a sight that he couldn't see. Don't worry, this Pangu Wan will surely be returned to you afterward. and I will never be greedy, even for a few more breaths of time. Tai first assured Pan Gu Fan of his belonging, and then he reminded Tai Cho, now that Yuan Shi has withdrawn, the Duke of Dong Wang's good and evil double corpses can no longer pose a threat. The winds of war are beginning to blow in your favor. If I'm right, it should be time for Yang Mei to prepare to strike as well. I understand. The differentiated body of the one breath transforming four purities was connected to the consciousness of the main body, and the reminder from Tai's creating Green Lotus alter ego was naturally heard by the Taicho main body as well. For the sake of you providing me with information and offering the Pangea, when you see us gathering our detachments together later on, you'll run for your life without looking back. Otherwise, if you get hurt or maimed, or even die, don't blame me for not having warned you. Tai's heart was stunned at the words, and he hurriedly nodded his head in response to the thanks. Thanks for the reminder, fellow Daoist. At that point, I promised to turn around and leave and never get involved even a little bit more. Just as Tai was assuring Taicho, Yang Mei, just as he had expected, could no longer continue to stand on the sidelines. The handhold was refined by combining his own body, the hollow willow, with the accompanying supreme treasure, the mirror of the heavens, containing 49 innate prohibitions and a complete space law. The innate treasure, the heavenly willow air pull whip, is as easy to use as playing with space in the palm of your hand and cutting the heaven and earth with the palm of your hand. After greeting Timothy, he immediately killed out of the void and headed towards the strongest Taishang of the four Qings, making a sneak attack first. 10,000 worlds of empty destruction. In a split second, a hollow willow rooted in the void of 10,000 realms, hanging 3,000 stars and rivers of willow branches, endless heavens reflecting the torso, the height of an unknown geometry. The width of thousands of feet of the hollow willow manifested in the heavens and earth. The moment when the hour was sparing no effort to fix Tai Shang. The long whip in Yang Mei's hand swung down brazenly. Hollow willow also at this moment, flinging itself 3,000 willow branches, in order to overturn the momentum of space and time, towards the supreme chi attack. Fellow Taoist Yang Mei, the poor Taoist has been waiting for a long time. Tai Shang did not have the slightest fear on his face in the face of an attack that was enough to destroy the sky and earth, and whose twitching aftermath could cause space to shatter. During the light and breezy drink, the doppelganger holding the coiled dragon flat crutch returned, and the confinement of the hour dissipated. Under the infusion of the entire body's mana, the Qingping sword, the three treasures Jade Ruin, and the 12 green lotus of creation's shadows suddenly manifested around his body, with the Panglong flat crutch as the center. The great Tao of creation blossomed into a divine aura, and endless divine patterns of laws appeared in heaven and earth. Between the rapid superposition of shadow and reality, the 36 pints of the green lotus of creation silhouette instantly enveloped the top of Tai Shang's head. Yang Mei's all-out strike fell, but it only broke the 36 pints of the green lotus of creation's shadow, causing Tai Shang to receive a slight bruise, and did not cause any substantial damage at all. Second brother, third brother, fourth brother, form a formation, put an end to this boring farce. A light voice softly droned down, and the three Taikas then responded, their own bodies erupting in full strength, briefly suppressing Emperor Jun and the others at the same time. The imperial divided body was heading towards the Taishang main body. 16 Big Dipper heaven opening formation rise. The split body convergence of the moment. Two on the eyes of the cold aura suddenly rose, shouting and shouting. Endless laws of God pattern manifestation of the circumference of the sky. Pangu opened up the scene, branded in the surrounding space and time above, under the call of the power of Taishang's own bloodline. With the 16 bodies and gods of the differentiated bodies as a guide, an infinite amount of earthly fury turbid chi and heavenly deity clear chi poured madly from the void of heaven and earth. From within the scenes of the past that branded the heavens and earth, the figure of Pangu was drawn within reality. The chaos bell, which has been hidden and unused so far, also emerged at this moment, generalized into the shadow of the heavenly axe, and fell into the hands of Pangu. The moment the two combined, heaven and earth suddenly radiated bursts of joyful congratulations, as if the true master had returned. The golden lotus of the Tao rhythm, the violet chi of the rising sun, and the mysterious Dharma sound seemed like they didn't need any money, and instantly filled the greater half of the East Sea heaven and earth. Chapter 72 Honjun, who told you to lift the coffin board of Pangu? Pangu. No, it can't be. You're dead and could never return from the past time. The three Yang Mei, who were originally prepared to strike again, looked at the 10,000 foot figure that had stepped out from the past time and towered between heaven and earth. A scene from the past began to flash back and forth in his mind. Unspeakable fear and trepidation spread wildly in the hearts of the three, instantly eroding the minds of several people. The unwillingness of being crushed and split, the despair of being unable to escape, the agony of having one's origin torn apart, the darkness of having one's true spirit reincarnated, constantly turning over in the minds of the three.
let its body unconsciously trembled slightly, subconsciously backward, and even the legs were soft and wanted to fall to the ground. However, even if the three of them denied it, no matter how much they informed themselves that Pangu had long been completely dead, and it was absolutely impossible for him to be reborn and return. But above the 10,000 feet of stature, the ancient barbaric atmosphere, the majesty of the domination of the mixed elements, as well as that familiar to the point of no longer being familiar with the face and the giant axe, all of them made them realize that they were deceiving themselves, and that this demon god who was close at hand, it is the head of the 3,000 chaos demon gods, the first supreme power of the chaotic period, the opener of the flooded heavens and earth, the creator who generalizes all things, the uncrowned emperor of the avenue of force Pangu. How is this possible? Hongjuan's heart was similarly filled with shock and fear at this time. The 12 heavenly divine fury formations can only gather the will that remains after Pangu's body has fallen and transformed all things. Using one's own bloodline as a boarding body, one could forcefully reproduce just a trace of the other party's divine might, every time it was to be performed. It was almost like overdrawing the potential of one's own bloodline in exchange for 1/10,000th of the might of an axe at the peak of Pangu. And as the influence of Pangu gradually faded in the flood world, the bloodline potential of the 12 ancestral witches was overdrawn. The power that can be exerted each time will also be cut down one at a time, until it was no longer possible to utilize the 12 metropolitan divine furies grand formation. It is a consumable that is used sparingly and has great side effects. But what the 4 Tai Cho people had performed, the 16 Big Dipper heaven opening formation, but it was from the long river of time in the past, after using the Yuan Shen in essence blood as a guide to call forth the divine mind of the Pangu honored one, then the clear chi of the Big Dipper and the turbid chi of the earth's fury are used as fillers for the body, and the blessings descending from heaven and earth drive it into action. Nearly, except for the slight amount of mana consumed at the very beginning, and the negligible loss of Yuan Shen and bloodline, the 4 clearings don't cost any extra at all. This meant that Tai Chu and the others, the Panga true body that they had condensed, had at least 1,000th of its peak power, and that's just the limit of what the flooded heaven and earth can carry, not the limit of what Tai Chu and the others are capable of. If one is outside the chaotic sky, the chaotic void, the earth and sky are more powerful. As long as the 4 Qing stepped into the great luo of the mixed yuan and were willing to put down their blood to burn their yuan shen in origin, even if it was 1/2 of Pangu's power at his peak, it would not be impossible. In addition, Hanjun had another concern and did not dare to carry out the imagination. The mixed yuan Dala golden immortal is indestructible for all eternity. Even if his soul is scattered and his true spirit is obliterated, there is no more trace of his existence in the world. It is also able to regroup its true spirit and descend to heaven and earth once again within the ocean of destiny of all living beings in the midst of endless years and ages. As a half-step great Dao level powerhouse, Pangu's return after complete physical death was difficult but not impossible. This was why he wanted, at any cost, to complete the harmonization as soon as possible and encroach on the flood reign. After all, Pangu was the true ruler of the flood, and he was nothing more than a thief who stole power. Once the other party returned, all of his plans would be dispersed and he would die, completely without any chance of turning the tide. And what Tai Chu and the others were doing now was nearly equivalent to lifting the coffin board of Pangu. Once or twice would be just fine. However, if it was used frequently, so that the past Pangu divine thoughts constantly gathered the blessings of heaven and earth, and under the point-by-point approach, it would undoubtedly accelerate the speed of the coalescence of the Pangu true spirit. At that time, perhaps before his scheming was completed, the true spirit of Pangu would have already completed its reunion and once again reappeared between heaven and earth. Damned 4 purities, what type of formation can't you create? But you have to lift your father god's coffin. Are you really not afraid that after he is resurrected, he will turn you all into sustenance to restore your strength? Along with the coalescence of Pangu's true body, Hongjun knew that this siege was completely ruined. In order to be able to preserve its strength, it then let its divine thoughts contact Yang Mei and the others to retreat quickly. Just as he greeted his people and retreated, Taishang wasn't exactly relaxed at this point either. Spare 1,000th of the strength of Pangu's peak period, but also not a small mixed golden immortal, he was able to manage. After integrating into Pangu's true body and taking over the dominant position of his divine thoughts, Taishan instantly felt the endless pressure madly attacking him. Even when he had climbed to the top of Buzhou Mountain, the residual pressure he had felt was not even 1% of what he felt now. Second brother, third brother, fourth brother, I can't manage the coalesced Father God's true body. You guys come and help me. Receiving Tai Shang's plea for help, the 3 Taicho immediately flew and merged within the formation. Emperor Jun had long been shocked by the overflowing pressure of Pangu's true body and froze in place. His legs weak at a loss for words. There was no ability to stop the 3 at all. Yang Mei and the others were in self-fear, filled with the shadow of death from being decapitated by Pangu. Even Hongjuan's anxious reminder was indifferent,
let alone stopping the Taichu 3. As for Tai Yi, who had been revealed the news, he was similarly shaken in place by the might of Pango's true body, and even forgot all about Taichu's exhortations.
Isn't the bottom card that everyone talks about things like magic treasures and sharp weapons,
divine abilities and Dao methods? How are you guys so contrary? It actually summoned all the great gods of Pangu.
If I had known you guys had this card,
I wouldn't have played. Hongjun is also stepping on a brain dead.
The other 4 purities have this card, and you let a few of us quasi-saintly trash who took shortcuts surround Pangu,
who started out as a mixed Dao Lord God Mighty. Isn't this pure bullying of honest people? Just can't wait to get rid of us.
With a frantic roar in his heart,
Tai Yi's sanity gradually returned, remembering Tai Chu's earlier reminder.
Asterisk. Just standing still has such a powerful might.
If you move your hands it'll be even better.
No, I can't follow these idiots to the grave.
I have to bolt. However, Tai Yi's brain was back,
but his body had yet to be completely restored. His upper body followed his brain and tried to turn and run away, but his lower body was shaking like a sieve and wouldn't listen to him at all.
Always dropping your chain at critical moments. Why don't you move your ass?
I don't want to just die a lousy death just yet.
Tai Chi hammered his legs frantically,
even contemplating whether or not to break off his tail and escape as he did so.
With the addition of the 3 Tai Cho people, the Panga true body condensed by the formation rose in power once again,
completely stepping into the level of the mixed Yuan Dala.
However,
due to the bloodline within Tai Chao's body, there was the essence blood of Pango's heart that contained the great Dao of force.
Even if the might of Panga's true body climbed again, it was still able to collaborate with the 3 Taishan people and manage this demon god's body with ease.
Since you missed the taste of death and have been unable to extricate yourselves from it for a long time, then I will help you to relive.
The power of God the Father. Chapter 73, The reappearance of the opening of the heavens and the earth.
All the chaotic beings in the world were shocked. Taichu looked at Yang Mei and the others who were standing in the void with lifeless eyes, and his face couldn't help but show some playfulness. Smiling softly, he turned his head to look at the 3 Taishan people who were manipulating the formation.
Big brother, second brother, third brother,
I will use the might of Father God to recreate the acts that opened the heavens and the earth. Although you are unable to perform the method of powering the 3,000 great roads, it is still a good harvest to use it to realize your own way and harness all the laws of the world.
When the 3 Taishan people heard this, a look of joy and excitement suddenly rose in their eyes. Anyone who walks the path of proving the way by force, in addition to their own avenue, has a very deep comprehension,
but also need to be suspected of the 3,000 avenues, in order to seek the unity of all laws and to walk out a path that is uniquely their own,
and to make one's own avenue perfectly compatible with other laws.
In addition to having the great Dao of force, the great Dao of mixed elements, and the great Dao of devouring themselves, which were sufficient to support themselves and enlighten other laws at will, one can only choose the laws that are related to one's own avenue to comprehend,
and then in a spider web-like way, comprehend other laws that are not related to one's own avenue. However, due to the limitations of their own roots and bloodline, they could only roughly feel out a little bit about the divine might of the great Dao of force. There is no way to comprehend the essence of it.
As for the touchy-feely way of comprehending the other 3,000 laws, they had also been doing it all along, but it had always yielded minimal results.
Since quenching his body on the Buzhou mountain,
he had only been able to comprehend the Dharma treasure held by the divided body and the dozen or so laws contained within it. Now that they actually had the opportunity to personally realize the subtleties of the great Dao of force, how could they not be excited and thrilled by it?
Please enlighten me. Fourth brother, times 3. 3 brothers, look closely. When Taicho murmured softly, his divine thoughts merged into the center of Panga's true body's brow, replacing its control.
The great Dao of force was fully exerted for the first time without reservation.
Cha! In a flash,
the divine might of the Pango true body surged once again,
as if it had been activated instinctively.
The original wooden eyes
instantly brought a little spirit. Stances no longer stiff. Chaos bell transformed into the heaven-opening god axe, raised high at the moment.
3,000 great Dao shadows manifested in heaven and earth. The great Dao of force gathered above the divine axe. The open heavenly fury once again resounded through the heavens.
Thousands of laws bowed down to it. Damn Pangu, to have really resurrected.
As the divine might of the heaven-opening divine axe gathered and the visions covered the sky,
the aura of imminent death finally broke through the Yang Mei triosphere of Pangu. Let it revive from its stupefaction.
Looking at the spiritual eyes and athletic posture of Pangu's true body, with the power to dominate the 3,000 avenues, the divine might of the opening of the heavens and the earth reappeared in front of his eyes. The trio's mentality completely collapsed, and their eyes were instantly filled with panic and nervousness.
What are you waiting for? Go!
Hongjun saw that the 3 people finally recovered,
and immediately did not care about anything else. directly burning the divine idea incarnation, for Yang Mei and others to open up leading to the purple sky palace of space and time tunnel. Where to go? Taicho had already built up his momentum to its peak. How could he let the three of Timothy escape just like that? Powerful 3000 open heaven and earth. A furious shout rang out, and the heaven-opening god axe was then swung down. The scene of the overthrow of 3000 demonic gods. Chaos rips open the shadow of the opening. The image of the first opening of the flooded heavens and earth, reflecting all between heaven and earth. Yang Mei and the three of them fled with their souls, rolling and crawling towards the space-time tunnel. However, the avenue of force is now present, and space and time must submit to it. Not only was the surrounding heaven and earth as if they were frozen in time, even the space-time tunnel opened up by Hongjuan's burning divine thoughts was like fluid lava. It looks like you can enter by stepping on it, but in fact it is as tough as cowhide, and if you touch it, you will be affected by its repercussions. Yang Mei and Tin Chen moved the fastest, directly head on top of the time and space tunnel, instantly suffered its backlash. Half of their bodies were churned by the turbulence, engulfed into the endless void. Hongjun, are you saving us or are you trying to use this opportunity to wipe us out without having to repay the karma owed? Yang Mei really didn't think that he didn't die in the hands of Tai Chu, but he was almost made to destroy his physical body by Hongjun. What bad luck! Shouldn't have agreed to Hongjun in the first place. If he had followed Destiny and the others and traveled to the chaotic void together, he might have replenished his origin and returned to the peak realm, just as he shouted angrily, urging Hongjun to hurry up and rescue him. Its heart and mind, far away in the chaotic void unknown where Fate and others, also coincidentally looked toward, the direction of the flood heaven and earth is located. Was that Pangu's aura just now? I think so, but hasn't he already died and his true spirit worn out? How could he return so quickly? I seem to have sensed that Gun Yang Mei's grumbling. Could it be that he brought Pangu back to life? The moment these words came out, the three people who were traveling with them all revealed some disdain and contempt. Fate, you're afraid you're not having hysterics. If Yang Mei really had that kind of ability, why would he need to hunker down in the flood and follow that skinless pitbull Hongjun? Hongjun, Luo Shuji, Yang Mei, and Timeless, are all cowards of a hill, and nowadays, not to mention certifying to the mixed Yuan Daluo, it is estimated that there is no way to even replenish the origin. Alright, don't talk about that bunch of trash anymore. We've all reached the half-step mixed Yuan Dao Lord nowadays, so just in case, it's better to find a safe place and make another breakthrough. As the sound of conversation slowly fell, the four of them also put the doubts they had just had behind them. Anyway, after they broke through the great luo of the mixed elements, they would continue to travel the chaotic void, searching for the opportunity to ascend to the Heavenly Dao, or even the realm of the Great Dao. The flooded heavens and earth appeared to be safe, but in reality, they were the prison that bound them. Just let Yang Mei and the others have fun in it, as long as they don't go back, not to mention the resurrection of Pangu. Even if the flood is blown up by that bunch of trash playing, it doesn't have anything to do with them. Buzhou Divine Mountain, Pangu Hall. When Taicho used the Great Dao of Force to perform the heaven-opening avatar, the horror of the visionary aura instantly broke through Hongjuan's blockade of heaven and earth, sweeping across the entire flooded heavens and earth. The 12 ancestral witches, who were still practicing meditation, were surprised and angry as they rushed out of the Pangu temple and looked towards the direction where the three immortal islands in the East China Sea were located. Big brother, Father God, it's Father God's breath, powerfully defending the 3000 Great Dao, heaven and earth celebrating it, and thousands of laws submitting to it. It's definitely the rebirth of the Father God. Surprisingly, someone dares to offend Father God. I must thwart it, make it regret coming above this world. Under Zhu Rong's and the others' continuous shouts, Emperor Zhang's eyes grew fierce, and he angrily snapped at the rest of the ancestral witches. Anyone who dares to mess with Father God will be killed without pardon. As the words landed, Emperor Jiang suddenly manifested his 10,000-foot ancestral witch true body and used his spatial aptitude to break the void barrier. Greeting Zhu Rong and the others. They all manifested their true bodies of ancestral wizards and raced towards the direction of the three immortal islands. Just as Emperor Jiang and the others were making their way towards the three immortal islands, the 10,000 spirits and beings within the flood world were also deeply shocked by the power of the divine ability that Tai Chu had executed, or stupefied, or horrified, or puzzled. Thousands of people, thousands of faces, thousands of faces. It is simply impossible to put it all into words. Yet there is one thing that is the same for all. That is to realize that the sky of the flood is about to change. Whether it is really the resurrection of Pangu, or someone has obtained some of Pangu's divine power, the calm that had been restored with great difficulty would all be completely shattered, and the scourge of the scourge would come back to the flooded heavens and earth. Chapter 74. The hours Jianquan turns into a puppet. Hongjun wants to lure the wolf into the house, exterminate the four Qing. Inside the Purple Heaven Palace, Hongjun was also completely numb. The way of the saints took shortcuts, and it was true that their strength could not be comparable to that of a true mixed golden immortal. But it shouldn't be that much worse. The true body of Pango summoned by the four purities had only just stepped into the mixed Yuan Dao Lord. Instead, he was meditating on the way of the saints for a long time, coupled with the home field advantage of the flood. The time and space tunnel opened by burning divine thoughts. It shouldn't be frozen or disrupted by it to be right, but it's just that they did. It also let the Yang Mei duo, who were proficient in the way of space and time, ate a dumb loss, stirring up half of their bodies and some of their souls. Pangu, if you want to die, then die completely. Why do you leave behind so many scourges? Is there really such a huge gap between a mixed Yuan Dao Lord and a Heavenly Dao Saint? Or perhaps the truly heaven-defying one is Pangu, and the rest of the mixed Dao Lords are only a little bit stronger than the saints of the Heavenly Dao? The moment the thought flashed through, Hongjun's movements to rescue the Yang Mei trio could not pause for a moment. The jade saucer of creation was sacrificed. The 3,000 great avenues reflected the heavens, and with all the mana of the mixed elements infused, the great avenues of force were instantly solidified, and ruthlessly slammed on top of the time and space tunnel that had been opened up. The great Dao of force is the only thing that can counteract the great Dao of force, between the two cancelling each other out. The time and space tunnel gradually returned to normal. Qian Kuan, quickly bring the two of them back. At the moment when the Imperial Jade Saucer of Creation simulated the great Dao of force and impacted the space-time tunnel, Hongjun instantly felt an unprecedented pressure. It also understood what it meant that even a genius was just a threshold for peaking at his divine appearance. Even though he had taken several steps out on the Heavenly Dao Sage, he was still unable to match even 1,000th of Pangu's strength by half. And that was just a wisp of divine thought incarnation that was manipulated by Taichu and the others. If Pangu himself were to control it, not to mention cancelling each other out, he was afraid that in the moment of the charge, he would be instantly backfired upon, dropping half of his life in exchange for a chance to live. As Hongjun went all out to penetrate the space-time tunnel, the battle situation on the three immortal islands had also changed slightly. In order to be able to give the Tai Shang trio a better sense of the subtleties of the Force Royal 3000 paths, Taichu never used his full strength. It had been exerting the heaven-opening divine power with minimal power, keeping the three Yang Mei in a state of fear and trepidation, but unable to escape and unable to die. Waiting for Hongjun to exert means to rescue them. As for the purpose of doing so, helping Taishang and the others achieve enlightenment was one aspect, and on the other hand, it was because from the beginning to the end, he had no intention of messing with the other party. What I did earlier was nothing more than an act. After all, the people who could be used under Hongjun were Yang Mei and the others who were involved in this siege plan. If we really killed them all, it would be like killing the chicken to get the eggs, eliminating the chance of wool gathering easily in the future, and it will also lead to a change in the situation. Appeared unable to fathom Hongjun bottom card. Who will be the next person to attack? What kind of magical power in the body? And so on. Unpredictable anomalies. So instead of killing Yang Mei and the others, let Hongjun come with a different group of people. Much better to feed the enemy and give them a little hope at a time in exchange for sustainability. Kill us if you want to. Torture us like this. What do you want? A soldier can be killed but not humiliated. I'm standing right here. Give me a hard time if you can. After experiencing the extreme fear of multiple brushes with death, Yang Mei's trio's spirit completely collapsed. Now their physical body has long been obliterated. Only some remnants of their souls survive. And the origin, which was not easy to repair most of it, has also been split to pieces once again. I don't know how long it will take to recover. So why not just break the pot? The big deal is death. In that case, I will fulfill you. Taicho had already sensed that there was a slight loophole in the power covering the space-time tunnel. Knowing that Hongjun was already exerting means to save people, it was decided right then and there that they were ready to end the show. Watch this, three elder brothers. This will be the strongest strike we can achieve at the moment, and the true divine might of the mixed great Luo golden immortals, powerful 3000 open heaven and earth. Between the silent reminders, Taichu no longer had the slightest reservation, and the moment the heaven opening god axe was raised high, it was no longer just words. The 3000 avenues that had manifested around Pangu's true body were all integrated into the heaven opening divine axe. And the thousands of visions were all collected in the body, as if the family chopped wood in general flat, without the slightest reveal of God's power. There is no strange phenomenon reflecting, but it comes with unrivaled law-breaking power. The 3000 great Dao rotated the axe blade, and the moment it cut through the void, it easily split through billions and billions of miles of ocean. It was as if heaven and earth had tumbled down and overturned, and a heavy pressure that could not be described in words enveloped everything in the world. Sparing the living beings swimming in the 10,000 miles of deep sea, none of them were spared.
and were instantly obliterated by the overflowing power. As for the innate mixed void formation outside the three immortal islands, it only lasted for a few breaths before it was destroyed by the overflowing power. The Yang Mei trio and the Di Jun brothers, due to Tai Chao's letting go of the water, although they didn't die physically, they also suffered a heavy blow. Hong Jun had no choice but to take the plunge himself, carrying the might of the opening of the heavens and the earth, and forcibly bringing the three Yang Mei back inside the Purple Heaven Palace. As for why they didn't save the Ti Jun brothers, it's entirely because he's also in trouble with himself. The time and space tunnel was a two-way channel, he could cross the boundary to save people, and the power on the opposite side could naturally come along the channel. Even though he had closed the time tunnel in time, he was still obliterated with an arm. The Purple Heaven Palace was even more impacted by the power, leaving only the square inch where he was. Looking at the surrounding dim chaos, looking at the ground have fallen into a coma of the three people of the time.
Qian Kuan, Yang Mei, Hong Jun eyes cannot help but flashed a little evil thoughts. Don't blame me, you're the ones who had to leave.
It's too dangerous in the chaotic void.
It's better to stay by my side and honestly serve me.
Perhaps in the near future, after the annihilation of the four purities, it's not impossible for you to take the position of Heavenly Dao saints.
During the continuous murmuring in his mouth, Hong Jun's fingers crossed the void, and a sight of the middle thousand worlds was instantly manifested.
The comatose Timothy and Shenkuan also violently opened their eyes at this moment, and their eyes were wooden and dull as they drifted into the middle thousand worlds, and as the void closed and the middle thousand worlds receded, Hong Jun's gaze turned back to Yang Mei. For the sake of future cooperation,
let's be honest and go deeper. Saying that, Hong Jun directly enveloped Yang Mei's residual soul with his divine thoughts,
penetrating into its memories and browsing through all of the other party's secrets and cards.
Fate, reincarnation, death, creation. After delving into the chaotic void, you didn't even die?
And also accidentally found some chance to make up for the missing origin,
and is about to step into the realm of the mixed great Luo Golden Immortal. No wonder the hour in Qiankuan
will give birth to the idea of wanting to travel to the chaotic void. It turns out that there is a pearl in front of Ah.
As Yang Mei's memories continued to be rummaged through by Hong Jun,
the fate in other people's affairs were gradually made known to him. The slightest hint of a brand new scheme was also slowly taking shape in its mind. Since there is no one within heaven and earth who is a rival to the four purities,
let's find someone outside the world to come and sanction them.
As the fourth of the 10 greatest supreme paths, the reincarnated demon god who had reverted to the great Luo Golden Immortal of the mixed world, even if it couldn't compare to Pan Gu, it should still be able to easily destroy Taicho and the others. As for what kind of bargaining chip to make the Fate Four willingly take the bait,
this is something to think about. Chapter 75, The Eastern King's Duke is mad. Tai Chi serves. Reverse the heaven opening acts. 3 immortal islands. East China Sea.
Seeing that the Yang Mei trio had already left, Tai Chu and the others didn't continue to maintain the Pangu true body. After retrieving the divided body, Yuan Shi then took the Eastern Wangon out of the Void Order Gourd.
Hey, mine, all mine. I am the Lord of the Immortal Court. Hong Jun is nothing. I am the true Lord of the Flood. No, don't come over. I am an immortal emperor. What do you want? I don't have a dragon Yang. Looking at the crazy, sometimes constantly giggling, sometimes overbearing, but at other times but full of panic, covering his own buttocks, as a shrunken head turtle of the East Kingdom. The 3 Taishan people couldn't help but move a few steps to the side, their eyes with a bit of consternation and strangeness, looking towards Yuan Shi, who had a self-satisfied and excited look in his eyes. Second brother, if you have something unpleasant in your heart, you can say it and we'll work it out together.
Tong Tian pondered for a moment with a tangled expression before taking a deep breath and walking over to Yuan Shi's body.
Dragon and Yang is not some unacceptably big deal. What are you talking about? Third brother? Why am I a little confused?
As Yuan Shi listened to Tong Tian's headless words,
his entire being could be said to be in a daze. However, when he saw the eyes of the 3 Taishang people, glancing at the Duke of Dongwang, he also instantly reacted. Instantly, he defended himself. He was mentally broken by the second punishment endless nightmare. Within the Void Order Gourd, it's none of my business at all.
Everything he experiences in his nightmares are also his own worst fears, and the worst possible endings when he reaches the top.
It's true that I'm the owner of the magic treasure,
but the contents of the nightmare are known only to him.
I don't know anything about it. Although Yuan Shi's words were a bit upside down, the 3 Taicho people still understood the meaning.
The heart couldn't help but breathe a slight sigh of relief again. As long as Yuan Shi isn't a dragon and Yang, a pervert in the heart can be a little perverted. They were now almost synonymous with heaven-defying and perverted in the eyes of the flood beings. Of course, if Yuan Shi really had problems with his orientation, although it was indeed hard to accept, they could only hold their noses and admit it.
At most,
when he closed the door to cultivate in the future. He would guard against Yuan Shi even if he did. Big brother, when the Duke of the East King was within the Void Order gourd, begging for forgiveness, he had already severed the connection between himself and the Taiji diagram. Yuan Shi looked at the relaxed color in the eyes of the three, and his face showed some helplessness. It's just that the Duke of Dongwang spoke some nonsense. How come he's involved? He just enjoys the pleasure that comes from his heart when his enemies are ravaged and tortured. Why do the three Taishangs always have the wrong idea? While sighing helplessly in his heart, he also took out the Taiji diagram from the gourd and handed it to Taishang. This treasure is finally back in my hands. Touching the Taiji diagram and feeling the yin and yang Dao rhythms within it, Taishang's eyes were filled with delight and excitement. Ahem. Where is this and what am I doing? Just as Taishang was in love, a bewildered inquiry suddenly reached the ears of several people. Looking at the sound, he saw Tai Chi, whose flesh was still intact, flying out of the sea with his eyes mesmerized. But the moment it saw four clear, its mind cleared up. Without a moment's hesitation, he fell straight to his knees, quickly severing the connection with the Pango streamer. He respectfully offered it to Tai Chu. The supreme treasure is offered to you, and I ask you all to let me live. Knowing that the other party was, in defense of Hongjuan's prying eyes, Tai Cho nodded indifferently, and put the Pangu banner into his palm within the heaven and earth. Seeing as you're so self-aware, I'll let you live today, but it's only you. If Emperor Jun wants to leave alive, he needs to take the celebration clouds of the heavens in exchange. Hearing this, how could Tai Yi not know what the other party was thinking? Immediately, the acting began to soar. Slightly lowered his head, eyes are full of tangled and difficult. After a moment of silence, the bottom of the eyes before flashing a trace of fortitude, rushed into the sea will be fainted Emperor Jun, brought to the front of the Tai Chu and others. As long as you don't harm my elder brother, you can have the treasures as long as you want, without asking his opinion. Seeing him like this, Tai Cho immediately took out the stance of a great villain, his eyes teasingly asking a rhetorical question to him. The celebration clouds of the heavens is a supreme heavenly Dao exotic treasure, transformed by the vast and righteous energy in the heart of the Pangu Father God, with a status equal to that of an innate supreme treasure. This is enough to rank in the top 10 of the world's magic treasures. You just let me have it for nothing. Are you really not afraid that Emperor Jun will flip out with you? Doesn't matter. As long as my elder brother is safe and sound, everything else is nothing more than outside the body. Even if my elder brother blames me afterward, I will never regret it. Tai Chi's sharp words, not only does it set him up as a shining figure who is willing to take the blame for any crime as long as his brother is safe. What's more, it made the 10 great demon gods who were seriously injured. All of them were convinced by it. Contrast this with the tyrannical image of Di Jun, who runs amok, not caring in the least about the lives of his men, and beating and scolding them at will. Perhaps Tai Chi, who was upright and righteous, was the bright ruler they deserved to serve. In that case, take him and get out. But I'll remind you of one thing. If Ti Jun does anything disrespectful again, but no matter what favors are offered, they cannot be exchanged for the chance to forgive us again. When Tai Yi heard this, he immediately understood the meaning of Tai Chu's words. I thank you for your forbearance, and I promise to be more dissuasive and never let my brother do anything unwise again. For the love of your understanding, take the 10 losers over there with you and get lost. The play is over. The audience naturally serves no purpose, so what are you waiting for if you don't roll? On behalf of Shirazawa and the others, I thank you for your grace. Tai Yi feigned delight and respectfully owed his body before he carried Emperor Jun, greeted the severely injured by Zai and the others, and disappeared into the vast expanse of the sky. Fourth brother, is it really reliable to support Tai Chi as a puppet to rule the heavenly court? Judging from this person's behavior, the ambition is not small. I'm afraid. After seeing Tai Yi and the others leave, Yuan Shi's inquiry also resounded in Tai Chu's heart. Just an idle move. Even if Tai Yi takes over the demon heavenly court in its entirety and collects the chi from Di Jun, at most he will be a quasi-saintly consummate. Its significance to us is also only to spy on Hongjuan's schemes. It's that he's as ambitious as he is. What does that have to do with us? What's more, as long as we are stronger than him for one day, then even if we make him kneel forever, he will have to obediently comply. And all we have to do is just go along and help him clear out the people in his way. It's not like it costs us anything extra. The response in his heart fell, and Tai Chao's gaze fell. Above the just harvested celebration clouds of the heavens and the Taiji diagram. Eldest brother, second brother, third brother, since the coiled dragon flat crutch, the 3 treasures Rui, the Qingping sword, and the 12 pieces of the green lotus of creation are able to reverse the 36 pieces of the green lotus of creation at will under the infiltration of the law's divine patterns, then under the infiltration of the great Tao divine ripple, which is even higher than the law divine ripple. Isn't it possible for the Taiji diagram, the chaos bell,
and the celebration clouds of the heavens to, in turn, become the heaven-opening divine acts? Chapter 76, Retraining the Green Lotus of Creation. Chaotic demon godroot is expected. Fourth brother, this is a very bold idea of yours.
As Yuan Shi listened to Tai Chu's musings, some light also rose in his eyes.
According to reason, the three treasures were transformed by Father God's heaven-opening God acts, so if they can be returned to their original form, they can indeed reproduce the power of the heaven-opening God acts.
This was confirmed earlier when using the 16 Big Dipper heaven-opening formation, borrowing the might of Father God's true body with the Chaos Bell and briefly transforming it into the heaven-opening divine acts is undoubtedly a feasible approach.
As soon as its words fell, Tong Tian offered, with a puzzled look in his eyes, a different opinion.
What Ergo says is true, but today is no longer the beginning of the opening of the heavens,
when Dharma treasures were just generalized and formed.
All three have been through several generations of masters and are tainted with the scent of their origin. I'm afraid it's unlikely that we'll be able to get the three to reverse themselves again.
Right? After all, it looks the same on the outside,
but on the inside it has quietly changed under the baptism of time. Hearing Yuan Shi and Tong Tian's response, Tai Chu also couldn't help but frown slightly. The reason why the 36-pin green lotus of creation was able to perfectly reverse itself was all due to the fact that at the time of its entirety, he had made a move to infiltrate and refine it. The Taiji diagram, the Chaos Bell, and the Pango streamer. The origin is the heaven-opening divine acts, yes. However, after several generations of owners, there is no guarantee that its core has not changed.
What do you think about this, big brother? The Taishan sniffed,
his eyes calm as he spoke his insight. Fourth brother, although the second and third brothers have a point, you are the one who operates the concrete. We have long since been taught the subtleties of the law divine pattern many times. The effects that can be achieved are definitely even more heaven-defying than those of the great Tao divine patterns that are a step above and whose might refers directly to the origin of heaven and earth.
If you have concerns in your mind, why don't you first practice with the 36 pieces of the green lotus of creation and familiarize yourself with the use of the great Tao divine patterns before attempting to reverse the heaven-opening divine acts? In that case, you should have some idea in your own mind whether it's a success or not. Tai Cho was instantly enlightened as if he had been enlightened by Tai Shan's mention. As the controller of the great Tao divine ripple, wouldn't he know if the plan he was thinking of would work or not if he tried it himself? It's not like there's anything to lose anyway. It's just a waste of some time at most. Please also ask the three elder brothers to offer up the coiled dragon flat crutch, the three treasures Rui, and the Qingping sword, and I'll first use the 36 pieces of the green lotus of creation to try out the power of the great Tao divine patterns. Good. Could be. Feel free to try. As the three of them answered and replied, they offered up their magic treasures and handed them over to Tai Chu. Creation is limitless, Qiankuan is limitless, yin and yang are against the heavens, mixed elements return to one. In a flash, the divine pattern of the great Tao of creation, the divine pattern of the great Tao of Qiankuan, the divine pattern of the great Tao of yin and yang, and the divine pattern of the great Tao of force gradually manifested between heaven and earth under the waving of Tai Chu's hands. The four great Tao paths also broke free from the boundaries of heaven and earth under its inspiration and leapt into the eyes of the three Taishan people. In the sky, it blossomed with arcane Tao rhythms, evolving the image of the origin of heaven and earth that created all things, the cycle of yin and yang, the reversal of heaven and earth, and the power to control all laws. Big brother, second brother, third brother, it's now. Due to the previous lesson, the three of them already knew what to do even before Tai Chow's soft drink fell. Immediately, he made the one breath transforms the four purities, pouring his own mixed Dharma power and the great Tao he was holding into his body in full. And just as the manna and the great Tao were in place, the four great Tao divine patterns blossomed with immeasurable divine auras, originally due to the last acts of Pango's true body, the disordered heaven and earth, space and time, the lifeless ocean, as well as the bottomless billions of miles of abyss, all in the light of the divine aura restored as before, become vibrant again, and in just a few decades have opened the spirit of wisdom. Sea rocks, mortal fish, mud and sand, these ordinary to can no longer ordinary things, but also in the four avenues of reflection, capture the creation of heaven and earth, catch a ray of life, opened up the spirit of wisdom, know heaven and earth, embarked on the road of cultivation. The four Taicho people also completed the renovation of the 36 pints of the green lotus of creation within a few decades. The coiled dragon flat crutch, the three treasures Rui, and the Qingping sword were all promoted to become extremely high-grade innate spiritual treasures containing 48 innate prohibitions. The 12-pin green lotus of creation, which was the main body, received even better feedback and directly broke through the grade limit. It was generalized into an innate treasure with 49 innate prohibitions, with a power that surpassed the world's treasures, and with a defensive capability that was even better than that of the Taijutsu, the 24 pieces of green lotus of creation. Now that the four treasures' chi was integrated, even if it was once again divided into four, there was still no semblance of separation to be seen. At the same time, when used in the presence of other spiritual treasures in the flow of feedback, a single spiritual treasure power easily comparable to 49 forbidden innate supreme treasure. If he chose to borrow the other 3 spiritual treasures, he could even utilize 80% of his own body's power. If one chose to reverse the 36 pieces of the green lotus of creation, whether it was used by the Tai Chu in charge or the 3 Taishangs, they would be able to perfectly utilize its true divine might. And because this refinement was made by infiltrating the great Tao divine ripple, the path cultivated by the four magic treasures had all been connected to their minds, like unique out-of-body avatars, not only able to increase their perception of the laws, but also able to feed back to them in a constant stream. Let its origin and roots, in the midst of the mysteries of creation, gradually advance toward the chaos demon god. Fourth brother, this treasure is simply a heaven-defying divine object that seizes the creation of heaven and earth and transforms the impossible into the possible. Nowadays, our strength is already rampant across the floodplains. If we root our feet and then metamorphose into chaos demon gods, then even if it's only the perfection of the mixed golden immortal, will still be enough to rival, or even forcefully cut down, those losers who take shortcuts to become saints. Tong Tian looked at the information floating in his mind, his eyes filled with excitement and ecstasy, worthy of being a great Tao divine pattern that directly refers to the origin of heaven and earth. The power it possesses is truly terrifying as it is. Good. The faces of Yuanshi and Taishan were also occupied with satisfaction and excitement, lovingly caressing the 3 treasures Rui and the coiled dragon flat crutch. Big brother, second brother, third brother, don't be so happy yet, we have a big job to do. With one experience, Taichu had already confirmed the heaven-defying effect of the great Tao divine pattern. Taiji diagram, chaos bell, Pango streamer, the possibility of reversing the heaven-opening god axe, dare not say 100%, but also has more than 70% certainty. Okay, we'll start now. I can't wait to see the divine might of the blades used by Father God when he powerfully beheads the 3,000 great Tao demon gods. As Tong Tian watched with excitement in his eyes, Taishan also handed over the Taiji diagram to Taichu. Since the great Tao divine ripple directly refers to the origin of heaven and earth, the expenses incurred when infiltrating the magic treasure are all directly extracted from heaven and earth. Taichu and the others didn't have much to consume other than observing and controlling the entire process. Earlier, the use of the technique of one breath transforming 4 purities was just a precautionary measure. Now that they had a base in their hearts, the 4 of them did not use the technique of one breath transforms 4 purities again. Instead, they directly began to infiltrate the 3 treasures of the open heavens with the divine patterns of the great Tao of creation, Qiankuan, Yin and Yang, and Force. As the 4 great Tao paths reappeared, the divine aura enveloped the surrounding area for hundreds of millions of square miles. All the previously enlightened beings flocked to the sea below the 4 like a pilgrimage. As if intoxicated, he felt the subtle Tao rhythms, the infinite divine aura. Seizing this only chance to change his fate against the heavens, desperately wanting to break free of his mortal body and complete a brand new metamorphosis of his roots and qualifications. Among the crowd of pilgrim beings, a ball of great sun essence that floated from within the 3 immortal islands, as well as 3 different colored clouds, were the most spiritual and respectful, and all of them had already reached golden immortal perfection, just one step away from stepping into the realm of Tai golden immortal. Obviously it was not a firstborn pregnant spirit thing, but an innate divine that had long been cultivated but had not yet reached the time to take shape. Chapter 77, the 12 ancestral witches disturb the East Sea. The heaven-opening divine axe appears. Hanjun epileptic. As the sun rises and the moon sets, the world changes with each passing year. More than 300 years have passed in the blink of an eye. The infiltration and refinement of the Taiji diagram, Chaos Bell, and Panguan, was also nearing its end. All 3 had been transformed into the shape of an axe blade, an axe back, and an axe handle. The power emanating from the invisible caused the surrounding spacetime to appear slightly distorted, as well as like glass cracking lines. However, it was a good thing that there was the causal arcane mirror to cover it up and shield the Heavenly Dao from perception. The 16 differentiated bodies harnessed the heaven and earth Xianhuan Linglong Pagoda, the great mill of Yin and Yang, the mountain river and Jigaku diagram, the Qiankuan tripod, the 24 pieces of green lotus of creation, the black lotus of extinction, and the golden lotus of merit and virtue, and exerted all their power to suppress the heaven and earth and their surroundings. Otherwise, with the 4 of them as the center, the heaven and earth that had just recovered, along with the 3 immortal islands, it will be destroyed again, completely reduced to a deadland ravaged by chaotic winds and void air currents. As for the group of living beings that came to pay homage, there was only the essence of the great sun, and the 3 different colored clouds left, still struggling to hold on. waiting for the 4 Taichou people to finish. Hop! Accompanied by Taichou's deep voice and low drink. The infinite amount of heaven and earth aura poured in crazily, with the great Tao of Force Divine Pattern as the base, the great Tao of Creation Divine Pattern and the great Tao of Yin and Yang Divine Pattern as the articulation, and the great Tao of Qiankuan Divine Pattern helping to blend together. Under the full attention of the 4, the blade and back of the axe were the first to fuse together, and some divine aura was suddenly revealed between heaven and earth. Spare the suppression of the existence of the 5 comparable to the innate treasure, the surrounding heaven and earth space and time. There is still an unstable situation. Looking at the gradually fused heaven opening divine axe, a flash of sharpness flashed across Taichou's eyes, and he shouted sternly at the 3 Taishan people in succession. Big brother, second brother, third brother, I can just be here. You guys go ahead and manipulate the magic treasure. Make sure to stabilize the surrounding heaven and earth, and never be shattered by the power of the heaven opening divine axe. 3 people heard also did not dare to delay. Directly take over the body of the split, holding heaven and earth Xianhuang Linglong Pagoda, Qiankuan Ding, 24 pints of the green lotus of creation to suppress the surrounding heaven and earth. The 16 differentiated bodies, on the other hand, were in charge of the mountain river and Jigaku diagram, the great mill of yin and yang, the black lotus of extinction, and the golden lotus of merit, assisting the 3 of them in stabilizing space and time. As the 3 left, Taichou's pressure suddenly multiplied, but luckily, he was still able to hold on. Let me see who drags who down first. Just as Taichou's eyes were staring resolutely at the slowly fusing heaven-opening divine axe, gathering its divine might with all his might, Emperor Jiang and the others, who had been informed of the news of Father God's possible resurrection, finally arrived at the junction of the East Sea and the middle pole of the floodplain after hundreds of years of running. Big brother, Father God's aura has disappeared. Candle Join looked out over the vast and boundless East Sea, and his eyes couldn't help but flash through some thoughts. The original orientation seems to have been deliberately hidden, and the exact location can no longer be found. Damn, we're still late. When Zhu Rong heard this, he immediately looked remorseful and shouted angrily in a deep voice. Since the Father God's aura appeared in the East Sea and someone deliberately hid it, then this group must not have left yet. As the head of the 12 ancestral witches, Di Zhang's brain was considered a relatively intelligent existence compared to the rest. The point was made immediately. Nowadays, I've just lost the exact bearings, but I remember the general location. With that, Di Jiang passed on the approximate directions that he had recorded, relying on his spatial perception, to the rest of the ancestral witches. Whether the source of the scent is the Father God or someone else has gotten hold of the Father God's inheritance, as long as there is still a glimmer of hope, even if I have to dig up the ground and overturn the entire East Sea, I must find the person for me. Yes, big brother, Candle Join and the others answered sternly, then scattered in all directions, following the approximate directions given by Emperor Jiang, and began an all-around search, and strictly comply with the instructions of the Emperor River. All living beings that exist in the area, or those who want to get close, will not be spared. By not making the great Dao vow, he showed that he had nothing to do with the matter of Pangdu's appearance at all, just pressed straight to the death. Either he swore to prove his innocence, or he would be crippled alive and suppressed into the time and space opened up by Emperor Jiang. If even after searching the target sea area, no half-trace was found, then the art of soul-searching would be used to turn out all the secrets of these people and view them one by one. For a time, half of the East China Sea was disturbed by the 12 ancestor witches, but all the spirits and beings did not dare to resist in the slightest. After all, the patriarch of the Dragon Clan, the overlord of the East Sea, led a group of clansmen to question them, and was also crippled by all 12 ancestor witches, and was enslaved by it in reverse to help search for the whereabouts of Pangu's breath. The dragons originally wanted to resist, but with the 12 ancestral witches exposing their full strength, everyone was at the peak of the early stage of the mixed golden immortals. The dragons then chose to obey very submissively. At their peak, they were only 5 mixed golden immortal level powerhouses, but the 12 ancestral witches turned out to be all of them. Then what's the point of them resisting? Praying that the 12 ancestral witches would hurry up and leave the confines of the East Sea after finding the person. It would be best if they never came back. It is what all the dragons, and even the creatures of the East Sea, look forward to every day and every night. More than 100 years after the 12 ancestral witches enslaved the 10,000 spirits of the East Sea and searched for the Father God's breath, Taichu and the others who had started it all had come to the final moment of truth. Along with the axe blade, the back of the axe, and the back of the axe, completely fusing into one, a powerful and incomparable hybrid impact instantly erupted. Even if the Taishang and the others went all out to carry out suppression, they were still unable to confine all of them, allowing a hint of breath to leak out of the blockade. And it was this hint of breath that gave the slightly discouraged 12 ancestral witches the hope of victory. even if Taichu promptly used the causal arcane mirror to cover up all the traces. However, the bloodline attraction of the 12 ancestral witches stirred up by the scent did not disappear. Instead, because it was getting closer and closer to the 3 immortal islands, it made the blood veins in the body boil even more, as if they had been pumped with chicken blood, all of them falling into extreme excitement. Without stinting his power, he just wanted to find the place where the breath manifested sooner. Meanwhile, outside the chaotic sky, the purple heavenly palace had already been restored as such. Hong Jun, who was sitting high above the 9 heavenly futons, the moment the breath of the heaven-opening god axe leaked out, the whole person exploded. As if to stimulate the instincts burned into his soul, his eyes were instantly filled with fear and uneasiness. The entire body of the man, unconsciously trembled. If the breath hadn't been fleeting, he probably would have sat on the ground with weak legs. Damn the 4 Qings, what the hell are they up to again? Why has even the aura of the heaven-opening divine axe appeared in the flood? Between the horror in his heart, a flash of sternness and viciousness flashed through Hong Juan's eyes. No, we must get the Fate 4 back as soon as possible and snuff them out completely. Isn't it the seat of the ruler of the earth and the human way? As long as you destroy the 4 purities and help me completely merge into the Heavenly Dao, you can have whatever you want. It will all end up doing my bidding anyway. Originally, he had planned to use the Heavenly Dao to subdue the Earthly Dao and the Human Dao, taking advantage of the time when heaven and earth were weakening and the might of the 3 paths had fallen to a low ebb. One by one, they would be annexed and step into the peak of the Heavenly Dao realm. Then he would plot the revival of heaven and earth, and then cross over to the realm of the Great Dao. Now it looks like the plan's changing up a bit. After making the 3 paths of heaven, earth, and humankind fully strong, and destroying the 4 purities and suppressing the 3 paths through the hands of destiny and the others, he killed all of them, and took advantage of the fact that the 3 paths were empty of power but had no spirit, so he could swallow the 3 paths alone, and then break through the realm of the Great Dao in one fell swoop. Chapter 78, 12 Ancestral Witches clearing the side of the king, grafting the cause and effect of the destruction of the West. As Hong Jun contemplated the revival of the flood and the plan to annex the 3 paths, under the combined suppression of the 4 people of Taichu, the sharpness of the heaven-opening divine axe was finally restrained for the most part. Surrounded by the gray chaotic air, the great Tao of force reflected the heavens, and all the images of space and time were subjugated to it. Even without activating its divine might, the power that was unintentionally overflowing alone caused the endless sea to couch for more than 1,000 feet. Fourth brother, it's done. You did it. The heaven-opening axe reappears in heaven and earth. The divine might of Father God will also surely be known again by all beings in the world. With this magic treasure in hand, when the formation is formed again, the true body of the Father God condensed, in terms of cultivation strength alone, there is no more unbeheadable person among the people of the flood. Tong Tian looked at the heaven-opening divine axe, his eyes filled with fervor and excitement, itching to take it in his hands on the spot and play with it. Third brother, the heaven-opening divine axe hasn't actually recovered to its peak. When Taicho lifted his palm lightly, the heaven-opening divine axe slowly fell from the sky and was easily held by him. As Father God's accompanying supreme treasure, it has adaptability that can be described as heaven-defying. Not only will it continue to increase its power as the user's cultivation grows, even more, it will explode with even greater power as the user, with his or her improved understanding of the 3,000 paths. Strictly speaking, it currently only resembles the origin in appearance. And in terms of actual power, it's not even a millionth of what it was when it was in the hands of Father God. When the 3 Taishangs heard these words, their eyes were instantly occupied by shock and horror. Nowadays, the heaven-opening God's axe would already be able to help them powerfully cut down saints and rival the great Luo of the mixed yuan. But this is less than a millionth of its peak? Father God's power really can't be described by common sense. Between Yuan Shi's marveling and lamenting, the fervor and excitement under Tong Tian's eyes became 3 times more exuberant. Back then, Father God used the heaven-opening divine axe to easily suppress and kill 3,000 chaos demon gods of the mixed Yuan Dao Lord perfection and even the heavenly Dao realm like chopping melons and chopping vegetables. It's enough to see how powerful it is. We must never dishonor Father God. We must certify to the mixed world at an early date and reclaim the heaven and earth opened up by Father God. The Taishang didn't say much, but the ecstasy in his eyes, and the corners of his mouth that he couldn't suppress no matter what, and his slightly trembling body, all of them signaled the excitement and thrill of their hearts. This is Father God's heaven-opening axe. Just as Taichu and the others were exclaiming excitedly at their masterpiece, eyes with feelings of joy and excitement, a shocked cry containing excitement, ecstasy, and disbelief entered the ears of the 4. Emperor Jiang, how did you find your way here? With your siblings? When the 4 people of Taichu were in the way of the imperial treasures and suppressed the residual power of the overflowing heaven-opening God axe, they had gone all out. The field that was gathered was also only enough to limit the spread of power. but not to prevent outsiders from entering.
So much so that the 12 ancestral witches were able to follow their bloodline senses and step within 10,000 miles of their circumference after finding the location of the 3 immortal islands. But it was easy for them to get in.
It would be harder for them to get out. Under the invisible might of the heavenly divine axe, each of the 12 ancestral witches was red in the face and ears, and their chi and blood flowed in reverse, as if heaven and earth were pressing down on them, and it was difficult for them to take a step. The moment the cry came out, Emperor Jiang smashed heavily into the ocean due to his deflation. Seeing this scene, Taichu hurriedly dispersed the heaven-opening divine axe and transformed it back into the 3 treasures of heaven opening, and in the process fished Emperor Jiang out of the 10,000 mile deep sea. Brother Taichu, you guys are worthy of being the first son of Father God. You were even able to restore the heaven-opening divine axe. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't have believed even if it killed me that there would be such a heaven-defying divine art in heaven and earth. It's merely using the talismanic way inherited from Father God to infiltrate the 3 treasures with the great Dao divine patterns, allowing them to briefly repower Father God's might. It's not as dramatic as you make it out to be. The humble words that came out of Taichu's mouth couldn't even begin to cover the smugness and elation on his face, and Emperor Jiang and the others who heard what he said, thoroughly overwhelmed by the other party's divine means. It also finally recognizes what a world of difference there is between a defective version and a complete version. Is it possible that when God the Father first fell, he was lean and mean to the 4 purities, but brief and simple to them? It's what led to the fact that it's clearly all Father God's bloodline, and yet there is a gap that is far more than a world of difference? Brother Taichu, in that case, the Father God's aura that enveloped the heavens and earth hundreds of years ago was also something you guys came up with? While his heart was shocked, Emperor Jiang did not forget the purpose of their visit. Not long ago the Duke of the East, Emperor Jun, Tai, Timeless, Qian Kuan, and Yang Mei, used the 3 immortal islands as a pretext to try to surround us. We had no choice but to make use of the 16 heavenly deities and earthly deities formation evolved from the 12 capital heavenly deities and deities formation to welcome back a wisp of Father God's divine mind from the past time, that it may once again return to the flooded heavens and earth. Instantly broke their siege and severely crippled Emperor Jun and the others. When Emperor Jiang and the others heard this, they were instantly enraged. Their eyes filled with anger as they drank in a stern and furious voice. Damn those 2 mongrel birds, how dare they strike at the 4 elder brothers? They are simply tired of living. That weakling, the Duke of the East King, it's good enough that we don't look for trouble from him. How dare he take the initiative to mess with the 4 elder brothers? I'll make sure to let him taste what it's like to have his body burned by the flames. Worthy of being Father God, even if it's only a wisp of divine thoughts from the past, it's not something we can match. Zhu Rong and the others were filled with righteous indignation, and Di Jiang immediately inquired what plans Taichu had, as well as his own suggestions. Brother Taichu, do you have any ideas for retaliation? Hong Jun, that old bastard, how dare so against the 4 elder brother? Simply do not billion. Means under the work is even more rare in the world. In order to avoid a long night's sleep, it's better to choose a day than to crash into it. So let's get down to the business of killing him first, and in the process take back the heaven and earth opened up by Father God. As Di Jiang's words fell, the rest of the 12 ancestral witches, their eyes suddenly lit up with excitement and anticipation, their eyes burning as they looked toward Taichu. As long as the other party gave an order, they would dare to go straight to the purple heavenly palace outside the chaotic sky to complete the clearing of the ruler's side. Take back the heaven and earth that God the Father has opened up from the other side. That's not necessary. Hong Jun belongs to be a poisonous snake in the dark. As long as one chooses to make a move, one must use a thunderous force to cut off all of his or her back roads and chances of survival. Otherwise, once we let it get away, the other side will hunker down and target us in the dark. That's why we can't do anything rash until we're all prepared. As the 12 ancestral witches listened to Taichu's analysis, their eyes couldn't help but flash a bit of despondency. It's all our fault for being so weak. If only we were as strong as our 4 elder brothers. That old bastard, Hong Jun, will have to return to the West today, and Father God's legacy will return to us. As Taichu listened to Di Jiang's indignant words, his eyes couldn't help but rise in thought. It was only on the eve of the sermon that Jiayin and Junti possessed enough strength to take shape and come out of the world. After the first sermon, not only was he beaten up by Tan Tian, even his own origin was absorbed by them for the most part. At the time of the second sermon, the 2 men still had withered faces, their roots cracked all over, and their cultivation barely maintained at the early stage of the Great Luo. Now that so much time has passed, the western land is still in disrepair and devoid of any signs of life. The elemental storm that ravaged the heavens and earth under the riot of earth, wind, water, and fire, the flood of heavenly rivers that kept pouring out after the 9 heavenly vaults crumbled, a broken and obliterated spacetime barrier under the misalignment of yin and yang and shenkuan, after the earth vein detonated and broke.
It could not be purified and eroded the earth's foul and turbid chi of all living things.
All of them continue to ravage the Western Earth. And as the Western Earth chi luck-bearer, the two brothers but nearly become a waste,
hiding in the cave to restore their own broken foundation.
If the 12 ancestral witches were allowed to take over from them, they would restore the Western Earth vein to its original state. Not only was it able to show off the prestige of the Pango Masamune, it made the two bald asses into posers. What's more, it allows it to intercept most of the merits of the receiving duo and grow its own cultivation and strength. Even if it was done properly, it would not be impossible to graft the karma that Hongjun owed to the West onto the 12 ancestral witches. Chapter 79, Receiving and Guiding Two People's Dao Heart Collapses. Hongjun was completely confused.
Between the thoughts rotating in Tai Chao's mind, the divine aura in his eyes grew brighter and brighter.
And looking at Di Jiang, he felt a little uncomfortable. Brother Tai Chu, just say what you have to say. As long as we can do it, that is,
we will go and glean a few of Hongjun's beards,
and we will definitely not half-heartedly push back.
Emperor Zhang's careful inquiry brought Taicho back from his thoughts, his arm resting lightly on top of his shoulder as he pointed remotely in the direction of the western lands.
What did you see? Without a clue to the inquiry,
Emperor Jiang could not help but be slightly stunned, staring intently at the direction of Taichu's finger,
trying to stare and check for half a day, but did not notice the slightest difference.
One can only ask for advice in vain with a helpless face.
Brother Taichu, my little brother is stupid in the head, so I'd like to ask for your explicit guidance. In response to Di Jiang's doubts, Taichu didn't say it outright,
but instead revealed a slightly mysterious smile.
There is a merit there that can be called immeasurable. Even if you guys split it equally, it's still enough merit for you to break through to the perfection of the mixed golden immortal. As soon as these words came out, not only did Emperor Jiang and the others widen their eyes, constantly looking in the direction of Taicho's finger, searching for where the infinite merit was, even the three Taishang people, all of them had eyes with curiosity and doubt as they looked to the west one after another.
Fourth brother,
don't play dumb. Where exactly is the infinite merit? Tong Tian, this is acute.
See, in front of all the endless ocean, not to mention the shadow of the living soul, is the nearest island, is also in the hundreds of millions of miles away after.
Immediately,
he turned his head to ask Taichu for an answer.
Big brother, second brother, third brother, all younger siblings,
after Luo detonated the Western Earth vein, that side hasn't recovered half as much as it should have so far.
It's broken down to the extreme.
There's not even half a bit of life to speak of.
And we,
as the bloodline of the Father God, must take it upon ourselves to benefit the flood. The two vultures who are now held in high regard by the Western Chi have long been unable to protect themselves and are incapable of contributing to the West. Then we must take on the responsibility of the Pangu Orthodox, so that the Western lands can return to their peak, so that the glory of Father God can once again blossom in the West.
Although Taicho did not explicitly say infinite merit,
what he said was that he had already told Emperor Jiang and the others how to go about getting it.
Brother Taichu is indeed wise. The main problem in the Western lands is the earthly turbidity that fills the heavens and earth and cannot be purified. This problem, on the other hand, is not a problem for them at all.
Many members of the witch race even traveled to the Western lands from time to time to grow their strength by absorbing and refining the earth's foul turbid chi. If they were allowed to take on this job, not only would they be able to fully increase the strength of the witch race, but they would also be able to obtain an infinite amount of merit. It's just a perfect way to kill two birds with one stone. While Emperor Jiang was overjoyed in his heart, he immediately raised his head proudly and patted his chest in assurance.
As direct descendants of Father God's bloodline, we truly cannot allow his heart's blood to be spoiled. Since the two vultures are unable to carry things, it is up to us, the 12 ancestral witches, to restore the Western Earth, so that Father God's glory will reflect in the West.
The three Taishang people were also somewhat moved at this time.
Who doesn't want the power of merit? And it's still easily obtainable. The equivalent of merit power for nothing.
Big brother,
second brother,
and third brother,
take it easy. There are many such opportunities. With our current cultivation level, we can already run rampant.
And it's time to start scheming and preparing to retake the heaven and earth opened up by Father God,
and the 12 ancestral witches traveling to the West,
usurping the mission and responsibility of the two vultures,
and taking the Western lands under our control is the first step.
Taicho naturally saw the look in Taishang and the others' eyes,
and then appeased the three in his mind, telling them not to be anxious.
The merits and karma of the Western lands were most appropriately transferred over the 12 ancestral witches and the Pangu royal court.
There is a job there that only the witches can easily handle.
They went forward to the Western lands and spent a lot of time working with all their might. And it wasn't necessarily as fast as Emperor Jiang and the others casually doing a few things. Instead of wasting time doing hard labor,
we should think of other ways to gain merit. Now that the quantum leap of the three tribes is only more than 10, 000 years passed. Everything is in a state of waiting to be rebuilt. The various meritorious acts famous in later times, the creation of writing, the establishment of heavenly times, and the division of the 4 seasons, can all be accomplished by no living being yet. Even if the 4 of them worked in tandem, it would be nearly impossible to do it all without tens of thousands of years of light. It is better for you to make your responsibilities clear before it is too late, in order to make God the Father's glory shine in the West at an early date. I understand. We can't use our brains, but we can push the process by the results. Di Jiang nodded with a light smile, and immediately flew up to the clouds of the ninth sky with the 12 ancestral witches, solemnly proclaiming in a loud voice, Father God is above. The great Tao appreciates this. As the bloodline of Father God, we cannot bear the Western land to sink, and would like to take up the responsibility of restoring the Western earth veins and revitalizing the Western land from now on. The 12 ancestral witches fell in unison with a loud cry, and then began to divide up, in all directions, the task of repairing the earth veins. In order to revitalize it, I, Emperor Jiang, Candle 9 am willing to lead the witch clan and go forward to repair the broken earth veins and suppress the disordered spacetime, so that the Western heaven and earth will return to peace. In order to revitalize it, I, Shu Rong, Gong Gong, Ho Tu, and Tian Wu, would like to lead the witch clan and go forward to restore the Western earth veins, suppress the riotous earth, wind, water, and fire, so that the Western heavens and earth will return to peace. In order to revitalize it, I, Matsuo, Xiangliang, Xuanhe, and Zhuobiki, would like to lead the witch clan and go to the west to restore the Western earth veins, suppress the earthly turbid qi that is eroding everything, and bring peace to the Western heavens and earth again. In order to revitalize it, I, Xiezi, Jumeng, would like to lead the witch clan and go forward to repair the Western earth vein, suppress the rebellious Qianquan and Yin Yang, and bring peace back to heaven and earth. May God the Father and the Great Way grant it. The moment the crowd's high voices fell and an answer came from the underworld, billions of miles of sunrise purple qi came from the east, the Taoist golden lotus void surged wildly, and the gospel of celebration resounded through the flood. The ocean gathered by the great Tao merit and virtue slowly fell down from outside the chaotic sky, attracting the eyes of all the beings in the flood to the sky above the East Sea. At the time of falling to the 12 ancestral witches' heads, the ocean of merit and virtue was divided into 5, with each share occupying roughly 20% of the ocean of merit and virtue. They then landed on the heads of Emperor Jiang and the others, as well as the members of the witch race who had scattered the flood, respectively. Among them are Emperor Jiang, Candle Juin, Jumong and Xiezi, who are responsible for suppressing the disordered space and time and calming the yin and yang and the Qianquan. Since it is a responsibility shared by 2 people, the share of merit gained will be divided equally between them. Directly from the early stage of the mixed golden immortal, he had leapt into the realm of the late stage of the mixed golden immortal. The 8 members of the Hutu who were responsible for suppressing the earth's wind, water and fire, and removing the earth's turbid qi. As the 4 of them took on a share of the responsibility, the 2 points of merit for each responsibility were divided into 4, with each person taking up 0.5%. It made their cultivation stuck at the middle stage of the mixed golden immortal, almost able to step into the realm of the late stage. The last portion of the 2 successes of virtue that fell on the members of the witch race was distributed according to the level of strength. In an instant, the members of the sorcerer race scattered across the flooded heavens and earth began to make breakthroughs, and their battle power, equivalent to that of a great Luo golden immortal, skyrocketed by as many as 1,000 in a matter of moments. Those who were equivalent to Taiyi golden immortals were even more numerous. It's just that some people are happy and some people are sad. Inside the cave on Mount Sumeru, the guiding 2, who were in seclusion to restore their broken origin, completely collapsed their Taoist hearts, their eyes scarlet as they let out a hiss of unwillingness and anger. Damn the 12 ancestral witches, why are they meddling? We are the masters of the West. We are the saviors of the West. However, as the chi flowed away rapidly, the foundation that had just been restored crumbled again in an instant under the anger. The breath of the 2 men also dropped from a great Luo golden immortal, straight down to the realm of Taiyi golden immortal, and they fainted to death spitting out blood. Hong Jun, who was far away outside the purple heavenly palace, watched the changes in the lower realm and completely lost his past calmness. As a legacy of the Dao Devil controversy, the karma of the destruction of the West was almost one of the biggest obstacles to his perfect union. Originally, he wanted to use the 2 Heavenly Dao saint positions to pay back the karma he owed. Now that the 12 ancestral witches were repairing the Western earth vein, most of the karma would surely be transferred to them. How does this make him pay back the karma he owes? Chapter 80. The third sermon begins. The earth-opening chisel finally emerges. No matter what, the 4 fates must return as soon as possible. Otherwise, if we let the 4 Qings go on like this, the entire flood would be in complete chaos. The cards I have to use against them will also become fewer and fewer until I am emptied of all my rights and become a lamb to the slaughter. Hongjuan's eyes at this moment were gradually covered by some stern aura and a hint of fear. Earlier, Pangu's expected return in the reunion of the heaven-opening divine axe had only given him some urgency. Worrying about the strength of the four purities was so counterintuitive that he couldn't even control it. This kind of problem can be solved quite well by rooting out the problematic people and basically putting your mind at ease. He was always mentally nervous about this, but not overly intimidated. And this time the oath of the 12 ancestral witches is tantamount to enveloping the Western Earth. Completely under the influence of Pangu, took from him, hard and fast, the reins of the Western lands, even with the two people, Jie Gui and Jianti, occupying the last part of the cause and effect. But compared to repairing the broken veins of the earth in the West and bringing them back to life, the little bit of karma implicated in the two men was pitifully small. But he couldn't abandon the two yet. What was meant to be given still has to be given. Let the chi on the two gradually grow until they recovered to the point where they could compete with the 12 ancestral witches for control of the West. Otherwise, once the two were completely wasted, then even if he went out to kill the 12 ancestral witches, or even the 4 Qings, the Western lands would still be under the influence of Pangu, and could not be perfectly controlled by him. The third sermon has dragged on for so long. It's time to start again. Originally, I still wanted to kill the 4 Qings and then use the third sermon to regain control of the flood. I didn't realize it would cause so much trouble. While remorse flashed in the bottom of Hongjuan's eyes, he then proclaimed to the entire floodplain that the third sermon had begun. Lying high in the 9 clouds, the bushels of the Taoist truth, outside of heaven and earth, I shall be the head teacher and honored. Pango gave birth to Taiji, and the 2 instruments and 4 elephants followed. Leader of the Xian Mendu, 1 Qi transforms the Hongjun. The period of the 3 sermons has arrived, and I hope that all of you will, within 3,000 years, arrive and wait outside the Purple Heaven Palace. Those who are overdue will have no chance of achieving the dignity of a saint, and will forever struggle and wander in the realm of the mixed golden immortal, accompanied by the roaming golden lotus of the Tao rhyme and the supreme subtle Dharma sound. Hongjuan's proclamation gradually resounded throughout the entire flooded heavens and earth. The original red dust 3,000 guests after waiting for a long time, still do not see the third sermon opened. Instead, after feeling the aura of Pangu's resurrection, as well as the extreme sharpness that was enough to sweep away all the spirits and beings, and no one could stop it for half a minute, all felt an unprecedented sense of urgency and trepidation. It doesn't matter if the treasure at hand is satisfactory or not, they have chopped off 1 or 2 corpses with it. Hopefully, they will be able to secure a place where they can survive the upheaval to come. Now he heard Hongjuan's proclamation once again and knew that this sermon was about breaking through to the realm of saints. All of them immediately boiled over and put down the matters at hand in unison, heading straight to the purple heavenly palace outside the chaotic sky. I was afraid that because I went late, I would be evil to Hongjun, resulting in not being able to witness the method of becoming a saint. As for the Fushi siblings, the Shiha sisters, and the Queen Mother of the West, who were friends with the 4 Qings, they had no intention of going forward. Taicho had already mentioned them long ago. The way of paramount sainthood and the way of merit were all extremely flawed, and Hongjun was clearly scheming against the beings of heaven and earth. If they were foolish enough to go forward again, regardless of whether or not there was any gain, there was a possibility that Hongjun would catch on and thus threaten Taichu and the others. Instead of asking for trouble, it would be better to just stay in the cave and cultivate, waiting for the moment of the duel between Taichu and Hongjun. As long as they were able to help them achieve the final victory, breaking through to the mixed metaphysical Great Luo Golden Immortal would only be a matter of time for them. Fourth brother, is it still necessary for us to go forward for Hongjuan's third sermon? Outside the 3 immortal islands, the 3 Taishan people who were waiting for the 12 ancestral witches to digest their merits, listening to the announcement that hung in the sky and earth for a long time, some thoughts rose in their eyes. Go, why don't we? Hearing Tongtian's inquiry, Taichu immediately asked the other party back. Let's not talk about the fact that Hongjun still owes us quite a bit of karma that hasn't been repaid. Just the siege alone not too long ago. Not wanting to pay any price and just blowing the matter out of proportion could be too cheap for him. Indeed, we are the debtors. Why should we be afraid of that old bastard? Tonto nodded fervently at his words. If he dares to take some broken brass, he'll try to fool us. Then I must help it to recall the power of the Father God's opening divine axe. Good. It's natural. Both Taishang and Yuanshi also recognized this idea of Tongtian's. They were very much looking forward to someone being the whetstone to test the sharpness of the heaven-opening divine axe. And Hongjun as an existence that had repeatedly targeted them and even tried to kill them. Undoubtedly the most suitable whetstone. Emperor Jiang and the others will probably be consumed for a while, so let's break through the 3 immortal islands' great formation first.
What was destroyed by the previous heaven opening strike was the innate mixed void formation that enveloped the three immortal islands in general and was used to cover their tracks and randomly instantaneously move across the East Sea. The protective array used to protect the inner core of the three immortal islands was only slightly affected, and there was no extensive damage. I haven't used a single bit of this treasure since I got it. Now that it has finally been refined, the 800 chaotic prohibitions contained within it are able to initially utilize its divine might. After coming to the core periphery of Panglai Immortal Island, Taichu took out his accompanying supreme treasure from within his body after covering up heaven and earth with the causal Shin mirror. The offensive power far exceeded that of the heaven-opening divine axe, and the earth-exploding chisel with the power to collapse the Heavenly Dao. After absorbing the remaining corpses of the 3,000 chaos demon gods, and the air of the resentment of their deaths before they were unwilling to die, the 3,000 chaotic prohibitions contained within were also catalyzed into the 3,001, crossing out of the ranks of chaos treasures and no longer subject to the palms of the great Dao. The terror of this treasure's power, not to mention the Heavenly Dao saints, even if it was the great Luo of the mixed Yuan, it would be seriously injured or even completely destroyed. It was a pity that the previous cultivation level was so low that it could only be sharpened bit by bit. If it wasn't for the fact that when he broke through to the mixed golden immortal, the mana in his body, initially, possessed the power of the mixed. The speed of refining soared more than 1,000 times. I don't know how much longer it will take to move this earth-opening chisel before I can do so. Between the rotation of thoughts in his mind, Taichu arrived before the innate mixed elemental ethereal wood formation that protected the core area of Panglai Immortal Island. Big brother, isn't this the strange cone that fourth brother was holding in his hand when he came out of the world? I haven't seen it come out for a long time, and I thought I had misremembered it by looking at it in the first place. Tong Tian looked at the earth-exploring chisel that Taichu took out, and some surprise couldn't help but rise in his eyes. This companion supreme treasure of fourth brother has indeed never been seen taken out and used. Yuan Shi also nodded his head slightly when he heard this, and his eyes were flooded with a bit of gravity and doubt. What exactly is this treasure? Why is there no information related to this in the heaven and earth inheritance we have obtained? And just being offered by the fourth brother, even without using it, I have the vestigial feeling of being in purgatory, with a piercing coldness surfacing in the bottom of my heart. Chapter 81 Treasure Hunting on Panglai Immortal Island. The white lotus of the pure world appeared. When Ergo says that, I do feel a bit of trepidation. But that's not even the kicker. As Tong Tian listened to Yuan Shi's doubts, some strange feelings rose in his heart again. The moment fourth brother took out the weird cone, I had a very familiar, yet somehow inexplicable premonition. Taishan looked at the earth-opening chisel in Taichu's hand for a long time, and some shock and excitement suddenly rose in his eyes. The strange cone in fourth brother's hand, could it be one of the 5 great chaos supreme treasures? The earth-breaking chisel whose offensive power far exceeds that of the heaven-opening divine axe? As soon as these words came out, Yuan Shi and Tong Tian both turned their heads to look at Taishan with stunned and puzzled eyes. Brother, do you have any basis for this? It's true that the earth-piercing chisel is Father God's blade, but its divine might is too terrifying, and the ferocious air is even more terrifying after absorbing the remnants of the corpses of the 3,000 chaos demon gods, as well as the unwillingness to resentment, before dividing itself and lowering its bit. I'm afraid that it will not be possible to enter the flooded heaven and earth at all. In response to Yuan Shi's inquiry, Taishan shook his head slightly, stating that he didn't have any evidence. I only happened to see the figure of the earth-splitting chisel in the inheritance given by Father God. It looks uncannily similar to the strange all held in fourth brother's hand, both in appearance and in might. It is only then that one would think that the two are one and the same, or that the pointed cone in fourth brother's hand is a treasure divided by the earth-expelling chisel. When Tong Tian saw the two of them say this, he immediately waved his hand, indicating that he should not continue to dwell on it. The treasure is in the hands of the fourth brother. When he breaks through the big formation, won't we just go directly to ask him? Taishan and Yuan Shi heard this and did not continue to ponder. As Tong Tian said, the treasure was in their hands, and they would naturally know everything once they found Taichu later and asked him. Self-contemplation and wild speculation here is totally asking for trouble. Between the three of them talking, Taichu also found the important note of the formation, and the earth-piercing chisel was then swung out violently. In an instant, the 3,000 chaotic demon god shadows manifested in the heavens and earth, and an infinite amount of ferocious air swept through, and the heavens and earth were suddenly dimmed by more than a few minutes. The innate mixed elemental ethereal wood formation, the moment the earth-splitting chisel was swung down, without the slightest bit of stopping power, it was crumbled by the unwilling roar of the 3,000 chaos demon gods. If it wasn't for Tai Chu's strong physical control, it was estimated that the moment the formation broke, he would have fallen to the ground due to his excessive force. It was also the divine might displayed by the earth-opening chisel that caused the three Taishan people, who were originally prepared to inquire,
to directly confirm the speculation in their hearts. After all, those who were able to command the shadows of the 3,000 chaos demon gods, other than the opening divine axe used by Pangu, and the earth-opening chisel that had absorbed the remains and grievances of the 3,000 chaos demon gods, they really couldn't think of any other magic treasure that could possess such divine might. Fourth brother, your companion supreme treasure would actually be one of the 5 great chaos supreme treasures, an existence whose offensive power is even more powerful than Father God's heaven-opening divine axe. This is unbelievable. I remember that at the time of your first birth, you did not acquire the way of karma, a heaven-defying treasure such as the earth-exploring chisel. The flooded heavens and earth can't carry its divine might. How did you manage to keep it intact? With the great formation broken, Tong Tian then quickly stepped in front of Tai Chu, looking at the groundbreaking chisel in his hands with curiosity. I'm not really sure. I guess the pioneer's chisel comes with the divine power of obscuring karma. He didn't know how to answer Tong Tian's inquiry. You can't just say that he's a man of the afterlife, an anomaly that shouldn't exist in heaven and earth. Can you? That's not impossible. As Yuan Shi listened to Tai Chu's excuses, his eyes also glowed with some thoughtfulness. Fourth brother, this treasure's power is too ferocious. It was the Father God at the time who couldn't fully manage it. When you use it, you must be more careful. Don't let its strong power make you lose your mind and become a puppet manipulated by the fury. As Tai Shan's words fell, Tong Tian and Yuan Shi also realized that the crux of the matter, and hurriedly looked at Tai Chu with nervous and worried eyes. Big brother, second brother, third brother, just relax. This treasure has already recognized me as its master. Only after I finish refining it and all the chaotic prohibitions within it, it will be completely under my control. There were too many secrets and questions contained in the earth-opening chisel, and Tai Chu didn't want the 3 of them to get too entangled. Then he pointed remotely at the core of Panglai Immortal Island and began to divert their attention. Now that the core of Panglai Immortal Island has been revealed, let's go together to take a look. Even the laws of the flooded heavens and earth cannot encroach on the place. What kind of chance it has, and how divine it is, right? After saying that, he took the lead and turned around to cross into the core area of Panglai Immortal Island. And just the moment he stepped into it and passed through the fog made of dense aura, the territory that was originally just a step away seemed to have turned into 2 completely different worlds. Infinite turquoise immortal grass, radiant divine medicines, and spiritual springs in foreign lands, are scattered between heaven and earth. The rich innate spiritual chi that came to his face was transformed into a substantial spiritual liquid. It flowed among the immortal islands, emitting the ultimate fragrance and gorgeous haze. Liquid innate aura. Tong Tian's gaze suddenly shrunk, and he subconsciously exclaimed in shock. Think about the cave within the Kunlun Blessed. Although there is also an infinite amount of innate spiritual energy, but the most dense time, but also seems to be like a cloud hanging in the sky above. But the land of near liquefaction abounds here. When it is really unimaginable, the goods will be thrown away. And such a rich innate aura was only one of the countless opportunities contained in the immortal island. Less than 1,000 meters into the walk, a stone monument to the heavens rose up out of the ground and suddenly appeared in front of the 4 brothers' eyes. 2 characters were inscribed on the top in Chaos Divine Script. At first glance, I don't know what it means. The word Panglai jumped into the soul of the deity when it was touched by the divine mind. Worthy of being the legendary Panglai Immortal Island, the richness of aura is comparable to the beginning of the opening of the heavens. As Tai Cho murmured in his heart, his face revealed an uncontrollable delight. After a brief moment of shock, the 4 of them proceeded towards the core. Along the way, innate spirit medicines, exotic flowers and plants, and spiritual beings could be seen everywhere. The further in you go, the innate aura is even more dense to the extreme, generalized into divine dragons, phoenixes, kylans and other beasts tumbling in the air, so that people can hardly move their eyes after a glance. The 4 strolled and walked for more than a month before arriving at the core of Panglai Immortal Island, a deep pool that was thousands of feet across and geometrically deep, converged by the first healing medicine of the floodplain's 3 lights divine water. That's the white lotus of the pure world. Scanning the deep pool, Tai Cho quickly set his gaze and landed on the center of the deep pool, the lotus flower that emitted flawless white light, the most perfect lotus flower. It is said that Pangu was conceived in a lotus flower. The name was 36 pieces of chaotic green lotus, which later disintegrated because it could not withstand the pressure of the opening of the heavens. With 1 mature lotus transformed into the 24 pieces of the green lotus of creation and 4 semi-mature lotuses transformed into the remaining 4 lotus platforms. The 12 white lotus of purification is one of them, containing the power of purification and restraining all evil spirits. If we talk about the white lotus of the pure world, few people know about it. Then the Pauline lamp is renowned in the post-westward journey. The lotus lamp is made by Mother Nuwa with the white lotus of the pure world. Chapter 82 Promoting Chaotic Merit Spiritual Treasure. Huang Zhongli. Unexpectedly this object would be on top of this Panglai. No wonder the relevant rumors are spread all over the flood. But no one has ever found any traces of it.
Yuanshi looked at the white and flawless lotus flower, and his eyes couldn't help but feel a little bit of intent. So holy a thing as to be worthy of him. And naturally, the heartbeat in his eyes could not be hidden from Taishang and the others. Although the white lotus of the pure world is indeed good, it is ultimately incompatible with my nature. It just so happens that second brother does not yet have a lotus platform to protect his body. So how about it goes to him? Tong Tian shook his head slightly with a smile on his brow and looked towards Tai Chu. Ha ha ha. What third brother said is excellent. The white lotus symbolizes holiness and elegance. And second brother is a perfect match for it. When the Taishang saw that both of his juniors were fine with it, he naturally smiled lightly and nodded in agreement. There are thousands of weather conditions within these three immortal islands. And now we have only explored Penglai, and Fangjiang and Ingzhou have yet to set foot on them. This place has the white lotus of the pure world, and the treasures hidden in the other two places must not be much worse. Since this treasure matches second brother, how can the three of us take it away from him? Hearing the words of the three people, the beginning of the heart of the tide of warmth, but his nature does not allow it to reveal, can only be hidden in the heart, in order to wait for future actions to indicate. Thank you big brother and the two brothers for making it happen. After saying thank you, Yuanshi reached out and pocketed the 12 pure white lotus. As for the 3 light divine water that filled a deep tan, the 4 of them did not take it in. The 3 Immortals Island was already destined to become a brand new dojo for the 4 of them. So naturally they couldn't wantonly destroy it and raid it at will. If there are inadequacies in some areas, they may even have to subsidize some of them to make repairs and improvements. Penglai has been explored, and it's time for us to explore the abode in Ingzhou. The most valuable treasures had already been collected, so the 4 Taishan people didn't linger too long. The 3 Immortal Islands seem to be the overall collective name of the neighboring things, but in fact, the location between the 3 is almost heaven and earth far. The innate mixed void grand formation that was originally used to protect the 3, the instantaneous transfer function in it, besides allowing the 3 to appear somewhere in the East Sea with them. More than that, the location of the 3, with the power of space, distorting the void barrier, which in turn makes the 3 seem to converge in one sea area. Once the grand formation was broken, resulting in the exposed position of an immortal island, then the remaining power of the great formation would take the remaining 2 immortal islands back into hiding and randomly teleport them to somewhere in the East Sea. This is the main reason why, after discovering the 3 immortal islands, the Duke of Dongwon only occupied Penglai Immortal Island. When Taichou performed his divine ability, the surrounding heaven and earth, space and time could not withstand it and came to a standstill, and in a near instant, it broke the innate mixed void formation. The 2 immortal islands, resulting in the Abbot and Terra Nova, were not randomly teleported. It was still located hundreds of millions of miles to the east of Penglai Immortal Island, as well as 100,000 miles away to the southwest. Is this the Abbot's Island of Immortality? Looking at this vibrant appearance, the treasure here, I'm afraid it's also an innate spiritual root. Since the Immortal Island in the southwest direction was the closest to them, the 4 of them were the first to arrive here. Looking at the abode Immortal Island, which was full of spring everywhere, and whose life force had nearly turned into substance, Tong Tian's eyes couldn't help but flash with some surprise. What is within it? Won't we know when we break the formation open? Taichou responded with a light smile as he brought the 3 of them to outside of the core area of Abode Island, the innate void panopticon grand formation. Using chaotic void as its foundation and panopticonizing the power of immeasurable life, is indeed somewhat like a grand formation that nurtures innate spiritual roots. The law's divine patterns gathered in his pupils, and while he murmured the introduction in a faint voice, Taichou once again offered the earth-piercing chisel, and the moment it landed high in the air, the big formation then broke in response. It was only that this grand formation had an excellent effect on nurturing spiritual roots. Taichou had only broken several nodes, causing a short stagnation in the grand formation and not destroying it completely. The 4 of them then fishtailed through the dense misting innate aura and traveled 1,000 meters forward, where a heavenly monument once again rose up from the ground. On it, the word Abbot was clearly inscribed in chaotic divine script. Continuing to explore deeper and deeper for several months, Taichu and the others also finally came to the place where the Abbot Immortal Island contained treasures. This is one of the 10 extreme innate spiritual roots, Huang Zhongli. It is said that this tree blossoms once a genkai, bears fruit once a genkai, matures once a genkai, and is edible only once a genkai. Its flower is shaped like a lotus flower. Its fruit is shaped like a pearl stamen. The flower blossom is 3 shadows. The fruit is 9 shadows. And above the flower and fruit there are the 2 characters of Huangzhong. And the time of the 4 yuan meeting is only enough to get 9 fruits. If you smell the flowers, you can gain 10,000 years of Taoism. And if you are lucky enough to eat a fruit, you can instantly achieve the great Luo Golden Immortal.
Of course, this only allows you to have the appropriate realm and mana, and the specific strength and laws need to be upgraded and comprehended by yourself. When consumed by Great Luo Golden Immortals and above, it would only increase their mana, as well as their comprehension of the laws of heaven and earth. Not that it will have much of a godly effect. It seems that this immortal island is useless to us, and can only be used to plant various innate spiritual roots, immortal herbs and divine medicines, with Big Brother in charge. After sweeping around and seeing no other treasures, Taicho proposed that the Abbot's Island be returned to Tai Shang's control. Indeed, this place is truly an excellent place to serve as a medicinal garden. After merging the three immortal islands, I'll deduce how to make the innate void panspermia grand formation cover the entire island, or simplify it into a basic formation targeting spirit root conception. Tong Tian looked around at the large formation that enveloped this side of heaven and earth, and his eyes couldn't help but rise in thought. Yuan Shi had already taken the white lotus of the pure world, and naturally he would not have any opinions about the subsequent distribution of the treasures of the three immortal islands. Let's go. Check out Terra Nova. The yellow mesquite plums were of no great use to them, and the fruit trees did not need to be uprooted. The four of them immediately did not stay any longer and quickly walked outside the core area of Ingzhou Immortal Island. The formation in this place was the innate mixed spacetime formation, which was in the way of its extraordinary subtlety, and the laws of spacetime were revealed within it. Taicho still broke the surface with a point and didn't destroy it completely. After moving forward another 1,000 meters through the dense, mist-forming innate aura, a heavenly stone monument inscribed with the word Ingzhou once again rose up from the ground and manifested in front of the four people. Taicho and the others had long since seen this and went straight around the stone monument, continuing to explore deeper. After traveling for more than a month, he came to the core treasure place of Ingzhou Immortal Island. Under the shroud of the sky's golden light of merit and virtue, endless golden lotuses of Tao rhythms were strewn and manifested. Thousands of sunrise violet chi surrounded the heaven and earth, and the great Tao of space and time ran through the vertical and horizontal, and arching over it by thousands of visions was the first ruler in heaven and earth. When the heavens and earth first opened, the heir of Hongmeng was born, combining 20% of the merits of the opening of the sky and swallowing the essence of space and time to be nurtured. After attacking only after Pan Guhan, the innate merit and virtue supreme treasure that kills without touching cause and effect Hongmeng measuring ruler of heaven. In addition, this treasure is also one of the 3,000 red dust guests, the Hierophant's deputy head, the Buddhist past Buddha, by Kong Xian, a descendant of the burning lamp Taoist, held by the supreme treasure. Only, I don't know what the reason is. It's necessary to call the Hongmeng measuring ruler as the Qiankuan ruler. It made many people think that the Hongmeng measuring ruler and the Qiankuan ruler were not the same thing. Big brother, I didn't expect this treasure to be here. Your heaven and earth Xianhuang Linglong Pagoda has hopes of being promoted to a chaotic spiritual treasure. Chapter 83, Expedition to the Purple Heavenly Palace. The entire witch race entered the west. Taichu looked at the Hongmeng heavenly measuring ruler that hung between heaven and earth, the golden light of merit and virtue illuminating the circumference of the sky, and his eyes immediately revealed a look of ecstasy. Fourth brother, are you not trying to dismantle this magic treasure and infuse the merit within it into Big Brother's pagoda to the supreme treasure? Yuan Shi couldn't help but have some surprise rise in his eyes as he listened to Taichu's shocked cry. While this does work, it really does spoil things a bit. Second brother, you're kind of looking down on me. Shaking his head slightly, Taicho ingested the Hongmeng heavenly measuring ruler into his hands and forcefully suppressed it within the heaven and earth within his palm. The rune Dao refers directly to the origin of heaven and earth, and with the characteristic that the two are both created by the same heaven opening merit, it is infiltrated and refined with the great Dao divine ripple. One can pull out a portion of the heaven opening merit it contains on top of the Xianhuang pagoda without damaging the original source of the Hongmeng heaven measuring ruler. After it has been promoted to a chaotic spiritual treasure, refine the two as one, and under the Qi connection, the might of the Hongmeng measuring ruler will not only remain intact, but it will also be able to utilize the divine might of the Xianhuang pagoda. When these words came out, some shock flashed across the eyes of the three Taishangs. They knew that the power of the rune road was perverse, but it can't be so counterintuitive. This just can't be described as common sense. It was as if everything in the world was just like clay in Taichu's hands to be held and matched at will. Fourth brother's ability is truly as terrifying as it is the way of refining that I have inherited. I'm afraid that even if I were to comprehend it to the deepest, it wouldn't be as good as 1/10 of the way of runes. As the mood of astonishment fell, Yuan Shi could only shake his head helplessly and laugh lightly, sighing at the anticlimactic nature of Taichu's ability. It's really like nothing before and nothing after. Fourth brother, the heaven and earth Xianhuang Linglong pagoda is entrusted to you. Big brother, are you still not assured of my work? Taicho laughed lightly and received the pagoda, then turned his head to look at Tong Tian. Third brother, now that the situation on the three immortal islands has been settled,
I'll trouble you to make a trip back to the Kunlun Mountains.
Move Xian and the others, as well as everything useful within the Kunlun Mountain Cave, all here. There's no problem, just refine the treasure at ease and leave this small matter to me. After saying that, Tong Tian then turned around and turned into a rainbow and flew out of Yingzhou Island, disappearing at the edge of the sky. Big brother, second brother. The positions of these three immortal islands are far apart.
Please use your divine powers to merge them into one. After third brother returns, then we'll divide the area of the island and lay down formations with the appropriate efficacy. It's what we're supposed to do. Talk about a labor of love. Yuan Shi laughed lightly and shook his head, responding instantly. After nodding his head in response, Taishan turned his words to ask about the 12 ancestral witches' arrangements. Fourth brother, Emperor Jiang and the others are still outside absorbing merit and stabilizing their cultivation.
Is there anything you want me to pass on for you?
Taicho sniffed and pondered slightly for a moment before slowly revealing the arrangements for the 12 ancestral witches.
The matter of the western lands is important,
so you tell them that after they return this time,
they need not care about the matter of the flooded land's hegemony.
Now that the pattern of heaven and earth is about to change drastically, let them all go to the west to repair the earth veins. Except for the basic guarding force left behind, the rest of the sorcerer clans all go to the west to repair the earth veins. Anyone who dares to stand in the way will be beaten to death. And even if it's the two vultures of the west, there must not be the slightest mercy. If we can repair most of the entire western earth vein within 5,000 years, then even if Han Jun were to merge into the Heavenly Dao, he would never want to take back control of the west. The Taishan nodded with a slight flicker in his eyes at his words, indicating that he had understood. The genesis is even less of a problem. With that, the two of them turned around and walked out of Yingzhou Island, preparing to carry the abbot and Pang Lai, as well as informing Emperor Jiang and the others of the specific arrangements on the way. After the two left, Taichu raised his head and looked towards the violet heavenly palace outside the chaotic sky, his eyes full of gravity and contemplation.
The mountain is raining.
Hong Jun, after plotting against us for so long, it's time for me to take my turn this time and play a good game against you. If you want to merge into the Heavenly Dao and rule the flood, you still have to see if I'll agree. As the sun rises and the moon sets, the world changes with each passing year. 1,000 years had passed in a flash in the flooded heavens and earth, with the many innate sacred ones rushing beyond the chaotic heavens, and the witch race collectively departing for the western lands. The entire demon race fell into silence. The world has also seen a rare time of peace, but those who are in the know that this is just the calm before the storm. By the time the third sermon was over, the heavens and earth would be in dispute again, even 3 times more terrifying than at the time of the 3 tribes' quantitative tribulation. On the island of Yingzhou, after thousands of years of effort, Taichu also finally made the Hongmeng measuring ruler perfectly compatible with the heaven and earth Shenhuan Linglong Pagoda. It allowed it to not only break through to a chaotic spiritual treasure, flooding it with 108 chaotic prohibitions, but it was also able to split the two apart at will. After all, today's flood wasteland heaven and earth was simply not enough to carry chaotic spiritual treasures, not even lowly chaotic spiritual treasures. The last time the merger of the heavenly god acts, if not with many innate treasures to suppress heaven and earth time and space, it is estimated that in the moment of its molding, the residual power emitted would be enough to obliterate half of the East Sea, reducing it to a part of the chaotic void. Nowadays, Big Brother has in his hands the Taiji diagram, the great mill of Yin and Yang, the heaven and earth Xianhuang Pagoda, the Yin and Yang gourd, and the golden lotus of merit. Even with the art of transforming the 4 purities with 1 qi, I don't need to use this Hongmeng heaven measuring ruler for the time being. Tai Chao's eyes pondered, preparing to find a temporary ruling master for it. Second brother currently holds the Qinkuan tripod, Pan Guan, the celebration cloud of the heavens, the order gourd, and the white lotus of the pure world in his hands, so there's no need to use them. Third brother, on the other hand, only has the chaos bell, destruction gourd, world-destroying black lotus, and Qingping's sword in his hands, so handing the Hongmeng measuring ruler over to him should be a good choice. As for himself, not only did he have the causal arcane mirror, the god-slaying lance, the causal gourd, the mountain river and Jigong diagram, the 5 fires and 7 fowls fan, and a host of extremely high-quality magical treasures. There was even a 36-item creation that could be split and merged at any time, as well as an earth-shattering chisel that was above the Chaos Supreme Treasure. Even with the technique of transforming the 4 purities into 1 qi, plus a causal gourd divergence, he was a bit unable to play with it. Taking another Hongmeng heaven measuring ruler also belonged to pure waste. With this in mind, Tai Chu secretly counted the time, knowing that there were still 900 years to go before the start of the sermon at the Purple Heavenly Palace, so he immediately got up and walked out of Yingzhou Island. Now the stage is set. Many spectators had also arrived, and it was time to head out to the Purple Heavenly Palace. If Han Jun chooses to make a generous compensation in exchange for a brief period of peace,
then this time to go forward is to go through the motions, to see if there is any opportunity to plunder the Hongmeng purple chi,
as a way to cut off the other party's arm and collect some interest from the last siege. If the other party doesn't know what's good for them and wants to force a karmic end with a broken copper and completely tear their face off, then he's not to blame for lifting the table. Flaws in the way of the paraclete, the scheming of the witch demon quantum of war, and the weakening of the earth's way and the way of man, pile after pile of black material. It is estimated that after this, no one will believe in Hong Jun again. The entire floodplain will also be completely seething, and he would be the savior who would save the flood and keep the many innate saints from being pitted and persecuted by evil demons in crooked paths. Chapter 84, Kicking Hao Tian. Di Jun Tai E Sticks is going to become a saint? Outside the core area of Yingzhou Island, Tong Tian looked at the figure of Tai Chu strolling out, and his eyeband suddenly rose with some delight. Fourth brother, you finally come out of the gate. Sango, what are you doing here? When Taicho saw Tong Tian sitting outside the innate mixed spacetime formation, some doubts could not help but emerge in his eyes. I've pretty much set up all the great formations of the three immortal islands, just short of slightly modifying the grand formation here. The entire three immortal islands, above the 3,649 large and small formations, will be able to be fully articulated together and give play to their true power. Tong Tian heard Tai Chou's doubts and lightly laughed as he explained to him, but it's in the way of you refining the treasure within it. I'm afraid that the sudden appearance of the visions will disturb you when the formation coalesces, and so he has been waiting outside, incidentally, to help protect you. So it is. Taichu lightly nodded his head and hurriedly stepped aside, exposing the grand formation to Tong Tian's eyes. Now it's just 900 years away from the sermon in the purple heavenly palace. Sango, still please do it as soon as possible. When you're done, we'll go find big brother, second brother, and together we'll head outside the chaotic heavens to collect the interest from the siege some time ago. Don't worry, fourth brother. Third brother is notoriously fast. Tong Tian smiled faintly and came to the innate mixed spacetime array before. One hand gently stroked between. The array veins within it instantly manifested. Not to mention the fact that this formation only needs to be slightly modified to make it work for me. The moment the words landed, countless array inscriptions appeared in the void, and all of them were integrated within the array veins that surfaced. In just 3 short breaths, the original innate mixed spacetime formation had transformed into an innate chaotic spacetime formation. Don't look at the difference of just one word, but the meaning of it, the power of the formation, were not comparable to the former at all. Based on chaotic spacetime, the laws of Qianquan and creation are fused into it, bridging the 3,649 arrays on the island, laid down by different laws. Under the connection of Qi, not only can they borrow each other's laws and increase the power of each formation, but they can also be combined to form the mixed Yuan Open Heaven 10,000 Laws formation. After Tong Tian modified the formation and articulated it, his eyes looked toward Taicho with self-satisfaction. This formation was improved by me with the 12 Metropolitan Gods Fiends Grand Formation. Each formation is equivalent to an ancestral witch, which can normally swallow chaotic air currents and constantly transform the innate aura, making the environment and laws within the three Immortals Islands even closer to the beginning of the opening of the heavens. When hidden, this formation will bring the three immortal islands to the junction of reality and nothingness, hidden in the crevices of endless spatial barriers. Without the right guidance, even if a mixed Yuan Dao Lord wanted to find it, it would take at least hundreds of years. If it is attacked, this formation will use the chaotic void as the source of mana. The thousands of laws will be transformed into magical powers, and the mixed elements will return to one as the divine axe that opens up the heavens and the earth. It can be wielded in a steady stream, comparable to the supreme strike of a perfection of the mixed golden immortal, unless the chaotic void is shattered, or there are several strong mixed Yuan Dao Lords who instantly destroy the entire formation and the three immortal islands completely. Otherwise no one will ever think to break this great formation. Hearing Tong Tian's introduction, Tai Chu could not help but applaud and celebrate him. Congratulations, third brother. You have finally realized the highest realm of the Dao of formation, using the heavens and the worlds as your eyes, the chaos and void as your veins, and the strange stones and exotic treasures and spiritual weapons as your town, commanding the Morrow 10,000 elements way of heaven and earth formation. Ha ha ha. A fluke. Just a fluke. Tong Tian smiled broadly and waved his hands, his mouth full of modesty, but his eyes full of self-satisfaction and delight. The Hongmeng measuring ruler and the heaven and earth Xianwang pagoda, I've already fused them perfectly, and the two together can reach the level of chaotic spiritual treasure. But the current flood world heaven and earth can't withstand chaos-level treasures for an extended period of time. I will then divide it again into two parts that can be reorganized at will. With that said, Tai Chu brought out the Hongmeng heaven measuring ruler, handing it to Tong Tian. Given that the magic treasure in your hands, third brother,
is not yet fully configured. This magic treasure will be given to you to use. Fourth brother, this is Big Brother's magic treasure. How do I? However, just as Tong Tian was about to excuse himself, Tai Shang and Yuanshi, who had heard the news, slowly stepped out from the void. Third brother, fourth brother, give it to you. Just take it. Nowadays, I have too many magic treasures in my hands. That is, I can't utilize all of them even if I make use of the technique of the last chi transformation of the four Qing. This treasure is given to you to use, and it just so happens to be a way to help me share some of it. As soon as Tai Shan's words fell, Yuanshi pulled out a divine sword that reflected the bright stars and rivers and inscribed all the images of heaven and earth, handing it to Tong Tian. Third brother, this is my most recent artifact masterpiece, melting thousands of star magic treasures, extracting the origin of the laws in them, blending the power of the heaven and earth, the three laws of nature, space and time, and the five elements with excitement in them. An innate treasure refined by using the chaotic airflow as a forging and pounding the Wanxiang heavenly star sword. Not only can it command the heavens and earth, it can receive the power of the stars in the circumference of the sky, and spit out the chaotic mendering sword deity that has 2/3 of the power of the Pan Guan. More than that, it can enable you to dramatically increase your combat power by more than a few times when you are in the extraterrestrial starry sky, or under the radiance of the stars. It is truly a first-class supreme divine sword. Even if we look at the entire flooded heaven and earth, I dare say that there is almost no one who can match it. Thanks, second brother. As Tong Tian listened to Yuanshi's introduction, his eyes blossomed with endless joy, and he hurriedly received the universal celestial star sword. Big brother, this is your heaven and earth Xinhuang pagoda. Taicho looked at the abandoned Hongmeng heaven measuring ruler and shook his head helplessly, taking out the pagoda and handing it to Tai Shang. I'm sorry for your trouble. Fourth brother, when the Tai Shang received the pagoda, he nodded his thanks with a light smile in his eyes. Third brother, Big brother is fine with it, so take this treasure. With that, Tai Chu then handed the Hongmeng heavenly measuring ruler, once again, to Tong Tian. This time, he didn't push it back and casually placed it into the inner heaven and earth. Since Big brother and second brother are already here, let's hurry up and get going. Good. Good. I will make Hong Jun pay this time. Under the three of them answering one after another, Tai Chu offered up the 12 pints of the green lotus of creation and headed straight for the purple heavenly palace. Seeing this, Tai Shang and the others also sacrificed the golden lotus of merit, the black lotus of extinction, and the white lotus of purity, and went after them. The four of them, with a fast horse, but only took 200 years, had already arrived, in the void outside the purple heavenly palace. It was just that what Tai Chu didn't expect. Now that the time for the sermon hadn't even arrived yet, the Haotian child was surprisingly already about to close the door, and after seeing them arrive, the other party not only did not open the door to greet them, but instead tried to close the palace gate more and more quickly. This is because he's afraid we'll make trouble, and he's preparing to start the sermon early and shut us out of the palace gates. When the four Tai Cho people saw this, the stern aura at the bottom of their eyes suddenly rose, and without the slightest hesitation, they harnessed their lotus platforms and rushed towards the palace gate, with the swiftness of thunder and lightning. At the moment when the Haotian child closed the door, he straightly slammed the door open and unintentionally shocked it to fly in front of Hong Jun. I didn't realize that we were only a moment late, but the original futon was actually taken. Taicho scanned ahead on top of the futon, seated on top of Di Jun, Tai Yi, and Styx, and the color of coldness and severity in his eyes suddenly rose. Chapter 85, Re-accepting the Eastern King's Duke, completely tearing down the face. Tai Chu, this is a saint's dojo. How dare you spill your guts here and attack the Dao ancestor's personal child? You're simply lawless. Just a few breaths after the four Qing crashed through the door, the crowd was hiding, not daring to have any interactions with them. An angry and stern voice suddenly entered the ears of the four. Who did I think it was? It turned out to be you, the dead pervert who prefers Dragon Yang. Heard the sound and looked. See was he felt not much use. Extracted 50% of the pure young origin, then casually tear space. Do not know where to throw the East Kingdom. Tai Chao's eyes mocked at him with contempt. What? Think you're in your right mind and want to fight us again? Why don't I have Ergo help you remember again what a wonderful dream it was? With these words, the Duke of Dongwang couldn't help but die, a trifle of fear and panic in his eyes as he looked at Yuanshi. But once you think of this as the Purple Heaven Palace, the four Qing must not dare to be reckless in front of Hong Jun. Immediately, he forcefully suppressed the trepidation in his heart and angrily rebuked Tai Cho. Don't be too arrogant. You guys, this is a saint's dojo, and I was appointed by the Dao ancestor. If you dare to touch a hair on my head, beware of. However, the Duke of Dongwang simply could not have imagined that the Taicho Four had come here just to cause trouble for Hong Jun. to fall on his face in force compensation. He made this move. For whatever purpose. The moment it stood up, he was destined to be the first discard of the game. Don't know how to die. When Yuan Shi saw that it dared to be so arrogant, he also sacrificed the Void Order Gourd without saying a word. Lord East. What are you going to do? Being synonymous with remembering to eat and not remembering to fight, the Duke of Dongwang had the audacity to make a response the moment he saw Yuan Shi's movement. So much so, that before he could finish his words, he was incorporated into the Void Order Gourd. Let me out. I was appointed by the Dao ancestor, and this place is a saint's dojo. How dare you all strike at me? Looking at the familiar void of darkness around him, the Duke of Dongwang completely panicked. He just wanted to perform in front of Hong Jun, to make up for this period of time, in front of all beings fell face. Why is he back in this hole? Dao ancestor save me. I don't want to stay here. Yet having come, how could Yuan Shi let him go? Weren't you arrogant just now? Thinking that with that old bastard Hong Jun backing him up, he dares to blow up his prick in front of our four brothers, simply unaware of death. Today, I'll let you relive the overwhelming nightmare you experienced back then. Hearing this, the face of the Duke of the East instantly spread all over the endless sphere. No longer have the arrogance of a moment ago, straight down on his knees and begged for forgiveness. Your Holiness Yuan Shi, I was wrong. I shouldn't have fallen under the spell of that old bastard Hong Jun. I shouldn't have provoked you for purities just to save face. And please let me off the hook. As long as you let me go, whether it is to be a cow, a horse, a slave or a servant, or whatever you want, I will do it all. With the drowsiness constantly coming on, the Duke of Dongwang didn't even last past a few breaths. Then he smashed straight on top of the ground and completely fell into a stupor. If begging for forgiveness and apologizing worked, there would probably be no more fighting in this world. Looking at as if changing face, ecstasy, excitement, self-satisfaction, despair, sorrow, dozens of expressions, uninterruptedly changing the Duke of Dongwang. With a disdainful sneer, Yuan Shi ignored the other party and drew his divine thoughts back into reality. Just as the Duke of Dongwang fell into a nightmare once again, the remaining 3,000 red dust guests all looked at the four clearances with scorn, shock, and dismay on their faces. They really didn't expect that Tai Chu and the others would be so bold as to dare to clean up the other party's hand-picked men in front of Hong Jun. This is no longer a provocation, but gripping each other's necks, directly to the death fan ah. Meanwhile, Styx, who was on top of the futon, looked at the four Qings who were walking towards him, and his heart was suddenly filled with tension. Sitting on pins and needles and stabbing his back were not enough to describe his current state. I'm damned if I have a brain fart too. Why should I listen to Hong Jun's compulsion? Now the rightful owner has returned and is still torturing his men recklessly in front of Hong Jun. If I'm asked to return the futon later, will I get up or not? Do not return the bushels of the four Qing hands. Return the bushels of Hong Jun to settle the score afterward. This is like a dead end on both sides. Di Jun was also filled with trepidation at the moment, constantly complaining about Hong Jun, but unable to give up the hard-won opportunity. And compared to the trepidation of Styx and Di Jun, Tai Yi was much more relaxed. Although the bright face also showed fear and anxiety, but the heart is calm, without the slightest ripple. As for why he wasn't afraid, it was entirely because when Tai Chu and the others entered the door, in order to save his little life, he had then told the other party all about the cause and effect of the matter, in exchange for the chance to leave alive. The way of balance is just fine. Offend neither side. Take what you can and save your life if you can't. As long as I can hold on and ensure that I have the life to survive until the end, then sooner or later, the position of Supreme Lord of Heaven and Earth will be mine. Just as Tai Yi was passionately shouting in his heart, the four Taicho people also arrived in front of the three. Roll or die. Cold shout fell. Di Jun. Three people looked at each other, slightly sideways glanced to, sitting on top of the 9 heavenly bushes, eyes tightly closed Hong Jun. Hopefully, it will come forward to shelter them. It's getting really loose. How dare you suppress and torture the Duke of Dongwang in front of me? It seems that the four are already prepared to completely tear their faces apart. As Hong Jun's dojo, the purple heavenly palace, even with his eyes closed, he could know everything within it. Originally, he also intended to directly reject the four Qings, so that Di Jun, Tai Yi, and Hei He, to replace the 3 Taishan's holy position. Now we can only wait until the time of dividing the Hongming purple qi, and then secretly do something. Between the ups and downs of his mind, Hong Jun also slowly opened his eyes, his expression indifferent as he scanned the Emperor Jun trio below. The futon seats were set long ago, and it was not too much for you to rest before the four Qings came. But now that the rightful owner has arrived, do not leave quickly. As the words fell, Emperor Jun and the 3 of them were like amnesties and hurriedly got up and returned. Above their original positions,
Taichu didn't expect the other party to be so shameless as to use this kind of excuse that even a child can't be fooled.
To come and fool them.
It really doesn't hide the purpose of trying to get rid of them and find someone to replace them. So I think that when the sermon is over, the Hongmeng Violet Chi used to end the karma, as well as the subsequent division of the treasure. I am afraid that it is also a failure, but that's just as well. If Hong Jun wanted to give whatever he wanted, it would not be easy for him to find a reason to lash out. The Tao being taught this time is the key to attaining sainthood, so don't make any more noise or trouble.
If anyone dares to disobey again,
they will be directly expelled from the Purple Heavenly Palace,
and will never have the chance to know again
the method of witnessing to sainthood.